Chapter 1. Senior Sister, Would You Be My Girlfriend? In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, at Magic City University, the cafeteria was teeming with students during lunchtime. Lin Feng sat at a table with three of his roommates, engaged in lively conversation while dining. Among them, Xiao and Lu Yan were akin to two vigilant radars, incessantly scanning the vicinity for any enchanting ladies. It was evident that these two perennial bachelors were on the lookout for beauty. Suddenly, Xiao tapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Feng Ge, turn around." "I'm not interested," Lin Feng replied with a resigned shake of his head. Yet the next moment, he sensed an unfamiliar presence behind him. Upon turning around, he was greeted by a gentle smile upon recognizing the newcomer. "Senior sister, have you eaten? If not, please join Xiao over there." Xiao. With a complex expression, Qingyao nodded and hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Lin Feng, I have something to discuss with you. Could we take a walk outside?" "Sure." Lin Feng promptly stood up, dividing his chicken leg and braised pork among Xiao and the others before following Qingyao out as they watched the duo depart. Xiao couldn't help but smirk. "Brothers, what do you think the senior sister wants with Feng Ge? She is the campus belle. When will I ever have such luck in romance? Even just half of it? Could it be that the senior sister is about to graduate next year and is now ready to confess her feelings to Feng Ge? What do you think, Monkey?" Li Ting speculated. Monkey was Lu Yan's nickname, and the camaraderie among the four, having shared a dorm for years, had blossomed into a deep friendship. Observing Lin Feng being summoned by one of the most recognized beauties on campus, they exchanged knowing glances and raised eyebrows. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Qingyao made their way to the playground. With the winter break just over 20 days away, the temperature in Jinghai City was notably chilly. Fortunately, the weather was pleasant that day, with the sun casting a warm glow overhead. Once outside the cafeteria, Qingyao remained silent, walking along the rubber track until they reached the center of the playground. "Senior sister, is there something you need?" Lin Feng inquired. To his surprise, Qingyao responded with a question of her own. "Lin Feng, do you remember our last gathering with the club officers?" "I remember it's been over 2 months now," Lin Feng recalled, clearly remembering the events of that evening. "Yes, it has been 2 months." Qingyao nodded, tilting her head to gaze at the sky, revealing her delicate swan-like neck. "Lin Feng, do you recall that night when we shared an intimate moment at the inn?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, as if struck by a thunderclap in his mind, a cacophony of memories flooding back. The hazy recollections of that drunken gathering suddenly sharpened into vivid clarity. The club members had indulged in libations, and the boys became gallant protectors, escorting the girls back to campus. However, for some inexplicable reason, Lin Feng found himself accompanying Qingyao to an inn behind the restaurant. Fueled by the effects of alcohol, they seemed to have exchanged feelings, leading to an undeniable intimacy that unfolded throughout the night. When Lin Feng awakened the following morning, he found himself alone in the inn, with only the remnants of crimson plum blossoms adorning the sheets as a poignant reminder of the previous night's escapades. The graceful figure of Qingyao has vanished from sight. Noticing Lin Feng lost in thought, she continued, "After that incident, I became pregnant with your child, and I am now 8 weeks along." Upon finishing her words, Qingyao gently placed her delicate hand on her abdomen, her head slightly bowed. Though they had exchanged messages occasionally since that day, Lin Feng sensed that his senior was avoiding him, resulting in their meetings being exceedingly rare over the past few months. Now, face to face again, the school beauty had revealed to him that she was carrying his child. Even after having had lunch, Lin Feng felt his mind go blank. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! The inheritance of the flame has been detected. The paternal system has been successfully activated." Note: in this day and age, raising a child without a system is quite a challenge. Ding! The paternity test for the baby in Qingyao's womb has been issued. Please check. Host. Do not doubt. The child in Qingyao's belly is indeed yours. Ding! Main quest initiated. Please protect the bloodline. A system? Lin Feng, having read numerous web novels, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Not only was he to become a father, but he had also become a system host? The two momentous revelations left Lin Feng utterly astonished. Yet, what did it mean to protect the bloodline? The activation of the system happened in the blink of an eye. Qingyao had yet to finish her statement. Lin Feng, I am uncertain about what to do, which is why I sought you out." With that, she lowered her head, her fingers entwined in front of her, clearly conflicted and emotionally complex. Lin Feng understood his senior had come to consult him on how to approach the life growing within her. Should she go through with it, or should she not? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng spoke. "Senior, regardless of your thoughts, I will support you. However, there are some things I wish to express. I fear if I do not say them today, I may never have the chance again. Senior, I have liked you since the first time we met when you came to recruit for your club in our class. Time has flown, and now I am in my 3rd year, yet I have failed to muster the courage to confess my feelings. Now, knowing you carry my child, I reveal my heart not to complicate things for you, but because I genuinely wish to tell you that I am willing to care for you for a lifetime." Lin Feng poured out his feelings to Yi Qingyao in one breath. It is worth noting that Yi Qingyao harbored feelings for Lin Feng as well. Otherwise, she would not have succumbed to the influence of alcohol during that club gathering. Lin Feng had not been with any other girl for the past 3 years, but Yi Qingyao had also turned down many suitors because of him. Now, they had seized this opportunity to break through the barrier between them, causing Yi Qingyao's eyes to glisten with tears, her heart swelling with emotion. In an instant, tears shimmered in Yi Qingyao's beautiful eyes, and her delicate form trembled slightly. Seeing this, Lin Feng removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders, gently asking, "Senior, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend?" His words resonated in Yi Qingyao's ears. Having already harbored feelings for him, her acceptance of his confession and the subsequent joining of their hands felt like a natural progression. Therefore, Yi Qingyao nodded. "I am willing." Upon hearing this response, Lin Feng's anxious heart gradually settled, and he then took Yi Qingyao's small hand, and together they walked towards the playground exit. "Let's not linger on the playground, it's cold, and I'm worried you'll catch a chill." Yi Qingyao softly acknowledged with a gentle and followed Lin Feng outside. Whether it was truly cold or not remained uncertain. Yet the warmth of her palms betrayed her inner turmoil, revealing her profound unease. As they walked, Lin Feng struggled to calm his emotions. Becoming a father before even graduating from university was undeniably an exhilarating experience. Before long, they arrived at a lecture hall, a space typically devoid of visitors except during class hours. With lunchtime approaching, the absence of others was even more pronounced, as everyone was preoccupied with their meals. It was an ideal setting for romance, yet ill-suited for declarations of love, let alone more intimate encounters. Chapter 2. "Brother, shall we start class? I'll pay double the membership fee. Is that all right?" Yao Yao called out. Upon hearing this address, Yi Qingyao felt her cheeks flush slightly, pondering whether she should also alter her mode of address. "Well, Xiao Feng, what do you say?" Lin Feng chose to disregard how Yi Qingyao referred to him. His primary concern was the life growing within her. To be frank, Lin Feng was reluctant to let Yi Qingyao terminate the pregnancy, for the child was innocent, and such an act could be detrimental to her health. Thus, he voiced his innermost thoughts. "Yao Yao, I wish to keep the child. What do you think?" Au higt. Lin Feng had anticipated needing to persuade her further, but he was taken aback by Yi Qingyao's immediate acquiescence. After nodding, Yi Qingyao continued, "The baby is not at fault. Moreover, I am now your girlfriend, so I will heed your wishes and bring the baby into this world." This encapsulated Yi Qingyao's true feelings. In fact, prior to seeking out Lin Feng, she had contemplated that even if he disagreed, she would still desire to have the baby. Although she could not quite fathom why she possessed such inexplicable confidence in raising a child alone. Upon hearing Yi Qingyao's response, Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. "Yao Yao, thank you." "Xiao Feng, thank you," Yi Qingyao echoed, each harboring their own thoughts. The pair conversed extensively afterward. Ultimately, however, Yi Qingyao felt an undercurrent of panic regarding her pregnancy and the impending arrival of the baby, a vague sense of anxiety that she could not shake. Chiefly, she was uncertain about what actions to take or what steps to follow, and she felt lost concerning the future. After the winter break, Yi Qingyao was set to embark on an internship, yet many companies seeking long-term employees were unwilling to consider pregnant women, let alone an intern like her. The inability to secure employment meant a lack of financial support. Without an income, how could she even contemplate raising a child? Were it not for Yi Qingyao's steadfast resolve, she might have wavered at these thoughts. Upon hearing her inner turmoil, Lin Feng recognized the validity of her concerns. Yet he remained unfazed. Yao Yao, do not worry. I will handle everything. Just relax. I will take care of providing for us, while you focus on being beautiful. Lin Feng spoke these words with great assurance, causing Qingyao's eyes to sparkle as she nodded, placing her trust in him. The couple had established their relationship and agreed to keep the baby, alleviating Qingyao's worries and even igniting her anticipation for the future. To ensure Qingyao's rest, Lin Feng rose to escort her back to her dormitory. Qingyao did not decline. Instead, they strolled hand in hand, indifferent to the opinions and gazes of others. All she knew was that being led by Lin Feng felt delightful, and it provided her with a profound sense of security. At the entrance of the dormitory, Lin Feng tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, inadvertently brushing against her lovely earlobe. Yao Yao, head back now, and call me if you need anything. And if there's nothing, Qingyao playfully inquired. Of course you can reach out to me anytime. Just remember to pin my chat window at the top. She whispered softly to herself, and then said a quick goodbye before turning towards the girls' dormitory. Lin Feng watched her enter and then turned to leave as well. At that moment, they both instinctively pinned each other's chat windows. Young couples, newly tasting the sweetness of love, often indulge in childish little antics. On his way back to the dormitory, Lin Feng contacted the system. Now that he and Qingyao were officially a couple, their discussions had led to a unified decision to have a baby. The system task of preserving the bloodline had thus been completed. The system generously allowed Lin Feng to open a box. Yet, he needed to draw for his reward himself. This system surely had a mischievous streak. Nevertheless, Lin Feng found it intriguing. He certainly hoped not to receive a mere thank you for your patronage. With a thought, he initiated the lottery. Without even an animation, the result appeared in a second. Congratulations, host, you have received a suite in the Yushui Bay community. A house, quite splendid, saving him the trouble of purchasing one. Lin Feng felt quite satisfied. His luck seemed favorable, and he had avoided the dreaded thank you for your patronage. Furthermore, he was familiar with the Yushui Bay community, which was not far from the school. He could visit it when he had the time. Ding detection indicates that Qingyao's health is subpar. Please remind her to soak her feet 10 times. One draw will be rewarded after 10 times. Tasks kept coming one after another. However, it was enjoyable. The lottery was quite addictive. Reminding Yao Yao to soak her feet? Certainly. Lin Feng promptly took out his phone and sent a message to Qingyao. He simply asked, "Are you there?" Qingyao replied instantly, "Yes." Yao Yao, I've noticed your hands are always sweaty. When you have a moment, soaking your feet can really help alleviate that condition. All right, I understand. Have you reached the dorm yet? Almost. Just be obedient, Lin Feng replied. You should rest a bit when you get back. Qingyao advised before heading to the water room for hot water. Meanwhile, Lin Feng soon returned to the dormitory. As soon as he stepped inside, he was grabbed by Xiao Ziao and Lu Yin, while Li Ting also got off his bed, and the three burst into playful laughter. Brother Feng, what's going on? The campus bell is after you. What a stroke of luck. Brother Feng, you know me. I've never begged anyone. Xiao Ziao began teasing, but was interrupted by Lu Yin. Nonsense. Just this morning, you asked me to bring you breakfast. Come on, call me father. Get lost. We agreed to interrogate Brother Feng. So you be quiet. Xiao Ziao retorted. Thus, the three unified their efforts to question Lin Feng. In contrast, Lin Feng sighed before saying, It's not that I don't want to share, but I'm afraid that if I do, you all might feel down. I am now in a relationship with Qingyao, the campus belle you often speak of. She is now my girlfriend, so from now on, when you see her, do not call her sister or campus belle. You shall call her sister-in-law. Do you understand? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Ziao, Li Ting, and Lu Yin immediately widened their eyes. Lin Feng's demeanor certainly did not suggest mere fabrication. Could be true? Brother Feng, are you serious? Lin Feng smiled and nodded, his heart reflecting on the truth of the matter. Indeed, it was real, and there was even a child involved. Such is the camaraderie among men. After learning about Lin Feng and Qingyao's relationship, the trio's utterances were predominantly filled with heartfelt congratulations. Brother Feng, 3 years of singlehood. When you finally made your move, it was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, Qingyao, universally acknowledged as the campus beauty, and you managed to win her over? Brother, perhaps you should start class. I would gladly pay double the membership fee. Their conversations were further infused with expressions of envy and admiration. Chapter 3. Unless you help me find a campus belle for a girlfriend. As evening descended, it was once again time for dinner. For college students, the age-old dilemma of what to eat remained ever present. Typically, Lin Feng would venture out to forage for food with his 3 roommates. However, circumstances had changed. He now needed to seek out Qingyao and escort her to dinner. After all, she was pregnant, necessitating a clean, nutritious diet. Yet his withdrawal from the usual camaraderie elicited a chorus of sighs from Xiao and the others. The hero is undone by the beauty, isn't he? Feng, it's been an entire afternoon since we last saw you. We missed you terribly, remarked Lu Yan. Xiao chimed in, you've grown distant. Feng, I suddenly feel disinclined to engage with you unless you help me find a campus beauty as well. Li Ting exclaimed, come on. We agreed to tease Feng, and you seized the moment to make a request? How greedy of you. Feng, I want one too. In the face of their playful banter, Lin Feng could only chuckle helplessly. After exchanging a few light-hearted retorts, he slipped away. Before long, he arrived at the girls' dormitory. Initially, he intended to wait until he arrived to call Qingyao down, sparing her from the chill. To his surprise, she was already waiting at the entrance. Yao, did we not agree that you would wait for my call before coming down? Lin Feng inquired. Before Qingyao could respond, a girl beside her spoke up first. Our Yao was worried you would be kept waiting. She began preparing right after receiving your call. By the way, I am Yao's only roommate, Huang Tingting. If you weren't Yao's boyfriend, you would have to address me as senior. Huang Tingting murmured softly. All right, Yao, I've delivered you safely to him. You two must ensure you return me safely after dinner. I must be off now to eat myself. With that, Huang Tingting began to leave, but suddenly turned back to remind Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you absolutely must take good care of Yao. This afternoon, when she was getting water, she nearly got jostled in the stomach. It's far too dangerous. Remember, as Huang Tingting departed, Qingyao began to defend herself. Xiao Feng, don't listen to Tingting. It's not as perilous as she makes it out to be. Yet, despite Qingyao's reassurances, Lin Feng's furrowed brows remained unrelaxed. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly suggested, Yao, why don't we consider moving out together? It would be more convenient for me to care for you, and you wouldn't have to jostle with others for water in the dorm. Lin Feng's proposal stemmed from careful contemplation. Firstly, he owned a residence not far from the university, making commuting effortless. Secondly, his genuine concern for Qingyao's well-being prompted him. Though she wasn't overly fragile, it was always best to be cautious. Hearing Lin Feng's words filled with concern warmed Qingyao's heart. Yet the thought of moving out made her feel a tad bashful. Although she possessed little knowledge of the romantic intricacies between men and women, the mere mention of moving out inevitably conjured images of intimate nights shared away from home. The more she contemplated, the more her cheeks flushed. However, upon seeing Lin Feng's tightly knit brows and his gaze filled with worry, she found it difficult to refuse. Xiao Feng, let me think about it a bit more. Qingyao murmured softly. All right, let us first indulge in a meal. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, not pressing the matter further. He considered, if he were in her shoes, how he might have reacted with a sharp retort. Soon, the pair arrived at the second cafeteria. Opting for convenience, they decided to dine on the first floor. Yao, what would you like to eat? I crave meat, Qingyao whispered, having been enticed by the alluring aroma of fried chicken wafting through the door. May I have some? Certainly, I shall procure it. Anything else? Perhaps a dish of mushu pork over rice. Very well, I shall return shortly. Lin Feng noted her requests and proceeded to fetch their meal. Seated at their table, Qingyao aimlessly scrolled through her phone. Yet her gaze frequently drifted in search of Lin Feng's presence. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a call from Huang Tingting. Hello, Tingting. What is the matter? Yao, you must check the class group notification immediately. We are required to vacate the dormitory before the new year. Oh my goodness. I am utterly exasperated. After venting her frustration, Huang Tingting promptly ended the call. Qingyao hurriedly accessed the class group. Indeed, she discovered a notification from their advisor, confirming Huang Tingting's words. all senior interns must move out before the new year. The reasoning was unspoken, yet all understood. Once the seniors departed, renovations would commence, transforming the 4-person rooms into 6-person accommodations for the incoming freshmen. Huang Tingting messaged her, inquiring about their next steps. Honestly, Qingyao was at a loss. Yao, you could move out to live with your boyfriend. It would be more convenient for him to care for you, especially as you become less mobile. If you feel uncomfortable discussing it, I can come over and assist you. Huang Tingting was not only Qingyao's roommate, but also her dear friend, their bond having deepened over nearly 4 years of cohabitation. It was only natural that Qingyao confided her pregnancy to her. Now, with the dormitory situation changing, Huang Tingting's foremost concern was for Qingyao. Ting, Lin Feng just suggested I move out. You needn't worry about me. I will speak with him. But what about you? What will you do? I plan to seek an internship and job next year, and I'll see where I end up working. If necessary, I can always rent a place nearby. As they conversed, Lin Feng returned, bearing a portion of fried chicken and a serving of mushu pork over rice. Upon seeing it, Qingyao felt a sudden pang of hunger. Her appetite awakened. It was noteworthy that she had previously avoided fried chicken. Could this be attributed to her pregnancy? Lin Feng made another trip and returned with a bowl of congee and a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Lin Feng, do you enjoy fish-flavored shredded pork as well? Qingyao inquired, her eyes sparkling with delight. His response was somewhat unexpected. It's all right, but I recall that you adore it, so I bought it for us to share. At this, Qingyao paused, her lips pursed, touched by his thoughtfulness. Lin Feng had remembered her preference. Come, let us dine. Yes, Lin Feng, here's some chopsticks for you. Qingyao broke apart a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Lin Feng, then took another pair for herself. During their meal, Lin Feng would select pieces of meat from his bowl and present them to Qingyao, who reciprocated by offering him chunks of chicken. Before long, the two were engaged in light-hearted conversation, their rapport harmonious and reminiscent of a couple deeply in love. Seizing the warmth of the moment, Qingyao suddenly turned to Lin Feng and said, Xiaofeng, let us venture out tomorrow to search for an apartment. Our counselor just sent a notification. She proceeded to recount the matter of the senior intern's relocation to Lin Feng. After listening, Lin Feng couldn't help but express his grievances about the school for quite some time. Chapter 4. Your sister-in-law is pregnant. Qingyao, possessing remarkable intelligence, articulated her thoughts with clarity and reasoning. Xiaofeng, many interns in their senior year have received notifications to move out. It is likely that a considerable number will seek rental accommodations. Shall we explore our options after dinner? She reasoned that while guest houses could prove economical, their conditions were generally subpar. Apartments within residential complexes, on the other hand, would be significantly pricier. Her considerations were thorough, yet she found herself in a quandary. Should one prioritize cost-effectiveness or comfort in living arrangements? Upon hearing Qingyao's analysis, Lin Feng suddenly inquired, Yao, do you know where Yeshuan is? Yeshuan? Yes, I am aware. It is not far from our school, Qingyao replied, noting that she often passed by it while shopping at Shime Mall. Exactly that place, Lin Feng affirmed, producing a set of keys from his pocket. The keychain bore an access card inscribed with Yeshuan. Xiaofeng, I have an apartment at Yeshuan. We can move there, Lin Feng stated nonchalantly. Qingyao, however, was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. This was the Magic City, after all, aptly nicknamed M-City, where every square inch was considered precious. How could Lin Feng possibly own an apartment in such a coveted location? We can manage for now, and I'll upgrade to a better place later, he added. Manage? Xiaofeng, you astonish me. Qingyao exclaimed, both amused and profoundly shocked. Seeing her reaction, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. It's nothing. There will be bread and milk in the future. Qingyao smiled sweetly, reflecting on how just moments ago she was contemplating whether to move out, and now they were discussing the logistics of relocating. Truly, life is full of unforeseen surprises. After dinner, Lin Feng escorted Qingyao back to her dormitory. The weather was indeed unsuitable for leisurely outings. If it were summer, they might have strolled on the playground and savored some snacks. Upon returning to his own dorm, Lin Feng began to pack his belongings. When Xiao Ziao and the others returned, they were astonished to see Lin Feng placing items into a suitcase. Brother Feng, are you taking an early winter break? The final exams haven't even arrived yet. Nonsense. Brother Feng is clearly preparing to move out to live with his sister-in-law. Wow. Brother, when does the class commence? Teach me how to woo the school beauty. The trio teased him playfully. While packing, Lin Feng briefly recounted the situation regarding Qingyao. Oh, so the school is not treating people well. However, Brother Feng, you should be grateful for the school's facilitation. Indeed, if it weren't for the school's notice, I would have had to exert considerable effort. Lin Feng chuckled, though his smile was perceived by Xiao Ziao and the others as mere arrogance. All right, enough jesting. Tomorrow, you three will assist me in moving. Your sister-in-law is currently unable to move about easily. Despite their playful banter, they could be relied upon in times of need. However, Lin Feng's remark had caught their attention. Sister-in-law is unable to move? Brother Feng, do elaborate. Since the question was posed, Lin Feng had no intention of concealing the truth, as it would eventually come to light. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, which is why she has difficulty moving around. We decided to move out to better care for her. What were you all thinking? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziao and the others were taken aback, some collapsing into chairs, while others reclined on beds, their mouths agape in disbelief. Damn, how outrageous. Damn, how disgraceful. Damn, what disgrace. However, after the initial shock, Xiao Ziao and the others began to consider Lin Feng's situation. Brother Feng, let's get serious. Are you planning to have a child? When Lin Feng nodded, Li Ting continued. And what about your sister-in-law's family? What are you planning to do? With the winter break approaching, I intend to send her home and then go to her family to seek their forgiveness. I must ensure her parents forgive me before discussing anything else. After Lin Feng spoke, Li Ting and the others wholeheartedly agreed. Brother Feng, you're a real man. We support you. Brother Feng, moving out will undoubtedly increase your expenses. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Rest assured, I will. I won't keep things from you, my friends. Lin Feng jested, prompting the three to jokingly bicker over who would take on the role of the father figure. Meanwhile, after returning home, Qingyao began packing her belongings. Upon learning that the two were moving out, Huang Tingting felt a sense of relief. With her assistance, Qingyao quickly organized her things, though it could only be described as a tad excessive. Don't worry, tomorrow I will handle taking things downstairs, and you will treat me to milk tea, Huang Tingting declared eagerly, her enthusiasm making Qingyao feel an overwhelming urge to embrace her. The next day arrived, and Xiao Ziao and the others dragged Lin Feng away from class. Initially, there was no rush, but Xiao Ziao and the others were eager to finish moving and head to the internet CAF. Thus, helping Lin Feng move became their pretext for skipping class. Lin Feng borrowed a foot-pedal tricycle from the dormitory supervisor. Although it was somewhat challenging, it would allow him to transport everything in one trip. Before long, the four arrived in front of the girls' dormitory. The two girls were already waiting by the roadside. Qingyao stood while Huang Tingting sat atop a suitcase, gasping for breath. The three boys immediately straightened up, aware of the presence of a senior. However, this senior only wished for a moment of respite. Lin Feng, I'm entrusting the moving to you. I am utterly exhausted. Yao, I'm heading back to the dorm, Huang Tingting said before swiftly making her exit. The three boys sighed dramatically, oh dear. Qingyao, observing the diligent efforts of Xiao Ziao and the others in helping her move, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, three younger brothers. Sister-in-law, you're too gracious. The repeated address of sister-in-law left Qingyao both amused and exasperated. It was rather endearing. Once the luggage was loaded onto the tricycle, Lin Feng began pedaling. His pace was not swift, allowing Qingyao to keep up with ease. With Qingyao present, Xiao Ziao and the others became considerably more serious and quiet. However, upon witnessing Qingyao assisting Lin Feng in wiping his sweat, a sense of unease washed over them, as all three felt as though they were being deceived and led to slaughter. Fortunately, the Yushui Bay community was not far from the school, merely a 10-minute journey. The community proclaimed itself to be an upscale residence, and from a distance, it certainly appeared commendable. Upon entering, one could appreciate the lush greenery and impeccably clean grounds, far surpassing the conditions of older neighborhoods. Brother Feng, how much is the rent for a place like this? It must be quite expensive, right? Once we are chased out by the school and have secured employment, we might consider sharing a unit like this, becoming neighbors with you. Just as they awaited the pricing, Lin Feng suddenly broke into a grin. I truly have no idea. Let me inquire about it. Chapter 5 Goodness. Sometimes you even use my toilet paper. Are you unaware? Feng, you dare to rent without clarifying the rent? Be cautious of being taken advantage of. Xiao Ziao offered a friendly reminder. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Rest assured, I cannot be exploited. This is my property. Oh, that essay relief, huh? Feng, what did you say? This is your house? Xiao Ziao abruptly exclaimed mid-sentence. Not only him, but Li Ting and Lu Yin also widened their eyes in astonishment. Feng, you aren't a rich second generation, are you? Goodness. Sometimes you even use my toilet paper. The three of them followed behind, expressing their disbelief. Lin Feng pedaled the tricycle, leading Qingyao further inside until they reached the ground floor. Although Xiao Ziao and the others were playfully bickering, they worked diligently without slacking off. As Qingyao picked up a bag, Lin Feng snatched it away in the next moment, leaving her to ascend empty-handed. Afterward, he refused to let her descend to help. The four of them made 3 trips back and forth before finishing. Despite the presence of an elevator, they were left panting from exhaustion. Even though the weather had turned cooler, they ended up sweating profusely. Once they returned upstairs, Xiao Ziao and the others finally had a moment to take in Lin Feng's new abode. A spacious 300 square meters. A large flat with 2 elevators and no neighbors, a rather exclusive description. Feng, sister-in-law, there's something I should say, though I hesitate. Since we have already helped you move, perhaps you can leave the keys with us and head out from my place? Feng, you know I've been studying feng shui since childhood. You should secure a guardian beast at your entrance to stabilize your fortune. How about I place it right there? I'll position it beside Lu Yin, Xiao Ziao suggested. Li Ting grinned and chimed in, Feng, I'll take the maid's room and be responsible for walking the 2 of them. To be honest, the 3 of them were quite talented, exchanging banter that made it seem as if they were performing a skit. Qingyao was amused, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Under Lin Feng's guidance, Xiao Ziao and the others took a brief tour before preparing to leave. Feng, we can help with the moving, but for organizing, that is solely for you and your sister-in-law. We'll take our leave now. We're off to the internet CAF. Call us if you need anything. Seeing he could not retain them, Lin Feng urged them as he escorted them out. Come over for dinner tonight. It's a celebration of my new home, and I must treat you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziao and the others did not decline, knowing they would not want to intrude on Lin Feng and Qingyao's intimate moment. With a slight touch of obsessive cleanliness, Lin Feng looked around at the boxes strewn about, feeling uneasy. He then began to organize their belongings. Noticing this, Qingyao gently approached, holding a cardboard box. Xiao Feng, let me help you. Lin Feng quickly took the box from her hands, softly saying, no need, I can manage it myself. Subsequently, he assisted Qingyao in taking a seat on the sofa, then turned on the television, locating the show The Legend of Zhenhuan, which is adored by many women. Darling, your task now is to sit here and watch television. Leave the work to me. Upon hearing the term darling, Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks instantly flushing a rosy hue, the shyness spreading like the soft glow of dawn. She shyly lowered her gaze, yet her lips could not resist a gentle smile. Her heart fluttering with a mix of bashfulness and indescribable joy, to the extent that she failed to catch anything else Lin Feng said afterward. Observing her reaction, Lin Feng couldn't help but gently pinch her soft cheek, his voice laced with affection and curiosity as he inquired, did you hear what I just said? It was only then that Qingyao returned to her senses, her focus shifting back to Lin Feng's face. Although she remained enveloped in the sweetness of his calling her darling, she nodded slightly, her voice barely audible low. However, her thoughts were entirely consumed by that single word, darling. The mere thought of it made her smile once more, her eyes sparkling with happiness. He actually called me darling. Before long, the room was tidied up, transforming from its previous desolation into a warm and inviting space. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has created a warm little nest for Yi Qingyao and the baby in her womb. System reward: culinary mastery. As soon as the system finished speaking, a torrent of knowledge surged into Lin Feng's mind. Essences of the 8 major cuisines and culinary secrets flooded in. Each dish's preparation methods and seasoning techniques vividly materializing in his consciousness, as if he had become a seasoned culinary master, intimately familiar with every cuisine. Able to conjure magic with ease. Without exaggeration, he could transform a simple block of tofu into a culinary masterpiece. Lin Feng was thoroughly pleased with this newfound skill from the system. He planned to showcase his talents to his godsons that very evening. After a brief period of preparation, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao stepped out hand in hand, gazing at the bustling shopping mall before them. Yi Qingyao inquired curiously, "What are we doing here?" Lin Feng smiled gently, replying, "New home, new beginnings. We need to buy all new household items, as well as bedding, kitchen utensils, and vegetables for dinner." "Oh, ye Qingyao no dit. AWD simile granjink herdips." It seems we have quite a heavy shopping list. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Feng pushed a shopping cart while Yi Qingyao happily linked her arm with his. The two engaged in delightful banter, resembling a couple deeply in love. As they stepped into the vegetable section, Lin Feng softly asked Yi Qingyao, "Darling, what would you like for dinner tonight? I'll prepare it for you." After considering his words, Yi Qingyao thoughtfully replied, "Since your friends are guests, let us cook some dishes they enjoy." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, gently shook his head, his smile brimming with affection. "In my heart, you will always come first. They can wait." Yi Qingyao felt a flicker of emotion at his words. Lin Feng jestingly remarked, "As long as they can indulge in their favorite dishes, they will be thoroughly content." At that moment, Yi Qingyao covered her mouth in laughter and, with grace, responded, "Then you must prepare a few of their cherished meals as a treat for them." Lin Feng nodded, patting his wife's shoulder, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will ensure they are so delighted that they won't want to leave." To have such an understanding and considerate wife was a source of joy that made him feel as though he would awaken smiling from his dreams. Hearing this, Yi Qingyao felt reassured, tilting her head in contemplation. Meat. I crave meat, especially the fragrant braised pork." Chapter 6. The Little Turtles. Dinner is ready. Upon returning home after the shopping trip, Yi Qingyao felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, perhaps due to the new life blossoming within her. With her eyes half closed and her head swaying gently, she ultimately succumbed to drowsiness, leaning against Lin Feng's shoulder. Nestling her small head against him, she quickly discovered the most comfortable resting place. Noticing the weight on his shoulder, Lin Feng turned to glance at her. Her eyelashes fluttered softly, and a faint smile occasionally graced her lips, suggesting she was savoring the sweetness of happiness even in her dreams. Seeing this, Lin Feng subtly shifted his position to provide her with a more comfortable support. As they neared home, Lin Feng gently shook Yi Qingyao's shoulder, speaking softly, "Darling, we are almost home. Please wake up. You wouldn't want to catch a chill when we get out of the car." At the sound of his voice, Yi Qingyao opened her eyes, still slightly hazy with sleep. Upon fully realizing her surroundings, her gaze abruptly fixed on a noticeable stain on Lin Feng's shoulder. Her face flushed a deep crimson, radiating warmth to the tips of her ears as she hastily raised her hand to wipe her mouth. With an evasive glance, Ye Qingyao stammered, that. I'll wash your clothes when we get back." After speaking, she lightly tapped her forehead, reproaching herself in a soft voice. "How did I end up falling asleep? How embarrassing." Observing his wife's shy demeanor, Lin Feng's smile deepened. He playfully pinched her nose, teasing, "It's nothing to worry about. I drool in my sleep too. It's not a big deal." Feeling reassured by Lin Feng's words, warmth spread through Yi Qingyao's heart, though she still resolved to clean his clothes. Once home, Lin Feng gently closed the door, his gaze softening as it fell upon Yi Qingyao. She retained a hint of dreamy languor, her eyes still clouded with remnants of sleep. Seeing her in such a state, Lin Feng tenderly suggested, "Why don't you rest a little longer? I'll take care of everything else." Yi Qingyao lifted her head slightly to meet his gaze. Forcing a smile that barely graced her lips, her voice tinged with a lazy rasp. "All right, I'll take a short nap. Thank you for your hard work, dear." After uttering that sweet term of endearment, her cheeks were instantly adorned with a delightful blush. Like a timid fawn, she swiftly turned and, with a hint of fluster and shyness, hurried toward the bedroom. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, his eyes brimming with affection and amusement. Lying in bed, it wasn't long before Qingyao fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps pregnancy truly made one more prone to drowsiness. In the kitchen, Lin Feng busied himself, contemplating the ingredients before him. Suddenly, he settled on the menu for the day. He meticulously prepared, knowing that the first dish to tackle would be the braised pork that Qingyao craved. The meat required a long simmer to become tender and flavorful, resulting in a dish that was rich without being greasy. In the kitchen, Lin Feng, tied on an apron, took a deep breath and surveyed the array of groceries he had brought home. Soon, the menu for the evening was firmly established in his mind. Of course, the centerpiece was the braised pork that Qingyao had been yearning for. Lin Feng then took a piece of marbled pork belly, meticulously selected, and cut it into uniformly sized chunks. Following this, he placed the meat into cold water, adding slices of ginger, sections of scallion, and cooking wine, bringing it to a vigorous boil to eliminate any blood and impurities. After boiling, the meat was retrieved and drained, and Lin Feng arranged the pieces neatly in a clay pot, adding his secret blend of seasonings: light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, rock sugar, star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves. He then poured in sufficient water to cover the meat, covered the pot, and allowed it to simmer gently. As time passed, Lin Feng began preparing other dishes, such as Peking-style shredded pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, and mushu pork, all favorites of his beloved sons. With the passage of time, a succession of fragrant and visually appealing dishes graced the dining table. When he commenced the final dish, Lin Feng took out his phone and opened the chat window for Brothers Unite, sending a message. "Gentlemen, dinner is served." Meanwhile, in the internet staff, Xiaoziao, Li Ting, and Lu Yin were furiously tapping on their keyboards. At that moment, Xiaoziao, in a fit of excitement, slammed the table and exclaimed, "Li Ting, you absolute novice. Are you saving your ultimate move for the new year?" Li Ting retorted, "You dare criticisce me? Just now, when dodging an ability, you literally stood right in front of them. Did you want to gift them first blood?" Neither would concede until Lu Yan's phone chimed. Upon glancing at it, he saw Lin Feng's message and quickly informed the others, "You both are novices, so don't throw stones. Just now, Brother Feng sent a message inviting us to dinner. Let us go." Upon hearing this, the three emerged from the CAF. Despite their playful banter about each other's gaming skills, they left without a hint of discord. Perhaps this is the unique essence of male camaraderie. In the bedroom, Qingyao, in the midst of slumber, faintly caught a whiff of an enticing meaty aroma that delicately danced in her nostrils, gently stirring her olfactory senses. Her nostrils quivered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, a trace of morning disorientation lingering in her gaze. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she slipped on her slippers and followed the alluring scent to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lin Feng was diligently at work. A pot of braised pork was bubbling away on the stove, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Upon noticing his wife awakening, Lin Feng's face lit up with a gentle smile. "Darling, you're awake?" Qingyao nodded and approached the stove. The surface of the braised pork was enveloped in a glistening, translucent sauce, radiating vibrant hues. Under the kitchen lights, it appeared particularly enticing, shimmering with depth, seemingly capable of capturing every gaze. The sauce thickened with the heat, its aroma intensifying and filling the entire kitchen, making one's mouth water in anticipation. Merely gazing upon the dish, Qingyao's lips involuntarily curved into a gentle smile, prompting her to swallow with anticipation. "Wow, darling, is this your exquisite braised pork? It smells divine." Lin Feng responded with a subtle smile, retrieving a small bowl and expertly placing a piece of braised pork into it before offering it to Qingyao. "My dear, do give it a try," he urged with eager enthusiasm. Receiving the bowl, Qingyao deftly picked up a piece of pork with her chopsticks and took a delicate bite. Instantly, astonishment washed over her features, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Wow, this braised pork is absolutely delectable. I never imagined your culinary skills were this extraordinary." Her praises flowed freely as she savored each morsel, the pork proving irresistibly delicious. Lin Feng, humbled by her compliments, smiled modestly. My cooking is rather ordinary. In truth, he spoke with sincerity. His previous culinary repertoire was limited to boiling instant noodles, and without the aid of the system, he would have never conjured such a delightful dish. Darling, you needn't be so modest. Your skills could easily rival those of a five-star hotel chef. In fact, I dare say those chefs could not surpass your creation. After all, having dined daily on various offerings, she found Lin Feng's braised pork to be far superior in flavor. Chapter 7. I am male, fond of females. Before long, the doorbell chimed and Lin Feng, recognizing the arrival of his roommates, hurried to open the door. Upon entering, Xiao Xiao's expression transformed into one of astonishment as the delightful aroma enveloped him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Brother Feng, did you secretly invite the celestial chef from heaven? This cuisine is so aromatic, it nearly rivals the Queen Mother's peach banquet. Xiao Xiao exclaimed dramatically, his voice brimming with incredulity. Li Ting and Lu Yin joined in the revelry, playfully chiming in. We were planning to savor instant noodles for a minimalist yet exquisite dinner here. But this fragrance wafted in and completely derailed our noodle plans. Lin Feng gazed at these three lively characters, both amused and exasperated, pondering, is it really that astonishing? Such extreme self-doubt. Just as he was about to clarify, Qingyao stepped forward, her face radiant with pride. All these dishes were lovingly prepared by my husband. Moreover, he specifically made your favorite dishes to surprise you. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the three roommates nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief, their expressions swiftly shifting to profound gratitude. They eagerly approached the dining table, where the sight before them left them utterly astonished. The table was adorned with a vibrant array of their cherished dishes, each more enticing than the last. Xiao Xiao was so exhilarated he nearly leaped up, his eyes sparkling like two little stars, radiating excitement. Wow, Brother Feng, you can actually make sweet and sour pork. This is simply extraordinary. Xiao Xiao shouted, giving a thumbs up, his face a canvas of admiration and praise for Lin Feng. His gaze fixated on the glistening sweet and sour pork, his mouth watering, as if he could already savor its delectable sweet and tangy flavor. This dish is prepared with the skill of a top chef. If served in a restaurant, it would undoubtedly be worth 108 yuan a portion. Xiao Xiao continued to extol, his eyes reflecting sheer joy and appreciation. Beside him, Lu Yin echoed, Brother Feng, your culinary skills are astonishingly hidden. You must be a culinary deity in human form. You should consider abandoning your studies and opening a restaurant. We would certainly be your daily patrons. As Lu Yin became increasingly animated, he even threw his arm around Lin Feng's shoulders, his exuberance suggesting he might just want to take a bite out of his face in delight. Seeing this, Lin Feng swiftly raised a hand to block the enthusiastic gesture, feigning disdain as he quipped, I am male and fond of females. I wouldn't accept such affection even if offered for free. However, since you all seem to relish this, indulge yourselves. I shall showcase my culinary prowess again in the future. Now, stop standing around. Sit down and enjoy. I have one more dish to fetch. Lin Feng beckoned the group, soon returning from the kitchen with a steaming ceramic bowl. The tantalizing aroma instantly filled the dining room, and Li Ting recognized at once that this dish was exceptional, an epitome of deliciousness. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao's nose acted like a finely tuned radar. Upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, he excitedly shouted, Braised pork? It's braised pork. Maple, you actually made braised pork? That's truly impressive. Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, his face alight with delight. It smells amazing. The aroma is identical to the braised pork my mother prepares during the new year. As he spoke, he swallowed hard, seemingly savoring the fatty yet tender delicacy in his mind. However, to the surprise of the trio, Lin Feng placed the meticulously prepared dish right in front of Qingyao. Faced with the eager gazes of her husband's roommates, Qingyao smiled at Lin Feng and suggested, Darling, perhaps we should place this dish in the center so everyone can partake. Yet Lin Feng resolutely shook his head, affectionately gazing at Qingyao as he replied, No, this is the dish you ordered. Since my wife wishes to enjoy it, it must remain before you. His tone brimmed with care and devotion. For who could deny a wife's desires? Witnessing this scene, the three roommates felt a tinge of discontent. Li Ting muttered under his breath. Maple is truly prioritizing romance over friendship. Xiao Xiao chimed in with a quiet complaint, right? This blatant display of affection is overwhelming. If it weren't for the plethora of delicious dishes on the table, we might have been completely inundated with dog food. Despite their grievances, the abundance of delectable food at hand eased their hearts, and they soon picked up their chopsticks to indulge. As Xiao Xiao, Li Ting, and Lu Yin sampled Lin Feng's culinary creations, they transformed into silent gourmands, their mouths busy, savoring the flavors, leaving no room for conversation. Their expressions were filled with awe, akin to treasure hunters discovering riches. At that moment, the restaurant was enveloped in silence, save for the sounds of enthusiastic eating. Each individual was wholly absorbed in their feast, afraid that a mere blink might result in one less piece of meat. Such a genuine moment of culinary enjoyment was far more authentic than the empty praises of celebrities on variety shows. Though a distance separated Xiao Xiao and the others from the braised pork, the allure of the food rendered decorum irrelevant. They rose swiftly, using their chopsticks to snag the enticing morsels of meat. Their speed caught Lin Feng off guard. It is worth noting that he had prepared 3 pounds of braised pork for this dinner, and in the blink of an eye, half of it had vanished. In a flurry, Lin Feng anxiously scooped more pork into Yi Qingyao's bowl, fearing she would not get enough. Yi Qingyao, observing her bowl piled high with braised pork, chuckled in exasperation. "Darling, please stop. I can hardly fit any more." Xiao Xiao, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but laugh and join in the teasing. "Indeed, Maple, sister-in-law is worried about gaining weight and doesn't wish to eat so much braised pork." Lin Feng, seeing the trio devouring the dish with such fervor, scoffed lightly. "If I don't serve it, you'll consume every last bit. This is a dish made specifically for my wife. I can overlook you taking a little, but this is simply too much. You're shamelessly scooping half a bowl. Who eats like this? It's practically a gourmet alliance," Lin Feng said with a laugh. Yet his tone was laced with exasperation and indulgence towards the three. Hearing this, Li Ting, with his mouth full of braised pork, mumbled in complaint, "Feng Ge, this is all your fault. Your braised pork is simply too delectable, rendering us unable to resist. Moreover, you've only prepared such a meager amount. It is hardly sufficient. I'm beginning to suspect that you intentionally wish for us to lose weight. Your culinary skills are so exceptional that we have all become gluttons, and we cannot be blamed for that." Lu Yin chimed in, his face radiating satisfaction and happiness. Listening to the trio's continuous grievances, Lin Feng could only chuckle helplessly, urging, "Come now, eat up. You want to be able to silence your mouths, even while dining." Chapter 8 Maple, you are truly making the most of everything. After a delightful and hearty meal, Xiao Xiao, Li Ting, and Lu Yin leaned back in their chairs, their bellies round and full, resembling 3 little balls. Their faces radiated happiness as they basked in satisfaction. "Maple, your culinary skills are simply exquisite," Xiao Xiao exclaimed, patting his round belly in exaggerated delight, as if he had just experienced the finest meal of his life. "Yes, indeed. I hereby declare this meal as the #1 in my foodie journey." Li Ting chimed, equally enthusiastic, raising his hand in a dramatic gesture of victory. Lu Yin, with a sly grin, licked his lips and remarked, "Hee hee, such a wonderful meal calls for us to find a way to come here more often. How about we form a dining squad?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng instantly adopted a serious demeanor and proclaimed with righteous indignation, "No, no. You are blatantly intruding upon our intimate world." After saying this, he feigned a heartbroken expression, eliciting a light laugh from Yi Qingyao, who covered her mouth in amusement. At that moment, Yi Qingyao gently patted Lin Feng's hand, her eyes sparkling with happiness. She then turned to Xiao Xiao and the others, smiling, "Don't mind him. Feel free to come anytime. We always welcome company. After all, the more, the merrier." "Thank you, sister-in-law. Long live sister-in-law." Li Ting was the first to respond, performing an exaggerated bow, before teasing Lin Feng. "Sister-in-law is so wonderful. You must cherish her dearly." Feng, with a wife like her, you must be laughing in your sleep every night. Lin Feng wholeheartedly agreed, casting a proud glance at Qingyao while tightly clasping her hand. After their meal, time seemed to fly by during their idle chatter. Noticing it was getting late and not wishing to continue being the proverbial third wheel, the trio decided to take their leave. Just as they reached the door, Lin Feng suddenly called out, "Wait, there's one more thing we need to do." The three turned in confusion, only to see Lin Feng pointing to the trash bin and seriously stating, "Take the trash down." Lu Yin jested, "Maple, you are truly making the most of everything." Handing them the garbage bags, Lin Feng and Qingyao stood at the door, watching them depart, sharing a knowing smile. Once the door closed, Lin Feng turned to Qingyao, his gaze filled with tenderness, and said, "My dear, it's quite late. Let us retire for the night." Qingyao's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. She lowered her head slightly, her heart racing as a flurry of thoughts played her mind. She envisioned sharing a bed with Lin Feng, feeling both shy and eager, as if two little voices were arguing within her, one urging her to accept and relish the sweetness of the moment, while the other insisted she wasn't quite ready yet. That might be a bit too soon. I'm not prepared for that," Qingyao whispered, her voice barely above a whisper, as if a pin could be heard falling to the ground. She nervously tugged at the hem of her clothing, her heart pounding like a wild deer. Observing her, Lin Feng's lips curled into a gentle smile as he slowly approached Qingyao and softly inquired, "What's wrong, my dear?" As Qingyao lifted her gaze, she met Lin Feng's eyes, which brimmed with affection, intensifying the shyness that resided within her. Biting her lip, she summoned her courage to speak. I'm actually a bit nervous, and I've heard online that the past few months are quite crucial, so we mustn't." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He gently brushed his fingers against Qingyao's nose and said with a teasing tenderness, "Silly girl, what are you thinking? I merely suggested you get some rest. I had no intention of sharing a bed." Upon hearing his words, Qingyao let out a sigh of relief, her face reflecting a sense of liberation, yet a hint of disappointment soon followed. Lowering her head, she murmured, I thought you. What did you think I meant?" Lin Feng feigned ignorance, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Qingyao's cheeks flushed deeper as she shyly replied, "I thought you wanted to." What do you mean?" Lin Feng continued to play coy, provoking a mix of embarrassment and irritation in Qingyao, who lightly punched his chest in response. All right, I won't tease you any longer." Lin Feng took her hand in his, speaking gently, "Dear, you should head to bed now. I'll tidy up the dining table." "Okay, ye Qingyao nodded, casting one last glance at Lin Feng as she returned to the master bedroom, feeling inexplicably downcast. At dawn, as the first light of daybreak crept across the horizon, Lin Feng awakened from his slumber. Though he was a university student, he maintained a disciplined routine, waking promptly at the appointed hour. Upon opening the door to the master bedroom and seeing Qingyao still peacefully asleep, he chose not to disturb her. He then entered the kitchen, surveying the ingredients in the refrigerator, swiftly devising a breakfast menu. He meticulously selected fresh pork and cabbage, preparing to make soup dumplings. With practiced skill, he chopped the meat, seasoned it, and wrapped the filling, soon filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma. This fragrant scent seemed to possess an enchanting quality, penetrating the walls of the bedroom and subtly infiltrating Qingyao's dreams. In her slumber, she seemed to catch a whiff of the familiar and tantalizing fragrance, gently furrowing her brow before gradually opening her eyes. Recognizing the aroma, she knew her husband was at it again, preparing something delicious. Rubbing her eyes, she wandered into the kitchen. "Darling, what delectable dish are you making? It smells divine." "Soup dumplings," Lin Feng replied with a smile, turning to face Qingyao. "You should wash up. The meal will be ready in 5 minutes." Qingyao nodded, and by the time she returned, Lin Feng had already set a steaming plate of soup dumplings on the dining table. Eagerly, she sat down and picked up a dumpling, taking a bite. "Wow, darling, these dumplings are incredibly fragrant and delicious," she exclaimed, savoring the flavors. "This taste is simply irresistible." Seeing Qingyao's satisfied expression, Lin Feng chuckled. If you enjoy them, feel free to indulge. Hearing this, Qingyao paused, looked up at Lin Feng, and couldn't help but laugh. But if I keep eating like this, what if I gain weight? Upon hearing his words, Lin Feng's lips curved into a gentle smile. He extended his hand, tenderly caressing Qingyao's silky hair, his eyes brimming with affection. Rest assured, my beloved wife, even if you were to gain weight, you would still be strikingly beautiful, akin to the enchanting Yonggui Fei, whose voluptuousness exudes a unique charm. Qingyao, upon hearing this, felt a blush instantly grace her cheeks. She shyly lowered her head, her voice laced with bashfulness. Husband, you always tease me, it's so annoying. Observing her reaction, Lin Feng stood tall and declared, I speak from the heart. I implore you, my esteemed wife, to recognize my sincerity. Chapter 9, darling. If you fancy this car, I shall gift it to you. At that moment, a melodious system notification resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has prepared a heartfelt breakfast for Qingyao, and as a reward, a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster has been granted. The prize has been delivered to the parking space downstairs. Please collect it promptly. No sooner had the system's voice faded than Lin Feng felt a weight in his pocket. Instinctively, he reached in and his fingertips brushed against a cold metal. Indeed, it was the car key. A surge of indescribable excitement flooded Lin Feng's heart. After all, which man could resist the allure of a limited edition sports car? He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing emotions. At that moment, Qingyao gently inquired, Darling, do you have classes this morning? Yes, I have major courses during the 3rd and 4th periods, Lin Feng responded while curiously glancing at Qingyao. Is something the matter? Qingyao smiled softly and replied, Not really. If you attend your classes, I could use that time to work on my graduation thesis at the library. It is getting a bit dull being alone in this large house. All right, Lin Feng nodded. As the time approached, the two tidied up briefly and set off together. Upon reaching the ground floor, Qingyao's gaze was instantly captivated by a stunning sports car parked across the way. My goodness, there's a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno Roadster parked beneath our building, she exclaimed, recognizing the vehicle at first glance. Turning to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Did you know this car is priced at a staggering $26 million, with only 9 units available worldwide? It boasts a maximum horsepower of 750 and accelerates from 0 to 100 in just 2.9 seconds. How incredible! Watching Qingyao's familiar exuberance, Lin Feng felt a twinge of confusion. Before he could voice his thoughts, Qingyao eagerly asked, Darling, do you like this car? Without hesitation, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Of course. Who wouldn't adore such a magnificent vehicle? Upon hearing this, Qingyao's face lit up with a sweet smile. My brother gifted me one. Once I return home, I'll bring it over for you. How's that sound? Lin Feng was taken aback, gazing at Qingyao with astonishment. Dear, what does your family do? How can a sports car be so casually bestowed? Qingyao chuckled and shook her head. You needn't concern yourself with that. The important thing is that I'm giving you a sports car. One tea that make you happy? Lin Feng smiled wryly, his heart brimming with gratitude. At that moment, Qingyao began to circle the car, inspecting it while murmuring to herself, I wonder if the interior is as luxurious as my own? Lin Feng looked at her with a smile and said, We shall find out by stepping inside. With that, he produced the car key and gently pressed the unlock button. With a crisp sound, the door of the sports car slowly swung open. Lin Feng smiled at Qingyao, extending his hand in an inviting gesture. My princess, please. Do enter. Qingyao was utterly astonished by the scene before her. With an expression of disbelief, she turned to Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with confusion. Darling, is this car really yours? Could there be any doubt? Lin Feng replied, a mix of laughter and exasperation in his tone. Noticing the incredulous look in his wife's eyes, he playfully flicked her nose and said, Stop pondering. Let me show you the thrill of a 0 to 60 in just 2.9 seconds. With that, Lin Feng pressed the accelerator, and in an instant, the car surged forward. Inside the vehicle, Qingyao experienced an exhilarating sensation, a powerful push against her back, filling her heart with excitement. Just as she yearned for another ride, Lin Feng gently shook his head, softly reminding her, "My dear, do not forget that we have a little treasure on the way. We mustn't act recklessly." "All right," Qingyao pouted, nodding in agreement, for the baby was indeed of paramount importance. Consequently, Lin Feng adeptly maneuvered the sports car, safely delivering Qingyao to the entrance of the library. Afterward, he parked the car beneath the teaching building and proceeded alone to the classroom. At that moment, the classroom was devoid of students. Lin Feng chose a seat by the window, quietly awaiting the arrival of his students. Shortly thereafter, students began to trickle in, forming clusters and seemingly engaged in animated discussions. Lin Feng leaned in, catching snippets of conversation that included words like sports car and limited edition. Just then, Xiao Ziao, Lu Yan, and Li Ting entered the classroom, books in hand. Upon spotting them, Lin Feng's face brightened with a smile, and he cheerfully waved, calling out, "Hey, my lovely sons, over here." The trio eagerly approached and settled beside him. Lu Yan, with an air of mystery, leaned closer to Lin Feng and whispered, "Brother Feng, do you know what we saw on our way here?" Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng inquired, "What did you see?" With palpable excitement, Lu Yan replied, "A limited edition sports car. It was parked right outside the teaching building. It was simply stunning." Xiao Ziao chimed in enthusiastically, "I reckon anyone who can afford such a magnificent vehicle must be extraordinary. If I knew who it was, I would definitely want to befriend him." At that moment, Li Ting's eyes lit up with a mischievous grin, suggesting, "How about we wait by the luxury car after class? If we see the owner unlock it, we can strike up a conversation. Who knows? They might just lead us to wealth, and we won't have to rely on rich women." Xiao Ziao nodded eagerly. "I think that's a brilliant idea." However, Li Ting retorted, "But are you sure a wealthy woman would even notice you, given your looks? Who do you think you're looking down on?" Li Ting rolled his eyes, brimming with confidence in his appearance, declaring himself more handsome than Lu Tianwang and Zhang Xueyou. Listening to their banter, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He gently patted his friends on their shoulders and advised, "All right, no need to envy others. Who knows? One day, you might just find yourselves behind the wheel of your own sports car." At this, Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with a hint of hope. But he quickly shook his head, offering a wry smile. "Brother Feng, please don't tease me. If I could just have a reliable mode of transportation in this lifetime, I would consider myself fortunate. The thought of a sports car is beyond my wildest dreams." Li Ting echoed, "Indeed, if I could have a Xiaomi SU7 in my lifetime, I would be utterly content." His family background was somewhat unique. He grew up in a single-parent household, and it was no easy feat for his mother to support him. Not to mention owning a car. Even marrying seemed like a distant dream, as the bride price often soared into the tens or even hundreds of thousands. Accompanied by demands for a car, a house, and savings, an unattainable aspiration. Upon hearing Li Ting's words, Xiao Ziao couldn't suppress a smug smile, teasingly remarking, "Come on, you two. Stop lamenting. My father has promised that once I graduate from university, he will buy me a sports car, likely around $1 million. But if it costs any more than that, he might reconsider." Li Ting and Lu Yan exchanged amused glances and chuckled, playfully cursing, "You little rascal. With such a generous father, how dare you complain about being poor? Scoundrel." Chapter 10. "Hey, you guys are blocking my way," as the school bell rang. Li Ting could hardly contain his excitement as he pulled Xiao Ziao and two other roommates, bursting out of the classroom like wild horses, heading straight for the ground floor of the teaching building. "What kind of big shot do you think drive a car like that?" Li Ting panted as he ran, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. "Who cares who it is? Today we are in for a treat." Xiao Ziao chimed in, his face reflecting a sense of curiosity about the unknown. Upon reaching the ground floor, the four found the area deserted and stealthily approached the striking sports car, peering through the window in an attempt to catch a glimpse of the limited edition vehicle. Just then, a familiar voice shattered their covert exploration. "Hey, you guys, you're blocking my way." Lin Feng approached them with a playful smile, casually placing his hand on their shoulders as he stepped closer. He then unlocked the car and took his seat right before their eyes. "Brother Feng, is this your car?" Li Ting exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Who else would it belong to?" Lin Feng retorted with a mischievous glint in his eye. Li Ting, Xiao Ziao, and Lu Yan exchanged glances, a mix of shock and mild annoyance at being teased washing over them. It turned out that the car owner they had been so curious about was none other than their good friend. Lin Feng, you really had us fooled. Lu Yin feigned anger, patting Lin Feng's shoulder, though he couldn't hide the laughter in his eyes. Don't be upset, brothers. Next time, I'll take you for a ride and let you experience the thrill of speed and passion, Lin Feng promised, thumping his chest confidently. Make sure you keep your word. We're counting on it. Li Ting quickly chimed in, wary of Lin Feng changing his mind. With a smile and a nod, Lin Feng rolled up the window and started the engine. Through the glass, he called out to them, I'm off to pick up my wife now. See you later. All right, go ahead. We want to intrude. Xiao and the others waved goodbye with laughter. After Lin Feng drove away, the three roommates gazed enviously at the sleek silhouette of the sports car. Brother Feng concealed his true self so well. If it weren't for his wife and child, we would never have guessed he could afford such an extravagant vehicle. Li Ting broke the silence, his tone brimming with astonishment. Indeed, he truly is a hidden gem. It's surprising that we refer to him as our brother every day, Xiao echoed, his eyes reflecting both envy and disbelief. Indeed, comparing ourselves to others can be disheartening. The trio sighed in unison before laughing as they departed, aware that lingering any longer would mean missing out on the warmth of the moment. At that moment, Qingyao stepped out gracefully, cradling a stack of books as she exited the library. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's car was surrounded by a throng of onlookers, each armed with a smartphone, capturing images of the stunning vehicle. Wow, this sports car is amazing. I wonder whose wealthy possession it is. One student exclaimed, snapping pictures excitedly. Indeed, how wonderful it would be to drive a car like that. Another student lamented enviously. At that moment, upon seeing Qingyao emerge, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with delight as he hurriedly alighted from the car. He swiftly approached her, extending his hand with a gentlemanly demeanor. My dear wife. May I have a book? Qingyao smiled gently, handing over the book before naturally linking her arm with Lin Feng's. And together, they made their way toward the sports car. Observing this, the students around them cast astonished glances, their whispers rising in a chorus of speculation. Goodness, isn't that the aloof campus beauty, Qingyao? She actually has a partner. Who is this man, capable of winning the heart of our campus flower? As the pair settled into the sports car, Lin Feng ignited the engine and drove away from the crowd. Not long after their departure, the school forum erupted with fervor. The aloof campus beauty appears to be taken. Who is this remarkable man who has captured her heart? A Lamborghini has been spotted at Magic City University, rumored to belong to a consortium heir studying among us. The discussions on the forum were exceedingly lively, while the culprits behind the commotion were blissfully deliberating on their meal. Pregnancy often brings with it an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. Having just eaten, Qingyao found herself unable to resist the urge to sleep, drifting off to slumber as she lay in bed. 2 hours later, as she stirred from her dreams, her phone rang suddenly. Hello, who is this? Her voice carried a hint of sleepiness. Hello, Ms. Yi. This is the Magic City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. It is time for your prenatal checkup. The gentle yet professional tone of the nurse resonated through the line. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement passed through Qingyao's eyes, which soon settled into calmness. All right, may I come in tomorrow? Tomorrow is fine, but please ensure you arrive at the hospital before 9 o'clock, and remember to come fasting, as a series of tests will be conducted. The nurse reminded her with care. Understood, thank you. Qingyao hung up the phone, her lips curling into an involuntary smile, her heart brimming with anticipation for the new life that awaited. At that moment, Lin Feng, having overheard the conversation from the study, rushed in with concern etched on his face. My dear wife, what has happened? Are you unwell? Qingyao gently shook her head, a radiant smile illuminating her face. It's nothing to worry about. It's good news. The hospital called to inform us that we should go for a prenatal checkup tomorrow. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing this, his heart swelling with elation. Really? That's wonderful. He excitedly grasped Qingyao's hand, as if he could feel the joy and responsibility that came with impending parenthood. Leaning softly against Lin Feng's shoulder, they exchanged a knowing smile, their hearts in perfect synchrony without the need for words. I will accompany you tomorrow, Lin Feng promised tenderly. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Qingyao replied softly. At 8:30 the next morning, Lin Feng and Qingyao entered the maternity outpatient building of the hospital. The outpatient hall was bustling with activity, and they stood outside the consultation room, peering through the slightly ajar door to find it empty, likely because the doctor was preoccupied with patient rounds. At that moment, a nurse with a warm smile noticed the anxious couple waiting and approached them with a light step, gently inquiring, "Are you Ms. Qingyao?" Qingyao nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. "Yes, that's me." The nurse immediately offered a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, the doctor will arrive shortly. Please wait just a moment." No sooner had she spoken than a middle-aged female doctor, clad in a pristine white coat, entered the examination room. Qingyao and Lin Feng promptly stepped forward, politely greeting her. "Hello, doctor, we are here for a prenatal checkup." The doctor smiled and nodded, her gaze kindly sweeping over the couple as she asked for essential information. "How many weeks along are you?" Qingyao softly replied, her face radiating the joy of impending motherhood. 8 weeks and 4 days. "Very well," the doctor acknowledged with a nod of approval before she began typing on the keyboard. In a short while, the printer gently dispensed several sheets of paper bearing crucial information. After meticulously reviewing the documents, the doctor solemnly signed and stamped them before personally handing them to Qingyao. "Here is your examination form. After payment, you may proceed with the tests as indicated." Qingyao accepted the form, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. She exchanged a grateful smile with Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with appreciation. "Thank you, doctor. We truly appreciate your assistance." Chapter 11. Congratulations. You were expecting twins after settling the fees. Lin Feng accompanied Qingyao to the blood draw station. Sitting on the bench, he watched as the nurse unwrapped the packaging, revealing the slender needle and tube. Upon seeing this, Qingyao instinctively furrowed her brows, tightly shut her eyes, and turned her head away, unable to bear witnessing the process of her own injection. Lin Feng, observing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. He gently rested her head against his chest and softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. It will be over soon." His embrace was like a sanctuary, enveloping Qingyao in a boundless sense of security. Time ticked by, and though it was merely a fleeting few minutes for Qingyao, it felt as interminable as a century. Summoning her courage, she tremulously inquired, "Darling, is it almost over?" Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the nurse, who was nearing the completion of the final blood sample, and he tenderly replied, "Almost there, just a moment longer." At last, when the last drop of blood was collected, the nurse skillfully withdrew the needle and attentively advised, "Remember to apply pressure to the puncture site with the cotton swab for a little while longer." Qingyao obediently nodded, and the couple then exited the blood draw room. Lin Feng mentally counted the 5 large vials in the nurse's hand, pondering that he must ensure his wife replenishes her strength upon their return home. Subsequently, they sat side by side on a public bench in the corridor, patiently awaiting the call for the ultrasound examination. Soon, the nurse's voice resonated through the hallway, clearly announcing, "Qingyao, it is your turn." Qingyao nodded, glanced at Lin Feng, and then entered the ultrasound room. Inside, under the soft glow of the lights, a young female doctor in a pristine white coat, Dr. Liu, was seated. Behind her stood the composed and seasoned Dr. Li, a middle-aged physician with a wealth of experience. Dr. Liu, still bearing the freshness of a recent medical school graduate, turned to Qingyao with a gentle smile and said, "Ms. Yi, please lift your shirt slightly." Qingyao nodded lightly, her hands instinctively protecting her chest, yet her eyes shimmered with anticipation for the new life within her, accompanied by a subtle hint of nervousness. She replied softly, "All right, doctor." Dr. Liu, though somewhat inexperienced, diligently applied the ultrasound gel onto Qingyao's abdomen before gently placing the ultrasound probe against her skin. On the screen, a blurred silhouette gradually sharpened into focus, revealing the small life nestled within Qingyao. As Dr. Liu operated the machine, her gaze remained fixed on the screen until suddenly her brow furrowed and a flicker of uncertainty crossed her face. Ms. Yi, it appears that you may be expecting a child with 4 arms and 4 legs." The uncertainty in Dr. Lu's voice hung heavily in the air, causing the atmosphere in the room to freeze instantly. Qingyao's complexion turned pale in an instant, her heart racing as myriad possibilities flashed through her mind, her hands instinctively gripping the hem of her clothing. At that moment, Director Li gently patted Xiao Lu's head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "You child, your imagination is quite rich. Those are twins, two little ones side by side." Upon hearing this, Dr. Xiao Lu was suddenly enlightened. She covered her mouth and chuckled, her face flushed with shyness. "Oh, right. How could I have not thought of that?" Upon hearing these words, the weight in Qingyao's heart finally lifted, and she couldn't help but laugh, the tense atmosphere dissipating entirely. "So it's twins. You scare me. Doctor, your student is truly delightful." Director Li chuckled as well, looking at Qingyao with warmth in her eyes. "Congratulations, Ms. Yi. Expecting twins is indeed very fortunate." Qingyao's face blossomed with a radiant smile. She hadn't anticipated such luck, to have two little babies at once. When Lin Feng hears this news, he will undoubtedly be even happier than she is. Unable to contain her excitement, Qingyao felt as if she could sense the two little lives joyfully dancing within her. "Doctor, are they healthy?" she inquired with maternal concern shining in her eyes. The middle-aged doctor carefully examined the ultrasound images, her voice gentle yet firm. "At present, both babies appear to be very healthy and developing well. However, as it is twins, the pregnancy may be more arduous. You must pay special attention to your health and attend regular checkups." "All right. Thank you, doctor." Qingyao nodded repeatedly, her joy beyond words. As they exited the ultrasound room, Lin Feng immediately approached Qingyao. "Wife, how did it go? Was the examination smooth?" "Very smooth." Qingyao's voice brimmed with joy. "Guess what good news I have for you?" Lin Feng paused for a few seconds, seemingly deep in thought, then tentatively asked, "Could it be the baby is healthy?" "Yes, but that is not all." Qingyao teased, her tone playful. "What is it?" Lin Feng's voice was filled with anticipation. "The doctor said I'm expecting twins." Qingyao finally burst out, her excitement palpable. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, incredulously glancing at Qingyao's belly, then gently touched it, saying, "Really? That's wonderful. However, my dear, your pregnancy will be quite challenging." His voice was laced with concern. Qingyao shook her head, her eyes shimmering with happiness. "It's not difficult. I feel incredibly blessed." An hour passed quietly, and all the examination results were in. Hand in hand, Lin Feng and Qingyao entered the doctor's office. "Doctor, could you please help us review these reports?" Lin Feng gently spread the examination reports before the doctor. The doctor adjusted her glasses and meticulously reviewed each page. Soon, she lifted her gaze, a gentle smile illuminating her features as she addressed the couple. "All the test results are normal, with no abnormalities detected. Remember to take folic acid after you return. It is essential for preventing fetal deformities." Upon hearing this, Qingyao furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of doubt flickering in her eyes. Will taking folic acid pose any side effects for the baby? After all, every medicine has its poison. The doctor, upon hearing her concerns, gently shook his head, his tone both warm and resolute. "Rest assured, folic acid is recommended by the government for every pregnant woman during her pregnancy. It is entirely safe and brings only benefits to the baby, with no drawbacks." After hearing this, Qingyao felt a weight lift from her heart and nodded lightly in agreement. At that moment, the doctor picked up the ultrasound report, scrutinizing it closely, and a radiant smile broke across his face. "Congratulations. You are expecting twins. What a rare stroke of luck." The young couple exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with the light of happiness. As the examination reached a conclusion, noticing the youthful couple's innocence, the doctor felt compelled to offer a word of caution. During the early stages of pregnancy, it is crucial to be particularly cautious and to avoid intimate relations. The fetus is still unstable at this stage and prone to complications. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance toward Lin Feng. "However, do not worry. Once you navigate through the first 2 months, the mid-pregnancy period is relatively safe, though one must still be gentle in their actions." Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingyao's cheeks blossomed with a rosy hue, her shyness akin to that of a newly blossomed peach flower. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she expressed her gratitude. "All right, we will remember that. Thank you so much, doctor." Chapter 12. My dear husband, I feel I can eat 2 bowls of rice upon exiting the hospital. The couple proceeded directly to a nearby pharmacy. As they entered, a middle-aged woman clad in a white coat approached them with a warm smile, inquiring, "Hello, what medication do you require?" Lin Feng glanced around the store and tentatively asked, "Do you have any folic acid suitable for pregnant women?" "Yes, certainly," the attendant responded, nodding her head before guiding them to a nearby counter. Noticing the couple's youthful appearance, she eagerly recommended a highly cost-effective folic acid product. "This one sells very well. Many pregnant women purchase it, and it's quite affordable. Just over 100. After hearing the doctor mention folic acid, Lin Feng had conducted some online research, discovering that active folic acid is more effectively absorbed. He then inquired, "Is this an active form of folic acid?" With a smile, the attendant shook her head, "No, sir. While active folic acid does indeed have superior efficacy, it is relatively more expensive." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's gaze grew resolute. "That's all right. Please assist me in procuring the best option available. After all, it is for my wife and our baby, and quality must be ensured." The attendant's eyes sparkled with admiration at such a thoughtful customer, who was willing to invest in his family's well-being. "Of course, sir. Please hold on a moment." Before long, the attendant emerged from behind the counter, holding an exquisitely packaged box of folic acid, placing it before Lin Feng. "Sir, this is our finest active folic acid. However, it is priced at 878 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Yi Qingyao furrowed her brow slightly. Although she had enjoyed a privileged upbringing, she still felt that this price was rather steep. 878? That seems a bit excessive. Turning to Lin Feng, her eyes brimmed with concern. For 878 yuan equated to half a month's living expenses for a university student. "Never mind, I believe the one the attendant just introduced is quite satisfactory." Gently grasping Yi Qingyao's hand, Lin Feng spoke tenderly. "No, you and our baby deserve the very best. This expenditure is worthwhile. We cannot compromise in this regard." Yi Qingyao wished to argue further, but Lin Feng had already taken out his phone to proceed with the payment. "I will handle this. Your priority now is to take care of yourself and the baby." Feeling deeply touched by Lin Feng's insistence, Yi Qingyao discreetly retrieved her phone from her bag, preparing to make a payment while he wasn't looking. The store manager swiftly processed the transaction at the cash register before smiling at the couple, saying, "You may proceed with the payment now." Yi Qingyao, quick on her feet, had already opened her mobile payment interface and swiftly completed the transaction. Lin Feng, witnessing this, expressed his exasperation. "Dear, why did you pay first?" With a playful smile, Yi Qingyao replied, "Oh, we are one entity. Why should we differentiate between yours and mine? That would be overly formal." Lin Feng was about to respond, but Yi Qingyao, unwilling to give him another chance, took his arm, picked up the folic acid, and headed towards the store entrance. Meanwhile, a mechanical notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The system detected that the host, Yi Qingyao, was undergoing a prenatal checkup and had purchased folic acid. The system rewarded him with a 100% share in Jinghai Investment Company, as well as shares in Future Eye. The concept of Future Eye was somewhat ambiguous to Lin Feng, prompting him to inquire about its purpose. The system responded, explaining that Future Eye allows the host to see the percentage of returns on investment projects, thereby assisting him in avoiding pitfalls and maximizing profits. After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. With Future Eye, even Buffett would seem like a novice in comparison. Just as Lin Feng was contemplating the capabilities of this skill, he heard Yi Qingyao's playful voice beside him. "Darling, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything since this morning." Observing her endearing demeanor, Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He affectionately patted her head and replied, "All right, I will prepare something delicious for you when we get home." They exchanged smiles and proceeded towards the car. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao arrived at a bustling market. The market showcased an abundance of fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats, creating a feast for the eyes. Lin Feng held Yi Qingyao's hand tightly, anxious not to lose her in the crowd. He scanned the stalls and gently inquired, "Dear, what would you like to eat for lunch?" Qingyao smiled softly and replied, "I feel like eating everything." Lin Feng playfully pinched her nose and said, "You really are a little glutton," he continued. "Since you've had so much blood drawn today, you need to eat something nutritious. How about we buy some ribs and a chicken to make a delicious chicken soup?" "That sounds great." Qingyao nodded enthusiastically, her mouth watering at the thought of her husband's words. They first approached a meat stall, selecting a tender piece of pork ribs, which the vendor skillfully chopped and packaged for them. Next, they visited a poultry stall and chose a lively hen with glossy feathers. The vendor promptly prepared the chicken, cleaning and packaging it in a plastic bag. After gathering their ingredients, Lin Feng carried the heavy shopping bags while Qingyao linked her arm with his, both chatting and laughing as they left the market. Upon returning home, Qingyao, having been busy all morning, collapsed onto the sofa. Lin Feng took the ingredients into the kitchen and began his preparations. He first washed the ribs and chicken thoroughly, placing the chicken into a pot with an appropriate amount of water to simmer. He then proceeded to prepare Qingyao's favorite braised ribs. The kitchen filled with an enticing aroma as Lin Feng occasionally lifted the lid to skim off the foam and adjust the heat, ensuring the soup would be both delicious and nourishing. While the soup simmered, Lin Feng stepped out to check on Qingyao, only to find her peacefully asleep on the sofa. Her silky long hair lay scattered around her, with a few strands gently brushing her fair cheeks, adding an unintentional touch of grace. Seeing this, Lin Feng tenderly draped a blanket over her to keep her warm. When Qingyao awakened from her slumber, the tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen immediately stirred her hunger. Rubbing her eyes, she slipped on her slippers and made her way to the kitchen. "Darling, it smells divine. When can we eat?" she inquired, gazing at the steaming casserole beside Lin Feng. He turned to glance at her, a smile gracing his lips. "We can eat right now. Please step back. Be careful not to get burned when I serve the pot." "All right." Qingyao obediently seated herself at the table, her anticipation palpable. "Moments latte." Lin Feng brought forth the simmered chicken soup and braised pork ribs to the dining table. It smells so good," she exclaimed. "I feel as though I could devour 2 bowls of rice." "Go ahead and eat. You didn't have breakfast, and I'm sure you're famished by now," Lin Feng replied, handing her a pair of chopsticks, his eyes filled with affection and concern. Observing Qingyao relish her meal, Lin Feng silently resolved that during their next prenatal checkup, he would ensure to bring along some sustenance, for he feared that both his wife and their child would surely go hungry otherwise. Chapter 13. Our little cabbage has been disturbed by the pig one evening. As Qingyao drifted into slumber, she was abruptly awakened by the howling wind outside, reminiscent of a beast's growl, which caused her heart to tighten instinctively. The wind rattled against the window, creating an eerie, creaking sound, while the flickering light from the street lamp outside cast dappled shadows on the walls, evoking a sense of dread within her. Trembling, she donned her clothing and stepped out of her room, contemplating, "It is perfectly normal to share a bed with my husband now that I am pregnant. Why should I sleep alone?" She switched on her phone's flashlight and groped for the doorknob of the guest room, twisting it open and entering. "Husband, Qingyao called gently, but Lin Feng remained unresponsive. She tossed her outer garment aside and nestled beside him. The winter in a magical city was devoid of heating, the chill penetrating like unseen needles through every inch of skin. Ye Qingyao uriglet herbodi, cautiously burrowing into her husband's warm covers. Lin Feng's body radiated warmth, exuding a faint scent that enveloped her like a cozy refuge from the storm. Feeling her icy hands, Lin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion and uttered a soft, as if pondering the sudden presence beside him. A wave of unease washed over Qingyao, and with an apologetic tone, she whispered, "Husband, did I wake you?" "Wife, why are you here?" Lin Feng turned towards her, his voice tinged with surprise and tenderness upon hearing her. Qingyao gazed at him, her expression one of grievance as she explained, "The wind outside is too strong. It rattled the window and woke me. I felt a bit scared sleeping alone." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Seeing her distress, Lin Feng gently patted her back, soothingly assuring her, "It's all right. I'm here. Just go to sleep." Qingyao nodded, her heart warmed by his words. Soon, she succumbed to slumber in Lin Feng's embrace, undeniably comforted by his warmth and the sense of security he provided. The tranquility of the morning was shattered by the sudden ringing of a mobile phone on the bedside table. Qingyao furrowed her brows, yawning and struggling to open her eyes. She murmured, "Husband, the phone is ringing. Please answer it." Lin Feng, lingering at the edge of dreams, was disturbed by the unexpected noise, his voice laced with impatience as he replied, "Oh." Groggily, he fumbled for the phone, and upon grasping it, he squinted his eyes and said, "Hello." On the other end, a woman's voice, tinged with urgency and tension, rose in volume, asking, "Who are you?" "This is my daughter's phone. Why is there a man's voice?" The woman's mind raced with doubt and unease, sensing something unusual. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes shot open. The sight of the pastel phone case jolted him into realization that he had answered his wife's call. Alarmed, he quickly glanced at the screen, which read "Mother," leaving him momentarily stunned. He swiftly covered the phone and gently shook the sleeping Qingyao beside him. "Darling, wake up quickly. It's your mother calling." Lin Feng's voice was tinged with a hint of anxiety and urgency. "What?" Upon hearing this news, Qingyao was instantly jolted upright in bed, her complexion paling dramatically. "It's over. The secret can no longer be concealed," she lamented internally, her face betraying her reluctance. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and answered the call, forcing a semblance of a flattering smile. "Hello, Mom. It was my roommate who answered the phone just now." She might not have heard clearly and simply responded absent-mindedly. Qingyao endeavored to mask her inner turmoil with a nonchalant tone. "What do you need me for?" She attempted to divert the conversation, hoping to shift her mother's focus away from the earlier inquiry. However, the woman was evidently not so easily deceived. "Do not attempt to change the subject. I distinctly heard a man's voice just now, clear as day, and it could not possibly belong to your roommate. Yao, tell your mother the truth. Are you in a relationship?" The mother's tone was imbued with a measure of seriousness and an unmistakable anticipation, clearly placing great significance on the answer to this question. "Is it that obvious?" Qingyao murmured in confusion, to which the woman retorted sharply, "Of course, it is evident. How could there possibly be a man's voice in a girl's dormitory?" As she spoke, a crucial realization dawned upon her. Yao, where are you right now? "You aren't out, are you? Surely, you haven't spent the night out with your boyfriend." The mother's voice was laced with an undeniable concern and anxiety. "Mom, I must remind you, a girl should always maintain her modesty. Otherwise, a man may not cherish her once he has won her over." Upon hearing this, Qingyao's face flushed with embarrassment, her heart racing. If her mother were to discover that not only had she developed an intimate relationship, but was also pregnant, it would undoubtedly be too much for her heart to bear. "Mom, the signal here is poor, and I can't hear you very well. I'm going to hang up now." She hastily fabricated an excuse and abruptly ended the call. Listening to the monotonous beeping of her phone, Su Wanjin sighed deeply, lamenting, "This child, she hangs up so quickly. Alas, a girl grows up too fast." Her words were steeped in helplessness and reluctance. At that moment, Yi Baoshan approached. Noticing his wife's forlorn expression filled with concern, he asked hastily, "What's wrong? You look troubled." Seeing his reaction, Su Wanjin sighed and replied, "Our little darling has been compromised." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan crumpled the newspaper in his hands, gripping it tightly as if to crush the very pig that had sullied his precious daughter, whom he had cherished as if she were made of glass. "Did she tell you?" Yi Baoshan's voice was low and powerful, brimming with incredulity. Su Wanjin shook her head. "I just discovered it during the phone call." She intentionally concealed the fact that their daughter had spent the night with someone else, fully aware that Yi Baoshan, a doting father, would be driven to madness upon learning the truth. Yi Baoshan paced back and forth in the living room, each step resonating with his anger and concern. He bombarded her with questions. "What is that young man's name? Where is he from? How many brothers does he have?" Before I could inquire further, your precious daughter hung up the phone, Su Wanjin lamented. Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan's anxiety intensified. "Our daughter is so innocent. We must ensure she is not deceived by some boy. We need to meet this young man and assess his reliability. His voice carried an unwavering determination. Indeed, you are correct, Su Wanjin acknowledged, nodding in agreement. She quickly opened the chat window with Yi Qingyao and typed a message. Bring your boyfriend home next week. Your father, mother, and brothers will help you discern his character. There will be no excuses. Otherwise, I shall have your father cut off your bank card. Her words held a hint of menace. Chapter 14, Husband. Please don't spend too much. Just a token will suffice. Upon receiving a message from her mother, Yi Qingyao felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. She hurriedly rushed to Lin Feng, her expression fraught with anxiety. What should we do? My parents and brothers want to meet you. Observing her distress, Lin Feng feigned a relaxed smile. Well, I will have to face them eventually. However, Yi Qingyao's face was etched with worry. I'm afraid my father and brothers will drive you away. They are incredibly protective of me, and if they discover our situation, they will undoubtedly be furious. Lin Feng gently took her hand, his voice tender yet resolute. It's all right. They can vent their frustrations on me. After all, I have to marry their precious daughter. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she bashfully replied, I haven't agreed to marry you yet. Isn't that just a matter of time? Lin Feng teased, playfully tapping her nose. Though Yi Qingyao still harbored concerns, she nodded firmly. If my brothers bully you, I will ignore them. She then smiled, reassuring him, don't worry. Once we return to my home, I will protect you. No matter what difficulties we face, we will confront them together. All right, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. At that moment, a melodious system notification chimed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Task issued. Went over Yi Qingyao's parents. System reward. A courtyard house in the second ring of the imperial capital. The sudden announcement took Lin Feng by surprise, and he gasped in astonishment. What a generous reward, he mused inwardly. In the bustling and exorbitantly priced second ring of the imperial capital, the value of a courtyard house had skyrocketed to astronomical figures, reaching several hundred million. The reward was simply staggering, remarkable indeed. However, for Lin Feng, while the reward was enticing, it was not his sole pursuit. Even without the allure of such a priceless property, he was determined to wholeheartedly win over his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. To better prepare for his encounter with his future in-laws, Lin Feng decided to inquire about Yi Qingyao's parents. Gently, he asked, Darling, what do your parents enjoy? Yi Qingyao pondered for a moment before responding, Well, my father is a tea enthusiast. He loves trying different kinds of tea. As for my mother, she is a devoted handbag lover with a particular fondness for bags. Nodding and understanding, Lin Feng began to contemplate what gifts would be appropriate for his future in-laws. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyao, with curiosity sparkling in her eyes, asked, Husband, why are you asking this? With a wry smile, Lin Feng explained, Since it's my first visit to your home, I certainly cannot arrive empty-handed. I should bring some gifts for your parents. Perhaps they will be more lenient with me and not make things too difficult. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao playfully smiled and nodded, saying, All right, it's thoughtful of you, my dear husband. However, she quickly added, But, darling, you really don't need to spend too much. Just a token will suffice. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, resolutely shook his head and replied, How could that be? I believe that for our first visit, it must be taken seriously. Otherwise, they might think I do not value this relationship. Seeing his response, Yi Qingyao pouted slightly, playfully chiding, Why not? My parents lack for nothing. Can't we save some money and just buy a bit of food? Lin Feng understood, then, that his wife was concerned about him overspending on her parents. He chuckled and reassured her, Don't worry, my dear. I will act within my means, all right? Yi Qingyao nodded in agreement and then snuggled against his shoulder, saying, Husband, I'm hungry, wait a moment. I'll prepare something for you, he replied. After breakfast, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang with a crisp tone. Hello, may I speak to Mr. Lin Feng? Came the inquiry from the other end. Yes, this is he, Lin Feng responded calmly. Once the caller confirmed his identity, their tone became even more respectful. Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. I am Jiang Jibin, the head of Zhenjuan Company. Hello, Mr. Jiang. How may I assist you? Lin Feng replied politely. You purchased 100% of our company's shares yesterday. May I ask when you would be available to come in and complete the transfer procedures? Jiang Jibin's voice carried a hint of anticipation. It was at that moment Lin Feng recalled the reward announced by the system yesterday. He had been so busy that he had momentarily forgotten. "Oh, that. I'm available today. I can come over shortly," he answered. "Very well. I can send a driver to pick you up. How does that sound?" Jiang Jibin proposed. "No need for that, Mr. Jiang. Just send me the address, and I will go myself." Lin Feng declined the offer, preferring to drive his Lamborghini Veneno Roadster. The exhilarating sensation of speed was unmatched by any business vehicle. After hanging up the phone, Qingyao, still sleepy, looked at him and asked, "Husband, are you going out?" "Yes, just a small matter to attend to." Lin Feng gently nodded, then tenderly stroked her hair, softly saying, "If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. I'll be back once I'm done." "All right." Qingyao yawned and burrowed deeper into the covers, and soon the room was filled only with the sound of her steady breathing. 30 minutes later, Lin Feng parked his Lamborghini Veneno Roadster steadily in front of the towering office building. Jinghai Investment Company was located on the 18th floor. He stepped into the elevator, and within mere seconds, he arrived at the company's entrance. Upon witnessing a sun-kissed, handsome young man emerging from the elevator, the receptionist's eyes sparkled with excitement. As if she had encountered a celebrity, she hurried forward, her face illuminated by a sweet smile, and inquired, "Young man, are you here for an interview? Our company is currently seeking new recruits." "No." Lin Feng gently shook his head, a warm smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I'm looking for the person in charge of your company." The receptionist's smile momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her composure and cheerfully responded, "Oh, so you are here to see President Jiang." However, as soon as she finished speaking, it dawned on her, and her expression shifted to one of disbelief. She asked again, "Are you certain you wish to see President Jiang?" Her tone was laced with doubt and astonishment, as if she found it hard to believe that this young man was there to meet the company's highest authority. "Yes," Lin Feng affirmed with a firm nod, his eyes brimming with assurance. He silently pondered whether he truly appeared unfit to seek out the company leader. Once her doubts were assuaged, the receptionist's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Flustered, she dashed back to her station, her fingers trembling as she dialed the president's office. After concluding the call, she took a deep breath, striving to calm her nerves, and timidly approached Lin Feng, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Brother, would you like some water?" "I can pour you a glass," she stammered, gesturing toward the water dispenser, seemingly hoping to alleviate her own tension with the action. She added hesitantly, "Are you tired? Should I fetch you a chair?" Observing the receptionist's faltering speech, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Had his presence truly startled her? Noticing her trembling legs, he offered a resigned smile and nodded. Seeing his response, the receptionist appeared relieved and promptly left, soon returning with water and a chair for Lin Feng. Chapter 15. A close call, not being treated like a chicken for slaughter before long. President Jiang Jibin arrived with a group of senior executives, albeit a bit late. "Xiao Su, where's Mr. Lin?" Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed a young man sitting on a bench. The president inquired anxiously. "President Jiang, the one sitting there is Mr. Lin," came the soft reply from Xiao Su. As President Jiang Jibin and his entourage entered, their faces were marked with tension and urgency. "Xiao Su, where's Mr. Lin?" Jiang Jibin's tone conveyed a hint of impatience. Upon arrival, he spotted the young man, dressed simply and with a youthful visage, absorbed in his phone. The president's brow furrowed slightly as he pressed for answers. "President Jiang, that is Mr. Lin sitting there," Xiao Su responded softly. Seeing the commotion, Lin Feng stood up, waved at the crowd, and wore a radiant smile. Frankly, the individual before him appeared far too young, likely in his early 20s, resembling a college student. He dismissed the thought that this young man was the one behind the acquisition of the Jinghai Investment Company. Astonished, he widened his eyes and silently mused, "How is this possible? Such youth, yet with such substantial financial resources?" Jiang Jibin's astonishment was fleeting. He quickly extended his hand and approached with a smile, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Jiang Jibin." "Hello, President Jiang," Lin Feng replied cordially, maintaining a humble smile. "Let's discuss in the office." Soon, The group found themselves in the president's office. On the coffee table lay 2 contracts already prepared. Lin Feng perused the documents carefully, and after ensuring everything was in order, he affixed his signature. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's endorsement, Jiang Zhibin felt a weight lift from his heart. He silently rejoiced, having been genuinely concerned that the deal could fall through at the last moment, as this transaction was of paramount importance to him. In truth, Zhenzhuan was also a profitable company. However, the price offered was simply too enticing for him to refuse. At that moment, Jiang Zhibin rose and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Lin, may our collaboration be fruitful." "Indeed, may it be fruitful," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Afterward, Jiang Zhibin turned to the executives in the room and solemnly declared, "Everyone, Mr. Lin is your new boss." "Greetings, Mr. Lin," the team responded, though inwardly they were murmuring, "Our new boss is far too young." Yet, they maintained a polite facade. A few executives exchanged skeptical glances, speculating about the capabilities and intentions of their youthful superior, while others furrowed their brows, contemplating how best to navigate their relationship with the new chief. With affairs concluded, Jiang Zhibin glanced at the bank notification of the transaction, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips as he privately marveled. This deal has truly paid off. "Mr. Lin, I shall not take up more of your time," Jiang Zhibin said courteously, preparing to leave. "Take care, President Jiang." Lin Feng nodded slightly, then settled into the executive chair, his gaze piercing as it swept across the room. The new boss remained silent, and the atmosphere in the conference room felt as though it had solidified, with everyone holding their breath, fearful that a misstep might render them the scapegoats. "Who among you holds the highest position?" Lin Feng finally spoke, surveying the gathered individuals with a gaze that bore both scrutiny and anticipation. After all, his obligations to accompany his wife often left him little time to linger in the office, necessitating the selection of a capable executive to oversee the company and ensure its steady progress in his absence. Among the crowd, a balding man promptly reacted, extending his hand and stepping forward. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Fu Quan, the general manager of the company." His voice trembled slightly with a blend of anxiety and hope. Lin Feng nodded, directing his attention to Fu Quan. "Please brief me on the company situation. How many projects have we invested in? And what is the current operational status?" Fu Quan inhaled deeply, commencing a candid report on the company's affairs. 20 minutes elapsed, and he glanced nervously at Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, that concludes the overview of the company situation." Lin Feng listened intently, his expression inscrutable, as if he were deep in thought. After a moment, noticing the new boss's silence, Fu Quan inquired gently, "Mr. Lin, is there anything further you would like me to elaborate on?" Lin Feng shook his head. Observing the lack of further questions from his employer, Fu Quan felt a wave of relief wash over him, internally murmuring, "That was close. I wasn't made a target." At that moment, Lin Feng recalled the future I bestowed by the system. A slight smile graced his lips as he addressed Fu Quan. "Please bring me all the investment project documents for review." Fu Quan hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Shortly thereafter, a thick stack of proposals lay before Lin Feng. He picked one up, gently flipping it open, and with just a glance, the future I provided the investment return rate. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by composure. He dismissed any returns in the range of 10 to 20%, for if he were to invest, he intended to pursue substantial gains. Lin Feng continued to examine the proposals, his fingers gliding over the pages as if searching for something elusive. The executives exchanged puzzled looks, uncertain of the new boss's intentions. Among them, Wang Qiangdong, head of the planning department, noticed the new president's fleeting glance at the proposals and could not suppress a disdainful expression. How could someone so young possess such keen insight? He mused. The department finalizes proposals based on market share, consumer demographics, and implementable strategies, each requiring a week of research to ascertain whether a project is viable. I dare say he is merely putting on a show. Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Feng, he smirked sarcastically, his thoughts resolute. "Humph, if you truly possess such capability, I will write my name backward." Nearby executives overheard Wang Qiangdong's murmured remarks and hastily nudged his arm, whispering a warning, Sure. Aren't you afraid the new boss will dismiss you? Oof. Wang Qiangdong let out a soft grunt. Were it not for the need to provide for his family, he would have relished the opportunity to point an accusing finger at his new employer and exclaim, "What do you know?" Without needing to glance. Lin Feng was acutely aware that, given his age, many would likely harbor doubts about his capabilities, leaving him with no choice but to prove himself through sheer competence. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng had perused all the proposals, discovering that 3 of them boasted an impressive return on investment of 100%. He then addressed the assembly, inquiring, "Where are the members of the project department?" Wang Xiangdong replied with a reluctant acknowledgement before stepping forward. "These 3 proposals are viable. The rest are not under consideration. Please reach out to the respective parties to see if they can increase their investments." Upon concluding his remarks, Lin Feng handed the proposals to Wang Qiangdong, who, upon glancing at them, displayed an expression of utter disbelief. Chapter 16. Why am I so happy after being scolded by my husband? The 3 proposal drafts provided by Lin Feng were precisely those 3 projects that had been unanimously dismissed during the initial screening by their project department. Each one seemed meticulously selected to challenge the limits of their understanding. Firstly, there was a plan for producing short dramas. In the eyes of Wang Qiangdong and his team, the current landscape of television, film, and online series was a triumvirate, with a saturated market where the audience's attention had long been captivated by these lengthy narratives. How many eyes could possibly be drawn to a format like short dramas, which appeared novel yet elusive? He struggled to comprehend why anyone would dare to venture into what seemed to be a realm filled with opportunities, but was, in reality, fraught with undercurrents. Next was the project from a talent agency, aimed at signing internet celebrities for commercial exploitation. To him, while the influencer economy might currently be thriving, it lacked sustainability and stability, resembling a bubble that could burst at any moment. Moreover, the number of influencers capable of converting into genuine commercial value was exceedingly rare. Most were fleeting phenomena, incapable of establishing a long-term profit model. As for the final project, it left Wang Qiangdong both amused and perplexed. The Rice Group, a company that had achieved remarkable success in the mobile phone sector, was attempting to venture into automotive development. Wang Qiangdong understood, well, that transitioning between industries was akin to crossing a chasm, especially in the highly competitive and technologically advanced automotive field. Without a profound foundation of technical expertise and market insight, aspiring to claim a share of this market was akin to chasing a mirage. As he assessed the overall situation, a tide of disappointment and concern surged within Wang Qiangdong. He had initially believed that the new boss merely lacked understanding of the market. However, it was becoming increasingly apparent that this was not ignorance, but rather a blatant disregard for basic business principles. Holding the company's funds, he could not remain passive any longer, and thus he cautioned, "Lin, are you certain about investing in these 3 projects? Our project team unanimously believes their prospects are bleak and may lead to losses." "I have made my decision. We shall proceed," Lin Feng replied with unwavering conviction. "The system indicates a return on investment exceeding 100%. Wouldn't it be foolish to forego profit?" Wang Qiangdong sighed inwardly, calculating how to secure an escape route before the company fell into irretrievable peril. Such a new boss was indeed unmanageable. Even though he harbored reservations, he could not defy the orders of a new boss. After all, he was but a cog in the machine. Nevertheless, he silently reassured himself that if these 3 projects ultimately failed to yield profits, at least their department would not bear the blame. After all, the decisions were the result of the new boss's obstinacy. Following the meeting, all the executives busied themselves with their respective tasks. Lin Feng glanced at his watch, contemplating that by the time he returned home, Qingyao would likely be awake. Exiting the company, he intentionally detoured to the nearby market, carefully selecting several of Qingyao's favorite ingredients before hurrying home. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Qingyao rushed out of the bedroom and flung herself into Lin Feng's arms, as if seeking solace. Her voice trembled with unease. "Husband, you're back. I had a terrifying nightmare." Lin Feng's heart tightened instantaneously as he gently patted Qingyao's back, tenderly inquiring, "What troubles you? What did you dream about?" Observing his wife's swollen eyes, he He was filled with deep compassion. Qingyao nestled closely against Lin Feng's chest, her voice choked with emotion. I dreamt that everything happening now is a lie. Yumi, our home, all of it is false, and it frightens me deeply. With his heart brimming with tenderness, Lin Feng embraced Qingyao tightly, softly caressing her head in a comforting manner. Silly girl, dreams are indeed false. We exist in a tangible reality. I am genuinely here with you. He then gently cupped her face, urging her to look into his eyes. If you doubt it, pinch me and see if it feels real. Qingyao raised her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Lin Feng, and with her delicate hand, she playfully pinched his cheek and gave it a gentle twist. Lin Feng feigned pain with a playful ouch, eliciting a smile from Qingyao as she lightly slapped his chest in mock reproach. I barely used any strength. You're such a scaredy cat. With an endearing smile, Lin Feng took Qingyao's hand and led her to the kitchen, opening the bag of groceries. What would you like to eat from these vegetables? I'll prepare for you. Qingyao looked at the fresh green peppers and potatoes, contemplating before saying, how about some dry-fried potato slices? Lin Feng nodded, his eyes filled with affection, helping Qingyao to sit comfortably on the sofa and carefully draping a light blanket over her. Just sit here and watch television. I'll call you when the food is ready. The kitchen was filled with smoke, and Lin Feng was reluctant to subject Qingyao to any discomfort during her pregnancy. As he diligently stir-fried the ingredients, a melodious system notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has cooked for Qingyao for over 10 hours and is awarding the beginner calligraphy skill. Beginner calligraphy? Lin Feng felt a flicker of excitement, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. He had always enjoyed writing with a brush, even though his work often fell short of his expectations. Now, with this newly acquired skill, he could indulge in this pastime during leisure moments, perhaps even improving his calligraphy in the process. Before long, a table adorned with a feast of enticing dishes was laid out before him. Lin Feng smiled in satisfaction, setting the dishes on the table before calling Qingyao to join him for dinner. As she sat at the dining table, savoring the delicious meal prepared by her husband, her face radiated happiness and contentment. Darling, your cooking is absolutely delightful, even better than that of professional chefs. She affectionately rubbed her round belly and chuckled, but of course, I'm eating so much because I'm pregnant, so don't hold it against me. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile at her words, his gaze filled with adoration. Being able to eat is a blessing. My dear wife, whether pregnant or not, you can eat as much as you desire. I will never complain. Besides, finishing your meal is a testament to my cooking skills. After dinner, Qingyao voluntarily offered to tidy up the dishes, but Lin Feng firmly intervened, stating, with me around, you need not concern yourself with these tasks. Otherwise, what significance does my role as your husband hold? He instructed her to relax on the sofa and enjoy some television. Qingyao complied, nodding obediently as she settled onto the couch. Despite her husband's admonishment, an inexplicable joy welled within her. The programs on television had grown rather tedious lately, rendering her too weary even to glance at her phone, which left her feeling somewhat listless. Just then, Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes and, noticing his wife's demeanor, gently stroked her head and inquired softly, my dear, do you feel there is little to occupy your time and find it rather dull? Qingyao eagerly nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Observing her excitement, Lin Feng smiled and suggested, how about we practice some calligraphy together? Upon hearing this, Qingyao's eyes flickered with a hint of mischief as she replied, sure, darling, but your calligraphy skills might not match mine. Chapter 17. Qingyao's morning sickness soon. Lin Feng prepared a brush and paper. Upon seeing this, Qingyao hurried to his side, deftly grasping the brush and gracefully inscribing 2 large characters, Lin Feng, on the paper. Although her handwriting was not masterful, it exuded a gentle elegance. After finishing, she turned to Lin Feng with a proud look, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and asked, hubby, how's my writing? Lin Feng smiled softly, tenderly brushing aside the stray hair from her forehead. Your writing reflects your character. It's beautiful. Qingyao's face lit up with a warm smile upon hearing his words. Hubby, You must show me your writing. She wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, her demeanor entirely charming. Lin Feng nodded, a confident smile gracing his lips. He held the brush with precision, as if he had truly practiced calligraphy. With a flourish, he wrote 3 large characters, Qingyao, on the blank paper. His strokes were vigorous yet ethereal, seemingly imbued with boundless energy. Seeing her husband's writing surpass her own, Qingyao was taken aback. She looked at Lin Feng in bewilderment and asked, "Hubby, did you practice calligraphy as a child? How is your writing more beautiful than mine?" Lin Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. "It's merely a hobby. I've never formally learned." Upon hearing this, admiration flickered in Qingyao's eyes. "That's quite impressive. My grandfather did teach me. Yet I find I cannot compare to you. It's mainly because my husband is exceptional." With that, she nestled into Lin Feng's embrace, her face radiant with happiness. They continued to write calligraphy for a while longer, this shared hobby soothing their hearts as they immersed themselves in the joy of writing. The fragrance of ink permeated the air, as if time itself had slowed to a tranquil pace. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had slipped by. Ye Jinghai University, her brow furrowing, clearly feeling a bit fatigued. Observing this, Lin Feng gently patted her head and said, "Wife, why not take a short rest in the bedroom?" Qingyao nodded, yawning again. "All right, I'll go take a nap." With that, she turned and made her way to the bedroom, quickly falling asleep. Once he saw Qingyao peacefully slumbering, Lin Feng returned to his desk, resuming his calligraphy with ease. He discovered that he quite enjoyed the focused feeling of writing, where all his worries faded away, leaving only the sound of the brush gliding against the paper and the tranquility within his heart. Time flew by, and before long, an hour had passed. Suddenly, the ringtone from his pocket pierced the quiet. Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he answered the call. "Mr. Lin, this is Wang Qiangdong. I have urgent matters to report regarding the project." Wang Qiangdong's slightly anxious voice came through the line. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he replied succinctly, "Speak." Though his tone was unremarkable, it carried an undeniable authority. Wang Qiangdong suddenly felt a wave of pressure and quickly stated, "It is so. We have already discussed with the person in charge of Green Fruit Short Drama. They propose to exchange 30% of their shares for our investment of 50 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, surprised by the considerable appetite of Green Fruit Short Drama. He inquired, "What about the other 2 projects? What progress has been made?" Wang Qiangdong replied, "The other 2 projects are still under negotiation. According to reliable information, more than one investment company is interested in Lurin culture. As for the Rice Group, they have offered a limited amount of shares, totaling only 10%. Lin Feng contemplated this information. He had not anticipated that others were aware of the lucrative opportunities in live streaming. Since this was a chance for profit, it must not be overlooked. Although the Rice Group was offering few shares, it was understandable, given their financial stability. The fact that they were willing to part with any shares was commendable. He resolved to acquire all available shares. After some thought, he continued, "Discuss with the person in charge of Green Fruit Short Drama. We are willing to invest 100 million in exchange for 70% of the shares, without participating in company decisions, solely enjoying dividends. Let us see if they agree." Wang Qiangdong was taken aback. He did not expect Lin Feng to propose such a high offer. Although he was skeptical, he nodded, "All right, Mr. Lin, I will contact them promptly." Lin Feng proceeded, "As for Lurin Culture and the Rice Group, our company must intensify its investment efforts to secure both companies, regardless of the cost." Wang Qiangdong felt a chill. The company's cash flow totaled less than 400 million, and the new boss seemed intent on spending it all. Listening to his boss's authoritative tone, he nodded in agreement. "Understood, Mr. Lin. I will arrange the relevant matters as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Wang Qiangdong began to busy himself with work. In the morning, Qingyao awoke to the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen, tantalizing her taste buds and making it difficult for her to rise. Upon seeing the delectable century egg and lean meat congee alongside Xiao Mai on the table, she could not help but swallow hard. Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of egg soup and, upon seeing his wife, hurriedly said, "Everything is on the table. Let us eat." Qingyao eagerly sat down, but as she took a bite of the xiaomai, a wave of nausea washed over her, and she felt the urge to retch. She quickly placed the xiaomai back in her bowl and rushed to the bathroom. Watching Qingyao bent over the sink, he felt a pang of sympathy and gently patted her back, offering comfort. "How are you feeling? Is it better? I can't throw up. It's a bit uncomfortable." Qingyao wiped her mouth, her eyes reddening, tears welling up. Lin Feng observed her condition and pondered, "You might be experiencing morning sickness, which could explain the retching. Do you still want to eat the xiaomai and congee?" Qingyao shook her head. "It smelled delightful earlier, but now the scent is making me feel ill." As she spoke, she leaned over the sink once more, retching. "Since last night until now, everything consumed has been digested, leaving nothing to expel." Lin Feng gazed at Qingyao with deep compassion, fearing that she might catch a whiff of a lingering scent, so he hastily carried the dishes to the kitchen. Once the odor dissipated, Qingyao seized her nausea, and he tenderly stroked her head, inquiring, "What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you." "I don't want anything. I have no appetite," Qingyao replied, shaking her head and nestling into Lin Feng's embrace. Observing Ye Vingyo, who resembled a forlorn little creature resting against him, Lin Feng felt an indescribable ache in his heart, wishing he could bear some of her burden. It was imperative that she eat, so Lin Feng promptly searched online for remedies to alleviate her morning sickness. Chapter 18. Every man must have some thoughts on this. There are numerous obstetricians online providing educational insights. Lin Feng came across a video that meticulously detailed various precautions during pregnancy and methods to alleviate morning sickness. He attentively absorbed the information, learning that consuming strawberries, plum juice, oranges, and other sour foods could mitigate the discomfort associated with nausea while simultaneously stimulating appetite. Lin Feng mentally noted these recommendations. Furthermore, the video emphasized the benefits of moderate exercise for expectant mothers, such as post-meal walks and engaging in prenatal exercises, which not only strengthen the body but also support fetal development. Subsequently, he ventured into the kitchen and opened a refrigerator, discovering some fresh oranges. He quickly washed them and carefully sliced them into small wedges, presenting them to Qingyao. At that moment, she was reclining on the sofa, her complexion somewhat pallid. "Dear, have some oranges," Lin Feng gently urged, offering the sliced fruit into her hands. Qingyao glanced up at him, mustering a faint smile as she accepted a piece. Indeed, the sweet and tangy juice spread across her palate, providing considerable relief. However, despite the alleviation of nausea, her appetite remained quite poor. Lin Feng, observing her condition with concern, understood the significance of an expectant mother's emotions and diet on fetal development. Thus, he resolved to devise further strategies. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of a video he had previously viewed, featuring an artist who maintained a practice of bajuanjin during her pregnancy, resulting in both excellent health and the successful birth of a healthy baby. This thought ignited a spark in Lin Feng's mind, convincing him that this method was worth a try. He approached Qingyao and softly proposed, "My dear, let's practice bajuanjin together. This exercise is particularly suitable for pregnant women, enhancing physical fitness and appetite." Upon hearing this, Qingyao nodded, willing to give it a shot. Thus, they opened a tutorial video and began to imitate the movements, practicing each posture with care. Initially, they were somewhat clumsy and unfamiliar with the routines, but gradually, with repeated practice, they started to grasp the techniques, their movements becoming increasingly fluid. As Lin Feng practiced, he frequently cast glances at Qingyao, anxious about her comfort. At that moment, a crisp system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is accompanying the expectant mother in physical exercise to alleviate morning sickness. The system rewards the host with a physical fitness level equivalent to that of a second-tier athlete. Upon accompanying the mother in exercise for over 24 hours, the host will attain the fitness level of a national athlete. Elated by this notification, Lin Feng felt that the system's reward was invaluable. After all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. Thus, the two continued their practice of bajuanjin, and unbeknownst to them, 40 minutes had elapsed. At that moment, Qingyao turned to Lin Feng, her lips slightly pursed, and said, "Honey, I am hungry." Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. "What would you like to eat?" I will prepare it for you. Qingyao pondered for a moment and said, how about braised fish? I long for the braised fish you make. All right, I shall prepare it for you right away. Lin Feng replied eagerly, turning to enter the kitchen to gather the ingredients. Qingyao reclined on the sofa, taking a moment to rest. She felt quite fatigued after her workout. Lin Feng busied himself in the kitchen, skillfully handling the ingredients. He cleaned the fish thoroughly, cut it into pieces, and marinated it to enhance its flavor. Next, he prepared the seasonings and accompaniments. Once everything was ready, he began to cook. Soon, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, causing Qingyao to swallow in anticipation. Lin Feng placed the finished braised fish on the dining table and beckoned Qingyao to come and dine. Approaching the table, she beheld the visually appealing dish. Her appetite instantly piqued. She picked up a piece of fish and savored it delicately, maintaining a serene expression throughout. Darling, your braised fish is truly delicious, Qingyao remarked, her face radiating joy. If you find it delectable, do indulge further, Lin Feng said with an affectionate smile. After their meal, Qingyao leaned back on the sofa to rest, while Lin Feng began to clear the dishes and tidy the kitchen. Just then, his phone rang from his pocket. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Wang Qiangdong, likely concerning the project. President Lin, the CEO of Greenfruit, has agreed to exchange 80% of the shares for an investment of 100 million yuan, Wang Qiangdong informed him over the line. Oh, is that true? Splendid, Lin Feng exclaimed, elated at the news. It wouldn't be long before the short drama trend took off, and he intended to be among the first to seize the opportunity. However, the CEO wishes to meet with you in person to sign the contract, Wang Qiangdong added. No problem. I'm available at any time. Once the time and place are set, have him contact me, Lin Feng readily agreed. All right, President Lin. Additionally, the Rice Group has an investment meeting in 2 days. The highest investor will receive 10% equity, Wang Qiangdong continued. Understood. Please prepare for that meeting. We must attend. Lin Feng instructed. Yes, President Lin. Also, we are still in discussions with Laren Culture, but there has been no progress thus far, Wang Qiangdong mentioned. I see, I understand. Lin Feng nodded. Before bed, Lin Feng leaned against the headboard, browsing through knowledge regarding pregnancy, when his phone unexpectedly rang. Hello, he answered softly. Upon hearing his voice, the caller responded with excitement. Good evening, is this President Lin? I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I am Su Chongqing, the owner of the Green Fruit short drama. The voice on the other end was tinged with both apology and hope. Ah, Mr. Su, no need to be formal. I am still awake, Lin Feng replied courteously. Su Chongqing seemed relieved, his tone turning more direct. President Lin, do you have time tomorrow at 10 a.m.? We can finalize and sign the agreed contract. I am available. Lin Feng nodded, realizing that the call was regarding the project. Indeed, Mr. Su was quite the impatient one. I have reserved a spot at the Lao Shi Tea House. You may come directly, Su Chongqing warmly invited. Very well, I shall arrive on time, Lin Feng replied, nodding. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they ended the call. At that moment, Qingyao noticed Lin Feng returning from the balcony, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his lips. She eagerly waved, exclaiming, Darling, come quickly. There's SAT tasting event here that looks quite intriguing. Shall we go check it out tomorrow? Lin Feng glanced at his phone, which displayed the reservation details for the Lao Shi Tea House, and a smile crept across his face as he thought how fortuitous this was. All right, we shall go tomorrow morning. It will be a pleasant outing for you, he gently responded. Hee, you truly are the best to me, darling. Qingyao beamed after hearing his words, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's firm abdomen and blissfully closing her eyes. Meanwhile, he found himself in a bit of a predicament, as being embraced in such a manner by Qingyao would stir certain thoughts in any man. Chapter 19. A True Man. Lin Feng before the clock struck 9. Lin Feng and Qingyao had already arrived at the Lao Shi Tea House. This enchanting establishment, steeped in history, boasts exquisite architecture and reveals a profound cultural heritage. The venue was bustling with patrons, with elegantly crafted tea tables lining both sides of the aisle. Each table was adorned with an array of tea-brewing tools, from teapots and teacups to tea canisters, all exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. Seated at each table was a woman clad in a qipao, her makeup flawlessly applied. Skin fully preparing tea. Her fluid movements captivated the surrounding guests, drawing them to a standstill in admiration. Qingyao, holding Lin Feng's hand, navigated through the crowd. Her attention captured by a woman who was brewing tea. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, possessed a delicate beauty and a graceful demeanor, exuding calmness and sophistication in her every gesture. She gently placed tea leaves into the teapot, poured hot water over them, and delicately swirled the pot, allowing the leaves to unfurl in the water. In no time, a subtle aroma of tea wafted through the air, intoxicating all who inhaled it. As Qingyao watched the woman's graceful tea-making process, her eyes widened in awe, and she instinctively clapped her hands, turning to Lin Feng to exclaim, "Darling, the tea culture of our dragon country is truly profound." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, a swell of pride rising within him. He took Qingyao's hand and said, "Indeed, my love, let us save her cup." With that, they approached the tea table, where the woman smiled and poured 2 cups of tea for them. The fragrant brew wafted towards them, invigorating their spirits. Lin Feng lifted his cup and took a gentle sip, savoring the rich flavor. He felt the tea was smooth and lingering, nodding appreciatively as he remarked, "This tea is indeed delightful." Upon hearing this, Qingyao raised her cup to take a sip as well, a satisfied smile gracing her face. She turned to Lin Feng and said, "Darling, you mentioned wanting to bring a gift for my parents when we visit. I think this tea is perfect. A small canister costs 1,000 yuan, which is quite reasonable." Lin Feng frowned at her words, glancing at the tea canister and then back at Qingyao, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, "This tea is too inexpensive. It wouldn't be appropriate for your father." Qingyao, sensing his discomfort, patted his shoulder reassuringly. "It's all right, darling. My father isn't accustomed to expensive tea. He prefers this kind of ordinary tea." Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart, appreciating her thoughtfulness in seeking to save him money. However, he still believed it was unsuitable to gift such modest tea to his future father-in-law. He quickly urged Qingyao, "There are many more tea stalls over there. Let us go try some." Qingyao smiled and nodded, and together they continued to weave through the throng of people. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in his office, Yi Baoshan sat at his desk reviewing documents when he suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose as he muttered to himself, "Why do I always feel like someone is speaking ill of me behind my back?" Shaking his head, he returned to his work with renewed focus. At this moment, Lin Feng and Qingyao had arrived at another tea stall. As they settled down, a system notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has taken Qingyao out for some fresh air to elevate her spirits. The system rewards 3 cashback cards, each offering triple returns. With no time or category restrictions, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the system's announcement. He had not anticipated that a simple outing to a tea house with his wife would yield such a reward. He mused to himself, "Shopping will be more enjoyable now. The more expensive, the better, since I have triple cashback cards." Although his net worth had already reached hundreds of millions, the balance in his bank account was merely under 10,000 yuan. Thus, the system's reward resonated deeply with him, as having money instills confidence. Before long, as it approached 10 o'clock, Lin Feng glanced at his watch and said to Qingyao, "My dear, it's almost time for my meeting with the CEO of Green Fruit. Please enjoy your tea here while I step out." Qingyao nodded and replied, "Go ahead." Lin Feng then approached the reception desk, where the attendant greeted him promptly. "Are you Mr. Lin?" He nodded in affirmation, and the attendant swiftly led him to a private room. Upon opening the door, she announced, "President Su, Mr. Lin has arrived." Su Changqing, upon hearing this, hurriedly rose to welcome him, saying, "Mr. Lin, you are indeed remarkable at such a young age. It's impressive that you manage an investment company already." Lin Feng, feeling flattered, responded, "President Su, you too are in your prime." After a round of courteous exchanges, they took their seats. Su Changqing retrieved a contract from his bag and handed it to Lin Feng, saying, "Mr. Lin, here is the contract I prepared. Please review it, and if everything is in order, you may sign." Lin Feng examined the document carefully. Finding no issues, he proceeded to sign his name. Su Changqing, seeing the signature, picked up a pen to sign another copy. He smiled and remarked, "Mr. Lin, your handwriting is quite impressive. Compared to yours, mine looks like a chick pecking at rice." Lin Feng chuckled, replying, "Not at all, President Su. Your handwriting possesses its own charm." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they shook hands, sealing a pleasant collaboration. Lin Feng nodded, affirming the fruitful partnership. Then, as they exited the private room side by side, Su Changqing paused momentarily, seemingly recalling something important. He turned to Lin Feng and said, "Mr. Lin, how fortuitous. There happens to be a meticulously organized small tea auction taking place today, showcasing several rare varieties." "Oh, an auction?" Lin Feng responded, a glimmer of interest sparking in his eyes as he silently calculated the possibility of acquiring fine tea for his future father-in-law. He smiled and nodded. "That sounds quite intriguing." Just then, Qingyao approached, and Lin Feng hurried over to greet her, turning to Su Changqing to introduce President Su. "This is my fiancé, Qingyao." His gaze was filled with tenderness as he spoke. Upon hearing those words, Su Changqing immediately cast an appreciative glance, closely scrutinizing Qingyao before sincerely exclaiming, "President Lin's fiancé, is truly stunning. The two of you together are simply a match made in heaven. Do ensure to invite me to the wedding feast when the time comes." Hearing this, Qingyao felt a sudden flush of crimson grace her cheeks. She shyly lowered her gaze and gently grasped Lin Feng's shoulder. Internally, she mused, "This incorrigible husband of mine, declaring me as his fiancé before a formal proposal. How audacious!" Yet, her lips could not help but curl into a slight smile, for she understood that Lin Feng's willingness to introduce her publicly and acknowledge her identity bestowed upon her an immense sense of security. To love someone is to yearn to proclaim their identity to the world, and Lin Feng epitomized such a genuine man. Chapter 20. Clashing with the future father-in-law, the auction venue was ablaze with light. With rows of benches set in the central area and several bidders clutching their mobile phones standing on either side. These individuals were not mere spectators. They were agents of the buyers. As the host made her entrance, the atmosphere within the hall reached a fever pitch. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jiasada auction. I am your host for this evening, Chen Yuling." Dressed in a meticulously tailored qipao and with her hair elegantly styled, she exuded an air of grace and poise. Our first item for auction is the Song Tea Cake, a masterpiece from the era of Emperor Guangxu, esteemed among the top 3 tea merchants. The starting bid is 100,000 yuan. Let the bidding commence. No sooner had the auctioneer's words faded than the bidding began. 120,000, a voice called from a corner of the room, quickly followed by another, 160,000. The sounds of competing bids echoed throughout the hall. At that moment, Qingyao gently tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve and whispered, "Darling, is this antique tea cake truly that's sought after? Why are there so many people vying for it?" Lin Feng smiled softly, fully aware that Qingyao had little interest in tea culture. Nevertheless, he patiently explained, "For tea enthusiasts, this cake is a priceless treasure. It not only signifies a legacy of history, but also embodies a cultural symbol. Furthermore, the older the tea cake, the greater its value." Ye Qingyao no ditoth, gazing at the bidders with a sense of wonder. Although she could not fathom why someone would spend such an exorbitant sum on a mere tea cake, she respected their passions. Just then, Lin Feng turned to Su Changqing and inquired, "Mr. Su, are you here to bid on tea today as well?" Su Changqing shook his head with a hint of bitterness. "I had intended to purchase this tea, but look at the price. It has already soared to 2.8 million, far exceeding my expectations. I dare not proceed any further," he lamented, his tone laced with resignation. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, feeling that gifting this tea cake to his future father-in-law would be an excellent choice. He raised his bidding paddle. The auctioneer's eyes sparkled as she noticed Lin Feng's gesture. 84,023, 4 million. "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" she announced, her voice resonating with excitement. As her words settled, a murmur swept through the audience, with many casting curious glances towards Lin Feng, speculating about his identity and intentions. At that moment, the online platform displayed 3.6 million. Lin Feng, undeterred, continued to raise his paddle. The auctioneer exclaimed with enthusiasm. On-site bid, 3.8 million. The bidding escalated rapidly, and Qingyao felt a surge of anxiety as she watched Lin Feng raise his paddle. When she heard another bid, she exhaled in relief. Darling, why are you bidding? Qingyao could not contain her curiosity. Lin Feng smiled back at her, saying, I thought this tea would make a lovely gift for your father. So I raised my paddle. Qingyao, anxious, replied, my dad wouldn't appreciate it. Such tea would be wasted on him, and it's far too expensive. It's not worth it. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng gently patted her delicate hand and reassured her, it's worth it, trust me. His words carried a certain degree of determination and confidence. Qingyao gazed into Lin Feng's eyes, feeling a surge of emotion. She understood that he was acting in order to please her parents. Thus, she chose to remain silent, silently supporting him. As the price soared, the atmosphere in the auction hall grew increasingly tense. At this moment, the auctioneer called out once more, Lot 8402 for 8 million. Is there any higher bid? The hall fell into a profound silence, the sound of even the faintest breath palpable. The auctioneer surveyed the crowd, eagerly anticipating the next higher offer. Noticing the lack of responses, he reiterated, for 8 million once, for 8 million twice. Is there no higher bid? Once again, silence enveloped the room. No one dared to call out. The auctioneer turned to Lin Feng, smilingly declaring, Lot 8402, congratulations. As the hammer fell decisively, all eyes turned toward Lin Feng, brimming with curiosity about the identity of the fortunate individual who had secured this precious tea cake. At that moment, Su Changqing, gazing at the bidding paddle tightly held by Lin Feng, smiled broadly and exclaimed, Mr. Lin, what a delightful achievement. He had not anticipated that it would be Lin Feng who claimed the tea cake, and the latter's generous bidding indicated formidable means. At such a young age, he already presided over an investment company valued in the hundreds of millions, spending money with abandon, a figure indeed worthy of cultivating a relationship with. Continuing in a cordial manner, Su Changqing added, my family possesses a collection of top-grade Maojian tea at 500,000 per pound. If you're not averse, Mr. Lin, I will be delighted to host you at my humble abode for a tea tasting. I shall certainly take you up on that invitation, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Before his words faded, the bidding for the second item quietly commenced. Lin Feng, disinterested, refrained from bidding, and it ultimately sold for 3.2 million. Soon, the auction reached its final item. The auctioneer surveyed the room, smiling as he announced, the third item today is a Qianlong period white jade teapot, starting at a price of 1 million. Bidding begins now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, a bid of 10 million was called. Many had come specifically for this teapot. Qingyao glanced at the screen displaying the teapot's image and remarked, Darling, that teapot is quite beautiful. Indeed, it was splendid. Lin Feng mused that mere tea leaves would not suffice. Having a teapot to accompany them would be even better. Most of the bids came from telephone bidders. With few participating in person, the auction price climbed to 36 million, and the number of bids began to dwindle. Lin Feng raised his paddle. The auctioneer, noticing, excitedly announced, 8402, 40 million. Is there any further increase? Very well, 45 million, telephone bid. 8402, will you raise the bid? Lin Feng nodded. As soon as he did, the telephone bidder called out 50 million, yet Lin Feng continued to bid. In fact, he hoped for more competition, as it would allow him to take advantage of the system. The man holding the phone was a young man in his 30s, and he spoke nervously into the receiver. Mr. Yi, the bidding has reached 60 million. Will you increase your offer? Yes, the man replied through gritted teeth. He had initially anticipated securing the teapot for 50 million, but unexpectedly, an unforeseen competitor had emerged. This teapot had been a long-desired treasure for him. Yi Baoshan thought to himself that he would withdraw if the price exceeded 80 million, as that figure was already above market value. This is the final offer. The man declared 80 million. Upon hearing this, the auctioneer turned to Lin Feng and inquired, Lot 8402, the current bid stands at 80 million. Will you place a higher bid? Chapter 21. My dear husband, are you sure on funds? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled, his eyes exuding an air of composure and confidence. He gently nodded, as if the sum of 80 million was merely a trifling amount to him. He had successfully secured the Qianlong pre-made white jade teapot. The auctioneer, noticing the situation, smiled and inquired with a more fervent tone, "Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" A profound silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on the auctioneer and Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Yi Baoshan, infuriated, had already hung up the phone, unable to comprehend why anyone would be willing to spend such an exorbitant price on a teapot. To him, it appeared utterly insane. However, for Lin Feng, regardless of its future value, the fact that his father-in-law would appreciate it made it exceedingly worthwhile. Subsequently, the auctioneer brought down the gavel with excitement, announcing, "The final price is 85 million. Congratulations, number 8402. The Qianlong pre-made white jade teapot is yours." Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Beside him, Yi Qingyao gazed at him in disbelief. She never imagined her husband would spend 85 million on an antique teapot, a sum she deemed astronomical. Feeling a twinge of concern, Yi Qingyao softly inquired, "Husband, are you short on funds? I have a little. You could take it first." She possessed a supplementary card given by her father, which, though limited, could still provide up to 50 million in an emergency. Lin Feng, in response, affectionately tapped Yi Qingyao's nose, smiling as he said, "Silly girl. How could I lack funds and have the audacity to bid?" His tone was imbued with confidence and tranquility, as if 85 million was genuinely a mere pittance to him. At that moment, Su Changqing, seated not far away, respectfully stood and approached Lin Feng. Extending his hand, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Today was indeed worthwhile." Lin Feng also rose to shake Su Changqing's hand in acknowledgement. "I consider myself fortunate. In the end, no one contested with me," he remarked, his tone tinged with humility. However, Su Changqing could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. It was not luck, but rather the exorbitant price that deterred any competition. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Changqing took his leave. At this juncture, a staff member in uniform approached Lin Feng, smiling as he said, "Sir, the items you bid on are located at the Treasure Pavilion. Please follow me." Lin Feng nodded and followed along with Yi Qingyao. They traversed a long corridor, arriving in an elegantly decorated room where Lin Feng's two auction items awaited: the Qianlong pre-made white jade teapot and a box of precious tea leaves. At that moment, the auctioneer entered, approaching Lin Feng with utmost respect, stating, "Sir, the total for your two items amounts to 89 million. Lin Feng nodded and retrieved a bank card from his pocket, handing it over. Soon, the sound of a transaction confirmation echoed in the room. At this point, the system rewards were also credited, leaving Lin Feng with nearly 180 million in cash flow. Upon this realization, Lin Feng's spirits soared with delight. Shortly thereafter, the auctioneer respectfully presented a golden card to Lin Feng, stating, "Sir, this card is our auction house's supreme VIP card. In the future, when we acquire top-tier goods, we will contact you first." "Very well," Lin Feng replied, accepting the card with a smile and a nod. Finally, he, along with Yi Qingyao, emerged from the Laoshi tea house, carrying the packaged tea leaves and teapot. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a mottled glow on the bedroom floor. Lin Feng's phone buzzed incessantly on the nightstand. Yi Qingyao was roused from her slumber by the urgent vibrations. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and groggily made her way to the kitchen door, holding the phone. "Darling, someone is calling you. You should answer," she said, her voice still laced with drowsiness. Hearing her call, Lin Feng hurried from the kitchen to take the phone from her hand, affectionately ruffling her hair as he said, "Wife, why don't you go back to sleep? I'll be done shortly." Watching Yi Qingyao return to bed, he felt reassured enough to answer the call. On the other end, Wang Xiangdong's voice resonated with a hint of respect. "Mr. Lin, the investment meeting at the Rice Group is set to commence at 10 o'clock. Would you like me to pick you up?" "No need, you all go ahead. We will meet on the first floor of the Rice Group," Lin Feng replied succinctly. "Understood. Mr. Lin, we will prepare to head over now." After hanging up, Lin Feng continued with his breakfast preparations, skillfully sought the dishes in the pan. When the time was nearly upon him, he glanced at the still sleeping Yi Qingyao and quietly left a note on the nightstand, inscribed with, "Wife, I have a matter to attend to. Breakfast is ready and warming in the pot. Please remember to eat when you wake. Half an hour later, at the Rice Group's entrance, Wang Qiangdong, Fu Quan, and assistant Wang Rong were seated on the sofa, patiently awaiting the arrival of their new boss. Soon, a striking Lamborghini sports car glided to a stop in front of the building, drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon seeing this, Wang Rong's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Oh my, a Lamborghini! How incredibly cool! Who could possibly be driving such an expensive car?" Wang Qiangdong and Fu Quan exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their amusement at Wang Rong's naivete. To them, such luxury vehicles could only be afforded by business magnates like Mr. Lei. Before long, the sports car came to a complete halt at the entrance, and the door swung open. Wang Rong curiously craned her neck to catch a glimpse of the person emerging from the vehicle. Moments latte. Her jaw dropped in disbelief as she exclaimed, "El Lin. Mr. Lin? Is that really him?" Fu Quan, upon hearing this, turned around in excitement, just in time to see Lin Feng stepping out of the car. Wang Xiangdong also witnessed the scene. Though initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. He inwardly mused, "No wonder Mr. Lin is capable of investing in projects that others overlook. It turns out he's a concealed scion of wealth." Soon, Lin Feng approached the crowd, observing their astonished expressions as though they had seen a ghost. A sense of confusion welled up within him. "What is the matter? Is there something on my face?" No. Fu Quan quickly waved his hand, offering a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Lin, the investment meeting is about to commence. Let us proceed swiftly." Subsequently, the group, guided by the receptionist, entered a spacious and well-lit conference hall. At that moment, the hall was already filled with titans from various industries. Upon seeing the entrance of these relatively unknown figures, a knowing smile graced each of their faces. Chapter 22. You call me a fool? You are the true fools. Seated at the head of the table, Mr. Lei wore an expression tinged with confusion. Observing this, the receptionist promptly introduced Mr. Lei. "These individuals are from Jinghai Investment Company, and this gentleman is their president, Lin Feng." Mr. Lei nodded slightly, casting his gaze over Lin Feng and his associates, and smiled as he said, "It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to today's investment meeting." The number of attendees was sparse, including Lin Feng and his companions. There were scarcely a dozen present. Mr. Lei scanned the room and, with a wry smile, remarked, "It seems there are no others, so let us commence. I plan to venture into the electric vehicle sector," as Mr. Lei spoke eloquently from the podium, detailing his vision and plans for the electric vehicle initiative. Lin Feng maintained a demeanor of calm assurance. After all, the particulars had been articulated with clarity in the project proposal. Yet, a sense of curiosity enveloped him. Why were so few interested in the automotive project of the Dami Group? The industry leaders present appeared disengaged, each lost in their own contemplations. Noticing the lack of engagement, Mr. Lei succinctly concluded his introduction and continued, "The above constitutes our preliminary concept for the Dami automotive project. Currently, our company seeks to sell 10% of its shares to attract investment. I invite your thoughts on this matter." As soon as Mr. Lei finished speaking, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. Attendees exchanged glances, yet none dared to voice an opinion. In truth, many had been reluctant to attend, but with Mr. Lei being one of the shareholders, they felt compelled to show up, having no actual intention of investing. Lin Feng had initially intended to observe, curious about the prices the industry titans might propose, but he unexpectedly caught sight of their evasive glances. A sense of triumph surged within him. It appeared there would be no competition. At that moment, Lin Feng spoke up, "Mr. Lei, I am willing to invest 100 million. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing support at last, Mr. Lei's eyes glistened, filled with emotion. Since announcing his automotive ambitions, skepticism had surrounded him from all quarters. The prospect of someone willing to invest such a sum filled him with joy. He surveyed the room, noting the silence from the presidents of renowned companies, and smiled at Lin Feng, saying, "I accept, Mr. Lin. I look forward to our fruitful collaboration." Lin Feng, elated by the response, contemplated the possibility of acquiring a larger stake. Furrowing his brow, he looked towards Mr. Lei and tentatively expressed, "I might have a rather delicate request, but it is perfectly all right if you decline." "Please, Mr. Lin, feel free to share your thoughts," Mr. Lei encouraged. With caution, Lin Feng inquired, might it be possible to increase the investment? The balding magnate, seated at the forefront, gasped in shock, coughing several times. The others turned their attention towards Lin Feng, privately criticizing, is this young man out of his mind? The automotive market is already saturated. He wants to increase his investment in this project? It's tantamount to courting disaster. Such youthful arrogance. With this fool around, we need not worry about being pressured into investing. 100 million is already commendable. Does he wish to add more? Clearly, this lad is inexperienced and unaware of the harsh realities of the world. What astonished Mr. Lei the most was Lin Feng's intention to increase his investment, filling his heart with sheer disbelief. In truth, he himself harbored doubts about the prospect of success. He never anticipated such unwavering support from Lin Feng, which stirred a warm current within him. Initially, he had released a limited number of shares, fearing that no one would show interest, thus inviting ridicule from the industry. However, it now appeared that such concerns were unfounded. Mr. Lei smiled broadly, suppressing his inner excitement, and inquired, may I ask how much Mr. Lin intends to invest? 300 million, in exchange for 35% of the shares, Lin Feng replied. Hearing this figure, Mr. Lei's lips twitched momentarily before he joyfully nodded. That sounds agreeable. I shall have the contract prepared immediately. At that moment, Fu Quan could not resist whispering to Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, if you invest 300 million, the company's account will be nearly depleted. Do not worry. I will contribute 200 million personally, and additionally inject 50 million into the company account. Very well, Fu Quan nodded in agreement, looking at Lin Feng with admiration. Such immense assets at a young age surely indicated an extraordinary background. With the issue of shares settled, the prominent figures present exchanged pleasantries with Mr. Lei before departing. As the elevator doors slowly closed, a lean man with glasses could not help but comment, Mr. Lei encourages us to invest, while we would rather avoid it. Yet this young man eagerly rushes into the pit, truly foolish. Let us not speak so. Were it not for him, our funds would have been squandered. Another chimed in with a laugh. Moments later, the secretary entered with the contract, respectfully addressing Mr. Lei. This is the revised contract per your request. Mr. Lei nodded and then pushed one copy of the contract in front of Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, if there are no issues, let us proceed with the signing. Lin Feng nodded, scanning the document thoroughly from beginning to end, confirming there were no discrepancies before inscribing his name. I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. As noon approached, Mr. Lei warmly invited the others. Mr. Lin, shall we share a meal together? Afterward, I will be delighted to show you around the rice park. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, declining. No, Mr. Lei, my wife is waiting for me at home. Mr. Lei was taken aback, surprised to learn that Lin Feng was already married at such a young age. Then I shall not insist. Perhaps we may dine together another time. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng and his companions exited the building. He turned to the trio, advising, should any matters arise at the company, feel free to contact me at any time. Understood. With that, Lin Feng entered his sports car and drove away. Wang Rong gazed at the sleek vehicle, utterly enamored, exclaiming, Mr. Lin drives so impressively. His wife must be incredibly fortunate. By the way, who is Mr. Lin's wife? In the blink of an eye, Friday arrived, marking the day he would return home with his wife. The previous couple of days had been tightly scheduled with classes, leaving him no time for leisure. He had long prepared a gift for his future father-in-law, yet he had yet to secure a present for his mother-in-law. Thus, Lin Feng turned to Qingyao and gently proposed, my dear, shall we visit the mall this afternoon to select a suitable gift for your mother? Sounds great. Qingyao nodded with joy, her heart brimming with excitement at the prospect of an outing. After lunch, the pair drove to the most bustling shopping mall in the magical city. The security guard instantly recognized Lin Feng's striking sports car and promptly raised the barrier, fearing that any delay might offend this esteemed guest. Once the car was parked, the two joined hands and entered the first floor of the mall. As they stepped inside, a luxury boutique caught their eye. Lin Feng held Qingyao's hand and led her inside. Dressed in relatively simple attire, devoid of any designer labels, the sales associate greeted them with a smirk, inquiring, how may I assist you today? Qingyao replied politely, we would like to take a look at the bags. However, Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed the sales associate's eyes. She scrutinized the couple with a hint of contempt and impatience, internally scoffing. Two impoverished individuals. Wishing to peruse bags? Can they even afford them? Chapter 23. The desire hidden behind rejection, despite her heart brimming with disdain. The saleswoman forced a professional smile, reluctantly guiding the two individuals to the display of handbags. With an air of impatience, she gestured dismissively towards the shelves, stating, "All the bags in the store are right here. You may choose for yourselves." Qingyao, oblivious to the saleswoman's demeanor, was instantly captivated by a vibrant orange handbag nestled in the center of the shelf. The bag's brilliant hue and unique design sparked a glimmer of delight in her eyes, and she turned to Lin Feng with excitement. "My mother adores this style of bag. What do you think of it, darling?" Lin Feng, lacking extensive knowledge about handbags, trusted his wife's understanding of her mother's taste. Following her lead felt entirely correct, and he nodded in agreement. It looks nice." Encouraged by her husband's approval, Qingyao felt more resolute in her choice. She politely addressed the saleswoman. "Could you please take that bag down for me? I would like to take a closer look." Upon hearing this, Xiaoli curled her lips into a sardonic smile. "This bag is a brand new arrival, a limited edition, and we only have this one in the store. Furthermore, it comes with a hefty price tag. Are you certain you wish to see it?" Qingyao's displeasure surged at the saleswoman's tone. How could she determine if she wanted to purchase it without even examining it? Moreover, what made her assume that she couldn't afford it? Xiaoli found herself momentarily speechless, stifled by Qingyao's retort. After scrutinizing the couple once more, a more pronounced smirk of disdain appeared on her face. "Fine, I'll assist you." Reluctantly, she retrieved the bag from the shelf and handed it to Qingyao. Qingyao accepted the bag, inspecting it carefully. She placed it on her shoulder and nodded in satisfaction. "How much is this bag?" 1,380,000, Xiaoli replied, her voice laced with a hint of triumph, as if to declare, "See, I knew you couldn't afford it." Upon hearing the price, Qingyao felt a flicker of surprise. For her, it was not exorbitantly costly. However, the thought of presenting such an extravagant gift to her mother made her hesitate. A meeting gift worth over $1 million was undeniably lavish. Thus, she took Lin Feng's hand and began perusing other styles of bags. The saleswoman, witnessing this, wore a smug smile, inwardly mocking, "I knew you couldn't afford it." Lin Feng observed his wife's behavior, feeling a sense of confusion. He gently inquired, "Sweetheart, didn't you think that bag was lovely?" At his question, Qingyao's gaze flickered, avoiding direct eye contact with Lin Feng. She evasively replied, "I just feel it might not suit my mother." Understanding dawned on Lin Feng as he gazed into her eyes. He tenderly lifted her chin, speaking softly yet firmly. "Speak the truth." Caught by her husband's insight, Qingyao sighed and confessed, "Oh dear, a bag worth over $1 million is simply too extravagant. I didn't want you to spend so much." Hearing her words, a warm current surged through Lin Feng's heart. He gently clasped his wife's hand, smiling as he said, "I have purchased countless teapots for your father, and I find it hard to present a bag worth over $1 million. After all, your future mother-in-law has a penchant for such things, so it must be acquired." Upon finishing, he gazed at the coveted bag and instructed the sales clerk, "We shall take that bag. Please wrap it up." Hearing this, Xiaoli looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. "Sir, are you certain you wish to proceed with this purchase? That bag is priced at 138,000. It is not a matter of affordability, but please do not overreach." Qingyao, unable to contain her irritation any longer, shot a glare at Xiaoli and retorted sharply, "Do you think we cannot afford it? No wonder you have been so condescending. It seems you perceive us as lacking in wealth." Her voice rose, drawing the attention of numerous patrons. At that moment, Ms. Wang, the store manager, hurried over, dressed impeccably in tailored business attire, her face adorned with a professional yet warm smile. Upon seeing Qingyao, a flicker of surprise and respect crossed her eyes. She approached Qingyao with haste, respectfully stating, "Miss Yi, why did you not inform me of your arrival? I would have been pleased to serve you personally." Ye Vingyo, noticing the manager's direct approach, replied coolly, "There's no need for that. Your staff appears to categorize customers into hierarchies, looking down upon ordinary individuals." I am unworthy of your services. Upon hearing this, the manager's expression turned serious. She directed a stern look at Xiao Li, admonishing, Miss Yi is our esteemed VIP. How could you treat her with such disregard? Apologize to Miss Yi at once. Xiao Li's face drained of color as she realized the gravity of her error. She quickly lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Miss Yi, I am sorry. That was not my intention. However, Qingyao ignored her apology and turned to the manager, stating, Please wrap that bag for me. Certainly, the manager responded promptly, adding, Miss Yi, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant shopping experience. To express our goodwill, we will offer you a 95% discount on that bag, totaling 131,100. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng presented his bank card. Soon, the store echoed with the sound of the transaction being completed. He smiled as he received the neatly packaged bag, and the couple exited the store hand in hand. Once they departed, the manager called Xiao Li to a secluded corner, reprimanding her thoroughly. Are you not aware that many affluent individuals deliberately dress modestly? Do not assume that working in a designer store elevates your status. Effective immediately, you are terminated. I hope you learn from this experience. Manager, please grant me another chance. I recognize my mistake. Xiao Li pleaded desperately, but to no avail. As adults, one must bear the consequences of their actions. With a meeting gift for his girlfriend now prepared, the couple continued their leisurely stroll through the mall, with Lin Feng eager to purchase more items for Qingyao. Having just purchased a bag, Lin Feng lamented the lack of cashback benefits, remarking that if he were to buy, it ought to be something grand. With that, he took Qingyao by the hand and led her to a jewelry store. Upon entering, the enthusiastic sales attendant greeted them warmly. Hello, welcome. How may I assist you today? We're just browsing, Lin Feng replied, prompting the attendant to discreetly step back, patiently awaiting their beckoning. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a delicate pink gemstone necklace, and he envisioned how splendid it would appear adorning Qingyao's fair neck. We would like to try on this necklace, he announced. Certainly, no problem at all. However, Qingyao, genuinely believing Lin Feng's intention was merely to browse, quickly interjected. No need to try. I don't require it. Lin Feng comprehended that when a woman declares she does not need something, it often signifies a deep desire for it. Thus, he turned back to the sales attendant and requested, Please bring out all the necklaces from this display for my wife to try on. Qingyao was taken aback, questioning whether her expression had been unclear. Meanwhile, the sales attendant, beaming with delight, readily agreed, Of course, no problem at all. She was well aware that for every sale made, a substantial commission awaited her. Chapter 24 My goodness, the amount of information is overwhelming. The novel has merged with reality. Soon, the salesperson laid out all the necklaces before Qingyao. The gemstone necklaces shimmered brilliantly. No wonder every woman was enamored with them. Lin Feng, witnessing this, affectionately urged, Darling, why not try one on? Without delay, the salesperson donned white gloves and placed a pink pearl gemstone necklace around Qingyao's neck. Before she could fully appreciate its beauty, a young woman in her 20s approached, exclaiming, Wow, this necklace is stunning. How much is it? The salesperson, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, Madam, this necklace is priced at 45,000. Before the young woman could respond, the man beside her and two elderly individuals behind her erupted with disdain, exclaiming, How can you charge 45,000 for such a trivial necklace? Why don't you just rob a bank? The man quickly ushered the young woman toward a neighboring counter, insisting, That necklace is both overpriced and unsuitable for you. Let us look over there. He continued, When buying jewelry, one must choose gold. It retains its value. Reluctantly, the woman followed the man, though she cast lingering glances at the pearl gemstone necklace, unable to shake the allure. Hearing the man's remarks, Qingyao felt a flicker of doubt. She leaned closer to Lin Feng and whispered, Honey, if they say it's not worth it, perhaps I shouldn't try it on. Besides, I already have some at home. Lin Feng, upon hearing her, gently brushed his finger against Qingyao's nose and reassured her, What matters most is that my wife loves it. The concept of value is irrelevant. If you adore it, I would willingly pay $1 million for a mere piece of paper. You're such a soft touch, Qingyao playfully retorted, though warmth filled her heart. It was truly a blessing to have someone who cared for her without reservation. The nearby salesperson observed this charming couple with envy, wishing for someone to treat her with such affection. Subsequently, Qingyao continued to try on necklace after necklace, each one complementing her fair and slender neck exquisitely. Just as she pondered which to select, a commotion caught her attention. The young woman was embroiled in a heated argument with the man. The store's patrons turned their focus to the unfolding drama. The woman, the man's fiancée, had come to purchase the wedding trousseau. She vocally condemned the man's family, declaring, "Li Xiaoming, you're such a mama's boy. Whatever your mother says goes. Doesn't he it? 3,000 for a gold ring. And your mother thinks it's too expensive? If it's too costly, why get married? I see your family's true colors now. Unwilling to spend. Hoping to take advantage. No way. I propose we both call off this wedding. I have no desire to marry into your family." The man, caught between his mother and fiancée, felt torn. His mother, with a sharp tongue, interjected, "With a daughter-in-law like you who can spend money, our family certainly cannot afford it. Son, let us not proceed with this marriage. A woman like her is not suitable for our family." At that moment, Mother promised to find a virtuous and obedient woman for him. The man nodded in agreement, as if in acquiescence. Subsequently, the woman departed, and the man's family followed suit. The brief interlude in the shop fading swiftly into the background as everyone resumed their respective tasks, as though nothing had transpired. Observing this scene, Qingyao couldn't help but furrow her brow, her mind drifting into a whirlpool of thoughts, perhaps influenced by her pregnancy. Noticing her distress, Lin Feng embraced his wife, offering her solace. "My dear, are you overthinking again? Fear not, for I am here for you." Qingyao turned to him with concern in her eyes, asking, "Darling, do you think uncle and aunt will dislike me? Given that I am pregnant before marriage, might they see me as a wayward girl?" "Certainly not. You need not worry about that. They will only think that I have wronged you," Lin Feng replied earnestly, though with a hint of exasperation. Pondering the prospect of facing a combined parental interrogation upon bringing his wife home. "Is that truly the case?" she inquired. "Of course it is. Once we return from your home, I will take you to meet my parents. They are quite amiable." "All right then." Upon hearing this, Qingyao felt considerably reassured. However, the sales assistant nearby, having overheard their conversation, was left agape, thinking to herself, "Oh my, the implications are overwhelming. It feels as though a novel has come to life. Stop pondering and choose a necklace quickly. This is my first genuine gift to you, and you mustn't decline." "Understood," Qingyao replied with a sweet smile, promptly dismissing the more expensive options. Observing this, Lin Feng asserted with determination, "Since this is a gift from me to you, I shall select it myself. After all, my wife's beautiful neck would suit anything." He pointed to a pink gemstone necklace. "Please wrap that up for me." Upon hearing this, Qingyao hastily grasped Lin Feng's arm, softly advising, "Darling, that necklace is the first of its kind globally, priced at over 20 million. It's far too extravagant. Let us choose something more affordable." "My wife deserves nothing but the best," he countered. The sales assistant, filled with excitement, interjected, "Sir, I apologize, but I do not have the authority to sell this highest-priced necklace. I will quickly seek out our manager. Please wait a moment." "All right, no problem." The sales assistant hurried off to the manager's office, where a woman in a tailored business suit was engrossed in documents at her desk. Upon seeing the employee enter without knocking, she frowned and curtly remarked, "Next time, remember to knock before entering." The sales assistant nodded awkwardly. "I'm so sorry, Manager Sue. I got carried away in my excitement and forgot. The pink gemstone necklace has been sold. The customer is waiting in the store." "What? It's sold?" Manager Sue exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm as they walked together. Soon, the sound of hurried high heels echoed through the shop as Manager Sue approached Lin Feng and Qingyao, addressing them with utmost courtesy. "Sir, you are the one interested in purchasing the pink gemstone necklace, correct?" "Indeed," Lin Feng nodded. "Very well, please hold on. I will personally take care of the packaging for you," Manager Sue said cheerfully, proceeding to provide the service herself. "The necklace has been meticulously packaged." And Manager Sue inquired with a beaming smile, "Sir, the total amounts to 23,280,000. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and promptly presented his bank card. The store was soon filled with the sound of the transaction notification. At that moment, the shop was bustling with customers, and upon hearing the announcement of over 20 million, many turned their gazes towards Lin Feng and his companion, a mix of envy and curiosity evident in their expressions. "Sir, please take care of your card," Manager Su respectfully stated, handing Lin Feng a golden card. "Sir, this is our store's exclusive VIP card. On your next visit, you will enjoy a discount of 5%, and we will also notify you of any upcoming jewelry auctions." "Thank you very much," Lin Feng replied, as he carried the shopping bag in one hand while gently holding Qingyao's delicate hand with the other, exiting the store. Chapter 25. Lin Feng and the Frog. After meticulously selecting a gift for his wife's family visit, Lin Feng and Qingyao strolled hand in hand through the bustling mall. As time passed, their pace gradually slowed, fatigue etched on their faces. Suddenly, Qingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spotted a uniquely decorated CAF. She proposed, "Darling, shall we take a break there?" "Of course," Lin Feng replied with a warm smile. Inside the CAF, the delicate aroma of coffee intertwined with the sweet fragrances of pastries, creating a cozy and romantic ambience. They chose a table by the window, reveling in the tranquility and comfort of the moment. At that instant, Qingyao's gaze was captivated by a delightful dessert at the adjacent table, a decadent Oreo ice cream cake. The dark crumbles of Oreo cookies blended seamlessly with the pristine white ice cream, adorned with vibrant red strawberries, presenting an enticing and refreshing sight. As a woman, Qingyao found herself utterly enchanted by such a treat, her eyes brimming with desire and anticipation. She gently traced her finger along Lin Feng's hand, a blush creeping on her cheeks, and with a voice as soft as a whisper, she said, "Darling, I would love to have that Oreo ice cream cake." With that, she cautiously glanced up at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with hope and tenderness. Upon hearing her, Lin Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart, yet he worried that the cold dessert might upset her stomach. With genuine concern, he replied, "My dear, the ice cream cake is too cold. I fear it may cause you discomfort. How about I get you something at room temperature instead? Perhaps a tiramisu?" Qingyao pouted slightly, shaking her head, and playfully insisted, "But I really want the cold one. I promise I'll only have a tiny bite." She extended her pinky, making a charming gesture of oath that was both adorable and irresistible. Seeing her playful demeanor, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile helplessly, thinking to himself, "What can I do with you?" Thus, he affectionately pinched Qingyao's nose and stood up to approach the CAF counter to order the Oreo ice cream cake for her. At that moment, Haoming emerged from the elevator, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. He had just concluded an important business meeting and was busy making a call to his mother to assure her of his well-being. On the other end of the line, his mother inquired about Qingyao with great concern. Haoming could only respond with a wry smile, "Mom, don't worry. I will definitely bring Yao Yao home tomorrow. I know you miss her since the start of the school term." After hanging up, Haoming shook his head in bemusement, internally lamenting, "It's only been a short while since Yao Yao started school, yet Mom and Dad miss her so much. She truly is the apple of their eye." Suddenly reminded of his sister, Haoming recalled the cake shop she mentioned during her last visit home, known for its exquisite tiramisu that she had been raving about. On this occasion, he had come to the bustling metropolis for work, which provided the perfect opportunity to deliver a delightful treat to his sister and indulge her in a lavish meal, thereby enhancing the quality of her life. With this thought in mind, Haoming set off towards the charming patisserie. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the cake shop, where the decor exuded a minimalist yet cozy ambience. An array of exquisite confections was meticulously arranged in a display case, dazzling the eye with their variety. Haoming approached the counter and politely addressed the attendant. "Hello, I would like to take a portion of your tiramisu to go." The attendant smiled and nodded, swiftly packaging a serving of tiramisu and respectfully handing the bag to him. "Sir, your tiramisu is ready. We look forward to your next visit." Accepting the bag, Haoming felt a swell of anticipation for his sister. However, just as he was about to leave the cake shop and descend in the elevator, a familiar figure abruptly caught his eye. It was none other than his sister, Qingyao. Moreover, she was seated beside a man, their demeanor suggesting an intimate connection. Yi Haoming's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened with disbelief. Hastily, he retrieved his phone and dialed his sister's number. On the other end, his sister's voice soon resonated. "Hello, brother." Yi Haoming suppressed the fury simmering within him and inquired coldly, "Where are you, little sister?" Clearly taken aback by her brother's sudden call, Yi Qingyao hesitated before feigning nonchalance. "Where else would I be? I'm certainly at school." As she spoke, she absent-mindedly caressed Lin Feng's hand, a sense of pride swelling within her. Yet, upon hearing her response, Yi Haoming's indignation surged uncontrollably. He retorted icily, "Come now, immediately, and tell that frog beside you to remove his hands." Yi Qingyao's face paled at his words. She quickly withdrew her hand and scanned her surroundings cautiously. Nevertheless, she stubbornly replied, "No, brother, you must be mistaken. I'm in the dormitory. How could there possibly be a man here?" Yi Haoming snorted disdainfully, shaking his head in exasperation. Clearly, his sister would not shed tears until faced with the consequences. Thus, he stated frostily, "Look up towards the elevator entrance." At his words, Yi Qingyao's heart raced, but she forced herself to remain composed as she glanced towards the elevator. There stood her elder brother, his face a mask of anger, his expression rife with seriousness and discontent. Now, even if Yi Qingyao wished to flee, there was no escape, and she reluctantly approached him, silently praying that he would not unleash his wrath too fiercely. Before long, Yi Haoming found himself seated before Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao, his gaze directed icily at the pair. Lin Feng, upon encountering this unfamiliar man, was enveloped in surprise, pondering who this individual might be. Before he could voice his inquiry, Yi Haoming turned to Yi Qingyao and demanded, "Yao Yao, do you have anything to explain?" Realizing her secret was out, and with Lin Feng set to meet their parents the following day, Yi Qingyao understood that further deception was futile. With a deep breath, she resolutely grasped Lin Feng's hand and smiled as she introduced him to Yi Haoming. "This is my boyfriend, Lin Feng." Afterward, she turned to Lin Feng and gently said, "Xiao Feng, this is my brother, Yi Haoming." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly rose to his feet and politely greeted Yi Haoming. "Hello, big brother, I am Lin Feng." Observing the tightly clasped hands of the two, Yi Haoming's anger intensified. He inhaled deeply and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "If you wish to converse, then converse. There is no need for such familiarity. A young lady should maintain a sense of decorum." With that, he cast a pointed glare at Yi Qingyao as a warning. In response, Yi Qingyao stuck out her tongue and made a face, completely disregarding Yi Haoming's admonition. Chapter 26. "You must not bully my husband." Yi Haoming gazed at his sister, who had blossomed into a graceful beauty, and could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Indeed, a girl grows up too fast, her affections swiftly directed towards outsiders. Lin Feng, standing nearby, watched his wife's playful antics, unable to suppress a tender smile that curved his lips, his eyes brimming with affection. Observing this, Yi Haoming's dissatisfaction intensified. He abruptly rose, yanked Yi Qingyao from her seat, and unceremoniously took her place. Struggling to contain his mounting anger, he fixed a stern gaze upon Yi Qingyao and commanded, "Go sit across from me." Yi Qingyao, sensing her brother's seriousness, reluctantly nodded in compliance, muttering, "Oh, fine." Before she moved, she added a cautionary note for Lin Feng. "You must not bully my husband." "What? You refer to him as your husband?" At this revelation, Yi Haoming nearly choked on his indignation. Although he could not reprimand his sister, he felt entitled to confront this interloper. He shot Lin Feng a fierce glare and coldly inquired, "How old are you? Are you in the same school as Yao Yao?" Lin Feng maintained a warm smile as he respectfully replied, "Elder brother, I'm 21 this year, and yes, I attend the same school as Yao Yao." "How many members are in your family? Where do you live? What do your parents do?" Yi Haoming's brows furrowed deeply as he unleashed a barrage of questions, anxious that his precious sister might be led astray by this mysterious young man. Yi Qingyao rolled her eyes at her brother's interrogation, exasperatedly murmuring, "Elder brother, why are you asking all this? One might think you were conducting a census." Yi Haoming shot his sister a stern look. his tone a mixture of exasperation and seriousness. Yao Yao, do not interrupt. I'm doing this for your own good. You are still young and naive. What if someone deceives you? Qingyao pouted, clearly unimpressed by her brother's concerns. She turned to Lin Feng, winking playfully, signaling him not to take it to heart. Lin Feng smiled softly and gently patted her hand, conveying through his gaze that he was unperturbed. As Yi Haoming observed their flirtatious exchange, his ire flared even more. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself, and continued his interrogation. Lin Feng, what do your parents do for a living? Lin Feng maintained his polite demeanor, replying with composure. Elder brother, my parents are both ordinary wage earners. They work as secondary school teachers. Upon hearing this, Yi Haoming felt a slight easing of his tension. At least Lin Feng's family background seemed respectable and devoid of any dubious affiliations. Yet his apprehension remained, prompting him to dig deeper. What are you studying in school? What are your future plans? Lin Feng candidly responded, I am majoring in computer science and am currently in my 3rd year. Additionally, I have established an investment company. Upon hearing this, Yi Haoming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng, at such a young age, had already achieved entrepreneurial success. This level of ambition and capability certainly earned his respect. Although the Yi family was affluent and influential, they had never contemplated leveraging Yi Qingyao for any commercial alliances. As long as she was content, the compatibility of their backgrounds was inconsequential. Nonetheless, it was prudent to remain vigilant against those with ulterior motives, seeking to ascend social strata through the innocent Yi Qingyao in pursuit of financial independence. With this thought in mind, he could not help but caution. Although you have found success in your venture, it is essential to remain grounded and not aim too high. Lin Feng nodded solemnly and replied earnestly, Elder brother, rest assured. I understand. Yi Qingyao, witnessing her brother finally adopting a less aggressive stance, interjected, Big brother, you need not worry. Lin Feng treats me exceptionally well, and we are genuinely happy together, so you shouldn't be concerned. Yi Haoming gazed at his sister's radiant face, brimming with joy. Although a twinge of unease lingered in his heart, he recognized that further inquiries would be futile. He sighed, his tone softening. Matters of the heart are for you to navigate. However, this does not imply my approval of your relationship. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao immediately turned playful. Big brother, she hoped her brother would advocate for Lin Feng in front of their parents. Yi Haoming, well aware of his sister's intentions, replied, As for our parents, you should discuss that with them yourself. If I will. After all, they know I'm bringing Xiao Feng home tomorrow. Yi Qingyao declared, shaking her head with a hint of pride. They are aware that you are in a relationship? Yi Haoming felt like a fool caught off guard. No wonder their parents had insisted he return home this Saturday. It was for this reason. I want to tell you. Yi Qingyao pouted, refusing to divulge anything. As he had previously claimed, he wouldn't plead her case. Now, it seemed he was regretting his words. With that, she took Lin Feng's hand, ready to depart from this contentious place. Seeing this, Yi Haoming quickly called out to them, fixing his intense gaze on Lin Feng. Please wait a moment over there. I have something to discuss with you. All right. Lin Feng nodded, sharing a reassuring smile with Yi Qingyao, signaling her not to worry. Once Lin Feng had stepped aside, Yi Haoming handed the cake in his possession to his sister, saying gently, Last time you were home, you mentioned this cake was delightful. I intended to bring it to your school, but since I've encountered you today, you may take it home. Yao Yao. Do not fault your elder brother for being overly concerned. At all times, I wish for your happiness. Upon hearing these heartfelt words, Yi Qingyao felt a rush of emotion. Throwing herself into her brother's embrace, contentedly leaning against him. Thank you, big brother. Lin Feng truly treats me well, and I sincerely like him. Tomorrow, in front of father and mother, could you please say a few kind words on his behalf? Yi Qingyao continued to charm him. Facing his sister's persistent pleas, Yi Haoming smiled indulgently. Very well. You wait here. I will go and give him a few instructions. Oh, Ye Qingyao obediently nodded, not forgetting to admonish her elder brother. Elder brother, you must not resort to violence. Otherwise, I shall never speak to you again. Rest assured, dear sister, I am capable of quarreling, but I will never lay a hand on anyone, Yi Haoming replied, before striding purposefully towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, having awaited his arrival for some time, greeted him courteously, elder brother. Chapter 27. Lin Feng? Pretty boy? Yi Haoming nodded, his expression turning serious. Yao Yao is the jewel of our family. If you dare to mistreat her, you shall find yourself in a predicament beyond your imagination. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly assured, Rest easy, brother. I cherish Yao Yao deeply. How could I ever bear to harm her? I realize that no amount of words will convince you, so I shall let my actions speak for themselves. Good. You would do well to remember your words today. Yi Haoming replied, giving Lin Feng's shoulder a firm pat. On the side, Qingyao watched this exchange, her heart racing with anxiety. She feared that her brother, in a fit of displeasure, might strike her husband. Fortunately, Yi Haoming refrained from taking any further action. Then, the two approached Qingyao, who was gazing at her brother with affection, her heart filled with mixed emotions. I have some matters to attend to at my company, so I must take my leave. You two should return to school promptly after your outing, Yi Haoming instructed. Understood, brother. You needn't worry, Qingyao replied with a smile, linking her arm with Lin Feng's and waving goodbye to her brother. Observing the close bond between his sister and Lin Feng, Yi Haoming let out a deep sigh. Internally, he lamented, Indeed, a daughter grows up too quickly. She hasn't even married yet, and her heart has already strayed. Once they exited the shopping mall, Qingyao sat in the car, her face alight with curiosity as she turned to Lin Feng. What did my brother say to you? He mentioned that if I were to treat you poorly, I would find myself in a dire situation. Lin Feng replied with a grin, suppressing a wry smile, his tone laced with resignation and jest. Yi Haoming had always been a protective brother. Throughout their lives, anytime someone dared to bully Qingyao, he would unhesitatingly step in to defend her. Hearing her brother's admonition warmed Qingyao's heart, and a smile crept onto her lips. She understood that although her brother often appeared cold and sometimes overly controlling, he genuinely cared for her well-being. From childhood, Yi Haoming had been her guardian angel, always the first to come to her aid in times of trouble. In a fleeting moment, her mischievous smile emerged as she playfully gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief and curiosity. Will you treat me poorly in the future? She teased, her gaze filled with a playful challenge. Eager to witness his resolve, Lin Feng, meeting her gaze with earnestness, replied firmly, Absolutely not. I swear, I will only treat you better. His voice was deep and resonant, each word imbued with solemn promise. He understood that while Qingyao appeared carefree, she was in truth quite sensitive, especially regarding matters of the heart, often harboring anxieties about the uncertainties of the future. I've seen many men change significantly before and after marriage. Will you also gradually lose interest in me? Qingyao continued, her tone tinged with hopeful anticipation. Upon hearing this question, Lin Feng gently took Qingyao's hand in his voice tender yet resolute. Qingyao, I understand your concerns, but I assure you, my feelings for you will remain unchanged, whether before or after marriage. I shall always cherish and protect you, never allowing you to suffer even the slightest grievance. His eyes brimmed with sincerity and steadfastness. Qingyao gazed into Lin Feng's profound eyes, her lips curling into a faint smile as she nodded softly. Husband, I trust you. Having spent much of the day strolling through the streets, Qingyao soon succumbed to exhaustion, drifting into slumber in the car. Lin Feng observed her serene sleeping face, warmth swelling in his heart. Adjusting the seat to ensure her comfort, he continued driving attentively. Upon returning home, Lin Feng carried Qingyao to bed, tucking her in with care. Standing by the bedside, he watched her peaceful repose, his heart brimming with contentment. He knew that meeting Qingyao was the greatest fortune of his life. No matter what challenges the future held, he would stand by her side without hesitation, shielding and cherishing her. Later, he retreated to his study, immersing himself in the quiet art of calligraphy. The tranquility of brush and ink brought him solace, as if the world had hushed, leaving only him and the strokes of his pen. The previous evening, an urgent matter at the company had compelled Yi Haoming to return to the capital overnight. It was until morning that Qingyao noticed her brother's message. What was meant to be a trio's journey back to the capital had now dwindled to two. Lin Feng drove to the airport, secure their boarding passes. And before long, their flight to the capital began boarding. Qingyao followed behind him, clutching her boarding pass with quiet anticipation. Soon, they were settled on the plane. Having risen early, Qingyao yawned repeatedly, her weariness evident. Noticing this, Lin Feng tenderly draped a small blanket over her, murmuring, "Darling, rest for a while. By the time you wake, we'll be in the capital." Qingyao nodded, leaning back against the seat, and soon succumbed to sleep. Lin Feng gazed at her exquisite sleeping face, warmth flooding his chest, before donning his headphones and opening a short video. A bold title flashed across the screen: How to Win Over Your In-Laws. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the capital, Su Wanjin paced anxiously across the living room, the sharp clicks of her heels echoing against the floor. Her brows were slightly furrowed, her eyes flickering with a mix of tension and anticipation. Seated on the sofa, Yi Baoshan cradled a teacup, his gaze trailing his wife's restless movements until dizziness began to set in. "Dear, sit for a moment," he finally urged, his tone laced with gentle exasperation. "Qingyao has only just boarded the plane. It'll be some time before she arrives." Setting down his cup, he patted the space beside him, beckoning Su Wanjin to settle down. Su Wanjin paused, letting out a sigh, before turning to sit beside the sofa. Yet her hands remained anxiously entwined, clearly indicating that her spirits had not settled despite her taking a seat. It's the first time our daughter has brought a boy home. I can't help but feel nervous," she murmured, her tone tinged with both concern and anticipation. "I wonder what that little rascal looks like to have captured our Yao Yao's attention." Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan scoffed, his voice laced with disapproval as he remarked, "He might just be a pretty boy. Modern men are exceptionally skilled at disguise. We must ensure to safeguard our daughter." A glimmer of vigilance shone in his eyes, as if he had already deemed the unseen young man an unreliable figure. Chapter 28. The First Encounter with Future In-Laws as a Father. Yi Baoshan has always believed that no man is worthy of his precious daughter, Yao Yao. To him, she is a brilliant pearl in his life, pure and flawless, evoking a sense of reverence. The thought of this exquisite gem being taken away by another man fills him with an inexplicable sorrow and reluctance. Upon hearing her husband's words, Su Wanjin couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head gently, her eyes reflecting a mixture of exasperation and playful teasing. "In your eyes, no man is good enough for our little darling. Yao Yao is grown now. You can't keep her by your side forever. She deserves to have her own life and future." At her remark, a proud smile crept across Yi Baoshan's face, his tone imbued with a sense of pride and indulgence. "It depends on what our daughter thinks. If she doesn't wish to marry, I will support her for a lifetime. With her exceptional qualities, why should she rush into marriage?" Su Wanjin sighed, her tone laced with a hint of reproach, yet predominantly tinged with affection and resignation. "You are simply too indulgent with her." Yi Baoshan shrugged dismissively, taking a sip from his teacup, his gaze still tinged with a measure of vigilance. "This is not indulgence, it is protection. The world today is exceedingly complex, filled with men who speak sweetly. Who knows what their true intentions are? Our Yao Yao is innocent and kind. We must ensure she does not suffer." With a wry smile, Su Wanjin shook her head. "Let us wait and see. What if our daughter has good taste and find a wonderful man? After all, her happiness is what truly matters." After saying this, she glanced at Yi Baoshan's gray pajamas, frowning as she reminded him, "You should change out of those pajamas. We have guests coming over today. At least dress a bit more formally. We wouldn't want our daughter to feel that we do not value her friends." Only then did Yi Baoshan realize his attire was somewhat inappropriate. He quickly stood up, nodding in a perfunctory manner. "All right, I will change now." Meanwhile, in the airport's waiting hall, Qingyao and Lin Feng were slowly descending from the plane. Yi Haoming had been waiting eagerly at the arrival area, anxiously scanning the crowd until he finally spotted his sister. "Yao Yao, over here," he exclaimed, waving his hand excitedly. Qingyao smiled and waved back, then hurriedly took Lin Feng's hand as they approached. "Big brother, you are here." Lin Feng chimed in, greeting, "Hello, big brother." Seeing this, Yi Haoming nodded softly, his eyes filled with a blend of helplessness and affection. He observed his sister in this love-struck state, knowing she was utterly captivated and could not be called back to reality. Our parents are waiting for us at home. We should head out now, Yi Haoming suggested. Yi Qingyao responded, her heart brimming with longing and anticipation for home. Seated by the car window, Yi Qingyao gazed at the familiar scenery outside, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. She suddenly felt a profound yearning for home and her parents, comforted by the thought that she would soon see them. Her spirits easing slightly, the car glided slowly into the villa, and Su Wanjin, hearing the sound of the horn outside, anxiously glanced upstairs and called out, "Old Yi, hurry down after changing your clothes. Our daughter has returned." Impatiently, she made her way to the courtyard, eager to catch a glimpse of the young man her daughter had brought home. Standing in the yard, she anxiously scanned her surroundings until the car finally came to a halt. Lin Feng was the first to alight from the vehicle, tall and handsome. He exuded a vibrant and charming aura. He gently supported Yi Qingyao as she descended, his movements tender and considerate. Upon seeing her mother, Yi Qingyao excitedly leaped into Su Wanjin's embrace, nestling against her. "Mom, I missed you so much." "Oh, my precious daughter, I missed you too," Su Wanjin replied with a doting smile, gently patting Yi Qingyao's back. However, her gaze inevitably lingered on Lin Feng, scrutinizing the young man before her. After a moment, she nodded in satisfaction, internally remarking, "This young lad is clean-cut and radiates a sunny charm. My daughter has good taste." After indulging in a moment of affection with her mother, Yi Qingyao shyly introduced Lin Feng, saying, "Mom, this is Lin Feng, my boyfriend." Lin Feng smiled warmly at Su Wanjin, greeting her, "Hello, Annie. If it weren't for Yao Yao's introduction, I would have thought to call you sister. You look so youthful." His flattery was skillfully delivered, having learned how to win over his future in-laws during their flight. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Su Wanjin's smile widened even more. "You certainly know how to charm. I shall call you Xiao Feng then." At that moment, Yi Qingyao glanced around and suddenly furrowed her brow, asking Su Wanjin, "Mom, where's Dad? Is he not home?" "Your father's at home. He is upstairs changing," Su Wanjin explained, then cheerfully invited, "Xiao Feng, let us go inside and chat. No need to linger outside." "Of course, Annie," Lin Feng replied politely, following Su Wanjin and Yi Qingyao into the villa. Once inside, Yi Qingyao eagerly looked around, filled with a sense of nostalgia, as she took in the familiar surroundings. She took Lin Feng's hand and sat on the sofa, while Su Wanjin busied herself pouring tea and offering water to Lin Feng, all the while assessing the young man. As Lin Feng graciously thanked her, "Thank you, Annie," a commotion from upstairs indicated that Yi Baoshan was finally coming down after changing. Su Wanjin silently mused. Has he tried on every outfit in the wardrobe? Concerned about Yi Baoshan's potential brusqueness towards Lin Feng, she contemplated a gentle reminder. However, when she finally laid eyes on Yi Baoshan, her mouth dropped open in shock. Seeing her mother with a ghostly expression, Yi Qingyao was equally perplexed. "Mom, what is wrong?" Just as she spoke, Yi Baoshan appeared before them, leaving even Yi Haoming unable to believe that the man before him was indeed his own father. Yet Baoshan was clad in a sleek black suit, which in itself would not have been an issue. However, the peculiarity lay in the fact that he wore no shirt beneath his jacket, leaving his upper body bare. Moreover, around his neck hung a hefty gold chain, as thick as a thumb, exuding an unmistakable aura of a gangster. Observing this, Ye Qingyao leaned closer to Su Wanjin and quietly inquired, "Mother, what on earth is happening with my father? Has he taken a liking to this style?" "Well, it seems he has just recently developed an affinity for it," Su Wanjin replied, before stepping towards Ye Baoshan and pulling him aside to question him. "What is the meaning of this? I instructed you to dress more formally, and yet you have taken it to an extreme." Chapter 29. Yi Baoshan Show of Authority. Yi Baoshan merely uttered a dismissive "you wouldn't understand," before disregarding her objections and confidently seated himself upon the sofa. As he settled in, exposing his bare arms, he turned to Lin Feng with a serious countenance and inquired, "Young man, where are you from?" Lin Feng, taken aback by the question, felt a jolt of anxiety surge through him, contemplating whether his future father-in-law intended to intimidate him. Observing this, Yi Qingyao hastily drew her father closer, whispering urgently in his ear, "Dad, Perhaps you should change your clothes. You might frighten my boyfriend like this. However, Yi Baoshan stubbornly lifted his chin and declared, "Isn't this formal enough? I think it looks splendid. At least throw on a shirt, Dad. Please hurry," Yi Qingyao implored, nearly hopping in frustration as she pushed her father toward the stairs. Turning to Lin Feng with a smile, she reassured him, "Xiao Feng, I hope my dad didn't scare you. He usually doesn't dress like this. He must be overly excited today." Her smile held a hint of apology, as if she were expressing regret for her father's demeanor. Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. "Not at all. I wasn't frightened. I think your uncle has quite the unique style. Though he may appear a bit intimidating, he is truly kind-hearted." Yi Qingyao added this last remark as if to reassure Lin Feng further. He nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Su Wanjin smiled and refilled his teacup, saying, "Xiao Feng, do enjoy your tea. Despite his fierce appearance, your uncle is indeed a good person." "Indeed," Lin Feng replied politely, accepting the cup and taking a gentle sip. At that moment, noises echoed from upstairs, revealing Yi Baoshan in a floral shirt, with the top buttons undone, exposing his dark chest. He lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, chewing on a toothpick as he asked, "What are you all discussing? It sounds lively." His tone resembled that of a local tough guy. Ye Vingyao, witnessing her father's flamboyant attire, felt exasperated. She smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Xiao Feng, please stay here for a moment. I need to speak with my father." With that, she led her father upstairs. Once upstairs, Yi Qingyao frowned and, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, "Dad, what on earth are you wearing? If someone timid were to see you, they'd probably run away in fright." Yi Baoshan, brimming with pride, retorted, "If the boyfriend you chose were to be scared off by my appearance, it would save us both time. I certainly don't wish for you to marry so soon." Deep down, he secretly hoped that Lin Feng would be intimidated enough to flee, convinced that no one could ever be worthy of his daughter. Yi Qingyao, infuriated by her father's words, stomped her foot in frustration. "Dad, if you scare him away, I'll move into the dorms and never return." Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan quickly donned a more agreeable expression and replied, all right, I want to intimidate him. But that doesn't mean I approve of him." Yes, I understand," she conceded. Upon hearing her father's words, Yi Qingyao finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as there was an opportunity, everything would be fine. After all, with a man as exceptional as Lin Feng, her parents would undoubtedly agree. She smiled at her father and said, "Thank you, Dad. I knew you were the best." Subsequently, after Yi Baoshan changed his attire, the two descended the stairs. Upon seeing Yi Baoshan emerge, Lin Feng promptly stood up from his seat and courteously remarked, "Uncle Annie, I have come today to present you with some small gifts, and I hope you will find them to your liking." With that, he deftly retrieved two meticulously chosen treasures from his bag. The first was a rare antique tea from an auction, Song Pin, a tea with a rich history that embodies the essence of time and the depth of its fragrance, regarded as a superior variety. The second was a magnificent Qianlong imperial white jade teapot, flawless and smooth, exuding an air of ancient elegance. Both items were intended as gifts for Yi Baoshan. As Yi Baoshan's gaze fell upon the package of Song Pin tea, a spark of surprise flickered in his eyes. He had no other hobbies apart from his passion for tea tasting, calligraphy, and fishing. Although he prided himself on having sampled countless varieties of tea, he had never had the fortune to taste the renowned Song Pin, leading him to unconsciously swallow hard in anticipation. "Old Yi, is that not the teapot you had your eye on?" Su Wanjin suddenly pointed at the antique teapot Lin Feng had just unveiled, her voice tinged with astonishment and disbelief. At her words, Yi Baoshan furrowed his brow slightly and followed Su Wanjin's gaze, where he beheld a flawless white jade teapot resting serenely on the table. Its graceful lines and elegant form mirrored precisely what he had seen in the auction catalog, as if it had stepped forth from a painting. An indescribable excitement surged within him, compelling his feet to move toward the teapot, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. Drawing closer to the table, he scrutinized this coveted teapot, gently caressing its surface. Moments later, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "This teapot is identical to the one in the picture. It is truly astounding. Could it be that you were the one who outbid me for this piece?" Yi Baoshan turned to Lin Feng, a mixture of curiosity and playful banter in his expression. He had not anticipated that the teapot he had long desired would be acquired by this young man before him, and now presented to him as a gift. However, Lin Feng and Qingyao were left bewildered. They had not perused the auction catalog and were thoroughly confused by Yi Baoshan's mention of a bidding war. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with curiosity and perplexity. Seeing their confusion, Su Wanjin inquired with a smile, "Yao Yao, where did you buy this jade teapot?" Upon hearing her mother's question, Yi Qingyao felt compelled to clarify, this teapot was not bought. It was won in an auction, and it was quite expensive, over 80 million. Her tone reflected both her appreciation for the treasure and her concern for Lin Feng's extravagant gesture. She had not anticipated that Lin Feng would spend such a considerable sum to prepare gifts for her parents. Indeed, it was the teapot that her father had admired. Su Wanjin gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction and admiration. She knew her daughter had found a worthy partner for life. It was not merely the value of the gifts he presented that moved her, but rather the heartfelt intention behind them that resonated deeply. A young man of such caliber would undoubtedly devote himself entirely to cherishing and nurturing the love he held dear. Noticing her daughter's look of bewilderment, Su Wanjin continued, "This teapot was acquired at the auction a few days ago, correct? Your father was utterly captivated by the details of this jade teapot and wished to secure it. However, when the bidding surpassed 80 million, he found it too extravagant and refrained from continuing. Little did he know that, in the end, Lin Feng would triumph in acquiring it, truly a twist of fate." Her voice brimmed with emotion and comfort, as if everything were divinely orchestrated. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled at Yi Baoshan, his eyes filled with sincerity and respect. "Uncle, it has now returned to its rightful owner. I possess little knowledge of teapots and tea. They truly belong in your capable hands." His tone was humble and genuine, bringing immense joy to Yi Baoshan's heart. Chapter 30. Damn, I'm pregnant. Although Lin Feng's meticulously selected gift delighted Yi Baoshan, he maintained a reserved demeanor, reluctant to accept it easily. With an air of aloofness, he replied, "You are thoughtful, but this gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it lightly. I will transfer the money to you shortly." Seeing her father's distant attitude, Yi Qingyao pouted and playfully said, "Dad, this is a gift chosen specifically for you by Lin Feng based on your preferences. How can you be so ungrateful? If you do not welcome him, we might as well leave for the Magic City right now." Yi Baoshan was typically resolute in his decisions, yet he found it difficult to maintain his sternness in front of his daughter. Upon hearing Yi Qingyao's words, he immediately relented. All right, I will accept this gift. Thank you, Xiaofeng." "Uncle, it's my pleasure," Lin Feng replied with a smile, though inwardly he lamented, "Gaining the approval of my future father-in-law is indeed a formidable challenge." As the gift-giving concluded, Yi Baoshan retrieved a handbag from his backpack, emblazoned with several letters. Lin Feng cheerfully placed the bag before Su Wanjin, exclaiming, "Auntie, this bag is specially chosen for you. I hope you will like it." Upon hearing this, Su Wanjin's face lit up with delight. "Oh my, you even prepared a gift for me?" she exclaimed, eagerly unwrapping the bag. Upon seeing the handbag inside, her eyes sparkled. It was precisely the style she had long desired. With excitement, Su Wanjin remarked, "Wow, this bag is truly beautiful. I adore it. Young people certainly have good taste. The bags your uncle has bought for me. I haven't liked a single one. Xiaofeng, you are incredibly thoughtful." Hearing Su Wanjin's praise for Lin Feng, Yi Baoshan could not help but roll his eyes. What was wrong with the bags he had purchased? They were delightfully pink. How could they be unappealing? Seeing Su Wanjin so pleased, Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile and politely said, "Annie, I'm glad you like it." "Like it? Of course I do." Yi Qingyao, noticing how well Lin Feng had endeared himself to her mother, secretly gave him a thumbs up, her expression seemingly saying, "Darling, you are truly impressive." With the gifts exchanged, it was time to address the serious matter at hand. As Yi Qingyao's pregnancy became increasingly evident, Lin Feng, as a man, had to step forward and take responsibility. Suddenly, he knelt down with a thud, startling Yi Qingyao. "Darling, what are you doing?" In response, Lin Feng shook his head and earnestly addressed Su Wanjin and Yi Baoshan, saying, "Uncle, Annie, I must confess something. Yao Yao is pregnant." This revelation struck like a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock throughout the room. Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin were momentarily stunned, and then Yi Baoshan's expression darkened. Fury etched across his features as his muscles tensed, his anger nearly erupting from his eyes. "What did you say?" Yi Baoshan's voice thundered, filled with disbelief and fury. "You allowed my daughter to become pregnant out of wedlock." Yi Haoming also erupted with anger. Having always been fiercely protective of his sister, he mercilessly accused, "You dare to treat my sister this way? You are courting death." Lin Feng felt a taut sting within him. Even though he knew this predicament was of his own making, he resolutely lifted his head, meeting the steadfast gazes of Yi Baoshan and Yi Haoming. He understood that he must shoulder this responsibility. "Uncle, aunt, I assure you, I will take responsibility for Yao Yao and the child. I will work diligently to provide them with a bright future." Seeing her parents so enraged, Yi Qingyao felt a whirlwind of anxiety. She hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Lin Feng's hand, and earnestly defended him. "Dad, Mom, Lin Feng is not the irresponsible type. He has always cared for me and loves me deeply. I share responsibility for this situation, so if you must blame someone, let it be me." Although Yi Baoshan was still furious, he softened somewhat upon witnessing his daughter's unwavering stance. He looked at Lin Feng, and the anger in his eyes gradually transformed into a complex array of emotions. Given the circumstances, even though he felt anger, he had to reconsider for the sake of his daughter. "Do you truly intend to care for them?" Yi Baoshan asked coldly, though his tone no longer bore the same intensity of anger. "I will," Lin Feng replied without hesitation, his voice imbued with sincerity and determination. "I will protect her and our child with everything I have, providing them with a better life." At this moment, Su Wanjin interjected, "Dear Yao Yao is already pregnant. Blaming him now is futile. Since our daughter is willing, we should consent." Yi Qingyao sensed the shift in her parents' attitudes and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Mom and Dad, for your understanding and trust. I believe Lin Feng will fulfill his promises. Uncle, Aunt, I assure you, I will not let you down. Just watch," Lin Feng declared with genuine confidence. Subsequently, Su Wanjin and Yi Baoshan silently nodded. After all, how could parents not consider their child's well-being? A moment later, Su Wanjin turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Xiao Feng, do your parents know about this?" "They do not yet know." Lin Feng shook his head, then continued, "Next week, I plan to bring Yao Yao to my home. My parents will surely adore her." Understanding their concerns, he added, "Uncle, Aunt, rest assured my parents are very easygoing. With Yao Yao's pregnancy, our family will treat her with utmost care. We will adhere to every necessary step of marriage, ensuring she is not mistreated due to her condition." "All right. Hearing you say that puts us at ease." Su Wanjin nodded, her fondness for Lin Feng growing. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyao felt deeply moved by Lin Feng's words, realizing that she had indeed chosen well. At that moment, Su Wanjin pulled Yi Qingyao close and gently asked, "Yao Yao, how many months along are you now?" "A little over 2 months, and they are twins," Yi Qingyao shyly replied. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Twins, indeed. My daughter is truly fortunate." Although Yi Baoshan harbored a deep disdain for premarital pregnancy, the fact that his daughter carried his precious grandchild filled his heart with immense joy. He then cast a frosty glance at Lin Feng and admonished, "Yao Yao is pregnant. You must take good care of her. She should not lift heavy objects, and you must handle all matters personally. Above all, do not provoke her. Whatever she desires to eat, you must procure for her. Do you understand?" Before Lin Feng could respond, Yi Qingyao interjected with a smile, "Father, rest assured, Xiao Feng attends to me with the utmost care." Chapter 31. Winning over the father-in-law. At this moment, Lin Feng earnestly declared, "Uncle, I assure you that I will take good care of Yao Yao. Please rest assured to entrust her to me." Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan nodded slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, clearly satisfied with Lin Feng's attitude. He then turned to the nearby desk, picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and began to write passionately on the paper. Simultaneously, a melodious system notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. The system has detected that the host has gained preliminary approval from the future father-in-law and mother-in-law. rewarding you with the skill of proficiency in German. This skill will enable you to communicate effortlessly in German, whether in business negotiations or everyday conversations. Please continue to demonstrate your sincerity and diligence to attain ultimate recognition. Future rewards will be even more abundant. Upon receiving the system reward, Lin Feng's face broke into a radiant smile. Although it was merely an initial approval from the couple, it represented a significant victory worth celebrating. He resolved to showcase his sincerity over the next few days, allowing Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin to witness his earnestness. Eagerly, he attempted to murmur a casual greeting in German, only to find that his pronunciation flowed as smoothly as a native speaker's, devoid of any awkwardness. His eyes widened in astonishment as he proceeded to articulate a few more complex sentences with equal ease. While this reward may seem of little practical use at present, Lin Feng understood that mastering another language could never be a disadvantage. It might prove invaluable someday. Just as Lin Feng reveled in the joy of acquiring a new skill, Yi Haoming suddenly approached, seizing his arm and leading him to a secluded corner of the backyard. Yi Haoming's gaze radiated an undeniable anger and seriousness as he firmly grasped Lin Feng's collar and spoke in a low yet forceful tone. "Do not think that just because my sister is pregnant, our family will easily accept you." Lin Feng's heart sank slightly at his words, but he quickly regained his composure. Meeting Yi Haoming's eyes with determination, Yi Haoming continued, "If you dare to treat Yao Yao poorly in the future, we will not hesitate to take drastic measures. With our family's wealth and influence, raising several children will not be an issue. Remember this, marrying Yao Yao is a fortune you have earned over 3 lifetimes. Do not take it for granted." Faced with his brother-in-law's stern warning, Lin Feng felt no anger, but rather a deeper understanding of his feelings. He gently smoothed the wrinkles on his clothing, nodding earnestly. "I will forever cherish your guidance, and I promise to treat Yao Yao with utmost care. It is indeed a blessing to marry her in this lifetime. Rest assured, I will treat her with 100-fold devotion, ensuring she is never upset or saddened. In this life, my heart belongs solely to her, and I would never betray her trust or love." Seeing the sincerity and determination in Lin Feng's eyes, Yi Haoming's anger gradually subsided. He released his grip, shook his arms, and turned, saying, "Humph, it is best this way. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily." With that, he strode out of the back garden. Lin Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and then slowly returned to the living room. Upon entering, he found Yi Qingyao anxiously standing at the door, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, her gaze frequently darting towards the outside, as if she were yearning for his presence with every passing second. Seeing her husband finally return, she instantly brightened up like a flower kissed by spring, her face illuminating with a radiant smile as she hurried towards him, asking with concern, "Darling, my brother didn't bully you, did he?" Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. "No, your brother and I merely chatted about trivial matters. It was nothing significant." His tone was relaxed and casual, attempting to alleviate the weight of worry from Yi Qingyao's heart. "Do not fret. Your husband will undoubtedly win them over, assuring your family that you are in good hands with me." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao's smile blossomed even more sweetly, reminiscent of flowers in full bloom, radiant and captivating. Playfully sticking out her tongue, she said, "Then I shall see how you conquer them, but I believe you can certainly do it." With that, she nestled into Lin Feng's embrace, and they exchanged smiles. At that moment, Su Wanjin walked out of the room, smiling while holding her phone. "Qingyao, look at this adorable little outfit." Her words were infused with anticipation and joy, as if each tiny garment held boundless dreams for the future. Yi Qingyao replied with a hint of resignation. "A child looks cute in anything." Though she spoke lightly, her eyes revealed a deep affection and anticipation for the new life on the horizon. She glanced at Lin Feng, mischief and sweetness dancing in her gaze. "Ever since my mother learned of my pregnancy, she has been searching for baby clothes and supplies, showing more concern for the child in my womb than for me. All right, dear husband, I shall go check on my mother to prevent her from making any unnecessary purchases." "Go ahead," Lin Feng said indulgently, patting Yi Qingyao's head. She gently extricated herself from his embrace and walked towards Su Wanjin with a smile. At that moment, Only the two of them remained in the living room. Yi Baoshan stood at the desk, immersed in calligraphy. In an effort to impress his father-in-law, Lin Feng quietly approached the desk to grind ink. Noticing Lin Feng's presence, Yi Baoshan glanced up, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing his eyes. Aware of Lin Feng's intention to impress, he chose to ignore him and continued writing. After a moment, Yi Baoshan lifted his head, taking a deep breath as if gathering strength for the creative endeavor ahead. At that moment, Lin Feng praised, "Uncle, your calligraphy is truly exquisite." His voice was filled with sincerity and admiration, as if each character was a heartfelt tribute. Yi Baoshan looked at him with a face full of confusion, inwardly questioning, could this young man truly understand calligraphy? He refrained from responding, choosing instead to listen and see what Lin Feng might articulate next. With a measured opening and closing, flowing effortlessly, particularly the character, which dances gracefully upon the page, illuminating the writing with brilliance. Such is the commendation bestowed by Lin Feng upon Yi Baoshan's calligraphy. Deeply touched by the praise, especially as it struck a chord within him, Yi Baoshan erupted into hearty laughter. Clapping Lin Feng on the shoulder as he exclaimed, "I never expected one so young to possess such profound understanding." His voice resonated with admiration and delight, as if he had glimpsed a certain quality and potential within Lin Feng. "It seems you have dabbled in calligraphy as well. How about showcasing your skills?" Yi Baoshan's words carried an air of anticipation, eager to witness Lin Feng's abilities. Lin Feng, with a modest smile, replied, "Well then, uncle, I shall humbly present my work. I hope you will not find it lacking." Chapter 32. The inheritance of talent having spoken, Lin Feng approached the desk, dipped his brush into the ink, and took a deep breath before commencing his artistry. His movements were fluid and natural, each subtle turn executed with impeccable precision. As Lin Feng's brush danced across the paper, powerful and vigorous Chinese characters gradually emerged before their eyes. Yi Baoshan stood nearby, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Lin Feng, his eyes reflecting both surprise and disbelief. It was as if he could scarcely fathom that these bold, resounding characters were crafted by the hands of this young man before him. Yi Baoshan moved closer to the desk, cherishing these characters with admiration, his heart brimming with praise. Such a creation, even among the masters of calligraphy, would undoubtedly captivate the beholder. After a moment, Yi Baoshan finally managed to temper his excitement, clearing his throat. He endeavored to make his voice sound more composed. Affecting nonchalance, he slowly remarked, "Though the writing is rather ordinary, it possesses its own style and character. On the whole, it is quite commendable. Young man, diligent practice is essential in the days to come." "Indeed," Lin Feng replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. He could perceive that Yi Baoshan genuinely appreciated his work and chose not to expose the disparity between his words and thoughts. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, it was midday. The group gathered around the dining table, where Su Wanjin cheerfully addressed Lin Feng. "Xiao Feng, don't be shy. Take whatever you like, please. Do not hold back." "Yes, I understand." Lin Feng nodded, then immersed himself in his meal. Observing this, Qingyao kindly placed a large shrimp into Lin Feng's bowl. Her eyes filled with warmth and care. "Husband, this shrimp is exceptionally delicious. You must try it." "All right," Lin Feng nodded, a wave of warmth swelling within him as he picked up the shrimp and savored its exquisite flavor. Perhaps Qingyao, concerned that Lin Feng might feel shy on his first visit and not eat enough, ensured that he was served the finest dishes. Yi Baoshan, watching his daughter's attentiveness towards Lin Feng, felt a tinge of jealousy. Tenderly, he placed a piece of fish into his daughter's bowl, attempting to divert her attention. After tasting it, Qingyao nodded in approval, exclaiming, delicious." She then turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Husband, you should also try this fish. It is quite delightful, though it pales in comparison to what you prepare." However, to Yi Baoshan, his daughter's actions elicited a sense of displeasure. He pursed his lips, a slight frown crossing his face. Normally, his daughter would serve him, yet now she was solely focused on feeding another man, igniting a smoldering frustration within him. Consequently, he spoke curtly, "Yao Yao, focus on your own meal. Xiao Feng can serve himself if he desires anything." His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Su Wanjin, noticing her husband's jealousy, smiled cheerfully at Yi Qingyao and said, Yao Yao, now that you're pregnant, remember that when you eat alone, it's like 3 people absorbing the nutrients. You must eat more for the sake of the baby's development. All right, I understand, Mom. Yi Qingyao nodded. Perhaps it was due to her pregnancy or the discomfort from the flight. But after finishing her meal, she felt an overwhelming desire to languidly lie in bed and sleep. Yawning softly, Yi Qingyao gently took Lin Feng's hand and addressed her parents in the living room. Dad, Mom, after the long flight, we would like to rest in our room for a while. Uncle, Auntie, please carry on with your activities. We shall head upstairs. Just as they were about to leave, Yi Baoshan suddenly called out to Lin Feng. Xiao Feng, I would like to discuss calligraphy with you. It won't take long. A glimmer of intrigue danced in Yi Baoshan's eyes, hinting at undisclosed intentions. Lin Feng, though puzzled, nodded politely and turned to Yi Qingyao, gently saying, Darling, you go ahead and rest. I will stay with Uncle. Yi Qingyao acquiesced. All right, I will head upstairs. In the living room, Yi Baoshan couldn't help but reveal a sly smile, pleased that his scheme had succeeded. In truth, he had no genuine interest in discussing calligraphy. Rather, he harbored his own thoughts and wished to keep Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao apart. Although his daughter was pregnant, as a father, he remained quite resistant to Lin Feng. After all, he hoped to safeguard his daughter and ensure she found someone truly worthy of her lifelong commitment. Observing Lin Feng standing there in bewilderment, Yi Baoshan cleared his throat and said with a smile, Xiao Feng, I see you have some talent in calligraphy, but it seems you lack practice. Why not take the opportunity to write with a brush for 2 hours here to find your rhythm? What? Lin Feng exclaimed, furrowing his brow in surprise. He expected his future father-in-law to propose such a request. Was this a slight punishment for stealing away his precious daughter? Noticing Lin Feng's reluctance, Yi Baoshan feigned a stern expression and pretended to be upset. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Hastily, Lin Feng smiled apologetically. Of course, I'm willing. All right away. He inwardly chuckled, realizing that under the roof of another one must bow their head. After all, he had taken the most cherished flower from the other party. Enduring this little hardship was worth it. Thus, Lin Feng picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and began to practice. In truth, he rather enjoyed the process of writing, gradually immersing himself in it as if the world around him ceased to exist. Seeing Lin Feng so earnest, Yi Baoshan felt a sense of satisfaction. He quietly settled onto the sofa, and before long, he too began to doze off. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Suddenly, Yi Baoshan's phone rang, jolting him from his slumber. Such a resounding noise surprisingly did not disturb Lin Feng, who was engrossed in his calligraphy practice, thus indicating that he had attained a remarkable state of unity between himself and his brush. Simultaneously, a melodic system notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The host has accumulated 30 hours of calligraphy practice, and the basic calligraphy skill has successfully upgraded to the highest level. Note, when the host's skill reaches its pinnacle, this innate talent will automatically be passed on to the next generation. The sound was crisp and melodious, akin to a celestial melody, igniting a surge of excitement within Lin Feng. He hastily set down his brush and inwardly inquired, System, what do you mean by passing on to the next generation? Does this imply that my future children will excel in calligraphy compared to others? His tone was laced with urgency and anticipation. Indeed, host, they will exhibit extraordinary talent and potential in the art of calligraphy. Upon hearing this response, Lin Feng's spirits soared with immense joy. He had not anticipated that his relentless dedication to practicing calligraphy could yield such significant benefits for his future offspring. It seems that his future father-in-law's advice on diligent practice holds considerable merit. Chapter 33. Displaying one's skills before the master. Meanwhile, the man on the video call with Yi Baoshan, an elderly gentleman in his 70s, yet remarkably vigorous, sat poised at his writing desk, savoring tea and relishing the tranquility of the afternoon. His gaze inadvertently swept across the table, and suddenly he was captivated by the flowing calligraphy displayed on the screen. The characters seemed to carry an indescribable charm, instantly seizing his full attention. He gently adjusted his reading glasses, excitement dancing in his eyes, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Xiao Yi, step closer and let me have a closer look at those characters on the table. Ah, Yi Baoshan replied respectfully, then rose swiftly, almost jogging to the desk. He carefully adjusted the angle of his phone's camera, ensuring the calligraphy was presented clearly on the other end of the video. As the elderly gentleman beheld the characters, a radiant joy illuminated his face, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. These characters are exquisite. The light strokes are like drifting clouds and startled dragons, vibrant and ethereal. The bold ink resembles ancient pines, grounded and robust. Truly magnificent. Such skill could not have been cultivated in a day. Who penned these characters? The elder inquired eagerly, his tone brimming with curiosity and admiration. Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan's lips curled into a playful smile as he teased. What if I said I wrote them? Would you believe me? Sun Zhongqing erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth resonant and infectious. You lack the capability, Xiao Yi. Though your characters exhibit some skill, they pale in comparison to the ones on the table. This kind of strength requires at least 20 years of practice. Yi Baoshan's face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of crimson and green evident as he heard this. Stealing a glance at Lin Feng, who stood quietly beside him with a faint smile, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene, he felt a tumult of emotions within. With Lin Feng nearby, he had just ostentatiously critiqued the calligraphy, and now he realized it was akin to showing off swordsmanship before Guan Yu, an exercise in futility. Noticing Yi Baoshan's gaze, Lin Feng politely greeted Uncle. Yi Baoshan offered a slight nod in response, just as the elder's anxious voice came through the phone. Xiao Yi, please tell me, who truly wrote the characters on the table? Such mastery in calligraphy is indeed a rarity. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Yi Baoshan aimed the camera at Lin Feng, bitterly stating, Sun Lao, the characters on the table were penned by him. What? Sun Zhongqing exclaimed, his face betraying disbelief. He scrutinized Lin Feng on the screen, his youthful and vibrant face seemingly incongruent with such refined calligraphy. He could hardly fathom that such exquisite skill could emerge from the hands of a young man. To ascertain the veracity of Yi Baoshan's claims, Sun Zhongqing continued, Xiao Yi, have him write another heaven rewards diligence. I wish to witness him compose it firsthand. Very well, Yi Baoshan readily acquiesced, turning to Lin Feng and signaling him to prepare for writing. Standing before the desk, Lin Feng grasped the brush with elegance, his movements fluid and natural, each stroke infused with profound skill and unique charm. Sun Zhongqing observed intently from the screen, occasionally nodding in approval, a look of astonishment gracing his features. Moments later, Lin Feng set down the brush, and a fresh rendition of Heaven Rewards Diligence sprang to life on the paper. Sun Zhongqing scrutinized the calligraphy, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction as he nodded and declared. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous ones forward, each wave surpassing the last. This young man's calligraphic prowess has already eclipsed that of our generation. After speaking, Sun Zhongqing suddenly cast a somewhat humble glance at Yi Baoshan, saying, Xiao Yi, may I acquire that Heaven Rewards Diligence written by the young man? I am willing to pay any price. Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan quickly waved his hand. Sun Lao, what are you saying? It is an honor for this piece to catch your eye. I shall deliver it to you another day. However, Sun Zhongqing appeared somewhat impatient. Tomorrow, if you have time, please bring it to me. Certainly, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Yi Baoshan patted Lin Feng's shoulder, grinning. Well done, young man. Sun Lao has taken a liking to your calligraphy. You must continue to practice diligently. I have high hopes for you. Yes, Uncle Lin Feng nodded, unaware of who was on the other end of the phone, but sensing a hint of acceptance from his future father-in-law. At that moment, Yi Qingyao descended from upstairs and, witnessing the pleasant interaction between her father and husband, felt immense joy. Dad, what are you two discussing? Nothing much. Have you woken up? Yi Baoshan inquired with concern. Yes. Yi Qingyao nodded, noticing the calligraphy on the table, and exclaimed, Husband, I see your writing has improved. Thanks to Uncle's guidance. Lin Feng responded with a smile, remembering to flatter his father-in-law, for who does not relish kind words? Yi Baoshan felt somewhat embarrassed by Lin Feng's praise. After all, his calligraphy paled in comparison. He waved his hand and chuckled. You two carry on. I have a few matters to attend to. All right. Lin Feng and Qingyao nodded in agreement. With no one else in the living room, Qingyao leaned against Lin Feng's shoulder, holding his hand with concern. Did my dad make things difficult for you while I was away? No, Uncle has been very kind to me, Lin Feng replied candidly. Upon hearing her husband's response, Qingyao felt a sense of relief, but did not forget to admonish him. If my dad treats you poorly, you must tell me. Should he dare to bully my husband, I shall ignore him. Let us see if he will still dare. Meanwhile, Yi Baoshan sat in his study, feeling inexplicably chilly, as if a draft was seeping through the room, causing him to shiver unexpectedly. Chapter 34. Lin Feng's display of skills astonishes the father-in-law after concluding the video conference. Yi Baoshan emerged from the room with a furrowed brow and hurried steps, exuding a sense of urgency. Su Wanjin, preoccupied with preparing dinner in the kitchen, paused at the sound of commotion from the living room. She quickly set down her knife, wiped her hands on her apron, and stepped out to meet him. Oldie, where are you off to in such a hurry? She inquired, her voice laced with concern and confusion, her eyes reflecting deep worry. Yi Baoshan halted, took a deep breath, and briefly explained, our company has a significant collaboration to discuss with Germany. The translator I had arranged in advance is unable to attend due to health reasons, which has left me in quite a predicament. I must find another German translator urgently. His tone revealed a blend of anxiety and helplessness, his gaze shimmering with the gravity of this collaboration. Time is too tight. I can't explain further right now. If I return late, don't wait for me to have dinner, he added, preparing to leave with an air of urgency. At that moment, Qingyao rose from the sofa. Seeing her father's distressed demeanor, her heart tightened, and she asked, Dad, when is the collaboration taking place? Is it today? Her voice carried a note of eagerness, her eyes sparkling with a desire to assist. Yi Baoshan nodded, his expression grave. It is indeed today. His voice conveyed a sense of urgency and pressure, as if a colossal weight bore down upon him. Just as he was about to depart, Lin Feng stood up from the sofa, his gaze resolute and confident. Uncle, I speak German, so there is no need for you to find another translator. His words were succinct, yet resonated like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of astonishment through the room. Upon hearing this, both Qingyao and Yi Baoshan turned their attention to him, their expressions etched with disbelief. Especially Qingyao, who widened her eyes and asked in bewilderment, Darling, you speak German? Didn't you study computer science in university? Her tone brimmed with surprise and curiosity, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. In response, Lin Feng affectionately tapped Qingyao's forehead, a smile gracing his lips. I taught myself German because I found it intriguing. I never anticipated it would come in handy today. His tone was casual and natural, as if it were the most ordinary matter in the world. Lin Feng was aware that his statement was somewhat exaggerated, but it was far preferable to being subjected to research as a test subject. At this moment, Qingyao excitedly turned to Yi Baoshan and exclaimed, Dad, look, Xiao Feng speaks German, so you need not worry. Her voice was filled with exhilaration and hope, as though she had unearthed the key to solving a dilemma. When are you meeting to discuss the collaboration today? Ye Qingyao eagerly pidesit. Upon hearing her question, Yi Baoshan's expression did not reflect any joy. Rather, he appeared increasingly troubled. He cast a doubtful glance at Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with skepticism. After all, this collaboration involved numerous specialized terms. Could a self-taught German speaker truly be competent? He shook his head, a hint of regret in his tone. Today's collaboration meeting will involve numerous technical terms, and he might struggle to translate them. Xiaofeng, I appreciate your eagerness to assist, but I fear this is a task beyond your capabilities. Thank you for your good intentions. Hearing this, Qingyao pouted, her face a picture of discontent. With her hands on her hips, she replied indignantly, Dad, how can you be so sure Xiaofeng can't do it if you haven't even given him a chance? You're being biased and looking at him through color glasses. Her tone was a blend of sulkiness and defiance, as if she were defending Lin Feng. My husband is capable. If he says he can do it, then he surely can. Qinyao's voice was resolute and confident. reflecting her unwavering belief in Lin Feng's abilities and her own judgment. Noticing his daughter's displeasure, Yi Baoshan sighed helplessly. He understood her temperament well. Once she was convinced of something, her mind was nearly impossible to change. Thus, he reluctantly handed a document to Lin Feng, saying, "Please translate this article. If it proves too difficult, don't force yourself. After all, German is a notoriously challenging language." Who are you underestimating? Je Qingyao sulkit, crossing head arms defiantly. Then, filled with immense faith, she looked at Lin Feng and urged, "Darling, show him what you can do." Her gaze radiated trust and encouragement, as though she were cheering him on. Lin Feng accepted the document and swiftly skimmed through it, his focus intense and unwavering. Taking a deep breath, he began to read fluently in German, his pronunciation smooth and precise. Although Yi Baoshan and the others did not comprehend the language, they could sense that Lin Feng spoke with remarkable fluency, without a single pause or error. After hearing Lin Feng's translation, expressions of astonishment spread across Yi Baoshan and the others' faces. They had not anticipated that Lin Feng's proficiency in German was so exceptional, rivaling that of a professional translator. Subsequently, when Qingyao compared Lin Feng's rendition with the translation software, she found that her husband's words were entirely accurate. Overcome with excitement, she leaped up and joyfully embraced Lin Feng's arm, exclaiming, "Darling, you've taught yourself German to such a high level. How are you so incredible?" Her tone brimmed with admiration and delight, as if praising a superhero. "Just average," Lin Feng modestly replied, a radiant smile gracing his face. At that moment, Yi Qingyao turned to Yi Baoshan, her voice dripping with triumph. "Dad, do you now believe in Lin Feng's capabilities?" Her tone conveyed both challenge and pride. As if she were vindicating Lin Feng, Yi Baoshan nodded, his expression one of appreciation. "Indeed, I was narrow-minded. I never expected Xiaofeng to possess such remarkable command of German." He gazed at Lin Feng with newfound admiration, surprised by the magnitude of the young man's talents. Now, he deemed the young man quite commendable, just sufficient to qualify as his son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and responded, "Thank you for your kind words and trust, uncle. I assure you, I will translate diligently and will not let you down." Very well, Yi Baoshan replied, nodding with delight. Upon resolving the issue, Su Wanjin beamed with joy. "Old Yi, when shall you depart to discuss the collaboration?" Yi Baoshan glanced at his watch and replied, "We must set off at once." He then turned to Lin Feng and said, "Xiao Feng, let's be on our way." Hearing this, Yi Qingyao reluctantly grasped Lin Feng's arm and, with a playful pout, looked at Yi Baoshan and said, "Dad, I wish to accompany you and see for myself." With a resigned nod, Yi Baoshan acquiesced, recognizing the earnest request of his beloved daughter. He then turned to Su Wanjin and remarked, "Dear, we shall leave now, and we will dine upon our return." "Go ahead, and may all go smoothly," Su Wanjin replied with a smile, bidding farewell to the group as they reached the door, waving her hand. Chapter 35. Husband. The moment of hunt within the confines of the company, Yi Haoming was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in agitation. "Translate. Why hasn't the translation arrived yet?" he muttered incessantly, as if his words could summon the translator. Just then, the office door creaked open, and Yi Baoshan entered with a group of people. "Dad, how is the search for the translator going?" Yi Haoming inquired, his urgency tinged with a hint of anticipation upon seeing his father. "It's all sorted." With that, Yi Baoshan leisurely strolled to the sofa, poured himself a cup from the purple clay teapot on the coffee table, and took a delicate sip. "Xiaofeng, come sit and try this tea. It's the new harvest from this year, quite delightful." He waved invitingly to Lin Feng, who stood nearby. With a cordial nod, Lin Feng complied, settling beside Yi Baoshan and cautiously savoring the tea. However, Yi Haoming had no time for such leisurely indulgence. His thoughts were consumed by the impending international business negotiations. The absence of a translator felt as absurd as a World Cup final without a referee. "Dad, where's the translator you mentioned? I don't see anyone." Yi Haoming's voice was laced with impatience, frustration, and confusion. At that moment, Yi Qingyao stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Big brother. Far away yet right before your eyes. She teased, deliberately prolonging the revelation, her big eyes blinking in anticipation of a grand unveiling. What? Ye haomink, guspit. His mouth agape in disbelief, as if it could hold an egg. After a brief moment, he incredulously pointed at Yi Qingyao, his voice trembling. The translator dad spoke of his you? How can that be? His expression was one of sheer disbelief. After years of knowing his sister, he was acutely aware of her lack of proficiency in German. Furthermore, he knew she was studying design, which bore no relation to any foreign language. Seeing her brother's incredulous reaction, Yi Qingyao couldn't help but chuckle, pouting slightly in mock indignation. Is that so hard to believe? But then, realizing it was an opportunity to astonish him, she straightened up, waving her finger playfully, a triumphant smile gracing her face. Of course it's not me. Guess who it is? Yi Haoming, upon hearing this, scanned the room, noting that apart from their small group, there was no one else present. His gaze finally landed on Lin Feng, and an absurd notion surged within him. You don't mean to say the translator is him, do you? His tone dripped with disbelief. Why not? Yi Qingyao, noticing her brother's skepticism, proudly lifted her chin. Lin Feng is indeed the translator dad found. Yi Haoming was at a loss for words, caught between amusement and incredulity. Ever since he discovered his sister was dating, he had thoroughly investigated Lin Feng's background. The latter had never attended any tutoring sessions and studied computer science in college, making it utterly implausible for him to suddenly become a German translator. It was as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He doubled over in laughter, nearly in tears. Ha ha ha. Qingyao, you must be joking. How could he possibly understand German? When Yi Qingyao observed her brother's joyful demeanor, she pouted in discontent and playfully turned to Yi Baoshan, saying, Father, you tell brother to understand things more clearly. After uttering this, she cast a defiant glare at Yi Haoming, as if to say, just wait. There will come a time for your tears. Yi Baoshan, seeing this, shook his head helplessly and interjected with an authoritative tone. All right, Haoming, your sister speaks the truth. Xiaofeng is indeed the translator I have chosen. His voice bore an undeniable gravitas. However, upon hearing this, Yi Haoming's disbelief only intensified. He hastened towards Yi Baoshan, demanding, Dad, does he speak German? You are entrusting him with the translation? This is a 20 billion project. Please do not jest with me. Impudent lad, how dare you speak that way? Yi Baoshan shot a reproachful glare at Yi Haoming, his tone laced with admonishment. Are you attempting to instruct your father on how to conduct matters? He then feigned a stern countenance, as if genuinely incensed. I would never. Yi Haoming shook his head, his expression a blend of helplessness and concern. He certainly did not dare to instruct his father, yet he was genuinely apprehensive about Lin Feng's capabilities. After all, this was a monumental project, allowing for no errors whatsoever. Yi Qingyao, witnessing the exchange, smiled at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with trust and encouragement. Darling, my brother is skeptical. Show him what you can do. Her voice carried a hint of playfulness and pride, as if to convey, behold, my man is truly remarkable. Very well, then I shall demonstrate, Lin Feng replied calmly. Yi Haoming, feeling challenged, retorted with a cold smirk, if you truly speak German, I shall henceforth call you brother. At this, a smile could not be suppressed on Yi Qingyao's lips. She lifted her chin triumphantly, as if to imply, I was waiting for you to say that. Then, with a teasing glance at Lin Feng, she provocatively declared, Darling, it's time to hunt. Lin Feng smiled knowingly, exuding composure. He rose and approached the wall adorned with famous quotes, effortlessly reciting one in German. His voice was clear and fluid, as if German were his native tongue. At that moment, Yi Haoming's expression soured, akin to one who had tasted bitter herbs. His brows furrowed tightly, his face a tableau of shock and incredulity. You truly speak German? Meanwhile, Yi Qingyao was buoyant with excitement, as if she had won a grand prize. She hopped in front of Yi Haoming, proclaiming with pride, Little Yi, from now on, you shall call me sister. This gentleman is your brother-in-law. Her tone was both playful and provocative. What do you think? Have you yielded? Since childhood, Yi Qingyao had yearned to be an elder sister, as Yi Haoming often limited her forbidding her from doing this or that, which left her feeling quite stifled. Now, she finally had the chance to assert herself. How could she not be jubilant? Seeing her delight, Yi Haoming scratched his head, a rueful smile adorning his face. He shook his head and waved his hand, conceding, "All right, I admit my oversight. Xiao Feng, the translation task is entrusted to you." "Not a problem," Lin Feng replied confidently. Lin Feng smiled, his expression imbued with a blend of humility and confidence, as if to convey, "Leave it to me. Everything is well within my grasp." At that moment, Yi Baoshan spoke slowly, his tone earnest and heartfelt. "Haoming, one must understand that appearances can be deceiving, and the vastness of the sea cannot be measured by mere buckets. Look at Xiao Feng. Although he typically presents himself with modesty and composure, concealing his brilliance, he is, in fact, an exceptionally skilled translator. We are fortunate to have him on this project." "I understand, father." Yi Haoming nodded solemnly. The lesson learned was profound, and he would forever hold it in his heart, never to forget. Chapter 36. Is it so difficult to acknowledge my husband's excellence? Soon, the multinational conference commenced, with Lin Feng adeptly conveying both parties' opinions and demands through his proficient German translation skills. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense yet orderly, as everyone immersed themselves in this crucial meeting that would shape the company's future. The discussions unfolded methodically, with each topic examined in meticulous detail. An hour later, with the final question satisfactorily resolved, the representatives from both sides nodded in agreement, their faces beaming with the joy and anticipation of collaboration. After disconnecting from the video call, Yi Baoshan could hardly contain his excitement. He cheerfully approached Lin Feng, patting him on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Xiao Feng, it is fortunate to have you here to facilitate this cooperation." In response, Lin Feng humbly waved his hand, smiling as he said, "Uncle, you flatter me. I merely added a touch of embellishment. It was your proposal that pleased the other party. I am merely a messenger and dare not claim credit." "Ah, splendid." Yi Baoshan beamed, even more upon hearing Lin Feng's modest remarks. He gazed deeply at Lin Feng, his eyes sparkling with appreciation and contentment. The young man did not seek glory for himself, but remained humble and respectful, indeed commendable. Outside, Yi Qingyao, seeing that the meeting had concluded, eagerly pushed the door open and joyfully ran to Lin Feng, linking her arm with his. "Darling, you looked so dashing while speaking confidently. Did we succeed in the cooperation?" "Yes," Yi Haoming affirmed with a nod, then patted Lin Feng's shoulder in commendation. "You performed admirably." Noting Yi Haoming's continued aloof demeanor, yet unable to conceal his recognition and admiration for Lin Feng, Yi Qingyao playfully stuck her tongue out at him, teasing, "Brother, is it so hard for you to admit my husband is exceptional? Just smile already." With a doting smile, Yi Haoming replied, "The man you chose is undoubtedly the most remarkable. Are you satisfied?" "That's more like it." Yi Qingyao nodded in contentment, her face radiant with happiness. At that moment, Yi Baoshan glanced at the wall clock and noticed it was nearly dinner time. He then remarked, "All right, let's not linger here any longer. Your mother is waiting for us to return for dinner. Let us be on our way." As the group departed the conference room within the villa, an elderly man with graying hair but a vigorous demeanor, Sun Zhongqing, sat on the sofa. Upon noticing his arrival, Su Wanjin enthusiastically brewed a pot of fine tea and approached with the tea tray, saying, "Elder son, Baoshan has some matters to attend to at the company, but he will return shortly. Please enjoy a cup of tea and wait a moment." Sun Zhongqing smiled and nodded, accepting the teacup. After taking a gentle sip, he waved his hand, saying, "You needn't mind me. Go on with your tasks. I shall browse at my leisure." "Very well," Su Wanjin replied, before returning to the kitchen to continue her duties. Sun Zhongqing reclined on the sofa, his gaze inadvertently falling upon a piece of calligraphy on the desk. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with intensity, as if deeply captivated by something remarkable. He rose and approached the desk, meticulously scrutinizing the characters before him. Each stroke was vigorous and powerful. Every character exuded grace and elegance, a divine charm inherent within. Sun Zhongqing couldn't help but murmur in admiration. These characters are beautifully crafted, truly breathtaking. He tenderly caressed the paper, as if he could sense the emotions and artistry of the writer at that moment. He recited with fervor, the strokes, the structure, the essence. It is simply ineffable. Sun Zhongqing was entirely absorbed in the realm of calligraphy appreciation, becoming increasingly enchanted with each glance and savoring the depth with each contemplation. However, upon encountering the innermost characters, his brow furrowed slightly, and disbelief washed over his face. The progress is astonishingly rapid, he muttered. He prided himself on having a remarkable talent for writing, yet upon viewing the entirety of the practice pages, he realized he had not even reached a third of the writer's potential. This led him to reflect. Indeed, there's always a higher peak. Initially, Sun Zhongqing had contemplated taking the writer as his disciple, imparting his own calligraphic insights and skills. However, it now seemed that he lacked the qualifications to teach. A profound sense of defeat and reverence surged within him. Nevertheless, he genuinely cherished the characters laid before him, gently stroking the paper, feeling the depth and artistry that lay behind each word. At that moment, Yi Baoshan entered and observed Sun Zhongqing's astonished expression, a hint of confusion blossoming in his heart. He approached Sun Zhongqing and softly inquired, "Old Sun, what brings you here? If you have something to discuss, I could have come to you." Upon hearing this, Sun Zhongqing's face twitched slightly, and he hastily concocted an excuse, replying nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just at home with idle time on my hands. I feared you might be too busy to deliver the characters, so I came to fetch them myself." In truth, Sun Zhongqing was consumed by thoughts of the characters. Unable to think of tea or food, his eagerness overwhelming him. He was impatient to admire the work once more. Yi Baoshan, fully aware of Sun Zhongqing's fervor and dedication to calligraphy, was taken aback that he would make a personal visit for a piece of writing. He then gently beckoned Lin Feng to his side and introduced him with solemnity. "Xiao Feng, this is old Sun Zhongqing, the president of the Longhua Calligraphy Association, a true master in the art of calligraphy." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter a figure of such authority within the calligraphic realm. He quickly greeted him with politeness. "Hello, old Sunday good." "Good," Sun Zhongqing replied with a beaming smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. From the moment he had seen the characters in the video, he had been filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding Lin Feng. He approached Lin Feng with a gentle demeanor and inquired affectionately, "Young man, from whom did you learn this art?" "I am self-taught," Lin Feng responded modestly, a hint of humility in his tone. However, both Sun Zhongqing and Yi Baoshan were visibly surprised by this answer. Upon hearing it, Sun Zhongqing burst into hearty laughter, clapping Lin Feng on the shoulder, and approvingly remarked, "Young man, with diligent practice, you shall undoubtedly carve out your place in the world of calligraphy." "Indeed," Lin Feng affirmed. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, yet he did not dwell too much on the matter. He was acutely aware that his foremost responsibility was to earn money to provide a better life for his wife and children. "Here is my business card. Should you encounter any issues regarding calligraphy in the future, feel free to reach out to me," Sun Zhongqing said as he handed the card to Lin Feng. He then turned to Yi Baoshan and added, "I have safely kept that piece of calligraphy. Please make yourselves comfortable. I shall take my leave now." With that, he stepped towards the door. Observing this, Yi Baoshan hastily urged, "Mr. Sun, please stay for a meal before you depart." "No need. Please enjoy your meal," Sun Zhongqing replied, waving his hand, and his figure soon vanished at the end of the street. Chapter 37. "Uncle, I bow to you." Yi Baoshan observed the admiration and anticipation in Sun Lao's gaze towards Lin Feng, which filled him with an indescribable sense of joy and pride. He understood that earning the recognition of a person like Sun Lao was no small feat, and Lin Feng indeed appeared to be quite remarkable. Unbeknownst to him, he had silently accepted Lin Feng as his future son-in-law in his heart. At that moment, the enticing aroma of the meal wafted from the kitchen, accompanied by Su Wanjin's gentle and affectionate voice. "Dinner is ready. Let us proceed to the dining room." Yi Baoshan, beaming with delight, beckoned everyone to follow him to the dining area. In the dining room, a round table was adorned with a variety of exquisite dishes, a feast for the senses that was utterly mouth-watering. Yi Baoshan took his seat at the head of the table, casting a joyful glance around before addressing Su Wanjin. My dear, please fetch a fine bottle of wine. Today calls for a toast. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjin smiled radiantly, nodding in agreement as she turned to the wine cabinet to select a long-preserved bottle of white liquor. As Yi Baoshan skillfully poured the wine, he inquired with genuine concern, Xiao Feng, can you drink? Though Lin Feng was not particularly adept at handling alcohol, he smiled and nodded, eager to avoid disappointing his future father-in-law. I can manage a little. Yi Baoshan, pleased with this response, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and encouraged him. Then you must drink a couple of cups with your uncle. Lin Feng readily agreed. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly stood up, raising his glass of white liquor. With sincerity etched across his face, he addressed Yi Baoshan. Uncle, thank you for granting me the opportunity to care for Yao Yao. I shall drink this cup in honor of our bond, and you may drink as you wish. Without hesitation, he downed the liquor in one gulp. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, yet he remained unfazed, smiling at Yi Baoshan. Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin, along with the others, were taken aback by Lin Feng's boldness and enthusiasm, astonished by his vigorous drinking. Yi Qingyao, with concern in her eyes, softly asked Lin Feng, Darling, are you all right? He smiled and waved his hand dismissively, nodding reassuringly, as if to say, Do not worry, I am perfectly fine. Lin Feng then poured himself another glass, rising once more to address Yi Baoshan. Uncle, expecting a more elaborate speech, Yi Baoshan was surprised when Lin Feng simply raised his glass and proclaimed, Cheers, before downing the contents again. Watching Lin Feng's manner of drinking, Yi Baoshan furrowed his brow, feeling a mixture of astonishment and reluctance. It was his first encounter with someone drinking in such a manner. Lin Feng's exuberance and sincerity moved him, yet left him somewhat helpless. Subsequently, he found himself compelled to finish his own glass in a similar fashion. After several rounds, Yi Baoshan's head began to grow heavy, and his eyelids drooped. Suddenly, he stood unsteadily and addressed Lin Feng. Xiao Feng, my good son-in-law, you must take good care of our Yao Yao. His voice bore the weight of intoxication, yet it was laden with earnest expectations and heartfelt admonitions. If you dare to hurt her or bring her sorrow, I shall not forgive you. In Yi Baoshan's words, there was a hint of threat, yet what resonated more profoundly was his love and reluctance for his daughter. Su Wanjin, observing Yi Baoshan in this state, could only chuckle helplessly, saying, Old Yi, if you've had too much to drink, please refrain from standing. However, Yi Baoshan appeared oblivious, swaying unsteadily in his stance. At that moment, Lin Feng also rose to his feet, pounding the table with flushed cheeks and declaring, Uncle, rest assured, I shall not let you down. His voice was resolute and powerful, as if he was making a solemn vow to Yi Baoshan. Thank you for your trust. Allow me to bow in gratitude. With that, Lin Feng abruptly knelt on the floor and bowed his head before Yi Baoshan. Upon witnessing this, Yi Baoshan quickly knelt as well, returning the gesture with a puzzled, Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Let me bow back. This scene left everyone present momentarily stunned. The two exchanged bows on the ground, creating a spectacle that was both comical and touching. Yi Qingyao and Su Wanjin watched this unfolding drama, equally amused and exasperated. Just then, Yi Haoming stepped forward, stating, Both my father and Xiao Feng have had too much to drink. Let's assist them to their rooms. Yi Qingyao nodded in agreement and reached to pull on Lin Feng's arm. However, Su Wanjin promptly intervened, saying, Yao Yao, you are pregnant now. You mustn't exert yourself. Your brother and I will handle it. Realizing her recklessness, Yi Qingyao quickly withdrew her hand, responding, Oh, right. Subsequently, she followed Su Wanjin and Yi Haoming as they helped Yi Baoshan and Lin Feng into the room. Inside the room, both Yi Baoshan and Lin Feng were blissfully intoxicated, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. After Yi Haoming and Su Wanjin had settled them onto the bed, a wave of inexplicable sentiment surged within them as they gazed upon the serene faces of the two men in slumber. They understood that this night held profound significance for Lin Feng. He had not only earned Yi Baoshan's acknowledgement and trust, but had also left a lasting impression on the hearts of the Yi family. Observing the two inebriated figures, A gentle smile graced Su Wanjin's lips as she tenderly grasped Yi Qingyao's hand, saying, Yao Yao, let Xiao Feng and your father sleep in the main room tonight. We mother and daughter shall rest in your room. It has been quite a while since we had heart-to-heart. At her words, warmth flickered in Yi Qingyao's eyes, and she nodded softly. As they lay in bed, a glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Su Wanjin's eyes, and she leaned in to ask in a hushed tone, Yao Yao, do tell me, how did you and Xiao Feng come to know each other? Hearing this, a smile crept across Yi Qingyao's face, her expression suffused with sweet memories. Mom, we met in the same club at university. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains into the room, Lin Feng felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, the pain almost unbearable. Although he could scarcely recall many details from the previous night, the moment of acknowledgement from his father-in-law remained indelibly etched in his mind. Upon this thought, a smile of bliss inadvertently graced Lin Feng's face. In a state of dreamy confusion, he reached out and grasped the hand of the individual beside him, then excitedly pressed it to his lips, bestowing a gentle kiss. Yi Baoshan felt the warmth of moisture on his hand, furrowing his brow slightly, and murmured, Wife, stop it. Let me sleep a little longer. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was instantly roused. With wide eyes, he was astonished to discover that the person beside him was indeed Yi Baoshan. Just then, the door swung open abruptly, and Yi Qingyao entered with a gentle smile, gracing her features. Darling, how did you sleep last night? She inquired with genuine concern. Not too bad, Lin Feng replied with a smile, nodding. Internally, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not impulsively kicked Yi Baoshan away, for otherwise, the recognition he had so laboriously obtained would have slipped away. Chapter 38. Moved to tears at that moment, a melodious system notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has gained profound recognition from the mother-in-law and father-in-law, hereby rewarding a rare courtyard within the second ring of the capital. This unexpected news stirred a torrent of indescribable excitement within Lin Feng. A courtyard within the second ring is not only priceless but also highly sought after. Moreover, this particular courtyard boasts an exceptional location, allowing one to gaze upon the majestic silhouette of the Forbidden City from their own balcony. A faint smile spread across Lin Feng's lips, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Honey, breakfast is ready. Come down and eat. At that moment, the gentle and delicate voice of Yi Qingyao reached his ears. All right, I'm coming, Lin Feng replied, his face radiant with happiness as he slowly rose from the bed. Gathered around the dining table, the family shared a warm and harmonious atmosphere. However, Yi Baoshan noticed something peculiar, particularly with Yi Qingyao and Su Wanjin, who exchanged knowing smiles whenever they glanced his way, as if harboring a secret. A flicker of doubt crossed Yi Baoshan's mind. Could there be something on his face? He instinctively touched his cheek, finding nothing amiss. Wife, why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? Unable to contain his curiosity and confusion, Yi Baoshan finally asked. No, your face is perfectly clean, Su Wanjin chuckled, her smile growing more pronounced, as if it might spill over. Lin Feng, too, sensed the occasional gazes directed toward him, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. He pondered whether his remarkable performance the previous night had caused everyone to regard him with newfound admiration. Just then, his phone chimed from his pocket, shattering the tranquil ambience at the table. Apologetically, Lin Feng nodded and moved to the window to answer the call. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng? A man's voice on the other end sounded somewhat agitated. Yes, this is I, Lin Feng confirmed with a nod. Upon receiving the affirmative response, the man continued excitedly. Mr. Lin, do you have time today? Everything is arranged on my end, and we can transfer the courtyard within the second ring into your name at any moment. I am available, of course, Lin Feng replied hastily, exhilaration swelling within him once more. Primarily because he was returning to the bustling metropolis that evening, and he had no idea when he would next visit the capital. Excellent. Let us meet at the property transaction center shortly, the man concluded before hanging up. Lin Feng pocketed his phone and returned to his seat, his heart brimming with anticipation and joy. Xiao Feng, since you're returning to the Magic City tonight, why not enjoy your day in the capital? Yi Baoshan remarked, his tone laced with concern and reluctance. After a moment of thought, he added, I have no plans this morning. Would you like to join me for a round of golf? Upon hearing those words, Lin Feng could not help but furrow his brows slightly. He had just contacted the agent and was preparing to go through with the property transfer shortly. However, he did not wish to disappoint his father-in-law. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, Yi Baoshan discerned his hesitation and, with understanding, said, Xiao Feng, if you have matters to attend to, please do not let me hinder your important affairs. Lin Feng felt a warm surge of gratitude at Yi Baoshan's considerate words. He looked at him appreciatively and tentatively suggested, Uncle, I need to go finalize the property transfer this morning. It should be completed shortly. After that, we could go play golf together. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan displayed a puzzled expression and inquired, Property transfer? Are you selling a house? Quickly shaking his head, Lin Feng clarified, No, I recently purchased a house. Once Yao and I are married, we can live closer to you, allowing us to spend more time together. At this point, a sincere and warm smile graced Lin Feng's face. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjin felt a wave of warmth in her heart. She had not anticipated that Lin Feng would consider things so thoroughly. She was truly convinced of his potential as a son-in-law. Yi Baoshan, on the other hand, gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment, not realizing that this young man could be so devoted to his daughter. He understood deeply that Lin Feng's love for Yi Qingyao was profound and genuine, which brought him comfort. Simultaneously, he realized that it was time to let go and allow his daughter and Lin Feng to forge their own path to happiness. Very well, then we shall go together. After the transfer, we can head to the golf course, Yi Baoshan said with a smile and a nod. Great, it's settled then. Lin Feng responded with a smile, feeling a weight finally lift from his heart. After they finished their meal, Yi Qingyao went upstairs to change, preparing to head out with everyone. Blushing, she hugged Lin Feng and said, Darling, why didn't you tell me in advance about buying the house? I thought you were selling yours to marry me. Lin Feng affectionately teased her by gently rubbing her nose, saying, I wanted to surprise you. Then, shifting the conversation, he added, but on another note, my dear wife, could you please stop worrying so much? You need to have faith in my capabilities. Hearing this, Yi Qingyao felt a lump in her throat, her eyes glistening with tears as she choked out, You're so bad. If I hadn't overheard your phone call, I wouldn't have known you did all this. You're so wonderful. What will I do if I can't live without you? As she spoke, Yi Qingyao truly began to cry. Lin Feng, taken aback, felt somewhat at a loss, never expecting that purchasing a house would move his wife to tears. Oh dear wife, please don't cry. It pains me to see you like this. He embraced her waist, grinning mischievously. It's better if you can't live without me. Otherwise, where would I find such a beautiful wife? As he spoke, Lin Feng gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Yi Qingyao's eyes. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Yi Qingyao broke into a smile despite her earlier tears, exclaiming, Humph, I believe you simply wish to see me weep. With that, she playfully tapped Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng took her delicate hand and pressed a gentle kiss upon it, saying, How could I ever desire to witness your tears, my dear wife? You are unjustly accusing me. Seeing her husband's demeanor, Yi Qingyao grinned widely and replied, All right. Let us hasten our preparations to leave, so as not to keep my parents waiting anxiously. Chapter 39. The head of the household, Yi Qingyao. Just as Yi Qingyao was about to descend the stairs, Lin Feng suddenly intercepted her. Wait, my dear, he called out. Yi Qingyao halted in her tracks, turning to face Lin Feng, her expression laden with confusion. Is there something else? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and bewilderment, evidently taken aback by Lin Feng's unexpected gesture. Lin Feng offered a gentle smile, imbued with a touch of mystery and affection. Please retrieve your identification. It will be needed shortly, he replied, although her heart brimmed with questions. Yi Qingyao complied with her husband's request, hastily rummaging through her handbag to produce both of their identification cards. However, just as she was about to tuck the documents in her clothing pocket, a sudden realization washed over her face instantly transforming into one of shock and disbelief. Husband, you don't intend to add my name to the property deed, do you? She conjectured. Observing her reaction, Lin Feng's lips curled into a playful smirk, his gaze sparkling with a teasing glint. What is wrong with that? His tone dripped with a hint of jest and tenderness, as if he were eagerly awaiting Qingyao's response. Understanding Lin Feng's intentions, Qingyao quickly waved her hands, her face a portrait of urgency and anxiety. No, that house is your hard-earned purchase. How can you add my name to it? Besides, my parents have already bought me a house, so truly, there is no need for this. Her voice was tinged with an earnestness that suggested she feared Lin Feng might genuinely inscribe her name onto the property deed. Yet, Lin Feng, undeterred, responded with a commanding air. What is mine is yours. Why should your name not be included? Moreover, we are a family. What is yours and mine? His tone was resolute and non-negotiable, as if to convey that this decision was already made, beyond any alteration. Qingyao sought to voice further objections, only to be gently interrupted by Lin Feng. Enough of this. Uncle and aunt are waiting for us. An hour later, the group arrived at the property transaction center. The place buzzed with activity, a veritable hive of bustling individuals, each engrossed in their own affairs. A man clad in a sleek black suit, clutching a hefty stack of documents, stood out prominently amidst the throng. His gaze frequently darted toward the entrance, as if anticipating someone's arrival. At that moment, Lin Feng and his companions disembarked from their vehicle and entered the bustling hall. Observing Lin Feng's scanning of the crowd, the man mused inwardly. Is this man also here to find someone? Yet, he found it hard to believe that the individual he sought could possibly be this young man, especially one who could afford a multi-million yuan courtyard. To confirm his suspicions, the man picked up his phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. The voice on the other end came through promptly, igniting a spark of excitement within the man. After exchanging confirming glances, he hurried over, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. Mr. Lin, greetings. I am Zhang Mingde, your real estate agent. You may call me Xiao Zhang, he said, his tone infused with deference. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, addressing Xiao Zhang. Hello, Xiao Zhang. Shall we begin now? Of course, Xiao Zhang replied promptly, leading Lin Feng to the VIP window. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang turned to Lin Feng and said, Mr. Lin, may I have your identification, please? Lin Feng, upon hearing this, turned to Qingyao and gently said, Dear, your ID. Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly, handing over her identification. However, just as she was about to pass the document to Xiao Zhang, Lin Feng interjected, You've given the wrong one. I need yours. Qingyao did not expect Lin Feng truly wished to add her name to the property deed, and she felt a surge of happiness. Observing ye vingios bashful demianov. Lin Feng smiled indulgently as he handed over the ID, prompting the staff to commence processing. Meanwhile, Su Wanjin and Yi Baoshan, witnessing this scene, were exceedingly pleased with Lin Feng. They watched with hearts brimming with joy and contentment as Lin Feng showered affection and care upon Qingyao. Their faces radiated approval, as if silently conveying to Lin Feng, You are doing splendidly. We are very satisfied. After receiving Qingyao's identification, Xiao Zhang diligently began processing the paperwork. He adeptly operated the computer, inputting the relevant information and awaiting confirmation from the staff. Moments later, the staff raised their gaze and inquired cautiously, Is the name of the homeowner Qingyao? His tone bore a hint of seriousness, as though he were verifying crucial information. Without hesitation, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively, stating, Confirmed. Qingyao, upon hearing this, was astonished. She looked at Lin Feng incredulously and asked, Darling, weren't we just adding my name to the property deed? Why am I the homeowner? Her voice was laced with surprise and confusion. Lin Feng, reveling in her astonishment, replied with a teasing smile, My dear, when did I say we would only add your name to the deed? I never mentioned that. His tone was playful and affectionate, as if he was savoring her bewilderment. Qingyao's cheeks flushed even more, and she shyly urged, You should change it quickly. Her voice carried a note of playful pleading, as if conveying to Lin Feng, I don't want to be the homeowner. Please amend it. However, Lin Feng shook his head firmly, saying, It can't be changed. His tone was resolute yet tender. Furthermore, when the system rewarded him with a house, he had already resolved that this property would be a gift for Qingyao. filled with gratitude and joy. Qingyao understood that Lin Feng's actions were intended to bring her happiness and to make her feel his love. Observing this exchange, Xiao Zhang was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that this young man would so generously place a property worth several hundred million under his wife's name. It is worth noting that he himself would ponder for ages before purchasing a mere piece of clothing worth a few hundred yuan. As Xiao Zhang gazed upon the sweet exchange between Lin Feng and Qingyao, a twinge of envy and reflection stirred within his heart. Soon, the transfer of ownership was completed, and Xiao Zhang presented the new property deed to Lin Feng and Qingyao, smiling as he proclaimed, "Congratulations, Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin, on becoming the new owners of a courtyard within the second ring." His tone was imbued with sincerity and well wishes. However, upon hearing these words, Qingyao and Baoshan, along with the others, were taken aback. What? A courtyard within the second ring? Noticing their astonished expressions, Xiao Zhang inquired playfully, "Were you unaware?" At that moment, the gazes of Qingyao and the others fixed intently upon Lin Feng. Chapter 40. The advice of Su Wanjin. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lin Feng offered an awkward smile, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Did I not mention it?" Just then, Xiao Zhang approached Lin Feng respectfully, inquiring, "Mr. Lin, would you like me to show you the Sihiyuan?" "No, thank you," Lin Feng replied with a smile, gracefully declining. Given the delay from the transfer of ownership, he feared his father-in-law might grow impatient if they took the time to visit the Sihiyuan now. However, upon hearing this, Baoshan and Su Wanjin's faces fell with disappointment. To be honest, they had never had the opportunity to explore a Sihiyuan within the second ring road. Then Baoshan spoke up, his voice imbued with warmth and understanding. "Xiao Feng, there's no rush regarding our golf plans. You haven't even seen the new house yet. Let's go take a look together." "Indeed, darling. I wish to see it as well," Qingyao chimed in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. As a child, she had often watched television shows where everyone lived in a shared courtyard, filled with envy and intrigue. Now that they had purchased their own Sihiyuan, it was essential to explore it thoroughly. "Very well," Lin Feng replied with a smile, and then turned to Xiao Zhang, saying, "Please lead the way." His tone conveyed both gratitude and a hint of regret. "Of course," Xiao Zhang responded, nodding with a smile. He mounted his electric bike and led the way, with the Rolls-Royce following closely behind. Before long, a courtyard imbued with the style of the Forbidden City appeared before them. This Sihiyuan, oriented north to south, boasted red walls and green tiles, intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding an enchanting historical charm. As they disembarked from the vehicle, the group gazed in awe at the breathtaking architecture, their hearts brimming with admiration and wonder. After unlocking the door, Xiao Zhang turned to Lin Feng and said, "Mr. Lin, here is the key to the house, now entrusted to you." Lin Feng accepted the key with a smile and a nod, and the group entered the courtyard. They were greeted by lush greenery and the fragrant bloom of flowers, a vibrant scene teeming with life. Qingyao and the others were astounded by the sight before them. This Sihiyuan was far from the dilapidated images they had conjured, resembling instead the splendid settings of a Qing dynasty drama. There was even a small fish pond, which appeared somewhat untidy, likely due to a lack of maintenance over time. Yet, this did little to diminish the unique allure and character of the Sihiyuan. Baoshan was taken aback by the remarkable quality of this Sihiyuan, and he could not help but entertain thoughts of retirement. He envisioned himself sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, sipping fragrant tea, while the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, a truly idyllic existence. He sighed contentedly. "Xiao Feng, you have chosen this house splendidly. It is perfect for retirement." Then, turning to Xiao Zhang, he inquired, "Xiao Zhang, are there any other Sihiyuan properties for sale in this vicinity?" His tone reflected a blend of anticipation and curiosity, clearly captivated by the charm of this Sihiyuan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang excitedly nodded. "Yes, there are other courtyards available, though none as splendid as this one. However, they are considerably more affordable, priced at just over 100 million. Perhaps Xiao Zhang was overly optimistic. He spoke of 100 million as if it were merely a trivial sum. Upon hearing this response, Baoshan's mood darkened considerably. Lin Feng, noticing his father-in-law's fondness for the property, handed over the keys with a smile, saying, "Uncle, as we are often away from the capital, I entrust this house to your care. You may come over to enjoy tea and bask in the sun whenever you like, and you'll even have a view of the Forbidden City." His tone was imbued with sincerity and anticipation. Yi Baoshan felt a warm surge in his heart upon hearing Lin Feng's words and reluctantly agreed. "Well then, I shall take care of this house for you." After leaving the Sihiyuan in the second ring road, the group drove to the golf course. The environment here was elegant, with superb facilities. After changing into professional attire, Yi Baoshan and Lin Feng proceeded to the front to play. They swung their clubs and shared laughter, relishing the joy and relaxation that golf brought them. Meanwhile, Su Wanjin and Yi Qingyao watched them from the back, engaged in quiet conversation. Observing her daughter's blissful demeanor, Su Wanjin felt a profound sense of contentment and reflection. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she softly inquired, "Yao Yao, when you return to Shanghai, will Xiao Feng take you home to meet his parents?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She peeled an orange and handed it to her mother, replying honestly, "Yes, Xiao Feng has mentioned it, but we are still unsure of when we will return." Her voice carried a hint of shyness and anticipation, mixed with a touch of nervousness, reminiscent of a bride anxious about meeting her in-laws. Su Wanjin nodded thoughtfully and gently advised her daughter, "Yao Yao, when visiting Xiao Feng's home, be sure to be understanding. You mustn't act spoiled." "Mom, I'm not like that at all." Yi Qingyao pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. However, Su Wanjin raised her hand, signaling her daughter to allow her to finish speaking. "Other families are not like ours. No one will indulge you unconditionally." Her tone was a blend of affection and sternness, as if imparting vital life lessons and wisdom to her daughter. Yet, as she continued, Su Wanjin's tone shifted to one of unwavering strength, however. "If anyone dares to bully you, do not endure it. My daughter has never suffered injustice. She must not be wronged by outsiders. Whatever happens, tell your father and me, and we will protect you." Her words exuded profound love and a protective instinct that enveloped Yi Qingyao in warmth and security. Feeling moved, Yi Qingyao's eyes glistened with tears as she nestled into Su Wanjin's embrace, whispering, "Mom, I knew you would always be there for me." Her voice trembled slightly, for she understood that regardless of where she went or the challenges she faced, her parents would always be by her side, offering support and protection. Su Wanjin gently patted her daughter's back, enveloping her in boundless warmth and reassurance. The reason behind her words was her concern that her daughter might be looked down upon by her future in-laws due to an unwed pregnancy. Every parent seeks to consider the well-being of their children, and she was no exception. After spending the past few days together, Su Wanjin had developed a strong trust in Lin Feng's character, believing that his parents were also well-mannered and educated individuals. However, her admonitions to her daughter were a precautionary measure, as her words represented Yi Qingyao's resilience against injustice and her determination to ensure a future for her child. Upon recognizing Su Wanjin's sincere intentions, Yi Qingyao smiled broadly and reassured, "Mom, rest assured, Xiao Feng is such a wonderful person, and his parents must be exceptional as well." "Let us hope so," Su Wanjin replied, gently pursing her lips, a soft smile gracing her features. Chapter 41. Do not act recklessly, you too time flies. And in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao are about to depart from the capital city from Magic City. Yi Baoshan, Su Wanzhen, and Yi Haoming gather to bid farewell to Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao. The airport buzzes with travelers. Su Wanjin tightly grasps Yi Qingyao's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her reluctance palpable. "My dear daughter, if you miss home, do come back. Mother will prepare delicious meals for you," she says. Yi Qingyao smiles and nods. "Yes, I know, Mother. I will visit often, and you must take good care of yourselves." Her words are as warm as a gentle spring breeze, attempting to soothe her mother's heart, which is tumultuous with the sorrow of parting. At that moment, Su Wanjin's gaze falls upon Yi Qingyao's slightly rounded abdomen, her lips parting as if to speak, but hesitation clouds her expression, mingled with concern. Sensing her mother's thoughts, Yi Qingyao curiously inquires, "Mother, if you have something to say, please do. Don't hold back." Taking a deep breath, Su Wanjin finally articulates, well, the first 3 months of pregnancy are crucial. You two must not act recklessly. Her tone carries a hint of shyness, yet it is overwhelmingly filled with maternal care and earnest advice. Qingyao instantly comprehends her mother's intention, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, and she shyly nods. Mother, I understand. Rest assured, we will be cautious. While the mother and daughter exchange heartfelt words, Lin Feng finds himself pulled aside by Yi Baoshan and Yi Haoming. Yi Haoming's face is etched with seriousness, and he gazes intently at Lin Feng, his voice resolute. I entrust my sister to you. If you mistreat her, I will not spare you. His eyes convey an unwavering determination and authority. Lin Feng smiles and nods. Uncle, brother, do not worry. I will take good care of Yao Yao. Upon hearing Lin Feng's assurance, Yi Haoming turns away, saying no more. At that moment, Yi Baoshan approaches Lin Feng with a warm smile, explaining, do not be misled by his cold demeanor. He has a very tender heart. The bond between the siblings is profound, so he speaks sternly. Please bear with him. Lin Feng nods in understanding. I comprehend. Suddenly, Yi Baoshan adopts a serious expression, gently patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng, Yao Yao is pregnant, so you must be more diligent and understanding. His eyes brim with expectation and trust, as if he has already regarded Lin Feng as a son-in-law. Lin Feng solemnly nods. Uncle, rest assured, I will do my utmost to care for Yao Yao and our child. Yi Baoshan, satisfied with Lin Feng's response, nods approvingly. Hearing you say that reassures me. We will visit you in Magic City when we have the chance. Lin Feng beams. You are welcome to come anytime. I will ensure you are well taken care of. Soon, the airport announces boarding information, prompting Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao to realize it is time to depart. They wave farewell to Yi Baoshan, Su Wanjin, and Yi Haoming, saying, we are leaving now. You may head back. Only after Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao's figures fade from view do the three reluctantly exit the airport. At this moment, Yi Qingyao sat aboard the airplane, her face alight with curiosity as she gazed at Lin Feng and playfully inquired, Darling, what did my father and brother say to you? Her tone was imbued with a hint of mischief and anticipation, as if she could hardly wait to uncover the answer. Lin Feng, in a teasing manner, replied, Of course. They instructed me to take good care of my esteemed wife. If I fail in that regard, my fate would be quite dire. His voice carried a touch of exaggeration and humor, aimed at alleviating Yi Qingyao's anxiety during the flight. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao broke into a smile, poking Lin Feng's nose and mischievously retorting, Darling, you'd better treat me well. Otherwise, I shall report you. Her eyes sparkled with a sly glimmer. Lin Feng, catching her playful spirit, feigned seriousness as he extended a finger, playfully declaring, My dear wife, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, toiling tirelessly until my last breath. Please do not speak ill of me. His tone was laced with exaggeration, causing Yi Qingyao to laugh heartily. Let us see how you perform, she said with a triumphant grin, knowing Lin Feng would never allow her to come out on top. On Monday, Lin Feng arrived early at the classroom, as today's early 8 o'clock class left no room for sleeping in. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ziao, Lu Yin, and Li Ting entered, sporting dark circles under their eyes and yawning widely. They appeared utterly exhausted, as if they had weathered a fierce battle the night prior. Lin Feng chuckled helplessly and asked, So, what time did you all stay up until last night? Xiao Ziao, trembling slightly, raised his hand and gestured 5 with regret, saying, I forgot we had an early class today. Otherwise, I would have certainly gone to bed earlier. Lu Yin, observing Lin Feng's sprightly demeanor, smirked and remarked, Brother Feng, having a girlfriend is certainly a blessing. You have no idea what it's like for us single fellows. Every night, we lie awake, lonely and restless. His tone was laced with jest and self-deprecation, his eyes reflecting profound envy. Li Ting chimed in, echoing Lu Yan's sentiments. If I had a girlfriend, I would definitely spend every day glued to her side. His gaze brimmed with longing and desire, as if he too yearned for his own love story. Lin Feng, noticing their plight, retorted with a hint of irritation, spending all your time in internet cafes playing games. No wonder you don't have girlfriends. At this, Xiao Ziao, Lu Yan, and Li Ting sheepishly lowered their heads. Suddenly, Xiao Ziao recalled something and exclaimed with a smile, "Brother Feng, the school is holding a fall job fair this morning. Shall we go take a look?" Lin Feng, contemplating, replied, "Forget it, I won't be joining you. My wife is waiting for me at home. I can't be gallivanting around with you lot." Just then, Lin Feng's phone buzzed with a message from Qingyao. "Darling, I've made plans with Ting Ting to go shopping. So you need to come home to make breakfast for me. We'll eat out. Love you." With a smile illuminating his face, he typed back, "All right, be safe. I'll pick you up when you return." The three single fellows watched him with deep-seated envy, and Xiao Ziao earnestly prayed, "Heavenly Lord, grant me a girlfriend soon." After shutting off his phone, Lin Feng turned to the three and said, "After class, I will accompany you to the job fair." "Oomph. A fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship." The trio scoffed, and just then, the class bell rang, signaling the commencement of a lecture, during which the professor began his usual ramblings. Meanwhile, Qingyao took a moment to enhance her appearance, applying a light touch of makeup before stepping out. At the school gates, Huang Tingting, upon seeing her, teased, "Yao Yao, you seem to be in splendid spirits lately. Having a boyfriend certainly makes a difference." Chapter 42. The job fair teased by her friends. Qingyao lowered her head shyly, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. She gently fiddled with the hem of her clothes, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ting Ting, please don't laugh at me." "All right, I want to laugh," Huang Tingting replied, adopting a serious demeanor as she noticed her best friend's bashful expression. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she leaned closer to Qingyao and inquired, "Yao Yao, does Lin Feng know you've asked me to accompany you to the school job fair?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's name, a soft warmth enveloped Qingyao's features. She shook her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. "I haven't dared to tell Xiao Feng yet. If he finds out, he surely won't agree." She continued, "The main reason is that I'm currently at home, pregnant and feeling quite bored. I wish to find a part-time designer position to enrich myself and pass the time. Besides, I'm only a little over 2 months along. Others who are further along still manage to work." Observing her friend's worried expression, Qingyao added, "I'll only be responsible for providing drafts, and I want to have to be in the office full-time, so it shouldn't be too exhausting." After speaking, she looked earnestly at Huang Tingting and implored, "Ting Ting, you are my dearest friend. You mustn't tell Lin Feng. Otherwise, he will definitely disapprove." Huang Tingting, seeing the hopeful glint in Qingyao's eyes, nodded reluctantly. "All right, I promise. But you must promise me not to overexert yourself, understand? You are carrying 2 lives now. You need to take good care of yourself." "Rest assured I will," Qingyao replied, instinctively placing her hand on her gently rounded belly, a blissful smile illuminating her face. Suddenly, she held up 3 fingers and joyfully declared, "You're mistaken. It's actually 3 of us." "What? You have 2 babies in there?" Huang Tingting exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape. "Lin Feng truly is formidable. Our Yao Yao will undoubtedly be very blessed in the future." Realizing the playful undertone in Huang Tingting's words, Qingyao shyly pushed her shoulder and said, "Ting Ting, if you keep this up, I want to talk to you anymore." "All right, I want to say another word. Let us go check out the job fair." Huang Tingting replied with a wry smile, rolling her eyes. The 2 friends then made their way into the school. The autumn job fair was held in the university's playground. As one of the prestigious 985 universities, Magic City University attracted numerous prominent companies each year to recruit talent. The playground was bustling with activity, teeming with students gathered around various company booths. Qingyao, majoring in animation design, could only pursue opportunities in that field to secure her desired position. She had brought along her design portfolio. Huang Tingting, who was preparing for her postgraduate exams and was in no rush to find a job, accompanied Qingyao as they navigated through the crowd in search of suitable roles. Suddenly, Huang Tingting's eyes lit up as she spotted a recruitment advertisement seeking animation designers. Excitedly, she turned to Qingyao and exclaimed, "Yao Yao, look, that company is hiring designers. Let us go check it out." Upon hearing this, Qingyao's spirit lifted, and she followed Huang Tingting to the recruitment booth of a certain company. The individual in charge of recruitment was an elegantly dressed woman in her 30s, exuding a refined demeanor and possessing sharp, discerning eyes. Noticing Qingyao and Huang Tingting lingering at the booth, she promptly approached them and inquired, "Are you both students of design? We are currently seeking anime designers." "Yes, we are," Qingyao nodded, then tentatively asked, "Excuse me, do you offer part-time positions?" The woman's brow furrowed slightly at this response, clearly taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and continued, "Have you brought any of your work? I would like to assess your design skills." Seeing her enthusiasm, Qingyao felt a surge of joy and promptly presented her portfolio to the woman. As the woman examined the work, her eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, reflecting her delight. It was evident that Qingyao's creations had captivated her. "This is quite impressive. Your designs are remarkably creative, and the color schemes are harmonious," the woman remarked, looking at Qingyao. "Would you consider a full-time position? Our company greatly needs talents like you." Upon hearing this, Qingyao shook her head politely and replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm only interested in part-time work." The woman, clearly reluctant to let such a promising designer slip away, gazed at Qingyao with a hint of regret. Nevertheless, she soon relented, saying, "All right, if you prefer part-time, that's acceptable. We can negotiate compensation based on the projects. How does that sound?" "That's wonderful." Qingyao beamed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. She happily nodded and exchanged contact information with the woman, finalizing the details for their future collaboration. Meanwhile, the class bell rang, and Xiao Ziao, Lu Yin, and Li Ting pulled Lin Feng out of the classroom, heading directly to the playground. The playground buzzed with excitement, filled with a myriad of companies seeking recruits. The four of them wove through the crowd, searching for suitable positions. Lu Yin, taking in the scene, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "I wonder how much our graduating students can earn in a month." "Let's take a look," they said as they browsed the recruitment booths. Moments later, a flicker of excitement crossed Xiao Ziao's eyes as he discovered something intriguing. He called out to the others with a smile, "Come over here and check this out. There's an announcement for casting short drama actors, and the monthly salary is as high as 50,000. He exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. "Why don't I give it a shot?" Xiao Ziao proposed. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the others exchanged amused glances, a mix of helplessness and teasing evident in their expressions as they appraised him. Lu Yin humorously chided, "You should probably stop daydreaming. With your looks, you'd be better suited to play a beggar." "Hey, playing a beggar isn't too easy either. Even if I can't land the lead role, I'm confident I could compete for the second male lead," Xiao Ziao retorted defiantly. At that moment, a voice called out to Lin Feng, prompting him to glance around. He soon spotted a middle-aged man in a suit and tie waving at him. This man was none other than Su Chongqing, the owner of Green Fruit Company. Upon seeing Su, Lin Feng was taken aback, and Su, in turn, displayed a look of surprise upon recognizing him. Su secretly pondered. Could it be that an investor in his company was merely a university student? After exchanging a few brief words with his roommates, Lin Feng stepped towards Su Chongqing and politely remarked, "Mr. Su, I truly did not expect to encounter you here. What brings you?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Chapter 43. Does she even acknowledge me as her mother? "I have come here to select some actors." Su Chongqing responded with a beaming smile. In the context of filming, Lin Feng, filled with curiosity, inquired Su, "How is the short drama coming along?" Although Lin Feng was not particularly versed in the short drama industry, he was acutely aware that the success of their productions directly impacted their profits. Hence his keen interest in the progress. Upon hearing this, Su Chongqing replied in a professional and detailed manner. "The first two short dramas have been completed and are currently in the post-production phase, with editing, dubbing, and special effects all being diligently worked on. They will be online shortly." His face radiated confidence and anticipation for the works. Oh, Lin Feng nodded. He admittedly lacked knowledge about the filming process, but the sooner they were released, the sooner he could earn money. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Feng prepared to take his leave. Just then, Xiao Ziao, noticing Lin Feng's animated conversation with the recruiters, could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. "Brother Feng, do you know them?" "Well, sort of. Why do you ask?" Lin Feng replied, sensing that Xiao Ziao had something on his mind, and feigned casualness in his inquiry. Observing the other's hesitance to speak, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Santu, you don't actually want to act in a short drama, do you?" Having his secret thoughts exposed, Xiao Ziao replied somewhat dejectedly, "What is wrong with acting in a short drama? As long as it pays well." Coming from a less fortunate background, Xiao Ziao was raised by his mother in a single-parent household. His mother, having devoted herself to his upbringing without remarrying, worked tirelessly to support him through university. Now, seeing the lucrative compensation for short dramas, he was undeniably tempted. Moreover, Xiao Ziao had a decent appearance, despite his roommates often teasing him about his looks. Seeing his earnestness, Lin Feng patted his shoulder and said, "All right, I'll ask around for you." Given his roommate's interest, he would certainly do his utmost to assist. "Great, thank you, Brother Feng." Xiao Ziao replied with a joyful nod, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Subsequently, the group scoured through all the computer science-related job postings. Lu Yin expressed his dismay, saying a programmer's internship only pays 7,000 for the first month, and the internship lasts 3 months. Only after that do you get the 5 insurances and 1 fund, with a salary of 10,000. Honestly, it might be better to join Santu in acting as a beggar. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziao felt a bit smug, but quickly retorted, smacking Lu Yin lightly on the back of his head, "You are the one who would act as a beggar." Laughter erupted among the group. At that moment, Li Ting nudged Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Brother Feng, isn't that your wife?" "Impossible," Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. His wife had gone shopping with her friend today. There was no way she would be here. However, Li Ting insisted he hadn't misjudged, anxiously pointing, "It really is your wife. Just take a look." Following Li Ting's direction, Lin Feng turned and indeed spotted Yi Qingyao and Huang Tingting, arm in arm, engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing his wife, he felt an immense joy swell within him. He promptly abandoned his roommates, grinning as he remarked, "Boys, I shall go seek your mother now. You must behave." His roommates rolled their eyes in exasperation, grumbling to one another, "Goodness, what a character." Meanwhile, Lin Feng approached Yi Qingyao from behind and gently tapped her shoulder. As she turned, a flicker of surprise crossed her face upon seeing him, quickly replaced by a warm smile. "Darling?" she greeted. "Sweetheart, weren't you supposed to be out shopping?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Yi Qingyao, with a playful glint in her eye, replied, "Tingting wanted me to accompany her to the job fair." She discreetly gestured towards her friend. Upon hearing this, Huang Tingting nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I asked Yao Yao to come with me." To avoid inadvertently revealing too much, she added cheerfully, "I won't be your third wheel. I'll take my leave now." As Lin Feng watched Huang Tingting depart, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. "Dear, isn't Tingting preparing for her postgraduate exams? Why is she attending a job fair?" Hearing this, Yi Qingyao retorted, "Darling, you're in your 3rd year. Why are you here as well?" Realizing his narrow-mindedness, Lin Feng smiled sheepishly, acknowledging that his earlier thoughts were indeed misplaced. He simply assumed Huang Tingting was curious about the job market for university students. He then took the bag his wife was carrying and, with genuine concern, asked, "My love, have you had breakfast?" "I have," Yi Qingyao replied with a resigned smile, feeling as though her day revolved solely around eating. Since her pregnancy, she found herself easily hungry, constantly craving food. She mused silently, could it be that both our little ones are little gluttons? In Su province, within an aging residential building, Lin Xiaotian was serving himself food while engaging in light conversation with his wife. "Dear, have you noticed that some universities have already begun their winter break? Has Xiaofeng mentioned when he will return?" "No, your son seems preoccupied lately. He hasn't contacted me in quite a while," Zhang Wanrong responded, carrying a plate of peanuts as she voiced her complaints. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she tentatively proposed, "Do you think our son might be in a relationship?" "Surely not. Our son is far too earnest for that," Lin Xiaotian dismissed, confident in his understanding of his son's character. "Let's not speak so definitively. He is at that age where he should consider dating," Zhang Wanrong countered, her face filled with anticipation, hoping her son would introduce her to a girlfriend soon. As if summoned by her words, the phone on the sofa rang abruptly. Zhang Wanrong glanced at the screen and saw it was her son calling. With excitement, she answered, feigning annoyance, "You rascal. You remember you have a mother, do you?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng recognized his mother's familiar reproach for his lack of communication. He sweetly replied, "Though I haven't called, I think of you every day." "Oof. You little scoundrel. At least you have some conscience," Zhang Wanrong chuckled, her smile brightening. Lin Xiaotian, upon witnessing the scene, could only shake his head in resignation, pondering silently from whom his son had inherited such sweet words. At that moment, Zhang Wanrong inquired with genuine concern, "Xiaofeng, when does your school break for vacation? Should I accompany your father to pick you up?" "No need. I will be returning this week," Lin Feng replied, casting a glance at Yi Qingyao, who lay on the bed in the bedroom, a blissful smile illuminating his face. "Wonderful," Zhang Wanrong responded with delight, her heart brimming with joy at the thought of her son returning home. "On the day you come back, I'll prepare several of your favorite dishes." "All right," Lin Feng nodded, mindful of not neglecting Yi Qingyao. He added, "Mom, please make extra, as I plan to bring a classmate home." Zhang Wanrong's expression transformed into one of surprise as she eagerly asked, "Is it a boy or a girl?" Chapter 44. "You are the most wonderful greeting gift." Lin Feng gazed at his mother's expression, a trace of resigned amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. He pressed his lips together, deliberately creating an air of mystery. "You will find out soon enough." This seemingly casual response, however, landed in his mother's heart like a pebble cast into a still pond, stirring ripples of curiosity. Zhang Wanrong, observing her son's enigmatic demeanor, felt an insatiable itch of curiosity clawing at her insides, prompting her to nearly leap in her eagerness to inquire. "You must tell me in advance so I can prepare." Noticing that his mother's relentless questioning was bound to drag on indefinitely, Lin Feng feigned a poor connection, saying, "Mom, I can't hear you anymore. The signal seems to be bad. I'll hang up now." With that, he swiftly pressed the disconnect button, leaving his mother bewildered on the other end of the line. "Oh dear, what is wrong with you, child?" Zhang Wanrong intended to express more, but was met only with the busy signal echoing in her ear. Frustrated, she stomped her foot in irritation, feeling utterly helpless. Lin Xiaotian, witnessing the scene, looked at Zhang Wanrong with a furrowed brow, perplexed. "What did our son say? Did he mention when he would be home?" "It should be this Saturday," she replied. "He said he would return then and bring along a classmate." "Wait," he asked, bringing a classmate? Could it possibly be a girlfriend? Zhang Wanrong could hardly contain her excitement as she leaned closer to Lin Xiaotian, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Lin Xiaotian, however, did not display much surprise at her speculation. He replied coolly, "Don't set your hopes too high. What if he brings home a boy instead?" Yet, Zhang Wanrong reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, bristling with indignation. "That should not be the case. He specifically asked me to prepare some delicious dishes, so it must be a girl. If it were a boy, he wouldn't need to mention it." Her tone was imbued with a mixture of determination and anxiety, as if she had firmly concluded that their son would indeed be bringing home a female companion. "That is not certain." Lin Xiaotian gently shook his head, fully aware of the unpredictability that life often presents, where anything could happen. After hearing his words, Zhang Wanrong's frustration mounted further. She playfully slapped Lin Xiaotian's cheek and retorted, "Lin, could you not utter such things? If our son has any issues with his sexual orientation, it will be your fault." Her tone bore hints of reproach and dissatisfaction, as if all of this was somehow Lin Xiaotian's responsibility. Having said that, Zhang Wanrong turned and retreated to their bedroom, emerging shortly after with a blanket, which she unceremoniously tossed onto the sofa, exclaiming in a huff, "You can sleep on the sofa tonight." "Oomph." Lin Xiaotian watched his wife's retreating figure, letting out a resigned sigh as he quietly set about preparing the sofa for the night. Internally, he grumbled, "I merely suggested it might be a boy. I never implied there was an issue with our son's orientation. She is such a paper tiger, easily provoked." Though he thought this, he dared not voice it, fearing it would further incite his wife's ire. With a heavy sigh, Lin Xiaotian's eyes reflected a blend of helplessness and grievance. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon noticing Lin Feng entering the room, Yi Qingyao curiously set down the book in her hands and looked up at him. "Darling, who did you just call?" "My mother," Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile, his face radiating happiness. He sat beside Yi Qingyao, softly taking her hand, and continued. I told her we would be going home this Saturday. Upon hearing this, Qingyao's heart raced with apprehension. Although she had long prepared herself for meeting her in-laws, the reality of the moment made her feel undeniably anxious. Sensing her unease, Lin Feng tenderly patted the back of her hand, offering gentle reassurance. My love, do not fear. I will be by your side. My parents are very amiable and easy to converse with. They will surely adore you. His tone was both firm and soothing, as if instilling an invisible strength within Qingyao. Feeling a warm surge of comfort from his words, Qingyao gazed into Lin Feng's unwavering eyes and nodded with a smile. Subsequently, she nestled against him, wrapping her arms around his, and inquired, Darling, when are you free in the next few days? Let us visit the mall and pick out some gifts for uncle and aunt. No need for that, Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head lightly. He gently pinched Qingyao's chin, his gaze filled with tenderness and affection. You're the best gift they could receive. Upon hearing this, Qingyao's cheeks flushed with shyness, and she lowered her head, pouting playfully as she replied, You always tease me. However, we still ought to buy a present. It's better to be courteous, right? Just accompany me to choose something, please. She lifted her eyes, sparkling with anticipation and a hint of plea, her voice imbued with a sweet softness that was utterly irresistible. Very well, Lin Feng agreed with a nod, affectionately ruffling Qingyao's hair. I have fewer classes on Thursday, so I will accompany you then. Great, Qingyao exclaimed, joyfully embracing Lin Feng's shoulders, her face aglow with happiness. Ever since she had added the contact information for part-time WeChat jobs after the recruitment fair, she received her first assignment the following day. While Lin Feng attended classes, she spent her time painting at home, and soon enough, Thursday arrived. Seated at her vanity, Qingyao meticulously applied her makeup, while Lin Feng remained attentive. He thoughtfully grabbed her bag, filling it with a few snacks, and ensured her thermos was filled with warm water for any unforeseen needs. Darling, I am ready. Let us set off, Qingyao said softly, her face beaming with joy. All right, let's go, Lin Feng responded, picking up the bag and naturally linking his arm with hers as they stepped out of their home. Upon entering the bustling mall, Qingyao found herself momentarily overwhelmed by the myriad of products on display. Darling, what do uncle and aunt usually like? She turned to Lin Feng, her eyes glistening with curiosity. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng gently suggested, Perhaps we could buy my father a fine pen. He has always enjoyed writing. As for my mother, skincare products would likely be quite suitable. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Qingyao nodded in agreement. Her heart suddenly filled with a clear sense of purpose. Soon after, the two of them entered a specialized skincare boutique where the staff, adorned with exquisite makeup, greeted them with charming smiles. Good day and welcome. May I assist you in selecting skincare products? The attendant's voice was gentle and inviting. Qingyao smiled and replied, Yes. I would like to explore anti-aging sets suitable for women in their 40s. Certainly, right this way, please, the attendant responded warmly, leading them promptly to a beautifully crafted yellow gift box. Chapter 45. Do not underestimate me, my husband. I am quite wealthy. The shop assistant meticulously elaborated on the unique features of each product within the set, ranging from deep cleansing to nourishing repair and daily hydration, among others. Upon hearing this, Qingyao displayed a satisfied smile. She slightly tilted her head, glancing at Lin Feng, who stood beside her and softly inquired, Darling, I think this set is quite wonderful. Do you believe Auntie will appreciate it? Lin Feng, upon hearing her words, allowed his gentle gaze to rest upon Qingyao's face. With a tender nod and a hint of indulgence in his tone, he replied, She will undoubtedly love it. After saying this, he turned to the sales assistant and instructed, We will take this skincare set. Please wrap it for us. Certainly, sir, the sales assistant responded enthusiastically, her face beaming with a professional smile. Once the items were wrapped, she cheerfully reminded them, Sir, madam, the price of this gift set is 5,988 yuan. Just as Lin Feng reached into his pocket to retrieve his bank card, he was gently stopped by Qingyao. With a warm smile directed at him and determination in her eyes, she asserted, Darling, let me handle the payment. Lin Feng, amused by her insistence, chuckled softly and playfully teased her by brushing his fingers against her nose, saying, "It matters not who pays. My card is your card, is it not?" However, Qingyao firmly shook her head, her tone imbued with a touch of pride. "It is not the same. This is a gift for Auntie, and it is essential that I pay for it myself to demonstrate my sincerity. Besides, do not underestimate me. Dear husband, I am quite affluent." With that, Qingyao proudly produced a bank card from her bag and handed it to the sales assistant to complete the transaction. The assistant accepted the card, swiftly processing the payment. Upon completion, she returned the card to Qingyao with a sincere smile, saying, "Madam, the transaction is complete. Please keep your card safe. We look forward to your next visit to our store." Qingyao accepted the card with a smile, and hand in hand, she and Lin Feng exited the skincare shop. They ascended to the 4th floor via the elevator, where a shop specializing in fountain pens caught their attention. Upon entering the store, they were greeted by a display of various fountain pens, some elegantly simple, while others were exquisitely ornate. For a moment, they found themselves dazzled, unsure of which to choose. Lacking knowledge about fountain pens, they were approached by a sales assistant who smiled and inquired about their needs. After pondering for a moment, Qingyao, well aware that quality often correlates with price, smiled and said, "Hello, could you please show me your most expensive fountain pen?" Her voice carried a note of curiosity and anticipation. The sales assistant was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by their choice of the priciest option. However, she quickly regained her composure, nodded with a smile of agreement, and turned to fetch the pen. Before long, she returned with a sleek, all-black fountain pen that shimmered enticingly. Placing it gently on the counter, the moment Qingyao laid eyes on this pen, she was captivated by its opulence. She examined it closely, noting its mirror-like smooth surface that reflected a dazzling brilliance. She inquired with curiosity to the shop assistant, "What distinguishes this fountain pen from the others?" The attendant earnestly elucidated. "This particular pen boasts an exquisite design, and its ink cartridge is replaceable, which adds to its convenience. In contrast, the other models lack this feature. Once worn, the entire pen must be replaced." Qingyao nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the uniqueness of this fountain pen. She promptly declared, "Please wrap this pen for me. I will take it." Upon hearing this, the shop assistant's face revealed a hint of confusion. After a moment's hesitation, she gently cautioned, "Madam, while this pen is indeed splendid, its price is relatively high, and it may be somewhat ostentatious. We have other options that are more affordable and durable. Might you reconsider?" Qingyao smiled and shook her head, waving her hand dismissively. "It's all right. I'll choose this one." Seeing her resolve, the attendant could only acquiesce with a nod and carefully wrapped the pen, as requested. Carrying the gift bag, Qingyao and Lin Feng exited the store. Lin Feng, glancing at the present in hand, was filled with puzzlement. "My dear, why did you purchase such an expensive pen? The cheaper one seemed quite good as well." Qingyao shook her head and replied with a smile, "Once you get accustomed to a fountain pen, you prefer not to switch to a new one. The one I bought has a replaceable cartridge, making it more convenient for my uncle." "Oh, I see." Lin Feng nodded, touched by his wife's thoughtfulness towards her family. He gazed at Qingyao with gratitude and said, "Thank you, dear." Qingyao, delighted, waved her hand, "Husband, this is simply what I ought to do. There's no need for thanks." With the gift procured, the couple returned home from a mall. Qingyao contemplated the present in her hands, anticipating the day they would return home together. On that day, in the early morning hours, when darkness still enveloped the outside world, Su Wanrong decisively roused Lin Chaotian from his slumber with a swift kick. "Old Lin, wake up quickly. We must hurry to the morning market. It's only 5 o'clock. Let me snooze a bit longer." Lin Chaotian mumbled from under the covers, reluctant to face the biting cold of winter. Outside, the frigid wind howled, and the temperature had plummeted below zero. Lin Chaotian, nestled in his blankets, remained stubbornly reluctant to rise. Observing this, Su Wanrong swiftly yanked off his covers, and the cold air rushed in, causing Lin Chaotian to shiver involuntarily. He contemplated a retort, but upon seeing his wife's resolute expression, he begrudgingly got out of bed and dressed. As they stepped outside, The cutting wind pierced like a knife. Lin Xiaotian grumbled as they walked. Wife, why don't you just go to the market alone? Why must we rise so early for the morning market? Our son is bringing a classmate home for the first time. We must entertain them well. The morning market has the freshest produce. Enough of this chatter. Let's go, Su Wanrong replied, her tone tinged with impatience. Fortunately, the morning market was not far from their residence. They arrived within a mere 15-minute walk. At this moment, the morning market was bustling with activity, as numerous vendors on tricycles busily stocked their supplies. The market was not only a hub for wholesale and retail, but also remarkably convenient, greatly favored by the local residents. Upon entering the market, one's eyes were immediately drawn to the fresh pork laid out on the counter. Su Wanrong, upon seeing it, eagerly approached with a joyful stride. The meat was so fresh it was absolutely mouth-watering, particularly the well-defined layers of the marbled pork belly and the neatly arranged ribs, which filled her heart with delight. She smiled at the vendor and said, "I'll take both the pork belly and the ribs. Please chop the ribs for me." "Certainly," the vendor responded, sharpening his knife before skillfully slicing the meat. In no time, Su Wanrong emerged from the throng of bustling people, clutching a hefty plastic bag. Chapter 46. The ugly daughter-in-law meets her in-laws today, observing Lin Xiaotian, who is unceremoniously squeezed to the periphery and idly surveying his surroundings. Su Wanrong irritably tossed a bag of meat at him. "Here, take this and don't lose it." "All right," Lin Xiaotian replied begrudgingly, following closely behind his wife. In addition to procuring some fresh pork, Su Wanrong deliberately selected prime cuts of lamb and beef, intending to prepare a dish from each. After exiting the morning market, she further chose an assortment of fresh vegetables and fruits from the stalls lining the roadside. With an array of fruits filling their plastic bags, the couple returned home, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Qingyao was beset by a whirlwind of emotions as she prepared to meet Lin Feng's parents. She had awakened early, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find rest. Anticipation mingled with anxiety filled her heart. She looked forward to meeting Lin Feng's family, yet fretted over the possibility of making a poor impression that might lead them to dislike her. Noticing his wife's unease, Lin Feng gently embraced her and inquired, "Darling, what's troubling you? Are you feeling nervous about visiting our home today?" Qingyao nodded subtly, her voice quivering. "Yes. I'm just worried that uncle and aunt might not like me." "How could that be?" Lin Feng comforted her tenderly. "My wife is so beautiful and well-behaved. Who would like her? Besides, if I adore you, my parents will surely love you too. Don't overthink it. I'll be by your side." Perhaps due to pregnancy, Qingyao's hormones were somewhat erratic, making her emotions fluctuate and causing her mind to wander. Fortunately, Lin Feng remained steadfastly by her side, offering timely comfort and encouragement. He gently caressed her back, his soothing words dispersing the shadows, clouding her heart like a gentle spring breeze. Qingyao nodded earnestly. "All right." After finishing breakfast, the couple began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Su Province was merely adjacent to the bustling metropolis, and they could reach home in just over an hour by high-speed train. Seated comfortably, Lin Feng placed an array of snacks he had prepared on the small table. "Darling, eat something if you get hungry. We'll arrive shortly." "Okay," Qingyao affirmed with a nod. Once back from the morning market, Su Wanrong remained busy. She alternated between washing vegetables and cutting meat, then moved to the kitchen to simmer soup and cook rice. As noon approached, she grew increasingly anxious, noticing that her son had yet to return. Setting aside her tasks, Su Wanrong approached Lin Xiaotian, who was lounging on the sofa, and said, "Old Lin, could you call our son and check on his whereabouts?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaotian sat up, retrieved his phone, and dialed their son. Moments later, Lin Feng's voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, Dad. I'm almost home, so there's no need to worry." Relieved to hear that their son was safe, Lin Xiaotian ended the call and went to the kitchen, informing Su Wanrong, "Wife, our son will be home shortly. You can start cooking now." Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Wanrong quickened her pace, expertly stirring the dishes in the pan, and soon, the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. As the final two dishes were placed on the dining table, she removed her apron and hung it aside, running her fingers through her somewhat disheveled hair as she turned to Lin Xiaotian and inquired, "Do I look all right?" I hope I haven't embarrassed my son. Lin Xiaotian smiled and nodded. Yes, you look wonderful, very youthful. He then jestingly added, what if your son brings home a girl? Su Wanrong shot him a glance and retorted, in that case, I would have them move out to avoid my sight. Though she spoke so defiantly, she firmly believed that her son would indeed bring home a girl. After all, a mother knows her child best. Before long, a taxi halted beneath their apartment building. Lin Feng retrieved their luggage from the trunk and took Yi Qingyao's hand as they ascended the stairs. Fortunately, their home was on the third floor, making the climb effortless. As they traversed the staircase, Yi Qingyao's small hand grew clammy with nerves. Suddenly, she halted, gripping Lin Feng's hand tightly, her brow furrowed in apprehension. Lin Feng, I'm a bit scared. Seeing her distress, Lin Feng gently reassured her, don't worry, my dear. I'm here, and my parents are quite easy to get along with. Upon hearing his words, Yi Qingyao took a deep breath, silently encouraging herself. Soon, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Su Wanrong, suspecting it was her son returning, cheerfully rushed to open it. However, upon seeing the visitor, her expression fell. Oh, it's a delivery. The delivery person smiled and said, last digit's 9528, Miss Su, correct? Here is your package. Please sign for it. With a resigned sigh, Su Wanrong accepted the parcel, closed the door, and returned to the sofa to continue her wait. In the old residential area, the staircase was quite narrow. As the delivery person descended, Lin Feng carefully shielded Yi Qingyao, and soon they reached the third floor. Lin Feng gently knocked on the door. Hearing the commotion, Su Wanrong cheerfully exclaimed, this must be my son. She opened the door and indeed saw the familiar figure. Mom, I'm home, Lin Feng called out. Su Wanrong smiled and nodded, glancing around before inquiring, son, didn't you say you were bringing a classmate home? Where's she? Lin Feng grinned widely and pulled Yi Qingyao, who had been shyly hiding behind him, into view. Now unable to evade the situation, she blushed and shyly greeted, hello, Annie. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet Su Wanrong heard her clearly, her eyes lighting up with delight. Oh my, this girl is truly lovely. Guomin, she exclaimed, pulling Yi Qingyao by the hand into the house. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat overlooked, smiled wryly and followed them inside with the luggage. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xiaotian quickly rose from the sofa. Upon seeing him, Yi Qingyao politely greeted, hello, uncle. Yes, indeed. Lin Xiaotian responded with a beaming smile, nodding approvingly at his son, as if to say, well done, my boy. Su Wanrong gently grasped Yi Qingyao's hand, warmly inviting her to take a seat on the sofa. Gazing at the delicate young girl before her, her heart brimmed with joy and satisfaction. She then inquired with heartfelt concern, my dear child, are you thirsty? You must be exhausted from your journey. Turning her gaze towards Lin Xiaotian, she tenderly commanded, quickly, bring the child a glass of warm water. Seeing the enthusiastic hospitality of her uncle and aunt, Yi Qingyao hurriedly waved her hand in refusal, saying, Uncle, I really am not thirsty. Please do not trouble yourself. Not at all. Let us not mind him, Su Wanrong replied with a cheerful smile, affectionately holding Yi Qingyao's hand. It was at that moment that Su Wanrong, with a gleam of mischief in her eyes, turned to Lin Feng and playfully asked, so, what is the nature of your relationship at present? Chapter 47. Indeed, I am with child. Upon hearing this revelation, Yi Qingyao's cheeks were instantly adorned with a blush, and she shyly lowered her gaze, her hands unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. In contrast, Lin Feng unabashedly took Yi Qingyao's hand in front of both of them, a triumphant smile playing upon his lips, as if he were declaring their relationship to the entire world. Su Wanrong, witnessing this scene, clapped her hands in delight, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes with joy. You need not say a word. I have already discerned it, she exclaimed, her tone imbued with warmth and elation. Wonderful, truly wonderful. She nodded vigorously, expressing her utmost approval of Lin Feng's choice. As Yi Qingyao was to be her son's girlfriend, Su Wanrong inquired more affectionately, child, what is your name? Annie. My name is Yi Qingyao, she replied with a smile, her voice melodious and bright, radiating happiness. Shall I call you Yao Yao from now on? Of course, that would be lovely. Yi Qingyao nodded, secretly marveling that the much-feared encounter with the parents was not so daunting after all. Then, Su Wanrong turned to Lin Feng and advised, "Son, take Yao Yao to wash her hands. The soup I have prepared is ready. We shall dine shortly." "All right," Lin Feng nodded, leading Qingyao by the hand towards the restroom. Inside, they joyfully washed their hands. Lin Feng whispered playfully, "Wife, are you still nervous?" Qingyao shook her head and replied contentedly, "Uncle and Annie are both wonderful, exceedingly warm. I'm not nervous at all now." "Ah, splendide. If anything displeases you during dinner, just pinch my thigh, and I shall shield you," Lin Feng said with a smile, his tone filled with affection and reassurance. Hearing this, Qingyao embraced Lin Feng, planting a tender kiss on his cheek. "Husband, you are truly wonderful." Upon seeing them emerge from the restroom, Su Wanrong approached with a beaming smile, taking Qingyao's hand and gently guiding her to a seat. "Yao Yao, I was sure what you would enjoy. So I prepared a variety of dishes," she said, glancing at the table laden with delicacies. "Whatever you wish to eat tonight, just let me know. Do not be shy. Consider this your home, all right?" "I understand," Qingyao replied, her face flushed with warmth. Su Wanrong's exuberance left her at a loss for words, only able to nod and smile in response. At that moment, Lin Xiaotian nudged Lin Feng's arm, exasperatedly urging, "Xiao Feng, why aren't you serving Yao Yao some food?" "Oh, right," Lin Feng quickly responded, grabbing his chopsticks to serve a piece of succulent, braised pork to his wife. Qingyao took a bite, her eyes widening in delight. "This braised pork is exquisite, not greasy at all. It is simply divine." Su Wanrong beamed with joy at her future daughter-in-law's high praise. "Yao Yao, if you enjoy it, do indulge a bit more," she said, adding several pieces of braised pork to Qingyao's bowl. "Thank you, Auntie," Qingyao said, her cheeks puffed out as she spoke. Lin Feng continuously served her with dishes and meat, filling her bowl to the brim, resembling a small mountain. At the dining table, a warm and joyous atmosphere enveloped them, with smiles of happiness illuminating every face. Suddenly, Qingyao furrowed her brow and set her chopsticks and bowl down on the table. With a perplexed expression, she inquired of Lin Feng, "What exactly did you just serve me?" "That's mutton," Lin Feng replied, perplexed, as an ominous premonition began to stir within him. In an instant, Qingyao covered her mouth, leapt from the bench, and dashed towards the restroom. Su Wanrong, witnessing this scene, was left bewildered and reproached Lin Feng, saying, "Did you not know that Yao Yao cannot eat mutton, being her boyfriend?" Sighing in frustration, Su Wanrong's eyes were filled with disappointment and reproach. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt utterly helpless, thinking it impossible to clear his name. After all, his wife could indeed eat mutton. Just a couple of days ago, he had prepared mutton soup for Qingyao. He looked at his mother with a bewildered expression, eager to explain, but unsure of how to begin. Su Wanjin, observing Lin Feng's dazed demeanor, impatiently tapped his head and urged, "Why don't you go ask Yao Yao if she's all right?" Her tone was fraught with urgency and reproach. "Oh," Lin Feng nodded and hurried to the restroom door, calling out, "Yao Yao, how are you? Are you feeling any better?" After some time, Qingyao emerged, her eyes red-rimmed, and she patted her chest, saying, "I feel much better after throwing up." Her voice carried a hint of weakness and fatigue. Hearing this, Su Wanrong rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and compassionately handed Qingyao a glass of warm water. "Yao Yao, it's Lin Feng's fault. He didn't know you couldn't eat mutton." "That is not true. Annie, this has nothing to do with Lin Feng," Qingyao quickly interjected, eager to defend him, not wanting to cast blame on Lin Feng for her own predicament. However, Lin Xiaotian reassured her, "Yao Yao, you need not defend him. Your uncle and aunt will take care of this." His tone was resolute and strong, as though assuring Qingyao that he would advocate for her. Su Wanrong concurred, stating, "A boyfriend who is unaware of his girlfriend's preferences is indeed inadequate," shooting another glare at Lin Feng. Standing aside, Lin Feng observed his parents fawning over Qingyao and began to question whether he had misheard. Were these truly the same loving parents he had known? Why did he suddenly feel so neglected? He sighed in resignation, secretly lamenting, "Alas, my wife receives all this adoration, and I have no right to complain." Nevertheless, seeing Qingyao cherished by his parents brought him joy, for she was the one he loved most dearly. Yet, Yi Qingyao felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Feng. Seeing her husband being scolded, she hurriedly intervened. "Uncle, Annie, please do not blame Lin Feng. The truth is, I am pregnant." "What?" The revelation struck the two like a bolt from the blue, leaving them momentarily stunned. Su Wanrong, in disbelief, asked again, "Yao Yao, you are pregnant?" "Yes," Yi Qingyao added hastily. Fearing a misunderstanding, "The child is Lin Feng's." Upon hearing these words, Lin Chaoyin's expression suddenly shifted. While it is indeed a good thing for his son to have a girlfriend, the fact that he had gotten her pregnant before graduating from university was something he found hard to accept. In his eyes, his son had completely disregarded the well-being of the young lady. How could a blossoming girl, still in her academic pursuits, be thrust into motherhood? With a fierce demeanor, Lin Chaotian rose to his feet, withdrew his belt, and his face darkened with anger, directed a stern gaze at Lin Feng, commanding, "You, come here." Chapter 48. Every mistake is my fault. If you must punish, let it be me. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming aura emanating from his father, tightening his chest with a sense of trepidation. Nevertheless, he forced himself to stand slowly from his chair. He understood that this was a confrontation he had to face. After all, the situation had arisen due to his own actions, and he was deserving of the consequences. "Kneel," Lin Chaotian commanded as he watched Lin Feng approach, his anger intensifying. At the sound of his father's voice, Lin Feng's body trembled slightly before he knelt on the ground, the contact of his knees with the cold tiles resonating with a dull thud. Almost immediately, Lin Chaoyin's belt struck his back, the sharp cracks echoing with each blow, causing Lin Feng to shudder. Observing this scene, Yi Qingyao felt a piercing pain in her heart, her face etched with anxiety and sorrow, her hands clenched tightly together, knuckles turning white from the pressure. She yearned to rush forward to stop Lin Chaotian, but Su Wanrong noticed and quickly grasped her hand, speaking gently yet firmly. "Yao Yao, don't intervene. Let your uncle handle this. Rest assured, if Lin Feng does not take responsibility, we will ensure he does." As an only child, Lin Feng was doted upon by his parents, but in the face of significant matters, they showed no mercy. The belt in Lin Chaoyin's hand swung with increasing ferocity, and soon Lin Feng's white shirt was marked with crimson streaks. Yi Qingyao watched in anguish, her heart aching. Suddenly, she broke free from Su Wanrong's grasp and threw herself over Lin Feng, using her frail form to shield him. Her voice trembled with tears. "Uncle, every fault lies with me. Do not strike Lin Feng. If punishment is to be given, let it be me. I share the blame in this, for it is my child as well." With her eyes closed, tears streamed down her cheeks. Witnessing this, Lin Feng felt warmth swell within him. He gently pushed Yi Qingyao aside, a smile illuminating his face, his eyes brimming with determination and gratitude. "Foolish girl, I am fine. This is my fault, and I must accept the punishment." Yet Yi Qingyao shook her head resolutely, tears glistening in her eyes. "No, that cannot be. I am at fault too. If punishment is to be administered, let us bear it together." Her voice was filled with unwavering resolve. Lin Chaotian, witnessing this poignant moment, felt his anger gradually subside. He threw the belt onto the sofa, his voice low yet powerful. "Xiao Feng, Yao Yao cares for you deeply. You must not let her down in the future." At that moment, Su Wanrong stepped forward, helping Yi Qingyao to her feet, her gaze filled with tenderness and concern. "Yao Yao, please get up." Seeing his mother's worried expression, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, reassuring her, "It's nothing. It was just a few strikes, and it doesn't hurt." The elderly couple watched the young lovers with hearts full of warmth and joy. They recognized that although their son had acted inappropriately this time, his love for Yi Qingyao was sincere and profound. Moreover, they were genuinely pleased and fond of Yi Qingyao as their daughter-in-law. Su Wanrong grasped Yi Vingyo's hand, her face radiating warmth. "Yao Yao, how many months along are you now?" 2.5 months, came the reply. Ye Vingyo agenti karesit head abdomen, her face radiating maternal warmth. She looked at the elderly couple, her eyes filled with pleading. "Uncle, Annie, please do not reprimand Lin Feng any longer. This matter is truly not his fault." All right, as long as you do not blame him," Su Wanrong replied, patting Yi Qingyao's hand with a cheerful smile. Although their son had acted somewhat impulsively and immaturely this time, the couple was nonetheless very pleased with the daughter-in-law he had chosen. Subsequently, Su Wanrong affectionately led Yi Qingyao to the dining table, beaming as she said, "Yao Yao, if you do not wish to eat lamb, then do not. Take whatever you desire. If you crave something else in the evening, Annie will prepare it for you, ensuring you eat well and thrive." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao smiled widely, revealing two adorable dimples. "Thank you, Annie." She had experienced morning sickness for a time, but it had subsided. It was merely the scent of the lamb that had momentarily unsettled her. Lin Xiaotian observed Yi Qingyao's discomfort and quietly stood up, removing the lamb from the table and placing it in a corner of the kitchen, so as to spare his future daughter-in-law from any further unpleasantness. Surrounded by the love and care of Lin Feng's family, Yi Qingyao felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. She realized that not only had she chosen the right partner, but she had also found a warm and joyous family. As Yi Qingyao savored her ribs, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and a mysterious smile graced her face. "Oh, by the way, Uncle and Andy, I am expecting twins." "What? Twins?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong's joy was palpable. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement. She grasped Yi Qingyao's hand, her voice trembling slightly. "Yao Yao, this period will be quite challenging for you." After speaking, she turned to Lin Feng and admonished, "Xiao Feng, you must take good care of Yao Yao. Otherwise, you will have to answer to us." "Yes," Lin Feng replied with a helpless smile, feeling his status within the family rapidly diminishing. Although Lin Xiaotian was equally overjoyed. Being a man, he was not adept at expressing his emotions. He merely smiled slightly, his gaze filled with tenderness and anticipation. Looking at Yi Qingyao, he spoke in a deep and reassuring voice. "Yao Yao, you're the benefactor of the Lin family. If Xiao Feng ever does anything to upset you, let us know, and we shall deal with him." Yi Qingyao nodded with a smile. All right." She then glanced at Lin Feng with a playful raise of her eyebrow, as if to say, "My dear husband, you better be cautious from now on." At that moment, Lin Feng sat quietly by, afraid to breathe too heavily, lest his father summon him for discipline. However, the atmosphere did not remain light for long. Lin Xiaotian took a sip of wine, then turned to Lin Feng with a hint of seriousness in his tone. "Xiao Feng, what are your plans for the future?" Lin Feng, upon hearing this, looked at Yi Qingyao, his eyes brimming with determination and affection. "We plan to hold our wedding during the winter break." Lin Xiaotian's brow furrowed slightly at this. "Yao Yao's family may not make this easy for you. If it comes to it, we shall accompany you to make amends." He understood that marriage was not merely a union of two individuals, but rather an intertwining of two families. Primarily, it was the son's actions that were quite reprehensible. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao waved her hand and smiled, saying, "Uncle, there's no need for concern. My family has already approved my marriage to Lin Feng. They adore him." Su Wanrong and the others were utterly astonished by this revelation, as they had not anticipated such smooth proceedings. Lin Xiaotian gazed at Lin Feng in confusion, only to see him nod affirmatively before stating, "In a couple of days, let us arrange a meeting between our families to discuss the wedding, aiming to complete the ceremony during this winter break." Lin Xiaotian nodded in agreement and continued, "It was indeed unseemly for Lin Feng to act in such a manner. So whatever requests your family may have, we shall strive to accommodate." Su Wanrong also nodded and grasped Yi Qingyao's hand, assuring her, "Rest assured, we will not allow your pregnancy to impose any burdens or hardships upon you." Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingyao burst into tears, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of happiness and warmth. Wiping her tears, she looked at Lin Xiaotian and Su Wanrong, her voice imbued with gratitude and determination. "Uncle, Annie, thank you so much. Your kindness towards me is truly overwhelming." Chapter 49. Mother, your son is now worth over $1 billion after satisfying her hunger and thirst. Yi Qingyao lazily stifled a yawn, a hint of fatigue evident in her eyes. She had awakened particularly early that morning, and now she was so drowsy that her eyelids felt as though they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, persistently battling to remain open. Lin Feng, noticing her plight, expressed his concern tenderly. My dear, you look utterly exhausted. Perhaps you should rest in a room for a while. His gaze was filled with affection. All right. Qingyao acquiesced with a nod. Seeing this, Su Wanrong promptly rose and, with a light step, approached her, gently assisting her with a caring tone. Qingyao, the room has been thoroughly tidied by the maid. You can sleep without worry. Qingyao nodded appreciatively, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She made her way to the bedside, taking in the neat and orderly room, her heart swelling with warmth. Every corner of this space exuded Lin Feng's essence, providing her with immeasurable comfort. As she nestled under Lin Feng's blanket, she inhaled deeply, savoring the unique scent that reminded her of him. An involuntary sweet smile graced her lips. She murmured softly to herself, "Husband's blanket smells so delightful. It's the fragrance of Li Bai." With that, she gently closed her eyes, succumbing to slumber. Su Wanrong, witnessing this, quietly exited the room, carefully closing the door behind her. She turned to Lin Feng and Lin Xiaotian, her eyes conveying a sense of caution. "You two, keep your voices down. Qingyao is already asleep. Don't wake her." Her tone was imbued with love and protection for Qingyao. Soon after, Su Wanrong made her way to the kitchen, where she busied herself. She skillfully retrieved yellow beans to soak, preparing to make Qingyao's favorite tofu for dinner. Observing his mother's industriousness, Lin Feng approached her and softly inquired, "Mom, what are you busy with?" Su Wanrong glanced up at him, her eyes filled with maternal love. "Qingyao mentioned that she wanted to eat tofu, so I'm soaking the beans in advance to prepare it for her tonight." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of reluctance. "Mom, isn't this a bit too troublesome? We could simply buy some tofu from outside." He thought the process of making tofu was overly cumbersome and inconvenient. Su Wanrong promptly shook her head, her tone resolute. "Nothing from outside can compare to what I make myself. Moreover, this is what my daughter-in-law wishes to eat. I would go to great lengths, even if it meant sourcing it from the skies or the earth." Lin Feng, witnessing his mother's dedication, could only smile helplessly, yet his heart brimmed with warmth. He understood that his mother's efforts were driven by a desire to envelop Qingyao in the warmth and love of family. He gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Mom, you've worked hard." Emerging from the kitchen, the three of them settled in the living room, the atmosphere warm and tranquil. At that moment, Su Wanrong suddenly recalled something and curiously looked at Lin Feng, asking, "Lin Feng, where's Qingyao's family from? What do her parents do?" Her inquiry was so detailed as she wished to gain a general understanding of Qingyao's family background, to have a clearer perspective when discussing wedding arrangements. Lin Xiaotian gazed at Lin Feng with curiosity, their eyes fixed on him as if seeking answers within his gaze. Sensing their anticipation, Lin Feng offered a faint smile and spoke. "Yao's family resides in the capital. Her parents are engaged in business, and their company is quite substantial." Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian felt a chill wash over them. The disparity in family fortune was stark, with their savings barely exceeding 6 figures, causing a sense of unease and concern. Recalling that during dinner, Qingyao mentioned her family's approval of their union, Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. He promptly inquired of Lin Feng, "Son, are you planning to marry into Yao's family?" Lin Feng, taken aback, chuckled incredulously. "Dad, what are you saying? That's impossible." He never imagined his father would entertain such a notion. Could it not be that his own merits had endeared him to Qingyao and her family? Su Wanrong, equally perplexed, looked at Lin Feng with bewilderment. "Given the vast wealth gap between our families, how would Yao's parents agree to let her marry you?" Her tone bore hints of confusion, for while her son was indeed handsome, Qingyao was exceptionally beautiful as well. What could possibly account for this? Noticing the eagerness in their eyes for an explanation, Lin Feng grinned confidently, pride radiating from him. "It's simply because your son is extraordinarily exceptional." His tone held a playful arrogance, as if he were discussing something completely mundane. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaotian pursed his lips, internally scoffing at his son's vanity, wondering from whom he had inherited such narcissism. With earnest sincerity, Lin Feng looked at his parents and revealed, "Mom, Dad, I've been secretly starting my own business these past few years." He continued, "As of now, your son is worth over 100 million. His words were laced with pride and satisfaction. What? Son, are you feverish? Su Wanrong could hardly believe her ears. A valuation in the hundreds of millions? It seemed implausible. She reached out to feel Lin Feng's forehead, her expression one of disbelief. Lin Xiaotian shared her incredulity and reassured Lin Feng. Son, as long as you and Yao Yao wish to be together, we will do whatever it takes to satisfy her family, even if it means sacrificing everything. But please, don't overextend yourself under pressure. Faced with his parents' skepticism, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Mom, Dad, why can't you just believe me? I'm telling the truth. He then retrieved his phone, opened the banking app, and presented the balance screen to his parents. His eyes brimmed with confidence and determination, as if to say, look, this is the evidence. As they beheld the long string of numbers followed by countless zeros, Su Wanrong felt her vision blur. She hastily pinched Lin Xiaoyan's arm and urged, Old Lin, quickly count how many zeros are there. Her voice trembled with excitement and disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the extraordinary sight before her. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaotian hastily lowered his head and began to count. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. 9 zeros. After completing his count, he exclaimed with excitement. Grasping Su Wanrong's shoulders, he continued in astonishment. My dear, our son's account holds 800 million. His tone was imbued with disbelief and exhilaration, as if he were recounting an implausible tale. Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Linking her arm with Lin Feng's, she chuckled merrily. Xiaofeng, how extraordinary you are. Even as a child, I sensed you were different from others. Indeed, you are a dragon among men. The offspring of a mouse is destined to burrow. Her words were laced with playful teasing and pride, though by the end, her speech had become somewhat nonsensical. Clearly overwhelmed by the unexpected joy, observing his mother's demeanor, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Mom and Dad, it's true. From now on, I will ensure you enjoy a better life. With that, he glanced around and added, let us begin by moving from this house. We shall go look for a new one tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian both wore expressions of contentment, fully aware that their son had matured and possessed the capability to provide them with a more prosperous life. They nodded in joyful agreement. Chapter 50. My dear wife, where are you touching? Xiaofeng, Yao Yao, dinner is ready. Su Wanrong's voice was gentle and warm, as she steadily carried a steaming plate of mapo tofu. Ah, we're coming. Upon hearing the call, the two emerged from their room. Even before stepping into the dining area, the enticing aroma enveloped them, making it impossible to resist swallowing. Qingyao gently inhaled, her eyes sparkling with delight, clearly captivated by the fragrant allure. Su Wanrong delicately placed the mapo tofu on the dining table. The tofu gleaming with vibrant hues, the fiery red chili oil contrasting beautifully with the fresh green scallions, creating a visually stunning presentation. Qingyao couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it smells incredible. Auntie, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The praise made Su Wanrong beam with joy, her eyes crinkling with happiness as she served a bowl of rice to Qingyao. Yao Yao, you must try it. Qingyao accepted the rice, gently picking up a piece of tofu and placing it in her mouth. Instantly, the spicy, savory explosion delighted her palate, and she couldn't resist closing her eyes to savor the flavor. After a moment, she nodded enthusiastically, singing praises. Auntie, this tofu is absolutely delicious. No wonder Xiaofeng is such a good cook. He must have inherited your talent. Her words carried a hint of playfulness and flattery, yet they left Su Wanrong momentarily stunned. Pondering, Xiaofeng is a good cook? This child has never set foot in the kitchen. Seeing the perplexity in his mother's expression, Lin Feng quickly urged Su Wanrong to sit down, his tone laced with a touch of helplessness and embarrassment. Mom, please sit and enjoy your meal. He knew that prolonging this topic would lead him to fabricate an elaborate story, considering his cooking skills were a gift from the system. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious, with Qingyao relishing every bite of the mapo tofu. Lin Feng quietly observed the interaction between his mother and wife, his heart swelling with gratitude and contentment. He recognized the effort his mother had put into ensuring that his wife enjoyed the meal, and felt compelled to commend her. My love, this tofu was made by my mother herself, from soaking the beans to grinding them, followed by several cooking processes, all to create these exquisite pieces of tofu. Lin Feng's words conveyed pride and appreciation, aiming to let Qingyao feel the care and dedication his mother had invested. However, upon hearing this, Qingyao's face briefly reflected guilt. She understood the extent of effort Auntie had put forth to satisfy her cravings. Gently grasping Su Wanrong's hand, her eyes shimmering with gratitude and remorse, she said, "Auntie, you've been so wonderful to me. I promise to treat you well in the future." Su Wanrong's heart swelled with happiness at her words, her smile widening, deepening the lines at the corners of her eyes, filled with joy and fulfillment. She gently patted Yi Qingyao's hand, her tone imbued with affection. "Yao Yao, you needn't be so polite. We are all family." Following this brief exchange after dinner, Yi Qingyao and Su Wanrong sat on the sofa, engaged in cheerful conversation, as if there were an endless stream of topics between the two women. Lin Feng quietly observed them from the side, his heart swelling with contentment. After all, a harmonious relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law begets unparalleled familial bliss. Time slipped away imperceptibly, and before long, night had descended. Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao returned to their room, preparing to rest. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong sat anxiously on the sofa in the living room, her heart tinged with unease. She approached Lin Chaotian, lowering her voice as she expressed her concerns. "Old Lin, isn't it a bit inappropriate for the young couple to share a room?" Her tone was laced with worry and apprehension. Lin Chaotian, upon hearing this, chuckled helplessly and gently patted Su Wanrong's shoulder in a comforting gesture. They already have a child on the way. What could possibly be wrong? However, Su Wanrong remained unsettled, shaking her head with furrowed brows. "That's not what I meant. Our son is a robust young man, and I worry he might act recklessly." Lin Chaotian sighed in resignation, attempting to reassure his wife. "Stop fretting unnecessarily. Our son knows his limits. Let us get some rest." With that, he headed towards the master bedroom. Yet, Su Wanrong was still not at ease. A short while later, she tiptoed to the door of the guest room and gently knocked. Hearing the knock, Lin Feng hurriedly slipped on his slippers and opened the door. Upon seeing his mother standing there with a blanket in hand, he was momentarily perplexed. "Mom, what is the matter?" Su Wanrong handed the blanket to Lin Feng, her tone imbued with gentle admonition. "Son, Yao Yao is still in her first trimester. You must exercise restraint." Lin Feng, slightly amused yet understanding his mother's concern, nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing." However, Su Wanrong was not entirely reassured. She reiterated her caution. "Tonight, don't share a blanket with Yao Yao. You should use this one instead." She added, "Our house has poor sound insulation. You must be careful." Lin Feng chuckled wryly, recognizing that his mother's actions stemmed from a place of love. Nonetheless, he was aware of the house's inadequate soundproofing. No need to ask how he knew. He gently patted his mother's shoulder and said earnestly, "Mom, please don't worry. Go back to sleep." With that, he closed the door. At that moment, Yi Qingyao, noticing Lin Feng holding the blanket, inquired with curiosity, "Darling, what do you need the blanket for?" "It's just that winters here can be quite chilly, and I don't want you to catch a cold. So I thought I would add an extra layer for you," Lin Feng replied considerately. Yi Qingyao opened her arms, pulling him close with a shy smile. "With you to warm my bed, I won't feel cold at all. Hurry up and join me." As she reached to remove Lin Feng's clothing, her hand inadvertently grazed his back, causing him to wince slightly. Realizing it might be a mark left by a belt, Yi Qingyao quickly removed his shirt, revealing distinct welts upon his skin. Thankfully, there were no open wounds, just some redness. Witnessing this, her heart ached as she tenderly touched the marks, her eyes glistening with tears. "Darling, why didn't you dodge when he hit you? You're so foolish. Who compelled me to act in a manner that would cause you distress? I willingly accept this burden." Lin Feng smiled broadly, then embraced Yi Qingyao tenderly. "Fortunately, both our families have approved of our union. So now, my dear, you can no longer escape. With such a wonderful husband, why would I wish to flee?" Yi Qingyao playfully pouted, and as she lowered her head, she inadvertently caught sight of Lin Feng's well-defined eight-pack abs. Her fingertips gently traced the contours of his firm muscles. Lin Feng smiled indulgently, his eyes sparkling with affection. "My dear, what do you think you're touching?" Chapter 51. Your son is not foolish. After finishing breakfast, Lin Feng's family prepared to embark on an important mission, house hunting. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lin Xiaotian gazed up at the sign of the sales office. A flicker of disbelief illuminating his eyes. Turning to Lin Feng, he expressed his astonishment and confusion. "Xiao Feng, the prices here are exorbitant, over 20,000 per square meter. This is simply highway robbery." Su Wanrong chimed in. "Indeed, Xiao Feng, a mere unit here would cost several million. I understand that you've achieved great success and your earning potential has increased, but wealth should not be squandered like this. We could settle for a more affordable property. There is no need to pursue such high-end options." In response, Lin Feng smiled at them, his gaze resolute. "Dad, I recognize that the housing prices are steep, but you both have worked tirelessly for a lifetime. It is time for you to enjoy life. Moreover, the location and amenities here are quite commendable, and most importantly, it is in close proximity to the school, making your commutes easier." Ultimately, Lin Feng's words resonated with his parents, though Su Wanrong still cautioned, "Son, let us look today and perhaps purchase in a couple of days. Otherwise, we might be perceived as naive buyers." Understood, Lin Feng nodded. But inwardly, he harbored different intentions, contemplating that he would act decisively today, leaving his parents with no choice. Upon entering the sales office, a refreshing and elegant atmosphere enveloped them. The sales representative, clad in a uniform black attire and adorned in high heels, approached with a radiant smile. Her voice was sweet and inviting. "Hello, welcome. Are you here to view properties?" Lin Feng smiled and nodded politely, responding yes. His gaze fell upon the display model, and he continued, "Could you kindly provide us with some details?" The sales representative, noticing his interest, nodded with a smile and inquired, "May I ask if you prefer larger or smaller units? There are differences in amenities and layouts for both options." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng replied with a smile, "We would prefer a larger unit. We desire a more spacious living environment." Upon hearing this, the sales representative's smile broadened. For selling a larger unit would significantly enhance her commission. She enthusiastically began to elaborate on the intricate details of the properties, from the design of the units to the surrounding facilities, leaving no stone unturned. Lin Xiaotian and Su Wanrong listened intently, nodding in agreement. The properties were indeed appealing, but Lin Feng's attention was captivated by a charming, standalone villa next door. He casually inquired, "Is that property part of your offerings as well?" The sales representative turned her head slightly to glance at it, smiling as she affirmed, "Yes, sir, that villa is the pinnacle of our development. It boasts an exceptionally stringent security system, ensuring unparalleled privacy. Naturally, the price corresponds to its premium status." Seemingly unfazed by her explanation, Lin Feng's gaze remained fixated on the model of the exquisite villa, filled with admiration. At this moment, he turned to Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian, saying, "Dad, Mom, that charming little villa is truly magnificent. Upon entering, there's a quaint courtyard. You can plant whatever vegetables you desire, or even raise chickens. It's exceedingly convenient." Upon hearing her son's words, Su Wanrong's eyes sparkled with delight. As a true citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, cultivating vegetables was almost second nature to everyone. In her current old community, cultivating on the ground floor was impossible. She could only tend to a few scallions and chives in foam boxes on the balcony, which was indeed quite inconvenient. Then Lin Feng turned his gaze to Lin Xiaotian. "Dad, while you plant vegetables on the left, I will construct a small pavilion on the right for you, where you can enjoy tea, play chess, and read. How delightful it would be." The imagery painted by his son made Lin Xiaotian feel as though he were already immersed in that scene, which was precisely what he yearned for. Observing the satisfied expressions of his parents, Lin Feng had already formulated a plan. He turned to the saleswoman and inquired, "Is this property available for immediate purchase?" "Yes," she replied. "Then we shall secure this one. When can we sign the contract?" Lin Feng asked. The saleswoman seemed taken aback by this sudden wave of joy, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Sir, have you truly decided on this one?" "Indeed," Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, The saleswoman was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, gripping Lin Feng's hand tightly. "Sir, you have exquisite taste. Thank you. I will prepare the contract right away." With that, she dashed out like a whirlwind. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed Qingyao pouting, her expression filled with irritation as she fixed her gaze on him. He realized his wife might be feeling jealous, yet he felt somewhat helpless, for it was she who had taken his hand. He vowed he had not moved an inch. Subsequently, Lin Feng, feeling a bit wronged, approached Qingyao, entwined her arm, and playfully said, "Wife, I was just squeezed by someone." Upon hearing this, Qingyao couldn't help but chuckle, her earlier jealousy dissipating like mist. She feigned seriousness and said, "Boys must learn to protect themselves when out in the world." After saying this, she gently pinched Lin Feng's backside, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Just then, the saleswoman hurried back with the contract, as though fearing Lin Feng might change his mind. "Sir, you may sign the contract now." She added, "By the way, the villa you selected is priced at 15 million. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the pen in the saleswoman's hand. Understanding his intent, she promptly extended the pen towards him. Without hesitation, Lin Feng signed his name, anxious that his parents might intervene if he delayed. After finalizing the contract, the elderly couple lingered by the model display, reluctant to leave. Seeing this, Lin Feng's playful spirit ignited as he laughed and said to Su Wanrong, "Mom, I think that house is splendid, and you both seem quite pleased. Why don't we go ahead and purchase it?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong quickly pulled her son aside and whispered, "Son, the housing prices might drop in a couple of days. Let us wait a bit." Lin Feng smiled wryly, knowing well that this development was not aimed at the average population, hence the likelihood of price reduction was minimal. Just as he was about to reveal his thoughts, the saleswoman approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Sir, here is your key. Please keep it safe. Should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to contact me." Lin Feng accepted the key with a nod, while Lin Xiaotian and Su Wanrong exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions laden with confusion. A key? Why would someone give their son a key? Su Wanrong was overcome with a sense of foreboding as she turned to Lin Feng, inquiring with uncertainty, "Son, have you already purchased the apartment we just viewed?" "Yes, Mom. The sooner you buy, the sooner you can enjoy peace of mind and pleasure," Lin Feng replied with a radiant smile. However, Su Wanrong found it impossible to share in his joy. She sensed her son was being taken advantage of once more. Lin Feng thought to himself, "My son is not foolish." Chapter 52. The wedding photo shoot. The residence purchased by Lin Feng was an unfinished property. He meticulously selected a designer in accordance with the preferences of Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian, hoping that the final decor would bring them immense satisfaction. During lunch, Lin Feng suddenly recalled something and, with a mouthful of food, inquired, "Dad, Mom, when does your school winter break officially commence?" Su Wanrong exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Xiaotian before gently responding, "This Wednesday after the exams, we'll spend Thursday grading papers, and then we'll officially be on holiday." She then added, "Is there something on your mind, dear?" Having recently transitioned from teaching 9th grade to a more relaxed role with first graders, the couple felt considerably less burdened. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards Qingyao, a smile gracing his lips. "Once you're on break, let us arrange a meeting with Yao Yao's parents to discuss wedding plans." Su Wanrong's face lit up with joy, her delight evident as she replied, "That sounds wonderful. Once we finish here, we will head to the magical city." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she could already envision the heartwarming scene of her son and daughter-in-law donning their wedding attire, hand in hand, stepping into the sacred realm of matrimony. Lin Xiaotian, equally pleased, nodded in agreement, reflecting, "Time truly flies. It seems like just yesterday that my son was a little child trailing behind me." Feeling a bit shy at his father's words, Lin Feng scratched his head and chuckled. "Dad, it won't be long before your grandchildren are trailing behind you." "Haha, that would be splendid." Lin Xiaotian laughed heartily. As Lin Feng was preparing for his upcoming final examinations and needed to return to school, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian personally escorted the couple to the high-speed train station. After disembarking, Su Wanrong grasped Qingyao's hand tightly, reluctant to part, saying, "Yao Yao, if Xiao Feng ever bullies you, just let us know." We will certainly stand up for you, and if he dares to mistreat you, just wait and see how we handle him. Lin Xiaotian chimed in. Exactly. You mustn't overexert yourself. Any strenuous tasks should be left to Xiaofeng. He is young and strong. A little work won't tire him out. Please don't worry about him, all right? Yi Qingyao, beaming with happiness, replied, Auntie, I will remember your words. Rest assured, if Xiaofeng bullies me, I will definitely tell you. Observing his mother's endless cautions, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile helplessly, thinking to himself, am I really that untrustworthy? Hearing the station's announcement for boarding, he cheerfully said, Dad, Mom, it's time for ticket checking. We must be on our way. Don't worry, I will take good care of Yao Yao. Nodding in response, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian's eyes brimmed with reluctance and concern. All right, remember to let us know when you get home safely, they urged. Of course, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao replied in unison, hand in hand. As they stepped into the ticketing area, watching the young couple depart, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian left the high-speed train station with heavy hearts. Upon returning to the bustling metropolis, Lin Feng found himself engulfed in the whirlwind of final examinations. For 2 consecutive days, Monday and Tuesday, he was tirelessly occupied. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyao was not idle either. Although she was exempt from examinations, she had recently taken on a part-time job. Over the past few days, she dedicated herself to her work, successfully completing her design drafts and sending them off. The recipient was effusive in their praise, lauding her creativity and innate artistic flair. This endeavor earned her a remarkable sum of 2,000 yuan. It was her first reward earned through her own efforts, leaving her nearly bursting with joy, her heart brimming with satisfaction. With Lin Feng's birthday approaching, she resolved to use this money to purchase a gift for him, aiming to create a delightful surprise. As the final exams drew to a close, students began to head home for the holidays. Lin Feng's roommates eagerly packed their bags, eager to return home for the new year, except for Xiao Xiao, who lingered in the dormitory, reluctant to leave. This young man rarely made an appearance outside of exams, leaving others to wonder what he occupied himself with all day. After bidding farewell to his roommates at the high-speed train station, Lin Feng returned home as night fell. That evening, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao lay in bed conversing. As he gazed at his wife's gently rounded belly, a profound sense of happiness and contentment enveloped him. Suddenly, he proposed, Darling, while your belly is still not too pronounced, how about we take our wedding photos tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Which girl does not dream of donning a pristine white wedding gown and a vibrant red bridal dress? She exclaimed, That sounds wonderful. Lin Feng chuckled, playfully tapping her nose. Then let us go tomorrow, but you must be mentally prepared. Taking wedding photos is no trivial task and may require an entire day of shooting. Yi Qingyao nodded enthusiastically, assuring him it's all right. The baby is still small, so I won't tire easily. Lin Feng smiled at her words, affectionately saying, Even if you do get tired, we could take breaks. With me by your side, you can rest easy. Yi Qingyao leaned contentedly against her husband's shoulder, filled with anticipation for the next day. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Lin Feng began to bustle about. Like a meticulous caretaker, he prepared everything Yi Qingyao might need. Realizing that capturing wedding photos is no simple task, he worried she might feel hungry or thirsty during the shoot, so he gathered an abundance of snacks, fruits, and water. He even thoughtfully included a small cushion, concerned that she might become uncomfortable for sitting for too long. Observing the overflowing bag, Yi Qingyao smiled blissfully. She hugged Lin Feng's neck and remarked, Darling, if one didn't know better, they might think you were preparing for a long journey. Why are you so thoroughly prepared? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, grinning, Well, we believe in being prepared. My mother and the uncles and aunts entrusted me with taking good care of you. I cannot afford to give you any reason to report me. Oh, Yi Qingyao pouted playfully, her eyes twinkling with laughter. All right, my dear, shall we set off? Lin Feng grasped Yi Qingyao's hand as they drove towards the enchanting location, a place frequented by celebrities for their wedding photos. With its breathtaking scenery and comprehensive amenities, it undoubtedly stood as an exceptional choice for capturing bridal portraits. Chapter 53. The Golden Boy and the Jade Girl 40 minutes later. A Lamborghini Veneno Roadster gracefully glided into the designated parking space of the Love Wedding Photography Studio. The staff within the shop were engrossed in their tasks when a subtle sound of the engine ceasing drew their attention. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, they beheld the luxurious vehicle, and a flurry of whispers erupted, speculating whether a celebrity or a member of the elite had arrived. A few young female employees sparkled with excitement, quietly discussing the car's extravagant nature and rarity. At that moment, the car door slowly opened, and Lin Feng, clad in a meticulously tailored suit, stepped out with an air of confidence. He gentlemanly extended his hand, while Qingyao, dressed in a simple yet elegant dress, linked her arm with his. Together, they made their way into the reception hall. Their presence seemed to illuminate the entire space, drawing astonished gazes from the staff, who internally marveled, "Wow, what a golden couple. Their beauty and charisma are simply a match made in heaven." As they disembarked, the manager happened to be at the front desk attending to some matters. She glanced up and was momentarily stunned by the sight of the striking couple approaching. Quickly regaining her composure, she set aside her tasks and approached them with a warm smile, welcoming this esteemed pair. "Hello, welcome to Love Wedding Photography Studio. May I inquire if you are here for wedding photos?" "Indeed," Lin Feng replied with a smile, casting a loving glance at Qingyao. The manager, noticing this, became even more enthusiastic, guiding them towards the VIP reception room. Upon entering the VIP room, the manager promptly presented a meticulously prepared photography package to Lin Feng and Qingyao. "Sir and madam, this is our photography package, encompassing various styles and scenes, along with accompanying attire and makeup services. Please take a look, and if you have any specific preferences or requests, do let us know. We will do our utmost to accommodate your needs." Lin Feng accepted the package, perusing its contents with care before gently handing it to Qingyao. "Darling, you decide. Whichever style you prefer, we shall go with that." Qingyao examined the details attentively, already formulating an idea in her mind. She pointed to one of the mid-range options, priced at 999,999 yuan, and smiled, saying, "Let's choose this one. The number is auspicious." Considering her current pregnancy, she thought that the number of outfits should not be excessive, making this package just perfect. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. His eyes filled with affection and adoration for Qingyao. The manager, too, displayed a satisfied smile, nodding her head before leading them to the clothing area on the second floor. As they ascended to the second floor, both Qingyao and Lin Feng were taken aback by the stunning scene before them, with garments in a dazzling array adorning the entire room. A myriad of styles is available, ranging from the classical to the contemporary, and from the minimalist to the opulent, creating a visual feast that leaves one in awe. Those with a fear of making choices may find themselves entangled in indecision amidst such a plethora of garments. Observing this, the store manager began to cheerfully introduce the various outfits, including the exquisite Showa dress and the chic Chanel-inspired gown, each set captivating in its own right. Qingyao listened attentively to the manager's descriptions while meticulously examining the garments on display. Occasionally, she would pick up a wedding dress and gently caress its fabric, or pose in front of the mirror to envision the Showa dress's silhouette, her mind already made up. Ultimately, after conferring with Lin Feng, they decided to capture their love story through a series of photographs featuring a wedding gown, a Showa dress, and a Chanel-inspired ensemble. With the attire selected, the next phase involved makeup. The makeup artists here are among the industry's elite, having previously catered to top-tier celebrities. Their skills are not only exceptional, but also finely attuned to detail and personalized client needs. Qingyao's makeup artist was a fashionably dressed young woman, her long, wavy hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Upon first seeing Qingyao, the artist was profoundly struck by her beauty, with well-defined features and flawless, luminous skin devoid of any blemish. She appeared as if she had stepped out from the pages of a comic book. The makeup artist felt a sense of fortune and challenge in working with such a naturally stunning client. She understood that for a beauty like Qingyao, an overly extravagant makeup look would overshadow her innate charm. Thus, she opted for a subtle yet sophisticated makeup style, delicately applying a foundation that rendered Qingyao's complexion even more refined and natural. The entire application process was both meticulous and deft, akin to the careful crafting of a masterpiece. Once the makeup was complete, Qingyao gazed into the mirror, hardly able to believe her eyes. While she was already strikingly beautiful, the artist's skilled touch had elevated her allure to breathtaking heights. Satisfied, she nodded appreciatively and exclaimed, "Your makeup skills are truly remarkable." The artist, delighted by Qingyao's compliment, humbly replied, "It is your natural beauty that allows for such an effect. I merely enhanced it a little." With that, she gracefully retrieved the wedding gown from the side and assisted Qingyao in donning it. She carefully adjusted the gown's train and posed Qingyao in a manner that showcased the dress perfectly. Standing before the mirror in her wedding gown, Qingyao was filled with happiness and anticipation, wondering if Xiaofeng would like it. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's makeup was also complete, and he sat restlessly on the sofa, his gaze wandering intermittently. Noticing Lin Feng's eagerness, the store manager playfully teased, "Groom, can you hardly wait? Don't fret, the bride will be ready shortly." Lin Feng smiled sheepishly, scratching his head in a display of bashfulness. He was acutely aware that he must appear rather foolish in his current state, yet he could not suppress his eagerness to behold Qingyao. Observing the groom's bashful demeanor, the manager ceased her playful banter and smiled, saying, "Groom, please wait a moment. The bride is ready and will surely leave you in awe." With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with the staff nearby, who promptly understood her cue. Together, they gently parted the curtains, revealing Qingyao, resplendent in her white gown, resembling a celestial being. Her hair was meticulously styled into an elegant updo, adorned with delicate white lilies. Lin Feng found himself utterly mesmerized, gazing at Qingyao as if the entire world had come to a halt. He forgot to breathe, lost track of time, and was oblivious to everything around him. His focus was solely on Qingyao. Her beauty and grace were indelibly etched in his heart. Qingyao shyly inquired, "Darling, do I look beautiful?" However, Lin Feng seemed not to hear her words. He remained entranced, his eyes brimming with love and adoration. The surrounding staff, witnessing the groom's infatuated expression, stifled their laughter, fully aware that at this moment, Lin Feng was utterly captivated by Qingyao's allure. The manager, sensing the awkward silence, broke it with a cheerful tone. "Groom, your bride is asking if you think she looks good." Why the silence? Startled back to reality, Lin Feng quickly responded with a beaming smile. "She looks stunning, absolutely stunning. My wife, you are incredibly beautiful." His voice trembled with excitement, yet it was suffused with sincerity and affection. Upon hearing Lin Feng's heartfelt words, Qingyao felt a surge of happiness and contentment, replying, "Darling, you look incredibly handsome too." Chapter 54. It is worth spending this money. Within the shooting venue, sunlight streamed through the expansive glass windows, casting a warm and radiant glow upon the polished floor. The staff busily moved about, yet at this moment, their gaze converged on the hand-in-hand couple, Lin Feng and Qingyao, their eyes brimming with admiration and envy. Such a perfectly matched pair. A young female assistant couldn't help but exclaim softly. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful. They were simply a match made in heaven, reminiscent of a stunning couple straight out of comic book. Goodness, they are truly high-quality individuals, chimed in a slightly older lighting technician. Envisioning how adorable their children would undoubtedly be, their looks alone were enough to make one swoon. Nods of agreement circled among the onlookers, and a light-hearted atmosphere enveloped the entire photography set. Shortly thereafter, the photographer approached, shouldering his hefty camera with a professional demeanor etched upon his face. He meticulously adjusted the lighting, ensuring that every angle would perfectly capture the couple's essence before swiftly transitioning into work mode. Lin Feng and Qingyao appeared to possess an innate photogenic quality. They effortlessly struck various affectionate poses without needing much guidance. Lin Feng's gaze radiated adoration for Qingyao, while her smile blossomed like flowers in spring, bright and enchanting, perhaps due to the couple's remarkable performance. The photographer required minimal direction, and they completed the first outfit's shoot in no time. each photograph imbued with love. Qingyao had initially anticipated that capturing their wedding photos would be a lengthy and tedious endeavor, but she was pleasantly surprised at how swiftly the first set was completed. She cast a surprised glance at the photographer, then at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with delight. "That was incredibly quick. I thought it would take much longer," Qingyao murmured, her voice laced with excitement. Before long, the couple was guided back to the makeup room by the staff to refresh their looks and change into the second outfit. Each ensemble Qingyao donned had been meticulously selected. Whether in an opulent wedding gown or a simple yet elegant dress, she appeared strikingly beautiful. The adage, "Beauty looks good in anything," was perfectly exemplified in her. Surrounding her, the makeup artist delicately adjusted her appearance, cautious not to mar her exquisite beauty. After completing the second outfit as shoot, Qingyao began to feel fatigued, a result of both her pregnancy and the prolonged session. Her stomach audibly protested, eliciting a hint of embarrassment as she glanced around at the staff, a flush of awkwardness crossing her face. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to sense her discomfort. He promptly approached the photographer and gently suggested, "Let us take a break. My wife is tired." The photographer immediately nodded in understanding, well aware that capturing wedding photos is a time-consuming and labor-intensive process, especially for a pregnant woman who requires extra care. "Of course," he replied. The staff members nodded in agreement and then moved aside to take a rest. Lin Feng turned and approached Qingyao, expressing his concern. "My dear, how are you feeling? Are you tired?" Qingyao smiled and shook her head, replying, "I'm fine, just a little hungry." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately rummaged through his bag, producing an array of snacks, chocolates, nuts, and Qingyao's favorite cookies. With a tender smile, he said, "There is plenty to eat here. Whatever you desire, I'll open it for you." Qingyao's eyes sparkled at the sight, and perhaps due to her hunger, she found herself unable to choose. She glanced from one snack to another before finally exclaiming, "I want to eat them all." Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head affectionately, responding, "Then I'll open all these snacks for you. Whatever you can't finish, I'll take care of." Qingyao nodded with a smile, her lips curving with delight. She reached for a piece of chocolate, taking a gentle bite, and the sweet flavor instantly spread through her mouth. In the resting area, several other newlyweds were also taking advantage of the break, observing Lin Feng and Qingyao's interaction with a hint of envy in their eyes. Particularly, the bride next door watched her groom, who either stared at his phone or wore an impatient expression, fueling her frustration. Unable to contain herself, one bride kicked her partner and angrily commanded, "Give me a glass of water." The man, taken aback by the sudden kick, glanced at his bride's fierce demeanor and instinctively shrank back in fear. He thought to himself, "Look at how gentle and beautiful their wife is. Why did I end up with this tigress?" However, his complaints earned him no sympathy from the bride, only a more severe glare, forcing him to obediently rise to fetch the water. After a brief respite, the shooting resumed, this time featuring the final outfit, the traditional Chinese show dress. When Qingyao emerged from the makeup room, everyone was left in awe. She wore a splendid show dress, adorned with an exquisite phoenix crown, resembling a noble lady from an ancient aristocratic family. Her every gesture exuded grace and elegance, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Lin Feng, unable to tear his gaze away, was filled with astonishment and admiration. After a moment, he finally spoke, "My dear, you look even more stunning in this than in a wedding gown." Qingyao blushed shyly, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. She gently suggested, "Then on our wedding day, I shall wear the show dress, all right?" Lin Feng nodded eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation and dreams, as if he could already envision the beautiful scene of their wedding day. The photography session in the Shoha gown proceeded remarkably smoothly, as if Lin Feng and Qingyao were born models. Every movement and glance between them radiated love and harmony, prompting the photographer to express continuous praise. Half an hour later, the photo session finally concluded. After Lin Feng and Qingyao changed back into their own clothes, the store manager approached with a beaming smile. She respectfully announced, "Mr. Lin, Miss Yi, the photos are now on the computer. You may select your favorites." The two nodded in acknowledgement and sat side by side in front of the screen. As they gazed at their images, Their hearts brimmed with joy and contentment. Each photograph encapsulating moments of their love. Observing the affectionate couple, the manager felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She complimented, "These photos are truly splendid. Moreover, both of you possess such natural beauty that the images require no retouching. They are simply flawless." At her words, Qingyao shyly lowered her gaze, while Lin Feng nodded with a smile. The manager continued, "Each one is exceptionally beautiful. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear deleting any of them." Lin Feng and Qingyao exchanged glances, sharing the same sentiment. These photographs not only captured their cherished moments, but also served as a testament to their love. How could they possibly part with any? Lin Feng turned to the manager and decisively declared, "We will take them all." Upon hearing this, the manager immediately nodded with delight and added, "Now, please select your preferred prints and display photos from the selection." Lin Feng and Qingyao meticulously chose their favorites, examining each one with great care. Eventually, they finalized their selections for both large prints and display photos, nodding in satisfaction. To expedite the process, Lin Feng opted for the express service, totaling nearly 1 million for the photos. It must be said that the photography industry is indeed highly lucrative. Yet, Lin Feng felt no regret. The expenditure was undeniably worthwhile. Chapter 55. The benefactor. At that moment, a melodious system notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind, instantly capturing his full attention. Ding! The system has detected that the host is accompanying Qingyao for a wedding photo shoot, and hereby rewards the host with a vial of physique enhancement potion. Upon hearing the details of this reward, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if two flames were fervently igniting within him. He understood well that one's physique is the foundation of all endeavors. Possessing a robust body would better equip him to face the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Thus, the system's generosity in bestowing this reward resonated deeply within him, filling him with immense joy and satisfaction. However, just as he was lost in thought, a familiar yet slightly hesitant voice broke through his reverie. "Brother Feng?" Turning around, Lin Feng was met by a man clad in a sharply tailored suit, exuding the charm of a wealthy scion, his face adorned with an expression of mild surprise. The sudden appearance of this man caused Lin Feng to furrow his brow, a wave of inexplicable confusion washing over him. As he scrutinized the stranger, he realized he did not recognize him at all. Meanwhile, Qingyao, standing beside him, slowly shook her head, indicating that she too had no recollection of the man. Noticing their reactions, the man's demeanor shifted to one of urgency. He quickly pointed to himself, his voice tinged with eagerness. "Brother Feng, it's me, San Tu. You really don't remember me?" Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression morphed into one of greater bewilderment. In disbelief, he pointed at the man, exclaiming, "You mean to say you're Xiao Ziyao? That goofy San Tu?" In his memories, Xiao Ziyao was a carefree individual, always laughing and never taking things seriously. It was unimaginable that he had transformed into such a dapper gentleman. It felt like a jest. Yet, in response to Lin Feng's skepticism, Xiao Ziyao merely smiled sheepishly, revealing two charming dimples. "Brother Feng, I truly am Xiao Ziyao. Perhaps it's because I'm wearing makeup today that you didn't recognize me at first." Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Feng took a closer look at him. Indeed, he noticed that Xiao Ziyao bore a resemblance to the person from his memories. Yet he also appeared more mature and composed, his features more refined and sculpted, as if meticulously crafted. Nevertheless, Lin Feng could still detect a familiar essence in his gaze. Ultimately, Lin Feng had to concede that the man before him was indeed Xiao Ziyao, though he found it utterly perplexing how Xiao Ziyao had suddenly become so strikingly handsome. Driven by curiosity, he could not help but inquire, "San Tu, what with your attire? And what brings you here? Have you perhaps caught the attention of some affluent lady who brought you along for the wedding shoot?" At Lin Feng's teasing remark, Xiao Ziyao's face broke into a resigned smile. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder, a hint of pride in his tone as he said, "Brother Feng, you mustn't speak carelessly. Am I the kind of person who would sell myself for money? The reason I am here today is largely due to your recommendation." What do you mean?" Upon hearing Xiao Ziyao's words, Lin Feng felt a flicker of confusion. He simply could not recall ever recommending Xiao Ziao for this opportunity. Xiao Ziao chuckled and clarified. Brother Feng, do you remember when you recommended me to Director Su for that short drama? That was the audition opportunity you suggested I take. To my surprise, I was actually selected, and I am the male lead in this short drama. I'm here today to film the final scenes. As he spoke, an uncontrollable excitement spread across Xiao Ziyao's face. He grasped Lin Feng's hand tightly, expressing his gratitude. Brother Feng, I cannot thank you enough. When it airs, I hope you will support me. Hearing Xiao Ziyao's words, Lin Feng's face broke into a warm smile. He patted Xiao Ziyao on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, All right, I will certainly watch it closely to see if my son has any acting talent. After saying this, he deliberately emphasized the word son. Xiao Ziyao, upon hearing Lin Feng's playful banter, could not help but retort, Lin Feng, you rascal. Is it fair for you to take advantage like that? However, Lin Feng merely chuckled with pride, patting him on the shoulder and admonishing, How can you speak to the boss like that? Do you want me to replace you? At Lin Feng's words, Xiao Ziyao's expression turned as sour as if he had bitten into something unpleasant. He incredulously asked, You are the owner of the green fruit short drama? Lin Feng, brushing off the dust from his clothes, replied, Not just an owner, but more than an owner, for my shares surpass Su Changqing's. I simply prefer to remain uninvolved. Thus, I'm a silent partner. Xiao Ziyao's face displayed sheer disbelief at Lin Feng's affirmation. He had never imagined that his friend was the hidden tycoon behind the green fruit short drama. Realizing this, he embraced Lin Feng joyfully, affectionately calling out, Daddy, rich daddy. Upon hearing Xiao Ziyao's endearment, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, as if he had heard the most delightful sound in the world. He laughed and patted Xiao Ziyao's shoulder, confidently stating, Rest assured, my son, you will be cast as the male lead next time. Do not disappoint me. At Lin Feng's promise, Xiao Ziyao was so elated he nearly leaped with joy. He embraced Lin Feng tightly, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he exclaimed, Daddy, you are too good to me. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Standing nearby, Qingyao could not suppress her laughter at the scene. However, she found it puzzling. Why did men always want to be called daddy? Unbeknownst to her, men also enjoyed being called daddy in intimate moments. Chapter 56. The launch of the web series early Thursday morning. Lin Feng was abruptly awakened from his slumber by the urgent ringing of his phone. Squinting his eyes, he fumbled for the device on the bedside table, pondering who could be calling at such an early hour. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Su Changqing, and Lin Feng instinctively sensed that there must be an urgent matter, prompting him to hastily answer the call. In the room, Qingyao remained enveloped in the tranquility of sleep, her breathing soft and rhythmic, a gentle smile gracing her lips as if she were lost in a delightful dream. Lin Feng cast a tender glance at her sleeping form, warmth flooding his heart before stepping out of the room to respond to Su Changqing on the other end of the line. Hello, Mr. Su. What brings you to call so early? On the other end, Su Changqing's voice brimmed with excitement. Mr. Lin, I have splendid news. Our 2 web series officially launched yesterday. Lin Feng's eyes brightened slightly at the announcement, yet his tone remained composed. Oh, how has the reception been? Su Changqing, sensing Lin Feng's calmness through the phone, infused his voice with incredulity. In just one night, the subscription count has exceeded 50 million. The speed is simply astounding, Mr. Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, yet his demeanor remained unruffled. The results are satisfactory. However, Su Changqing was unable to contain his astonishment at Lin Feng's reaction. Furrowing his brow, he silently mused, 50 million subscriptions for 2 series, and Mr. Lin's reaction is so subdued. Is he dissatisfied? But then, realizing Lin Feng's far-sighted nature, he cautiously inquired, Mr. Lin, do you believe there is still room for growth? Indeed, the fervor surrounding the 2 series had only just begun. With the word of mouth gradually building, the subscription numbers were poised for significant increases. The momentum was certain to continue rising. Su Changqing nodded enthusiastically at this, taking solace in Lin Feng's insight. After a brief conversation, Lin Feng suddenly recalled something and advised, by the way, Mr. Su, let's have Xiao Ziyao star as the male lead in the next production. Su Changqing readily agreed. Of course, Mr. Lin. I was just about to report this to you. He continued, Xiao Ziao is an exceptionally talented young man. His understanding and interpretation of roles are remarkably accurate, making him truly suited for acting. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. That will do. I hope you can provide Xiao Ziao with ample opportunities and challenges. Having concluded the call, he set the phone down. At that moment, a soft rustling sound emanated from the bedroom, followed by the gentle creak of the door as Qingyao, rubbing her eyes and exuding an endearing sleepiness, smiled and approached Lin Feng, playfully saying, Darling, I'm hungry. Seeing her in such a state melted Lin Feng's heart, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, what would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you right away. Qingyao tilted her head in thought before excitedly exclaiming, I want to eat soup dumplings, and I want to dip them in vinegar and chili. Lin Feng chuckled and nodded. No problem, I will get started right away. He headed into the kitchen, becoming absorbed in his preparations. Yet, as he gathered the ingredients, his thoughts began to wander elsewhere. In ancient times, there was a saying about sour sons and spicy daughters. Yet Qingyao now yearned for both sour and spicy delicacies, and to add to that, she was expecting twins. Lin Feng couldn't help but indulge in whimsical thoughts. Could it be that she is carrying a pair of dragon and phoenix twins? Once this notion took root, it proliferated in his heart like wild grass. The more he pondered, the more elated he became, his lips involuntarily curving into a smile, transforming even the act of cooking into a light-hearted endeavor. Before long, steaming little buns emerged from the pot, and Lin Feng placed them on the dining table, calling out, Darling, come and eat. Noticing Qingyao's silence, he approached her side and gently inquired, Honey, what are you up to? I'm watching a short drama, she replied, excitement illuminating her face as she presented her phone to him. Look, it's this show. The more I watch, the more captivating it becomes. Although the female lead's parents are rather villainous. Lin Feng glanced at the screen and smiled widely, realizing that his wife had become enamored with the very drama directed by Su Chongqing. He then took her hand and led her to the dining table, saying gently, My dear, let us eat first. Otherwise, the buns will cool down. All right, she agreed. In 2 days, Lin Feng's parents were set to arrive in the bustling metropolis, prompting Qingyao to consider contacting her own parents to arrange a meeting. On the other end of the line, a familiar and gentle voice soon greeted her, Yao Yao. What prompted you to call your mother? Su Wanjin's tone was filled with affection. Of course, I miss you, Qingyao replied with a smile. Hearing her daughter's words, Su Wanjin's face broke into a wide grin, affirming, Good, good, good. Your mother misses you too. However, Qingyao shifted the conversation, her tone taking on a serious note. Mom, I have something important to discuss. Immediately, Su Wanjin noticed the change and stowed away her smile, aware that her daughter Wu Ti broached the subject lightly unless it was significant. What is it? Please go on, she urged softly. Mom, Xiaofeng's parents are coming to the city in 2 days. When are you free? I'd like you to meet them. Su Wanjin instantly grasped her daughter's intention and nodded with delight, recognizing it as a positive development. We'll be free the day after tomorrow, so we can go then, she replied eagerly. Overjoyed, Qingyao almost leaped with excitement. Mom, you're the best. I love you. I'll hang up now. See you the day after tomorrow. Su Wanjin responded with a smile, her voice brimming with anticipation and joy. As the call ended with a soft beep, Su Wanjin gazed at her phone, thinking to herself, This child is so quick to hang up, not allowing me a single extra word. Yet, despite her words, a radiant smile of happiness graced her face. Shortly after, Yi Baoshan emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, towel in hand as he dried his hair, a puzzled expression on his face. Dear, who was on the phone? I could hear your laughter, even from the bathroom. He walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. Who else could it be? Naturally, it was our beloved daughter. Su Wanjin rolled her eyes and smiled, yet her tone was imbued with pride and contentment. Upon hearing that it was his daughter on the line, Yi Baoshan's face broke into a smile. Oh, Yao Yao is calling? What did she say? Su Wanjin then recounted her daughter's words, including the news that Lin Feng's parents would be visiting Modu, and that their daughter wished for them to meet Lin Feng's family, among other things. After listening intently, Yi Baoshan fell silent for a moment before stating, This is indeed a good development, with the children's marriage seemingly settled. We can rest easy. Chapter 57. The meeting of in-laws. Subsequently, Yi Baoshan turned to Su Wanjin and continued, "My dear, tomorrow morning, please select a few precious gifts as a token of our sincerity for the meeting with the in-laws. We must demonstrate our respect and earnestness, ensuring they understand the value we place upon them. In doing so, they will naturally treat our daughter with greater kindness, allowing her to lead a comfortable life in her marital home." Upon hearing this, Su Wanjin's lips curled into a gentle smile, her eyes shimmering with maternal warmth. "Rest assured, I will prepare thoroughly, as parents who wouldn't consider their children's well-being." With that, Su Wanjin eagerly descended from the bed, exclaiming, "I shall begin preparations immediately, lest I forget by tomorrow." Seeing her enthusiasm, Yi Baoshan rose to accompany her, saying, "I will join you. Let us select together." Before long, Friday arrived, the day when the two families would meet. The sun shone particularly brightly that day, as if the heavens themselves were rejoicing for this significant encounter. In the early morning, Lin Feng awoke early, and after dressing meticulously, he busied himself around the house. He wiped the tables and swept the floors, ensuring that every corner of their home sparkled with cleanliness. He wished to convey to his parents and future in-laws that he would take excellent care of Yi Qingyao. At that moment, Yi Qingyao emerged from her bedroom, having woken naturally, and upon seeing Lin Feng's diligent figure, warmth flooded her heart. She approached him tenderly, gently taking the broom from his hands, and softly reassured him, "Darling, our home is already spotless. There is no need for further cleaning. You should sit down and take a rest." Lin Feng, upon hearing her words, looked up at Yi Qingyao and shook his head, insisting, "Not yet. I must attend to the finer details to leave them with a good impression." Seeing Lin Feng's stubbornness, Yi Qingyao felt both touched and pained. She grasped his arm to prevent him from leaving, saying, "My love, there is no need to fuss. Our floors are so clean you could use them as a mirror." Lin Feng chuckled at her words, nodding in agreement, and the pair settled on the sofa, engaging in light conversation. As their dialogue continued, Yi Qingyao noticed Lin Feng's distracted demeanor and tentatively inquired, "Darling, are you feeling anxious? I see your leg shaking incessantly. Are you worried about today's meeting?" Caught off guard by her question, Lin Feng stammered a response, "Nonsense, am not worried at all. The shaking is merely a habit." However, his eyes betrayed him, revealing a hint of the subtle tension and anxiety he felt. Yi Qingyao, observing this, felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. She embraced Lin Feng's waist and gently said, "My love, you were not anxious when meeting my parents. Why are you now when both families are gathering? Do not fret. I am here with you." Having been seen through by his wife, Lin Feng let out a long sigh, finally lowering his guard. He candidly remarked, "I am about to bring you home as my wife. How can I not feel anxious? To be honest, my legs are somewhat weak right now." He feared that he might say or do something that could lead to discord between their families. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Yi Qingyao tightly embraced him and gently reassured, "There is no need to worry. I am here with you. Besides, I have faith in my parents and our relatives. You needn't fret over events that have yet to unfold." Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging that his concerns stemmed from his deep regard for Yi Qingyao, which heightened his apprehension. Glancing at the time, Yi Qingyao said, "Darling, my uncle and aunt's high-speed train will be arriving shortly. We should go greet them. We mustn't keep them waiting too long." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, and the couple drove to the train station. They stood at the exit for about 10 minutes, eagerly scanning the crowd for the familiar faces of the elder couple. Soon, Su Wanrong, clad in a gray wool coat and elegant black heels, and Lin Chaotian, wearing a parka, approached them, their faces radiating joy. Notably, Lin Chaotian held a white plastic bag, which contained a hen, quietly resting within. Lin Feng was taken aback by the sight, incredulously asking, "Dad, Mom, why did you bring a hen? This is quite inconvenient." In response, Su Wanrong chuckled, linking her arm with Yi Qingyao's. "We thought to nourish Yao Yao, so we specifically purchased this hen to prepare a nourishing soup for her." However, her smile faltered as a hint of dissatisfaction crossed her face. "Oh dear, you have no idea how troublesome it was to bring this hen. Initially, We had planned to bring a live hen, believing that fresh chicken would yield a more flavorful broth. However, upon entering the station, we learned that live animals are prohibited on high-speed trains, which caused us great distress. Ultimately, your father was clever. He found a place outside to prepare the hen before bringing it inside. Su Wanrong continued, but just thinking about nourishing Yao Yao makes it all worthwhile. As long as she is healthy, we can endure any inconvenience. Hearing this, Yi Qingyao felt a wave of warmth in her heart. She gazed at Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian, sincerely expressing, "Uncle, Aunt, thank you so much. Honestly, I would be fine without the chicken soup. Just having you here makes me incredibly happy." Su Wanrong beamed and praised, "This child truly understands. Lin Feng is so fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law. We are indeed blessed." With that, she took Yi Qingyao's hand and said, "Come, let us return home. I will prepare chicken soup for you, and I assure you will want more after tasting it." 40 minutes later, as Lin Feng opened the door to their home, Lin Xiaotian and Su Wanrong stepped inside, their faces alight with astonishment and admiration. They glanced around, their eyes falling upon the spacious and luminous floor-to-ceiling windows. The entire residence was designed as an expansive flat, adorned with luxurious yet cozy decor. They could scarcely believe that this splendid abode belonged to their son, their hearts swelling with pride and joy. "Oh, what a remarkable house!" Lin Xiaotian exclaimed. "Our little Feng is truly capable, being able to afford such a magnificent home." Su Wanrong nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the decor is simply exquisite." "Dad, Mom, allow me to show you around the rooms," Lin Feng said, leading the elderly couple on a tour of their new home. He patiently introduced them to the purpose and layout of each room, as well as the meticulously chosen furniture and ornaments. The couple listened with rapt attention, occasionally expressing their admiration and astonishment. Chapter 58. Airport Pickup. After the house tour, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian strolled together, their conversation brimming with admiration for their son's current accomplishments. The pride that welled up from their hearts flowed like a spring, illuminating their faces with uncontainable joy. Soon after, Su Wanrong removed her coat and hung it on the coat rack, eagerly making her way to the kitchen. With deft hands, she tied on an apron, embodying the spirit of a culinary artist ready to showcase her talents. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Yi Qingyao intended to offer assistance, but was met with Su Wanrong's warm yet firm refusal. "Qingyao, you needn't come in. The kitchen is filled with smoke, and it could make you feel nauseous," she said with a smile. Standing at the kitchen door, Yi Qingyao watched Su Wanrong bustle about, skillfully chopping scallions and peeling garlic, her movements fluid and practiced. A mixture of emotion and concern welled up within her. "Auntie, please take a break. The chicken soup can wait," Yi Qingyao gently suggested, her eyes filled with care and thoughtfulness. She wished for Su Wanrong to rest and not overexert herself. Turning back with a beaming smile, Su Wanrong replied, "Me perfectly fine, Qingyao. Just wait to savor Annie's cooking. I guarantee you'll crave more." With that, she gently shooed Yi Qingyao out of the kitchen, adding, "Go wait outside. I'll be done in no time." With no choice but to comply, Yi Qingyao returned to the living room, settling on the sofa to await the culinary creation. In the kitchen, Su Wanrong commenced her grand chicken soup endeavor. She meticulously prepared the chicken, ensuring it was thoroughly cleaned and cut into small pieces, soaking it in fresh water to eliminate any residual blood, thus preserving the soup's exquisite flavor. Next, she gathered an array of seasonings, each carefully selected to ensure a harmonious blend of tastes. As the flames danced beneath the pot, a rich aroma began to permeate the kitchen, enveloping it in a delightful fragrance. Finally, having completed her tasks, Su Wanrong approached Yi Qingyao, beaming with pride. "Qingyao, this chicken soup is a secret family recipe. I guarantee you'll want more after tasting it." Her tone exuded confidence and pride, as if the soup were a masterpiece. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao smiled even more sweetly. "Auntie, your culinary skills are so exceptional that I fear I could never replicate them," she replied, her voice imbued with admiration for Su Wanrong's artistry. In response, Su Wanrong chuckled heartily, patting Yi Qingyao's hand affectionately. "Dear, you needn't learn. Those lovely hands of yours are not meant for cooking, but for enjoying life. Let Xiao Feng learn instead, and he can prepare meals for you." Her tone was filled with warmth and care for Yi Qingyao. At that moment, Lin Feng emerged from his room, overhearing his mother's remarks. Unable to contain himself, he quipped, "Mom, am I not your biological son? Why the disparity in treatment?" His words carried a hint of jest and exasperation, clearly reflecting his dissatisfaction with his mother's favoritism. With a playful roll of her eyes, Su Wanrong retorted, "No, you were found in a trash can." Her tone was light and humorous, causing everyone present to erupt in laughter. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, inwardly murmuring, "It seems I have truly fallen out of favor. However, learning to prepare this chicken soup for Yao Yao will be worth it." Although he spoke of losing affection, his heart brimmed with tenderness for Yi Qingyao. Time slipped by unnoticed amidst the joyous laughter, and before long, 2 hours had passed. From the kitchen, Su Wanrong's voice resonated. "Yao Yao, the chicken soup is ready. Hurry and come taste it." Her tone was filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao promptly rose from the sofa and hurried to the kitchen doorway. She inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells amazing." The aroma seemed to penetrate her very soul, intoxicating her senses. Su Wanrong approached, carrying the fragrant soup, and handed a bowl to Yi Qingyao. She received the bowl and cautiously took a sip. Instantly, the exquisite flavor captivated her palate. "Auntie, this chicken soup is simply divine. Even more delicious than that from a restaurant." Her tone was brimming with surprise and admiration, her respect for Su Wanrong's culinary skills profound. Hearing this, Su Wanrong's eyes crinkled with delight. She replied, "If you find it tasty, just let me know whenever you want more. I'll make it for you anytime." Her voice was filled with love and indulgence, warming Yi Qingyao's heart. After saying this, she gently patted Yi Qingyao's shoulder, reassuring her, "Yao Yao, you need not worry about cooking. We have Xiao Feng in our family. If he dares to refuse you a meal, I shall be the first to object." Yi Qingyao felt an even greater warmth in her heart upon hearing this. She glanced at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with pride, as if to convey, "Darling, Annie just said that cooking will be entrusted to you from now on, and I shall simply focus on enjoying the food." Lin Feng, witnessing this, smiled affectionately and playfully ruffled her hair, saying, "All right, I will learn to cook for you." Just then, Lin Feng glanced at the clock on the wall and reminded, "Dad, Mom, Yao Yao's parents should be landing. Let us head out now." Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian immediately stood, straightening their clothes, their faces radiant with excitement. Su Wanrong did not forget to caution Lin Feng, "Xiao Feng, drive carefully and don't be reckless." "Understood, Mom," Lin Feng responded, taking the car keys and leading the group out the door. They drove towards the airport, laughter and joy filling the air. Soon, they arrived at the airport, where Lin Feng parked the car and led everyone to the arrival area. As they waited at the gate, they frequently glanced towards the exit, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Yi Qingyao's parents. The waiting period always felt protracted, yet their hearts were filled with excitement and hope. They envisioned the moment they would meet Yi Qingyao's parents, picturing the joy and warmth of their families coming together. Finally, as an announcement echoed through the air, Yi Qingyao's parents appeared in their line of sight. Carrying bags, they hurriedly approached the arrival gate, prompting Yi Qingyao to excitedly wave her arms and call out, "Dad, Mom." In this place, her voice resonated with joy and excitement. Upon hearing the sound, Ye's father and mother turned their gazes and were delighted to see their daughter and son-in-law along with their family arrive. They hurried over, warmly shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian. "Dear in-laws, you have arrived so early. It truly must have been a great effort," Yi Baoshan remarked, clasping Lin Chaotian's hand. "Not at all, not at all. We have long awaited this day," Lin Chaotian replied with a smile. Chapter 59. All in the wine. As the two families met for the first time, the atmosphere was extraordinarily harmonious, especially between Su Wanjin and Su Wanzhong, who appeared as if they were long-lost friends, clasping hands and engaging in animated conversation. "Dear mother-in-law, just look at Yao Yao. She is both beautiful and considerate. Our Xiao Feng is truly fortunate to have such a virtuous wife like Yao Yao." It must be a blessing from our ancestors, Su Wanzhong remarked, her face radiant with joy and her eyes gleaming with affection for her future daughter-in-law. Virtuous? Upon hearing this term, Su Wanzhong's heart sank momentarily, and she found herself questioning whether the description referred to her precious daughter. In her eyes, while Yao Yao was indeed considerate, she was also that little girl who loved to act spoiled and throw small tantrums. However, she quickly regained her composure, waved her hand, and praised Lin Feng in return. Oh no. Xiao Feng is the truly remarkable one, intelligent and capable. As long as the two of them are happy together, we, as parents, will rejoice, right? Absolutely. Dear mother-in-law, as parents, our greatest wish is for our children to be happy. Su Wanzhong nodded in agreement, thoroughly endorsing Su Wanzhong's sentiments. The two women exchanged words with great enthusiasm, as if they had an endless supply of topics to discuss. Observing her parents engaging so earnestly, Qingyao felt immense happiness. She knew that the love she shared with Lin Feng was blessed and supported by both families, which was the most blissful circumstance. With a cheerful demeanor, she grasped the hands of Su Wanzhong and Su Wanzhong and said, "Mom, Auntie, this isn't the best place for conversation. Let's find somewhere more suitable to chat." Yes, Xiao Feng has already reserved a private dining room. Let us hurry there and enjoy our meal while we talk, Su Wanzhong replied, her face alight with joy, as the group proceeded to the restaurant Lin Feng had booked. Half an hour later, Lin Feng and his party arrived at the restaurant's lobby. At that moment, a young man approached, clad in a simple white shirt with a black vest over it. With courtesy, he addressed Lin Feng, "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have made a reservation?" Lin Feng offered a slight smile and replied nonchalantly, "My surname is Lin." Upon hearing this, the waiter nodded vigorously, a respectful expression adorning his face. "Mr. Lin, greetings. Your private room is located at the far end. Allow me to escort you there." "Thank you for your assistance," Lin Feng replied politely. The group followed the waiter through the bustling lobby and arrived at the reserved private room. The room was elegantly decorated, with exquisite tableware already arranged on the table. Once inside, everyone took their seats, and shortly thereafter, the waiter entered with a menu and respectfully inquired, "Good day, sir. May I ask if you are ready to order?" Lin Feng nodded and placed the menu before Yi Baoshan and Su Wanzhong. "Uncle, Annie, please feel free to order first. See what you would like to eat." Su Wanzhong quickly waved her hands in refusal, saying, "Oh no. It is best if the in-laws order. We are easygoing and have no particular cravings." Yi Baoshan chuckled in agreement, adding, "Indeed, we are the guests. Please, you should order without any hesitation." Su Wanrong once again pushed the menu towards Su Wanzhong, smiling as she said, "Dear mother-in-law, please do not hesitate." Watching the menu being shuffled back and forth brought a sense of warmth and amusement to Qingyao. Rising from her seat, she cheerfully suggested, "How about we two make the selections? We know everyone's tastes and can ensure that all will be satisfied." The parents from both families chuckled and nodded in agreement. "Sounds good. Let the two of you decide." Thus, the responsibility of ordering fell to Lin Feng and Qingyao. Both were quite familiar with the culinary offerings of the bustling metropolis, aware of which dishes were signature and which were delightful. As they perused the menu, they discussed their choices and occasionally sought the opinions of their parents. In no time, they had ordered a sumptuous array of dishes. The portions in the metropolis were modest yet exquisite, so they opted for numerous dishes to ensure everyone could indulge heartily. After placing the order, Lin Feng, knowing that Yi Baoshan enjoyed a drink, had thoughtfully prepared a bottle of Maotai. He approached his future father-in-law respectfully, pouring the liquor. "Uncle, this is the Maotai I specifically prepared for you. Please have a taste." Yi Baoshan quickly declined, saying, "Oh no, not today. My tolerance for alcohol is rather poor." He recalled the embarrassing incident from his last drinking session with Lin Feng and was determined not to embarrass himself again. Observing this, Lin Chaotian had a moment of inspiration. He understood that drinking would facilitate discussions, especially regarding his son's significant life decisions. Thus, he encouraged, "Dear father-in-law, please do not refuse. I will drink with you. Let us keep it light and just share a toast." Su Wanrong chimed in with a smile. "Yes, dear father-in-law, do have a little. Lin Feng has prepared excellent liquor. You must try some." Yi Baoshan glanced at Lin Chaotian and Su Wanrong, then at the eager expressions of Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao, and finally relented with a reluctant nod. All right then, I will indulge a little, but you mustn't force me. Laughter erupted among them, and the atmosphere grew even more harmonious. Lin Chaotian raised his glass towards Yi Baoshan, saying, Dear father-in-law, let us toast to our children coming together and to the bond between our families. Yi Baoshan lifted his glass in response, smiling as he replied, Indeed, cheers. They both downed their drinks and exchanged a knowing smile, as if all previous unfamiliarity had vanished with that single toast. As they watched the two men drinking, Su Wanrong turned to Su Wanjin with a smile, saying, While they enjoy their drinks, let's focus on our conversation. Su Wanjin nodded in agreement. Suddenly recalling something, she curiously asked, I heard from Yao Yao that your name is just one character off from mine. Is that true? Su Wanrong laughed and replied, Oh, is that so? I was unaware. My name is Su Wanrong. What is yours? Su Wanjin beamed as she responded, My name is Su Wanjin. It truly is just one character different. We are indeed fated to be connected. Otherwise, how could we become in-laws? Su Wanrong laughed in return. Indeed, that is the essence of fate. The two women engaged in lively conversation, as if they had endless topics to discuss. Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao observed their parents engaged in joyous conversation, feeling a deep sense of contentment within. They understood that this union transcended their individual desires. It was a matter that intertwined the fates of two families. Receiving the blessings and support from both sides was their utmost happiness. Before long, a delightful array of dishes was served, and as everyone savored the exquisite cuisine, lively discussions ensued, creating an atmosphere of exceptional harmony. Lin Feng occasionally poured wine for Yi Baoshan and Lin Chaotian, further enhancing the convivial spirit. After a while, Lin Chaotian, sensing the perfect moment, smiled at Yi Baoshan and inquired, as fathers-in-law, Do you have any expectations regarding the marriage of our children? Chapter 60. The benefits of intoxication. At this moment, Yi Baoshan's face was flushed from drink, yet his eyes sparkled with joy and contentment. The alcohol seemed to imbue his typically reticent demeanor with a touch of boldness, illuminating his smile and infusing his words with an enthusiasm not often perceived. He waved his hand in a jovial manner, exuding a sense of grandeur and nonchalance. What more could we desire? The sole wish is for the happiness of the children. We have taken a liking to Xiao Feng. He is grounded, steady, and ambitious. Knowing that Yao Yao is to marry him brings us peace of mind. As long as the young couple thrives, we shall be utterly satisfied. As parents, do we not yearn for our children to find partners who are empathetic and supportive? Lin Chaotian, upon hearing these sentiments, beamed even more brightly, the laughter lines at the corners of his eyes deepening with warmth and affection. He raised his glass, the liquid within swirling gently, mirroring the pride and gratitude etched upon his face. His pride stemmed from his son finding such an exceptional partner, while his gratitude arose from the in-law satisfaction with the union. A weight lifted from his heart. He sincerely remarked, You speak rightly, esteemed father-in-law. The happiness of our children is our greatest aspiration. Allow me to toast once more in gratitude for raising such a wonderful daughter, bestowing upon our Lin family this blessing. We shall cherish Yao Yao as if she were our own. With that, he heartily downed his drink, his demeanor reflecting anticipation and dreams for the future. Seated beside him, Su Wanrong had been attentively observing the exchange and promptly interjected. Her voice was gentle and earnest, each word resonating with her genuine appreciation for the impending union. Addressing Su Wanjin, she assured, Dear mother-in-law, rest assured, we shall not fall short in the customary courtesies. Yao Yao, upon joining our family, will be our treasured gem, and we will care for her diligently. Whatever we say, let our actions speak for themselves. We shall ensure your satisfaction. Listening to her words, Su Wanjin felt a warm glow in her heart. She smiled and nodded, her eyes filled with comfort and trust. She was certain that Su Wanrong's every utterance was heartfelt, and she believed the Lin family would treat Yao Yao kindly, providing her with a blissful home. She reflected, I have faith that you will not neglect Yao Yao. She has been cherished since childhood. Please bear with her. With spirits soaring, Su Wanrong replied, Once we return from here, I will consult with someone to determine an auspicious date based on their birth dates to marry Yao Yao as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjin's smile widened. She took Su Wanrong's hand, speaking warmly. Indeed, having such a considerate and sensible mother-in-law as you is a blessing for Yao Yao. I can see that you genuinely care for her, and with your assurance, I am at ease. Exchanging a knowing smile, Su Wanjin and Su Wanrong were filled with hopeful expectations for the future. The atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly harmonious, with both sets of parents engaged in lively conversation. Lin Xiaotian and Yi Baoshan, two stalwart men who were typically not adept at expressing their emotions, found themselves conversing animatedly as if a floodgate had been opened. Sisters Su Wanrong and Su Wanjin were equally effusive, their chatter seemingly endless. They discussed the minutiae of the wedding, deliberating on how to adorn their new home, their eyes shimmering with anticipation and excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao, seated nearby, watched their parents revel in such joyous camaraderie, their hearts swelling with happiness. They understood that this bliss was hard-earned, a testament to the collective efforts of both families. Gratefully, they cast appreciative glances at their respective parents, their hearts brimming with gratitude and respect. Lin Feng gently clasped Yi Qingyao's hand, his gaze imbued with tenderness and resolve. In a soft voice, he professed, "Yao Yao, thank you for agreeing to marry me. I shall dedicate my life to cherishing and protecting you, ensuring you become the happiest woman in the world." Hearing his words, warmth surged within Yi Qingyao. She gazed deeply into Lin Feng's eyes and replied earnestly, "Xiao Feng, I believe our future will be filled with happiness and joy. I will strive alongside you to nurture our home." Their hands remained tightly intertwined, as though they had already become one. Their hearts brimmed with hope and dreams for the future, convinced that as long as they worked hand in hand, they could carve out a beautiful destiny together. Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Xiaotian and Yi Baoshan, having indulged in a few too many drinks, found it challenging to walk. Yet their faces radiated blissful smiles. Lin Feng chuckled as he assisted them into the car, steering them homeward. Upon arriving, Su Wanrong observed the two men inebriated and unsteady, and she turned towards the kitchen, resolved to prepare a restorative soup to alleviate their discomfort. In the kitchen, Su Wanrong adeptly gathered her utensils and began her task. Su Wanjin stood nearby, her gaze filled with complex emotions as she watched her sister's diligent back. Observing Su Wanrong's nurturing and capable demeanor, she silently shook her head, feeling that she could never be so accommodating and considerate. Merely refraining from giving Yi Baoshan a scolding would be a triumph. Soon, Su Wanjin's attention shifted to the house around her. She meticulously surveyed her surroundings, noting that while the home was not extravagant, it was exceptionally tidy. Every piece of furniture arranged with care, exuding a warm and inviting atmosphere. She mused that her daughter Yi Qingyao, living here, would likely not suffer any indignities. This thought brought her a measure of comfort. At that moment, Yi Qingyao emerged from her room and spotted her mother bustling about the house, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Approaching her, she affectionately linked her arm with Su Wanjin's and playfully urged her to sit on the sofa. "Mom, rest assured, this community is quite upscale, with excellent security measures in place. Your daughter is certainly not being mistreated here." Yi Qingyao's words brimmed with pride and contentment, and upon hearing them, Su Wanjin felt a heavy burden lift from her heart. She playfully poked Yi Qingyao's nose and affectionately remarked, "You little rascal, always knowing how to cheer me up. However, seeing you so blissful brings me solace." Before long, Su Wanrong emerged with the prepared hangover soup, gently placing the bowls before Yi Baoshan and her husband, softly suggesting, "Drink some soup, it will make you feel better." Though they were somewhat dazed, they obediently consumed the soup. Chapter 61. Deceived tomorrow, an imperative meeting awaits at the company, necessitating Yi Baoshan's personal attendance. Consequently, the two have resolved to return to the capital from the bustling metropolis that very day. In the airport's waiting hall, throngs of people bustle about, yet it seems as though they are entirely disconnected from the couple's world. Yi Qingyao, reluctant to part, clings to her parents' hands, playfully imploring, "Daddy, Mommy, why not stay a few more days?" I wish to take you both around. Her eyes shimmer with longing and affection, silently beseeching her parents to extend their visit. Su Wanjin, with a tender smile, gently tousles Yi Qingyao's hair, replying softly, "Dear, your father and I also wish to stay longer, but the company's affairs cannot be delayed. When you marry, I promise we will linger a few extra days, until you find us bothersome, all right?" Upon hearing her mother's words, Yi Qingyao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as she shyly twisted her garment and protested, "Mom, how could I ever find you annoying? Your presence brings me joy." Yi Baoshan, standing nearby, jested, "Ah, you must be worried that your mother and I will intrude upon your private world. But fret not, we are quite adept at maintaining our distance." His light-hearted banter elicited laughter from those around them, alleviating the melancholy of their imminent farewell. Witnessing her daughter's bashfulness, Su Wanjin beamed with maternal affection. She grasped Yi Qingyao's hand, gently advising, "Take care of yourself, dear. Nurture your relationship with Lin Feng, and remember, you can always call us if you need anything." "All right, the plane is about to take off. Your father and I must depart," Yi Baoshan said, his gaze filled with reluctance and concern for his daughter. He turned to Lin Feng, specifically urging, "Young man, look after Qingyao. She can be a bit temperamental at times, so please be accommodating." Lin Feng nodded resolutely, assuring, "Uncle, Auntie, rest assured, I will take good care of Qingyao and ensure she faces no grievances." His eyes brimmed with sincerity and determination, providing Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin with immense reassurance. At this moment, Su Wanjin took Su Wanrong's hand. They shared a camaraderie akin to that of sisters. "Dear-in-law," Su Wanjin began, "it has been a pleasure to meet you. Our encounter was rather brief this time. Let us converse at greater length next occasion. As for the wedding date, once you consult the master, allow the young couple to decide. As long as they are content, we shall have no objections." Su Wanrong nodded gratefully, replying, "I am truly pleased with your open-mindedness. I will promptly consult the master regarding auspicious dates and inform you thereafter." She was pleasantly surprised by her in-laws' amiability, which filled her heart with joy. "Absolutely," Su Wanjin affirmed. Having addressed all matters, she and Yi Baoshan proceeded to board the flight, leaving the airport only after their figures vanished from sight. Tears glimmered in Yi Qingyao's eyes, yet she valiantly stifled them. Lin Feng held her hand firmly, offering silent support and solace. The following morning, Su Wanrong rose early, tiptoeing into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She recalled that last time, Yao Yao particularly relished the scallion tofu she had prepared, so she made a special trip to purchase fresh tofu early in the morning, intending to recreate the dish. In the kitchen, Su Wanrong skillfully chopped the scallions and diced the tofu into small cubes, then delicately placed them into the pan to fry. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, permeating the entire house. Though Yi Qingyao was still asleep, she faintly caught the delightful scent drifting in from outside. Unable to resist, she swallowed hard and climbed out of bed. Dressed in her pajamas and rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she ventured into the living room. Seeing everyone in high spirits, she felt a little embarrassed for having overslept, scratching her head sheepishly. She softly inquired, "Annie, why are you up so early cooking? I feel quite embarrassed." Hearing her voice, Su Wanrong turned around and quickly ushered her to sit at the dining table. With a warm smile, she replied, "Yao Yao, you are pregnant now. Sleep as long as you wish without feeling guilty. Expecting mothers need ample rest to ensure a healthy baby." As she served rice to her daughter-in-law, she kindly asked, "Did you sleep well last night? Are you feeling okay?" Her eyes radiated love and concern for her daughter-in-law. Deeply moved, Yi Qingyao accepted the rice and softly replied, "Thank you, Auntie. I slept wonderfully and feel just fine. Your cooking is so delicious that I can hardly contain my saliva." Su Wanrong felt a surge of joy upon hearing this and cheerfully responded, "I'm glad you like it, Yao Yao. Just let me know what you wish to eat in the future, and I'll make it for you." "All right," Yi Qingyao nodded. Lin Feng stood to the side of the dining room, watching the harmonious interaction between the two women, his heart swelling with happiness. However, observing his mother's busy figure, he couldn't help but interject, "Mom, why don't you make me those big buns I love?" Su Wanrong paused her actions, chuckling with slight annoyance. "Next time, I promise." Lin Feng felt a hint of skepticism, recalling that she had made a similar promise previously. As they continued their meal, Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian exchanged glances, seemingly wanting to discuss something. Eventually, Su Wanrong set down her chopsticks and gently addressed Lin Feng and Xiaofeng, Yao, after breakfast. Your father and I will be heading back to Su province. Upon hearing this, both Lin Feng and Yao felt an unexpected wave of reluctance wash over them. Lin Feng curiously asked, why not stay a few more days? Aren't you on holiday? Why are you leaving so soon? Lin Chaotian quickly shook his head, explaining, it's not about work. We're returning to choose an auspicious wedding date for you two. This matter cannot be delayed. It must be arranged promptly. Su Wanrong chimed in, smiling, it's perfectly timed with your winter break, allowing you to get married during this period, which will ease our minds. Lin Feng finally understood his parents' good intentions. He then added, when we do get married, you both must stay here a few extra days. Yao promptly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, indeed, uncle and aunt. When the time comes, we along with my parents shall venture out to explore the attractions of the magic city. Hearing the children's words, Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian felt a deep sense of contentment. They smiled and nodded, with Su Wanrong expressing, very well, we shall heed your wishes. When you wed, we will surely extend our stay to fully immerse ourselves in this grand metropolis and experience the vibrant life of the youth. Lin Chaotian added with a smile, indeed, how delightful it would be for our family to gather together in joyous celebration. After breakfast, Lin Feng and Qingyao reluctantly escorted the elderly couple to the high-speed railway station. Their arms had been laden with belongings upon arrival, yet now they found themselves empty-handed on their return. While waiting for the ticket inspection, Su Wanrong wore a gentle smile and waved lightly at the couple, saying, you two, do make your way back safely. She tenderly advised, be cautious on the road. The young couple exchanged a knowing smile and nodded, yet a sense of inexplicable emptiness stirred within their hearts. Chapter 62. Prenatal class. On this day, Qingyao was leisurely seated on her sofa at home, engrossed in a book concerning pregnancy, endeavoring to absorb more knowledge and experience. Suddenly, her mobile phone rang, disrupting her contemplations. Noticing that the call was from a hospital, her heart quickened, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washing over her. She promptly answered the call, her voice betraying a slight tremor. Hello, she managed to sound calm. Is this Ms. Qingyao? Came a gentle and clear voice from the other end, reminiscent of a nurse from the hospital. Yes, it is. Qingyao nodded lightly, an unconscious gesture despite the fact that the speaker could not see her. Her heart brimmed with apprehension, fearing the possibility of receiving distressing news. For pregnancy is invariably fraught with uncertainties and variables. Our hospital is hosting a prenatal class this Saturday. May I inquire if you have the time to attend? The nurse's tone was imbued with anticipation and enthusiasm. She added, there will be complimentary gifts as well. Upon hearing this news, Qingyao's tension evaporated in an instant. She exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile of alleviation gracing her face. It was fortuitous, as she had many unanswered questions about pregnancy. Listening to professionals would undoubtedly serve as a splendid learning opportunity. We will go, Qingyao assented without hesitation. She could vividly envision herself in the classroom, attentively absorbing every morsel of knowledge presented. After ending the call, Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen, 2 glasses of freshly brewed lemon water in hand. He approached Qingyao with a smile, handing her one of the glasses, and inquired with concern, Dear, who were you speaking with on the phone? The hospital, Qingyao replied, taking a gentle sip of her lemon water. She looked up at Lin Feng, her face radiating happiness. They are offering a class for expectant mothers, covering various aspects of pregnancy. That sounds wonderful, Lin Feng beamed, finding the course quite appealing. He lightly patted Qingyao's shoulder and continued, Can family members attend as well? Yes, Qingyao nodded affirmatively, having already confirmed with the nurse that family could accompany participants. This delighted her, as she wished for Lin Feng to be by her side during this special moment. Absolutely, Lin Feng smiled, his heart swelling with anticipation. He envisioned sitting alongside Qingyao in the classroom, learning and growing together, filled with joy and contentment. Before they knew it, Saturday arrived. The morning sun streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow over their cozy home. Qingyao and Lin Feng rose early, preparing themselves before heading out to the hospital. After parking the car, they inquired with a receptionist and learned that the prenatal class was located on the 7th floor. They ascended to the 7th floor via the elevator, and upon stepping out, they were greeted by several staff members clad in nurse uniforms standing at the entrance. One nurse, her hair styled in a low bun, approached them with a warm and kind smile that instantly instilled a sense of relaxation and reassurance. "Hello, are you two here to attend the prenatal class?" she inquired politely. "Yes," Lin Feng responded with a smile, gently draping his arm over Qingyao's shoulder. The nurse handed them a form along with a pen. "Please fill out this form," she instructed. The form contained simple inquiries, such as the number of weeks pregnant and their ages. Qingyao and Lin Feng meticulously filled out the form, ensuring each letter was neatly inscribed. Once completed, the nurse took the form and smiled, saying, "Please find a seat. Our prenatal class will commence shortly." They followed her directions into a spacious and well-lit classroom already filled with attendees, primarily expecting mothers and their companions. The sizes of their bellies varied. Some appeared ready to give birth, while others looked as if they had just begun to show, their faces radiant with the joy and anticipation of impending motherhood. Qingyao chose a seat by the window, where sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow on her soft profile, enhancing her maternal radiance. Lin Feng thoughtfully stood beside her, adjusting her seating arrangement and gently patting her back as a gesture of comfort and encouragement. Around them, the other expectant mothers settled into their seats, exchanging nods, smiles, and soft conversations. They shared their pregnancy experiences and tips, creating an atmosphere that was both warm and slightly tense. As Qingyao listened to their discussions, a wave of warmth surged within her. She felt a sense of belonging, realizing that many women like her were navigating the journey of pregnancy. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged female doctor, exuding an air of experience, entered the classroom. Her smile and the kindness in her eyes immediately fostered a sense of safety and trust. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to our prenatal class. I am Dr. Li, your instructor for today," she introduced herself. "In the following session, I will provide insights on prenatal care, nutritional intake, preparation for childbirth, and newborn care." Dr. Li's tone was gentle yet authoritative, captivating everyone's attention. She began by discussing the fundamental physiological changes during pregnancy, elaborating on fetal development at various stages and the potential reactions mothers might experience, such as morning sickness, frequent urination, and edema, along with corresponding relief measures. Qingyao listened intently, nodding occasionally to signify her understanding. At times, she would jot down key terms in Lin Feng's palm, anxious not to overlook any vital information. Dr. Li then transitioned to the topic of prenatal nutrition, emphasizing its critical importance for fetal development. She spoke earnestly, emphasizing that expectant mothers must ensure their intake of protein, iron, calcium, and vitamins, while also being mindful to regulate their consumption of sugars and fats to avert the onset of gestational diabetes and hypertension. As she spoke, she presented a dietary guide for pregnancy, which meticulously outlined the recommended quantities and precautions for various food items. Lin Feng listened intently, occasionally capturing crucial slides from the presentation on his phone, intending to meticulously devise a scientific meal plan for Qingyao upon his return. He also noted Dr. Li's particular emphasis on the significance of folic acid, which plays a pivotal role in preventing neural tube defects in the fetus. This prompted him to silently resolve to ensure that Qingyao diligently takes her folic acid supplements, safeguarding the healthy development of their unborn child. Chapter 63. Can such a tiny instrument truly hear the baby's heartbeat? As the course progressed, Dr. Li elaborated on the preparations necessary before childbirth. She meticulously explained the selection of appropriate birthing methods, the preparation of a maternity bag, and an understanding of the labor process. She encouraged expectant mothers to maintain a positive mindset, trusting both in their own bodies and in the expertise of their physicians, while also being prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Feng held Qingyao's hand tightly, offering her silent support and strength, as if to say, "Do not fear. I am here." The climax of the course revolved around the care of newborns. Dr. Li vividly illustrated through engaging cases and images, how to properly hold an infant, change diapers, feed, and perform basic infant massage. She particularly emphasized the significance of parent-child interaction, urging parents to engage in eye contact, conversation, and embraces with their babies, which fosters a profound bond. Qingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she envisioned the small life in her arms gazing back at her with pure, innocent eyes. Eagerly, she yearned to acquire these skills to better care for and nurture the little being soon to enter the world. During the intermission, expectant mothers gathered to share their feelings and inquiries. Qingyao joined the conversation, expressing some of her minor concerns during pregnancy, such as poor sleep at night and occasional anxiety. The other mothers generously offered their experiences and advice. Some recommended yoga for better sleep, while others shared techniques for alleviating anxiety. Listening to this invaluable counsel, Qingyao felt a surge of gratitude and warmth. As the break concluded, the course resumed, with Dr. Li continuing to impart knowledge on newborn care, including proper feeding techniques and how to prevent infant eczema. She placed particular emphasis on the importance of breastfeeding, providing practical suggestions and techniques. Both Qingyao and Lin Feng listened attentively, aware that this knowledge would be crucial for their future in caring for their baby. In the final segment of the course, Dr. Li invited several experienced mothers to the stage to share their parenting experiences and insights. They recounted the challenges and difficulties faced during pregnancy and parenting, as well as how they overcame these obstacles, emerging as stronger and more confident mothers. Qingyao listened to their narratives, filled with admiration and emotion, believing that she too could become an exceptional mother like them. As the course drew to a close, Qingyao and Lin Feng exited the classroom hand in hand, traversing the hospital corridor, their hearts brimming with anticipation and dreams for the future. They understood that while pregnancy is a time fraught with challenges, their mutual support and collective efforts would undoubtedly enable them to navigate this extraordinary period and welcome a healthy, delightful new life. Upon the course's conclusion, the hospital presented each participating mother with exquisite gifts, a beautifully crafted pregnancy diary, and a set of baby care essentials. Holding these gifts, she understood that these were not merely material gifts, but rather a recognition and encouragement of her impending identity as a mother. On their way home, Qingyao and Lin Feng strolled hand in hand beneath the warm glow of the setting sun, their hearts brimming with dreams and anticipations for the future. They engaged in discussions about the knowledge they had acquired that day, mapping out their baby's future, and occasionally exchanged smiles over amusing topics. In that moment, it felt as though they could already perceive the tiny life that was subtly transforming their existence in an extraordinary manner. In the days that followed, Qingyao diligently adhered to Dr. Li's recommendations regarding her diet and lifestyle. Lin Feng wholeheartedly supported her, preparing nutritious meals, accompanying her for moderate exercise, and attending every prenatal checkup at the hospital. Each time they heard their baby's healthy heartbeat, an overwhelming sense of reassurance and happiness enveloped them. One day, Qingyao sat on the sofa, an air of mystery surrounding her. She intermittently retrieved her phone from her pocket, the screen illuminating and dimming as she repeatedly checked for new notifications. Her face was a tapestry of anxiety and anticipation, as if she were awaiting a moment of utmost significance. "Why hasn't Tia arrived yet?" she murmured softly to herself, her tone laced with a hint of impatience, but predominantly infused with uncontainable excitement. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of the sofa, the tempo quickening, revealing her inner turmoil. Lin Feng emerged from the study and, upon observing his wife's demeanor, felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. "Honey, what are you waiting for?" he inquired, sitting beside Qingyao, attempting to decipher her expression. Qingyao looked up at Lin Feng, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "It's a secret," she replied succinctly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. As time ticked away, the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly tense due to Qingyao's anticipation. Finally, an hour later, her phone rang. She seized her phone with a sudden urgency, glancing at the caller ID, and her face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. "Hello. May I ask if you are home now?" "I am," she responded. After a brief conversation, Qingyao hung up the phone, sprang to her feet, and hurried to the door. Her heart raced, as if she could hear her blood surging through her veins. Moments later, a knock echoed from the door. Qingyao eagerly opened it, accepting a beautifully packaged box from the courier. Overjoyed, she cradled the box as she returned to the living room, with Lin Feng curiously trailing behind, eager to discover its contents. Qingyao gently placed the box on a coffee table before turning to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with expectation. "Darling, could you hand me the scissors?" she requested. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head, retrieving a sharp pair of scissors from the kitchen and presenting them to his wife. Qingyao accepted the scissors and meticulously cut through the tape, sealing the box. As the box opened, a smaller yet equally exquisite box came into view, adorned with intricate designs and emblazoned with the prominent words, "Fetal Heart Monitor." Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng gazed at Qingyao with a face full of perplexity. "My dear, what purpose does this serve?" he inquired. Qingyao, her face alight with excitement, raised her head, her eyes shimmering with maternal radiance. "It is to listen to the baby's heartbeat." As she spoke, she meticulously unwrapped the packaging, revealing the fetal heart monitor within. She attentively perused the instruction manual, her fingers delicately tracing each button, as if engaging in an intimate dialogue with this small device that would soon serve as a bridge between her and her child. Lin Feng leaned closer, joining Qingyao in their exploration of this wondrous instrument. With a hint of curiosity, he asked, "Can such a tiny device truly capture the sound of the baby's heartbeat?" Qingyao smiled and nodded, powering on the device and following the steps outlined in the manual. Chapter 64. Hearing the baby's heartbeat within the box lay not only a fetal heart monitor, but also a seemingly ordinary, yet enigmatic bottle filled with a white substance, clearly labeled with the words coupling agent. Although the items in this box were relatively compact and lacked the grandeur of the sprawling medical apparatus found in hospitals, it contained everything essential. The fetal heart monitor, the coupling agent, and a detailed instruction manual were all present. This completeness filled Qingyao and Lin Feng with a sense of reassurance and excitement. They were about to experience the unique joy of hearing their baby's heartbeat at home. At that moment, Qingyao picked up the instruction manual and read it attentively before turning to Lin Feng, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Darling," she advised, "the manual states that we must first apply the coupling agent to my belly to ensure the fetal heart monitor can effectively capture the baby's heartbeat signal." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded eagerly, taking the coupling agent with eyes equally filled with hope. Qingyao then continued, "I will lie down now. You may begin applying it." She gently lifted her shirt, revealing her fair and rounded abdomen. Lin Feng carefully squeezed out the coupling agent, its coolness sending a shiver through Qingyao. He spread the agent evenly across her belly, and at the moment of contact, she couldn't help but gasp. "Oh my, the coupling agent is quite chilly," she exclaimed with a smile, her tone infused with excitement rather than complaint. Lin Feng, noticing her reaction, exhaled softly, attempting to share his warmth with her. "Is it better now? Is it too cold?" he inquired with concern. Qingyao chuckled, replying, "Yes, after a moment of adjustment, it feels much better." Following the instructions in the manual, Lin Feng gently placed the small, cone-shaped device of the fetal heart monitor onto Qingyao's abdomen. At that instant, the atmosphere in the room thickened with tension and anticipation, as if the world had come to a standstill, leaving only the two of them and the impending sound of their baby's heartbeat. As the device powered on, a soft buzzing filled the room, followed by a brief silence. They held their breath in focused anticipation, time stretching into an eternity. Suddenly, a series of beeps emanated from the instrument, crisp and vigorous. Lin Feng's face lit up with surprise upon hearing the sound. He turned to Qingyao with excitement, asking, "My love, is that the baby's heartbeat?" His voice brimmed with hope and uncertainty, as this was their first time using the fetal heart monitor. Qingyao, equally overwhelmed with emotion, shook her head and replied, "I don't know. This is my first time too. I'm not entirely sure what the baby's heartbeat sounds like." Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng swiftly reached out to the vendor for confirmation. He picked up his phone, opened the chat window with the seller, and played the recording for them to hear. Before long, the merchant relayed a message. The sound you recorded does not resemble a baby's heartbeat. Rather, it is akin to the rhythmic clatter of horse hooves or the clanging of a green train. Please search more carefully. Lin Feng, upon hearing the merchant's words, felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet his anticipation grew to uncover the genuine sound of his baby's heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his search on Qingyao's abdomen. He listened intently, shifting from one area to another, but after a considerable time, he failed to detect the sound the merchant had described. Beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, and a sense of urgency welled within him. At that moment, Lin Feng recalled that the instruction manual might contain further hints. He hastily retrieved the manual and scrutinized it closely. The front page detailed the fetal heartbeat positions corresponding to various gestational weeks. The earlier the week, the closer the heartbeat was to the navel. Given that Qingyao was approximately 14 weeks along, the heartbeat should be located just above the navel. Following the manual's guidance, Lin Feng resumed his search on Qingyao's abdomen. He delicately maneuvered the fetal monitor, attempting to capture that faint yet vibrant heartbeat. Despite his diligent efforts, the elusive sound remained hidden. Suddenly, Lin Feng experienced an epiphany. Qingyao was carrying twins. The positions of twin heartbeats could differ from those of singleton. Thus, he could not simply rely on the manual's indications. With this realization, hope rekindled in Lin Feng's heart. He inhaled deeply to calm himself and continued his search with renewed patience. He gently pressed on Qingyao's abdomen and adjusted the monitor's position, striving to discover the most suitable angle. Just as Lin Feng was on the verge of surrender, he was suddenly greeted by a clear and powerful heartbeat. The sound resonated like a jubilant series of horse hooves, brimming with vitality and rhythm. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Feng nearly leapt from his seat. He tilted his ear, pressing it closely to the monitor, eager not to miss a single detail. Gazing at Qingyao, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he inquired, "Darling, this must be our baby's heartbeat, right? Can you hear how rhythmic it is? It resembles the sound of horse hooves, doesn't it?" Qingyao, too, caught the heartbeat and nodded with excitement, tears glistening in her eyes. "Yes, it is. It's the baby's heartbeat. How miraculous! I can hear it. I truly can hear our baby's heartbeat." Her voice was infused with joy and emotion. Subsequently, she picked up her phone, activated the recording function, and captured the sound of the heartbeat. Listening to the crisp and vigorous rhythm filled her heart with immense joy and satisfaction. She understood that this was the fruit of her and Lin Feng's love, the most precious gift in their lives. After recording, Qingyao pressed the phone closely to her chest, as if feeling the baby's heartbeat resonating in harmony with her own. She gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with the light of happiness, and said, "Darling, thank you. Thank you for accompanying me through it all. I never imagined we could hear our baby's heartbeat right at home. It's truly wondrous." Chapter 65, the most melodious sound. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with tenderness as he affectionately grasped Qingyao's hand, softly murmuring, "My dear wife, were it not for you, I would not have experienced such an unforgettable moment. Thus, it is I who must express my gratitude." A blush crept across Qingyao's cheeks as she gently replied, "All right, let us refrain from excessive thanks. We are family." She continued, "Darling, we have only heard the heartbeat of one little baby, and we have yet to locate the second." In response, Lin Feng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He nodded and stated, "You're right, I shall find it at once." With that, he began to maneuver the instrument over Qingyao's abdomen with utmost care, akin to a mine detector, diligently searching for the heartbeat of their second child. His actions were both gentle and focused, as he feared disturbing the fragile life within. Qingyao lay quietly on the bed, her heart a tumult of anxiety and excitement. As seconds turned into minutes, beads of perspiration began to form on Lin Feng's forehead. Yet, he persisted with unwavering patience in his search. At last, he detected the second baby's heartbeat near the navel, but this sound was markedly different from the first. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Lin Feng glanced at Qingyao and inquired, "My love, this heartbeat resembles the clattering of a train, entirely unlike the previous, one which sounded like the patter of a pony's hooves." Qingyao was taken aback, shaking her head in uncertainty. She expressed her concern. Could the differing heartbeats indicate a problem? Lin Feng, sensing her worry, quickly reassured her, "Do not fret, my dear. This may simply be a normal occurrence. Every baby is unique, and their heartbeats may vary." Qingyao nodded, though her apprehension lingered. She hastily grabbed her phone and began to search online. Moments later, a look of surprise illuminated her face as she exclaimed, "Darling, I found something online suggesting that differing heartbeat sounds might indicate differing genders." Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaned over to read the information on her phone, eagerly asking, "Is that true? It says that a heartbeat resembling a horse's hooves might indicate a boy, while heartbeat like a train's could suggest a girl." Jinghai nodded, her face reflecting a hopeful smile. "Yes, that is what the internet claims, though we cannot be certain." Lin Feng, brimming with anticipation, exclaimed, "Yao Yao, does this mean you are carrying twins? A boy and a girl, how wonderful. We would have both a son and a daughter." He punctuated his excitement with a tender kiss on her forehead. Seeing her husband so exhilarated filled Qingyao with happiness and contentment. Yet she felt compelled to remind him, "Darling, they said might, not will, and the doctor mentioned that there is no scientific basis for this. Perhaps we may not have a pair of dragon and phoenix children after all." Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly, smiling as he said, "It's nothing. As long as they are my children, I will cherish them, whether they are boys or girls. I will devote myself entirely to loving and protecting them." As he spoke, he gently caressed Qingyao's belly, as if he could already sense the tiny life within. Qingyao, touched by his profound affection, nestled closely in Lin Feng's embrace. After a while, Lin Feng put away the fetal heart monitor and carefully wiped the coupling gel off Qingyao's abdomen with a tissue. Once finished, Qingyao took out her phone and played back the heartbeats of their two babies. She closed her eyes and listened intently to the most primal sounds of life, unable to suppress a smile. Although the heartbeats were faint, they resonated with strength and hope. Lin Feng leaned in closer, joining Qingyao in savoring the exquisite sounds. With a sense of wonder, he remarked, "My dear, do you realize? This is truly the most beautiful sound in the world, more enchanting and moving than any music." Qingyao nodded, inhaling deeply before responding, "Indeed, this is the sound of our babies. I'm so eager for their arrival." Lin Feng held her hand tightly, resolutely stating, "Rest assured, my love, I will always be by your side as we welcome our little ones." Qingyao looked at him with gratitude, her eyes shimmering with tears. She knew she had found a man upon whom she could rely for a lifetime. Regardless of the storms that may come, as long as he was by her side, she feared nothing. To bring joy to his parents, Lin Feng decided to send the heartbeats of the two babies to Su Wanrong via WeChat. He meticulously selected the two clearest recordings and sent them. After sending, he eagerly awaited his parents' response. However, upon receiving the message, Su Wanrong was somewhat baffled and complained to Lin Xiaotian, "Listen, what is our son sending me? I can't make out a single word." Lin Xiaotian listened attentively, furrowing his brow for a long time before waving his hand dismissively. "I can't understand it either. Is our son up to some new tricks again?" Subsequently, Su Wanrong sent Lin Feng a voice message lasting several seconds, exasperatedly saying, "Xiaofeng, what kind of nonsense are you sending me? Are you just idling away? I told you to take good care of Yao Yao. Are you even listening to me?" After hearing his mother's voice message, Lin Feng chuckled helplessly, realizing he had indeed fallen out of favor. To avoid further voice message bombardments from his mother, he quickly replied, "Mom, I'm taking excellent care of your daughter-in-law, so you needn't worry. Also, those two voice messages I sent are extremely precious. They contain the heartbeats of your future grandson and granddaughter, so please listen closely." Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong looked at Lin Xiaotian in sheer delight, exclaiming, "Xiaofeng says those two voice messages are the heartbeats of Yao Yao's little babies." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaotian excitedly leaned closer, donning his reading glasses to attentively listen to the faint yet vibrant heartbeat. As he listened, tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. After a moment, he sighed with emotion, exclaiming, "Is this my grandson or granddaughter? Time flies, and soon I shall have a grandchild. How wonderful!" Subsequently, Su Wanrong responded with a smile, "Both your father and I have heard it. You must take good care of Yao Yao. Do not bully my daughter-in-law. Lin Feng, upon receiving the message, replied helplessly, I understand. My wife is a key protected member of the Lin family. How could I dare to mistreat her? At that moment, Su Wanrong sent another message. Son, your father, and I consulted a master who has calculated the date for your wedding. Chapter 66. The oil master Lin Feng sat on the sofa in the living room, his fingers gliding gently over the screen of his mobile phone. Upon reading the message, his heart raced uncontrollably, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face. He hastily replied, his tone brimming with eagerness and excitement. When is it? The 18th day of the 12th lunar month. The master says this date is particularly auspicious, a propitious day for your wedding, came Su Wanrong's prompt response. Her words infused with joy regarding her son's matrimonial prospects. Great, that's wonderful, Lin Feng replied with a smile, his eyes glimmering with happiness. However, upon reflection, he realized that the 18th of December was only a few days away, necessitating immediate and meticulous preparations for the wedding. He picked up his phone and began to draft an extensive list of tasks, from selecting the wedding venue to booking the banquet hotel, from choosing bridal gowns to arranging the guest list. Each item was crucial and could not be overlooked. Just as he concluded his call with his mother, a gentle yet slightly urgent voice floated from a bedroom. Darling, come here quickly. I need to talk to you. I'm coming. Hearing Yi Qingyao's call, Lin Feng promptly set aside his phone and hurried towards the bedroom. Upon entering, he found Yi Qingyao reclining on the bed, one hand gently caressing her protruding belly, her face etched with a hint of concern and distress. Pouting slightly, she said in a playful tone, Honey, look, it seems like my belly has developed some stretch marks. They're so ugly. Will they ever go away? Lin Feng approached the bed and leaned down to examine her belly closely. Indeed, on her smooth and delicate skin, a faint pink line had appeared. He understood that these were stretch marks potentially caused by the skin's excessive stretching during pregnancy. Although they posed no health risk, they could certainly trouble beauty-conscious women. Tenderly grasping Yi Qingyao's hand, he softly reassured her, My dear, there's no need to worry. This mark can fade away. I will take good care of you and ensure your belly returns to its former state. Really? Please don't deceive me. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope sparked in Yi Qingyao's eyes, yet she was quickly overshadowed by doubt, fearing Lin Feng's words were mere attempts at consolation. Of course it's true. My love, you must trust me, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod, his gaze filled with determination and tenderness. He turned to retrieve the stretch mark oil he had previously prepared for her, hoping it would help alleviate the appearance of the marks. He realized that he had not been as diligent as before in applying the oil daily. This thought stirred a pang of guilt within him, prompting a silent resolution to carve out time each day to meticulously care for his beloved wife. Carefully opening the bottle of stretch mark oil, Lin Feng first read the instructions and precautions on the label. Then, he picked up his phone to browse online for methods of application, nodding along as he absorbed the information, his face radiating confidence and satisfaction. Dear wife, please lie still and don't move. I'm about to begin, Lin Feng gently instructed as he supported Yi Qingyao's shoulder. Okay, Yi Qingyao obediently nodded, reclining on the bed, although she harbored some doubts about Lin Feng's words. The earnestness reflected in his demeanor ignited a warm sensation within her heart. Before long, Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen with a clean brush, one he had specifically sought out after watching videos online about applying anti-stretch mark oil. He poured a modest amount of the oil onto Yi Qingyao's abdomen and began to apply it gently and evenly with the brush. This time, the oil did not impart the chilling sensation of the previous coupling agent. Instead, it radiated warmth and comfort. However, as Lin Feng brushed back and forth on Yi Qingyao's belly, she couldn't help but break into a smile. With a glint of playful incredulity in her eyes, she teased, Honey, are you sure that's how you're supposed to use the anti-stretch mark oil? You look like a barbecue master with all that brushing. Lin Feng chuckled at Yi Qingyao's jest. Pausing his motions, he looked at her earnestly and replied, Indeed, I learned from watching videos where other husbands do it this way. Rest assured, my dear, I will take excellent care of both you and the baby. With that, he resumed applying the oil with the brush until her belly was evenly coated with a thin layer. Then, He warmed his palms and gently massaged Qingyao's abdomen in an upward and downward motion, aiding the absorption of the oil into her skin. In no time, the anti-stretch mark oil was entirely absorbed, leaving a subtle sheen upon her belly. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded and took out his phone to capture a few pictures of Qingyao's abdomen. "What are you taking pictures for, dear?" Qingyao inquired curiously upon noticing him. "I want to see if the oil has any effect," Lin Feng explained with a smile. "If one day your belly develops a mark, I shall buy you a limited edition handbag. If several appear, I'll procure multiple bags. How does that sound?" "Great." Qingyao's eyes sparkled at the mention of handbags. With a playful grin, she remarked, "But I fear you won't be able to keep up with the purchases." "Do not worry, my love. I assure you I can manage it. Even if no marks appear, I will still buy you one. Is that all right?" Lin Feng looked at Qingyao with adoration, his voice imbued with love and commitment. Yet, upon hearing these words, Qingyao's eyes suddenly welled with tears. She gazed at Lin Feng, her voice trembling with emotion. "Honey, why are you so good to me? I feel so happy. How can I not treat you well? You are my wife, the love of my life." Lin Feng tenderly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, holding her closely in his embrace. "All right, my dear, no more tears. You are our family's precious protected one now. You mustn't cry." Lin Feng softly comforted her, gently dabbing her tears with a tissue. Qingyao nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, savoring the strength of his chest and the warmth of his hold. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if to etch this moment of bliss into her heart forever. Chapter 67. Formula upgrade. In that moment, a clear and melodious notification sound resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has applied pregnancy oil to Qingyao a total of 10 times and rewards a pregnancy oil formula. Upon hearing this unexpected system notification, Lin Feng furrowed his brows, internally questioning. A pregnancy oil formula? Why has the system suddenly bestowed this upon me? Is the pregnancy oil I have not satisfactory enough? His mind was filled with perplexity, prompting him to engage in a dialogue with the system. "System, what is so special about this pregnancy oil formula? Is the one I currently possess utterly ineffective?" The system seemed to sense Lin Feng's bewilderment and promptly provided a detailed explanation. To the host, it is not that it is ineffective. Rather, the pregnancy oils available on the market generally yield subpar results and are incapable of completely eliminating stretch marks. The formula provided by this system is the optimal solution derived from numerous experiments and optimizations. It not only effectively prevents the formation of stretch marks, but can also, to a certain extent, diminish existing ones, rendering the skin of expectant mothers smoother and more delicate. Though Lin Feng found the explanation somewhat convoluted, he harbored unwavering confidence in the system's offerings. He understood that anything produced by the system would undoubtedly be of the highest quality. Thus, he secretly contemplated a visit to the laboratory to concoct a bottle of the formula for his wife to test its efficacy. To be honest, during this period, Lin Feng had come to deeply appreciate the challenges of motherhood. Every mother was once a beauty who cherished her appearance, who would wish for unsightly stretch marks to mar their abdomen. He thought of his wife, Qingyao, who had sacrificed so much for their child. If only all expectant mothers could utilize such an effective pregnancy oil, their bellies would no longer bear those unsightly blemishes. The more he pondered, the more he felt this endeavor was worthwhile, and his heart brimmed with enthusiasm and anticipation. The following morning, Lin Feng arrived early at Jinghai Investment Company. After concluding the routine meeting, he summoned Fu Quan to his office. "Mr. Lin, is there something you wish to instruct me?" Fu Quan stood respectfully before Lin Feng, awaiting his directives. Lin Feng tapped rhythmically on the desk, as if contemplating a significant matter. After a brief moment, he raised his gaze to Fu Quan, determination flickering in his eyes. "Help me find a factory that produces pregnancy oil. I wish to seek collaboration with them." Pregnancy oil? Fu Quan was momentarily taken aback by the term, almost doubting his own hearing. Upon seeing Lin Feng nod affirmatively, he quickly responded, "Understood, Mr. Lin. I will take care of it immediately." Although Fu Quan was quite perplexed by his boss's decision, he recognized Lin Feng as a visionary. understanding that there was surely a rationale behind his choice. Thus, it became his duty to execute orders while earning his fixed salary. Fu Quan was highly efficient in his work. Within half an hour, he excitedly knocked on the door of the president's office. His face radiated with excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent. "Mr. Lin, I have located the factory for producing pregnancy oil. It is situated near the 4th ring road of the magical city, and the facility is quite sizable, equipped with comprehensive technology and advanced machinery." Fu Quan exclaimed in one breath, eagerly anticipating Lin Feng's response. Upon hearing Fu Quan's words, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy within him. He nodded and said, "Excellent. You drive. Let us go and see it now." He understood the urgency of addressing the matter of pregnancy oil, for the sight of his wife, troubled by stretch marks, tugged at his heartstrings. The two swiftly arrived at the company's entrance, where Lin Feng retrieved the key to his Lamborghini Veneno Roadster from his pocket, handing it to Fu Quan. Upon seeing the gleaming, metallic luxury vehicle before him, Fu Quan's eyes lit up with delight. Although he longed to take it for a spin, the thought of traversing potentially rough roads made him abandon that idea. After all, should he damage the car, he would be indebted for a lifetime. Thus, he turned to Lin Feng with an awkward smile and said, "Mr. Lin, this car may not fare well on bumpy roads. Let's take my vehicle instead. While it may not rival your luxury car, it is sturdy and reliable." Lin Feng considered Fu Quan's words and found them to be reasonable. He nodded in agreement. "Very well, let's take your car." With that, he settled into the passenger seat of the Jeep. Fu Quan started the vehicle and slowly drove out of the company gate. The initial stretch of road was relatively smooth, paved with asphalt. However, as they continued, the road grew increasingly treacherous as the factory was located in a more remote area beyond the 4th ring of the magical city, transforming into a rugged path. Though the Jeep was durable, the bumpy journey still proved jarring. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Feng felt the jolts of the vehicle, yet was filled with anticipation. For the sake of his wife and all expectant mothers, he was determined to find the finest factory for producing pregnancy oil to collaborate in creating an effective product. At long last, after considerable effort, they arrived at the factory's entrance. The large gates were firmly shut, guarded by a stern-looking security officer clad in uniform. Fu Quan exited the vehicle and approached the guard, politely stating, "Hello, I have arranged to meet with your factory director. Please inform them of our arrival." The guard nodded and promptly called the director's office. Shortly thereafter, the factory gates began to open slowly. The guard addressed them. "You may enter. The director is waiting for you in the innermost office." After expressing their gratitude to the guard, Fu Quan and Lin Feng made their way to the innermost building. They soon spotted a middle-aged man standing at the base of the office building, dressed in a navy blue work uniform. His head was adorned with a thick mane of white hair, and his face bore the marks of time, exuding a sense of profound experience. Yet, his gaze was sharp and spirited, revealing an indomitable spirit. Upon seeing Fu Quan and Lin Feng, the factory director immediately approached them, warmly greeting, "Hello, welcome to our factory. I am a director here, Lin Feng." To be candid, when the director first laid eyes on the duo, he mistakenly assumed that Lin Feng was merely a junior staff member accompanying Fu Quan. Lin Feng's understated attire and youthful appearance led the director to extend his enthusiasm primarily towards Fu Quan, whom he believed to be the principal figure in this collaboration. "Greetings, greetings," Fu Quan interjected, sensing the potential misunderstanding. He promptly extended his hand for an introduction, saying, "Director Li, this is our general manager Lin." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow for a moment, but soon his face brightened with a smile as he remarked, "Greetings, General Manager Lin. I must admit, I was taken aback by your youth. I misjudged the situation." Chapter 68. Reaching a collaboration, Lin Feng offered a modest smile, gently clearing his throat before continuing, "Director Li, perhaps we should find a suitable place to discuss our collaboration. There are numerous details I wish to elaborate on with you." Director Li paused for a moment, then with a light slap to his forehead, chuckled apologetically, "How forgetful of me. I nearly overlooked the fact that we are still outside. Cool, mate. Let us head to my office for a more in-depth conversation." With that, he turned and gestured invitingly, "Please, after you." Before long, the three of them arrived at a room approximately 20 square meters in size. The decor was both simple and elegant, featuring a large desk at the center, flanked by several groups of sofas that combined practicality with style. After inviting his guests to take a seat, Director Li instructed his secretary, Xiao Lu, "Please brew a pot of our finest tea." The secretary promptly complied, returning shortly with a pot of fragrant tea, which he poured for Lin Feng and Director Li. Once settled, Director Li occupied the main seat on the sofa, leaning slightly forward with a smile as he turned to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, we can now converse freely. I am curious to know the specifics of the collaboration you mentioned. Although our factory is not large, we do possess a respectable reputation in the industry. If there is anything you require from us, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Feng responded with a calm smile, exuding confidence and poise. After taking a sip of tea, he began, "Director Li, I possess a formula for a maternity oil that offers exceptional nourishment for the skin of pregnant women. I intend to launch my own brand into the market." Upon hearing this, Director Li's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued by the innovative product. He nodded, encouraging Lin Feng to continue. Lin Feng elaborated, "I am aware of our factory's extensive experience and capabilities in cosmetics production, which is why I wish to collaborate with you to have your factory manufacture my product. Naturally, I will provide detailed formulas and production requirements to ensure the quality of the product." Director Li nodded with a smile, indicating his understanding. "Ah, so you wish to establish your own brand. This is certainly feasible. Our factory has considerable experience in contract manufacturing, and we can meet your needs in terms of both product quality and production efficiency. However, I must clarify that we will only handle production. The marketing and sales will be your responsibility." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that it was not an issue. "That is certainly not a problem. I already have a preliminary plan for sales. However, I must emphasize that our formula is unique and can only be used for the production of our products. It must not be disclosed to third parties or utilized for other products." As he spoke, Lin Feng retrieved a patent certificate from his bag and handed it to Director Li. "We have secured a patent for this formula, which ensures legal protection. I hope, Director Li, that you can comprehend our position and ensure the safety and confidentiality of the formula." Director Li received the patent certificate, examined it closely, and then nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, General Manager Lin, our factory has always been renowned for its integrity within the industry. We shall maintain the strictest confidentiality regarding our clients' business secrets. Your formula will be treated as our highest level secret and will absolutely not be disclosed." After speaking, Director Li offered a teacup to Lin Feng, gesturing for him to enjoy the tea. The two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. Subsequently, both parties commenced detailed discussions regarding the collaboration. They engaged in a lively exchange, quickly reaching a consensus. Once the discussions concluded, Director Li instructed his secretary to bring forth a draft contract, which both sides reviewed and amended clause by clause based on their prior discussions. Following a thorough negotiation and meticulous scrutiny, the contract was finally finalized. Lin Feng carefully examined the contract and, upon confirming its accuracy, took up a pen and solemnly inscribed his name. Observing this, Director Li extended his hand with a smile. "General Manager Lin, may our cooperation be a delightful success. I am confident that our partnership will yield fruitful results." Lin Feng nodded, grasping Director Li's hand firmly. "Indeed, may our cooperation be enjoyable. I am filled with anticipation for this collaboration." After signing the contract, the two exchanged a few casual remarks. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to recall something and spoke up. "Director Li, could we possibly produce a batch of pregnancy oil based on my formula first? I would like to take it home for my wife." Director Li, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded. "Of course, that is no problem at all. I will take care of it right away." With that, Director Li picked up the phone, dialed the production department, and briefly conveyed his instructions before hanging up. He turned to Lin Feng with a smile. "I've already spoken to my team. They will promptly begin producing the pregnancy oil according to your formula. Please wait a moment, and you will soon receive the finished product." Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this, nodding with a smile. "Thank you, Director Li." Director Li chuckled, then suddenly shifted the conversation. General Manager Lin. Seeing how young and accomplished you are, I hadn't realized you were already married. Nevertheless, a man with a family tends to be more responsible, and I believe our collaboration will proceed even more smoothly. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head. Director Li, you flatter me. As they continued their conversation, time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, the head of the production department entered with a bottle of freshly produced pregnancy oil. He respectfully handed the oil to Director Li and then withdrew. Director Li examined the packaging and label closely, confirming everything was in order before handing it to Lin Feng. General Manager Lin, this is the pregnancy oil produced according to your formula. If there are any areas needing improvement, please do not hesitate to inform me. We will make every effort to meet your needs. Lin Feng accepted the oil, casting a grateful glance at Director Li. Thank you, Director Li. Afterward, the two shook hands once more, and Lin Feng departed for Director Li's office, accompanied by Fu Quan and the pregnancy oil. Chapter 69. Imprintless as night descended, the gentle moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a serene glow over the cozy bedroom, infusing the small space with tranquility and peace. Lin Feng tenderly assisted Qingyao in lying down, his movements imbued with delicacy and care. Subsequently, he retrieved the bottle of pregnancy oil he had obtained from Director Li that day from the bedside table. With a soft smile, his eyes radiated affection as he said, "My dear, I shall apply the oil for you. Aldikt ye Qingyao no dit." Her face alight with a blissful smile. Habitually, she gently lifted her slightly protruding belly, waiting in stillness. As Lin Feng gazed at his wife, an inexplicable sense of responsibility surged within him. Earlier that day, while idly browsing videos, he had inadvertently discovered that the method he had employed to apply the pregnancy oil was rather unconventional. The proper technique merely required warming the palms, then evenly spreading the oil before gently massaging it in, allowing the skin to fully absorb the nourishing essence. He silently rejoiced at having uncovered this minor misunderstanding in time. Otherwise, his wife would have endured unnecessary discomfort. Thus, he warmed his hands, poured the oil into his palms, and the subtle fragrance instantly enveloped the room, refreshing the atmosphere. He meticulously applied the oil, his touch both gentle and firm. Qingyao basked in the warmth of her husband's affection, closing her eyes with a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization as she exclaimed, "Darling, it seems this pregnancy oil is truly effective." Her voice carried a hint of surprise, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. "The tightness in my belly seems to have vanished," she continued, her tone filled with disbelief. Since becoming pregnant, she had often felt an inexplicable tension as her belly expanded, causing her discomfort. Yet at that moment, the sensation had miraculously dissipated, leaving her in awe. "How marvelous!" Qingyao repeated, shaking her head in wonder, still enveloped in that extraordinary sensation. She reached out, gently caressing her abdomen, reveling in an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. Hearing his wife's praises, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of pride within. He was aware that the formula for the pregnancy oil had been provided by the system, yet he could not disclose this secret. Internally, he mused, the system's formula is indeed remarkable. Result can be seen in a single day. However, he maintained a facade of humility, smiling as he remarked, "Perhaps the oil is truly effective, but consistency is key." At that moment, Qingyao suddenly noticed that the bottle of pregnancy oil appeared different from the one she had used the previous day. Furrowing her brow in curiosity, she inquired, "Darling, why does this pregnancy oil look different from yesterday's? Did you buy a new one?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and doubt. Lin Feng shook his head, smiling as he clarified, "This pregnancy oil's formula is one I have newly developed." In order to convince his wife, he took the credit for himself. "Really?" She gasped in astonishment. Upon hearing these words, Qingyao was utterly astonished. Her eyes widened as she scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, making him feel quite uneasy. She had never anticipated that her husband possessed such remarkable abilities, capable of developing his own pregnancy oil. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Feng asked, feeling somewhat bashful under his wife's gaze. He rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. I always knew my husband was extraordinary, but to create pregnancy oil on his own is truly impressive, Qingyao remarked, her eyes filled with admiration and reverence. She genuinely did not expect her husband to have such talent and potential. Lin Feng, slightly embarrassed by the praise, scratched his head and humbly replied, I'm not that amazing. I just tried it out, and to my surprise, it actually worked. In his heart, he felt a sense of pride, yet he maintained an outward demeanor of modesty. Seeing her husband's humility, Qingyao smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, You are indeed remarkable, and that's indisputable. However, my dear, you truly are impressive. She continued, This pregnancy oil feels so soothing when applied to my belly. I can even sense it becoming plump and bouncy. It's genuinely effective. She spoke earnestly, clearly feeling the changes in her body. Her words were not mere flattery, but rather heartfelt admiration. Hearing his wife's compliments made Lin Feng feel as though he were savoring honey. He looked at her affectionately and said, As long as it works, that's all that matters. I specifically formulated this pregnancy oil for you so that you won't develop stretch marks. Qingyao's eyes glistened with tears upon hearing this. She was deeply touched that her husband would go to such lengths for her. Leaning against his shoulder, she expressed her hopes, if only this pregnancy oil could also help diminish the stretch marks of other sisters, I'm sure all the beauty-loving women would be thrilled. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng felt a warm surge of emotion. He recognized that his wife was not only kind-hearted, but also exceptionally considerate of others. Gently pinching Qingyao's cheek, he affectionately said, Who could resist such a kind-hearted wife? I have already contacted the manufacturer, and production of this pregnancy oil will commence today. I hope it can benefit more expectant mothers, allowing them to maintain their beauty and confidence during pregnancy. Wow, my husband is truly amazing, Qingyao exclaimed joyfully, her face radiating happiness. She felt immense pride and joy for her husband, knowing he was a responsible and dependable man. Seeing the delight on his wife's face filled Lin Feng with satisfaction and happiness. They then delved into discussions about the details of the pregnancy oil. Curiously, Qingyao inquired, Darling, what ingredients did you include in this pregnancy oil? How does it work so effectively? She was genuinely intrigued about how her husband had crafted such a miraculous product. Lin Feng smiled and explained, Actually, there's nothing particularly special in it. Just some natural plant oils and herbal essences. Upon hearing her husband's explanation, Qingyao felt an even deeper sense of gratitude. She understood that her husband had truly devoted immense effort and care for both her and their child. She embraced him tightly, her voice rich with affection as she expressed, Darling, thank you. You are truly wonderful. I am so happy to be married to you and to be your wife. Lin Feng reciprocated the embrace, and they held each other in a serene moment, reluctant to let go. After a brief pause, Qingyao lifted her head from her husband's chest and earnestly inquired, Darling, what name have you chosen for the pregnancy oil you developed? Lin Feng shook his head, admitting he had yet to decide, and then posed a question in return. My love, do you have any good ideas? How about we call it Seamless? Qingyao suggested, tilting her head thoughtfully. The name is simple, easy to understand, and memorable. What do you think? That's excellent. Let's go with that name. I will apply for the trademark tomorrow, Lin Feng replied with a smile. His gaze towards Qingyao filled with affection. Chapter 70. No regrets. A lifetime without regret on this day. The sun shone perfectly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air as Lin Feng and Qingyao set out together. Seated in the car, Qingyao tilted her head, her bright eyes fixed intently upon Lin Feng's enigmatic demeanor, stirring a whirlwind of curiosity within her. She gently tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, which swayed slightly in response, as if echoing her inquisitiveness. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, and a playful smile danced upon her lips as she inquired, Darling, where exactly are you taking me? Please don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Her voice carried a hint of playful coaxing, infused with eager expectation. Lin Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile, one that concealed boundless warmth and affection. He tenderly grasped Qingyao's hand, its warmth and strength seemingly bestowing upon her an endless sense of security. With a gentle tone, he replied, "Once we arrive, you shall know. I assure you it will be a place you never anticipated." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the horizon. The scenery outside the window blurred past, as if paving the way for their journey. Throughout the ride, Qingyao speculated about Lin Feng's destination. Was it a romantic seaside restaurant or a bustling shopping center? Countless possibilities flitted through her mind, yet she remained unable to discern Lin Feng's true intentions. Lin Feng merely smiled in silence, allowing Qingyao to indulge in her guesses. His gaze filled with affection and anticipation. He understood that the greater her curiosity, the more profound her surprise would be. Occasionally, he glanced at Qingyao's anxious yet excited expression, finding her utterly endearing. As the car wound along the serpentine road, the scenery unfolded like a painting. Lush green trees, vibrant blossoms, and the distant undulating mountains formed a picturesque tableau. However, Qingyao's thoughts were wholly consumed by the anticipation of their unknown destination. She occasionally stole glances at Lin Feng, hoping to glean some hint from his expression, yet he maintained his air of mystery, only deepening her intrigue. At last, as the car rounded a bend, an ancient yet charming house came into view. This residence exuded a timeless quality, with its red walls and green tiles glistening in the sunlight. The stone lions flanking the grand entrance stood majestically, as if safeguarding the tranquility of the home. Gazing at the house before her, filled with character and allure, Qingyao's heart brimmed with questions. She turned to Lin Feng, her eyes laden with inquiry. Lin Feng alighted from the car with a smile, then circled around to open the door for Qingyao. He extended his hand, gently taking hers, the warmth from his palm instilling in her an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Softly, he said, "Come, let me show you." Qingyao allowed Lin Feng to lead her by the hand. Though her heart was alive with curiosity, it was eclipsed by her trust in him. She followed in his footsteps, step by step, into the enchanting abode that awaited them. Upon entering, a subtle fragrance of wood wafted through the air, fresh and elegant, evoking a sense of tranquility. They traversed a long corridor adorned with exquisite calligraphy and paintings on either side. Qingyao gazed at these precious artifacts, an inexplicable excitement surging within her. Turning to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkled with astonishment and joy. She finally comprehended that Lin Feng's decision to bring her here was far from coincidental. This place undoubtedly held special significance, igniting her curiosity to delve deeper. "Husband, why have you brought me here?" Qingyao could not restrain her inquisitiveness, her voice imbued with anticipation and curiosity, eager to uncover Lin Feng's true intentions. Lin Feng met her questioning gaze, a warm surge of affection blossoming in his heart. Tenderly, he clasped her hand, the warmth of his palm conveying his deep feelings and unwavering resolve. He then spoke earnestly, "Qingyao, I brought you here to customize the 3 golds in our marriage certificate." Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished. She had never expected Lin Feng would bring her here for such a purpose. She understood that, according to traditional customs, the 3 golds served as a bride price from the groom, symbolizing his sincerity and respect, while the marriage certificate stood as a testament to their union and a promise of love and future aspirations. Lin Feng's thoughtful preparations filled her heart with immense happiness and gratitude. "Husband, you are truly wonderful," Qingyao exclaimed, embracing Lin Feng, her eyes shimmering with tears. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it brimmed with appreciation and joy. Lin Feng gently patted her back, soothing her with tender words. "Silly girl, don't cry. This is what I ought to do." His tone was laced with affection and assurance, as if to bestow upon her boundless security. In the room stood an ancient-style writing desk, adorned with a piece of rice paper, pristine as snow, exuding an aura of elegance. Nearby lay ink, brushes, and seals, seemingly awaiting the caress of a skilled hand. Lin Feng smiled at Qingyao and said, "Qingyao, come, let us write the marriage certificate." Instantly invigorated, Qingyao who had nurtured a deep passion for calligraphy since childhood, felt an irresistible urge to wield the brush upon seeing the rice paper and ink. Seating herself at the desk, she picked up a brush, dipping it into the rich, dark ink, which seemed capable of encapsulating their love and promises. Taking a deep breath, she began to diligently pen the marriage certificate. Her strokes were graceful yet powerful, imbued with a unique essence. Each character seemed to resonate with boundless emotion and anticipation. And before long, the certificate was complete. It bore their names, the wedding date, and beautiful wishes for the future, each word suffused with love and commitment. Lin Feng took the certificate, carefully admiring the elegant script, which resembled a beautiful scroll, compelling him to cherish it for eternity. He solemnly took out his seal and stamped it upon the marriage certificate, declaring, "My dear wife, in ancient times, signing this document meant you are irrevocably mine. There can be no turning back. No regrets, a lifetime of no regrets," Qingyao joyfully proclaimed. Subsequently, Lin Feng took Qingyao's hand, guiding her as they began to select the 3 pieces of gold jewelry in the studio. They examined each piece meticulously, comparing styles and textures with great care. The golden adornments shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, radiating an enchanting glow. Lin Feng frequently sought Qingyao's opinion, eager to ensure she chose the piece that delighted her the most. Chapter 71. Marriage in no time. The design of the 3 gold ornaments was finalized, and ultimately, he chose a pure gold phoenix crown for Qingyao. The crown was exquisitely crafted, with every detail revealing the artisan's exceptional skill. The phoenix, poised as if ready to take flight, seemed to embody boundless vitality and spirit. Accompanying it were a pair of bracelets, smooth and rounded, adorned with intricate engravings that exuded both nobility and elegance while retaining a gentle charm, as well as a pair of delicate earrings. Given the complexity of the crown's craftsmanship, placing an order now would likely result in a wait of several years. Lin Feng, unwilling to have Qingyao endure such a lengthy delay, opted instead to exchange gold bricks for the most exquisite ready-made phoenix crown available in the store. This crown shimmered under the sunlight, appearing as if it had been tailored specifically for Qingyao. Qingyao was immensely pleased with her husband's arrangements, her eyes sparkling with happiness as she envisioned herself adorned in bridal attire, crowned with the magnificent headpiece. She gently caressed the crown, feeling its cool, weighty texture, her heart brimming with anticipation and dreams for the future. Subsequently, Lin Feng took charge of all the wedding details. He meticulously oversaw everything, from selecting the venue to finalizing the guest list, from arranging the wedding card to designing the banquet menu, ensuring that every aspect was executed flawlessly. Qingyao, completely at ease, relished in the pampering she received. Their wedding took place in the vibrant metropolis, with the most luxurious hotel serving as the witness to their love. The hotel lobby was adorned in resplendent gold and crimson silk, intertwined with fresh flowers, creating a series of stunning vistas. A grand crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a soft yet brilliant light that enveloped the entire lobby in a dreamlike glow. Prior to the wedding, Lin Feng had welcomed the relatives from both families to the hotel, arranging everything with great care. He reserved suites for both sets of parents, allowing them a peaceful place to rest, and the relatives praised Lin Feng's thoughtful preparations. The day of the bride's departure finally arrived. The morning sun streamed through the curtains, illuminating Qingyao's chamber. She sat in the center of her bed, clad in a celebratory wedding gown that Lin Feng had specially commissioned, embroidered with exquisite dragon and phoenix motifs, symbolizing auspiciousness and marital bliss. The crown sparkled in her hair, while the bracelets and earrings glimmered in the sunlight, enhancing her beauty even further. Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin stood nearby, gazing at their daughter with pride and a tinge of reluctance. Typically reserved, Yi Baoshan couldn't help but speak. "Yao Yao, you have grown up and are about to marry. I feel both joy and sorrow. Joy for your happiness, and sorrow for not being able to see you every day. I hope you find true happiness and build a wonderful life with Lin Feng." Su Wanjin's eyes were already reddened with emotion as she grasped Qingyao's hand, choking back tears. Yao Yao, your mother cannot bear to part with you. You have always been my treasure. From now on, take good care of yourself, and remember that your father and I will always be your strongest support. Tears shimmered in Qingyao's eyes as she tightly embraced her mother, her voice trembling slightly. Mother, I too cannot bear to leave you. I will visit often and call you frequently. Just then, a commotion arose from outside the door. It was Lin Feng arriving with the wedding procession. Clad in elegant black suits, each member of the entourage exuded charm and charisma. Lin Feng led the way, cradling a bouquet of vibrant red roses, his eyes brimming with love and anticipation. As the door slowly opened, Lin Feng beheld Qingyao seated beside the bed. Her beauty took his breath away, quickening his heart. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and presenting the roses to her. Gazing deeply into her eyes, he spoke in a quivering voice, Yao Yao, I have come to take you away. I shall dedicate my life to loving and cherishing you, ensuring you become the happiest woman in the world. Through all storms and the passage of time, I will remain by your side, unwavering. Yao Yao, will you marry me? Qingyao accepted the roses, tears glistening in her eyes as she softly replied, I will. He clasped her hand tightly, as if wishing to freeze this moment of happiness forever. Then, in the presence of their loved ones, Lin Feng pressed a kiss upon Qingyao's forehead. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, leaving only their embrace and the blessings of friends and family echoing around them. The wedding procession, grand and resplendent, departed the hotel, making its way to the wedding venue. A line of luxury cars awaited outside, gleaming brilliantly as if proclaiming the opulence and significance of the occasion to the world. Passers-by paused in admiration, speculating about the identity of the family behind such a lavish celebration. Whose heir is getting married? This is extraordinary. Another person chimed in. How imbibe? May they find lasting happiness. As the sound of firecrackers erupted, the wedding car slowly set off, with Lin Feng holding Qingyao's hand as they sat in the main vehicle. The car glided through bustling streets, transforming the scenery into a mesmerizing backdrop in their eyes. At last, the wedding car arrived at the venue, adorned like a dream, with red roses and dazzling lights intertwining to create a romantic fairy tale atmosphere. A massive stage featured a large electronic screen showcasing their love story and cherished moments. Guests gradually took their seats, engaging in lively conversation and toasting to the couple, offering their heartfelt blessings. Hand in hand, Lin Feng and Qingyao entered the wedding venue, their arrival igniting a wave of applause and cheers. Guests rose in unison, welcoming the newlyweds with fervent applause and joyous shouts. Amidst the witness of family and friends, they exchanged rings that shimmered with a brilliant radiance, symbolizing their love and commitment. They vowed eternal promises, pledging to share their lives together and grow old hand in hand. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the image of their smiling faces and the blessings of their loved ones surrounding them. At the wedding banquet, a sumptuous array of delicacies dazzled the senses, each dish a feast for the eyes and palate. Guests raised their glasses in celebration, their laughter and joy filling the air. Lin Xiaotian and Su Wanrong, as the groom's parents, stood by the table offering toasts, expressing gratitude for the presence and blessings of their friends and family. Their faces radiated with happiness, their hearts swelling with pride and contentment for their son. Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin also immersed themselves in the joyous atmosphere. Though a tinge of reluctance lingered in their hearts, they were predominantly filled with joy for their daughter's newfound happiness. Watching their daughter and Lin Feng, united in love, filled them with satisfaction and bliss. They knew their daughter had matured, understanding their greatest wish was for her to find her own happiness. As night descended, the wedding venue was adorned with dazzling lights, enhancing its beauty. Lin Feng and Qingyao glided gracefully onto the dance floor, their silhouettes appearing particularly harmonious under the illumination. They swayed gently to the rhythm of the music, as if the entire world had dwindled down to just the two of them. Chapter 72. On the first day of marriage, the mother-in-law asked for cleaning in the early morning, with a hint of the morning chill lingering in the air. Su Wanrong quietly approached the door of Lin Feng and Qingyao's room. She gently knocked on the door, her voice infused with tenderness and anticipation. Xiao Feng, Yao Yao. It's time to get up. After several calls, only the faint rustling sounds from within responded, suggesting that the couple was still deep in slumber. Su Wanrong raised her voice slightly, prolonging her call. Xiao Feng, Yao Yao yet. Silence prevailed inside, interrupted only by the occasional soft sound of breathing. Standing at the doorway, a helpless yet affectionate smile graced Su Wanrong's lips. She understood that the newlyweds must have been exhausted from the previous night, now enveloped in the deepest of sleeps. However, according to family customs, on the first day of marriage, the bride was expected to rise and sweep the floor. Xiao Feng, Yao Yao, you really ought to get up. Su Wanrong urged once more, contemplating that if they did not stir soon, she would have to personally enter to rouse them. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing Lin Feng in a red nightgown, his hair tousled and eyes still half closed in confusion. Rubbing his eyes, he sleepily inquired, Mom, what do you need us for? The remnants of sleep lingered in his voice, clearly indicating he had been abruptly awakened. Observing her son's dazed expression, Su Wanrong couldn't help but chuckle. You need to wake Yao Yao. It's the first day of your marriage, and you must sweep the floor. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng became much more alert, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at his mother. Sweep the floor on the first day of marriage? What kind of custom is that? He found it utterly incomprehensible that the bride should be compelled to sweep on their wedding day. It seemed rather cruel. Su Wanrong, noting her son's exaggerated reaction, shot him an exasperated glance. This is a tradition from our hometown. The bride sweeping symbolizes diligence and virtue, ensuring a prosperous future. Lin Feng, however, remained unmoved. He turned to gaze at the still slumbering Qingyao, affectionately saying, Yao Yao is still asleep. Let her continue resting. It's not a big deal if the floor isn't swept. He simply could not bring himself to wake Qingyao, forcing her to confront such a harsh reality on the first day of their marriage. Hearing her son's response, Su Wanrong, somewhat irritated, patted his shoulder and said firmly, You need to go, and after sweeping, you can return to sleep. This is our custom. It cannot be broken. Her tone bore a hint of sternness, clearly displeased by her son's defiance. With a resigned shrug, Lin Feng understood that once his mother had made up her mind, it was challenging to alter her decision. Yet, he could not bear to wake Qingyao, so he tentatively asked, Where should I sweep? I can do it. Allowing Yao Yao to sleep a little longer, he attempted to sacrifice his own comfort for Qingyao's tranquility. However, Su Wanrong unhesitatingly refused. No, you cannot sweep. It is meant for my precious daughter-in-law. Lin Feng, although reluctant, felt curiosity stir within him as he glanced toward the living room. Upon seeing this, he was momentarily taken aback, for the living room floor was strewn with red banknotes, each 100 yuan bill scattered like fallen leaves, creating a striking spectacle. Lin Feng was stunned, and only then did he comprehend why his mother insisted that Qingyao sweep the floor. It turned out that this money was intended for the daughter-in-law. Realizing his mother's good intentions, Lin Feng's attitude underwent a complete transformation. He nodded and readily agreed. All right, I will go call your precious daughter-in-law. With that, he turned and walked back to the room, preparing to awaken Qingyao. Inside, Qingyao was still lost in a deep slumber. She was curled up under the blankets, a blissful smile gracing her face, as if she were in the midst of a beautiful dream. Lin Feng gently approached the bedside, gazing at Qingyao's peaceful form, and felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. He affectionately stroked her head and softly called out, Wife, wake up, it's time to get up. His voice was filled with indulgence and warmth, as he endeavored to rouse her in the gentlest manner. However, Qingyao seemed unappreciative of his efforts. She furrowed her brow and murmured, Husband, I want to sleep a little longer. Please don't wake me. With that, she pulled the covers over her head, attempting to block out the world. Lin Feng, observing his wife's playful defiance, could only smile in resignation. He understood that Qingyao had a penchant for sleeping in, and to ask her to rise on their first day of marriage to sweep the floor was indeed a bit unreasonable. Thus, he spoke again, his tone more resolute. Wife, it was Mom who called for you. She wants you to sweep the floor. He attempted to invoke his mother's authority to coax Qingyao out of bed. As expected, upon hearing Mom, Qingyao woke up considerably. She pulled down the covers and looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Sweep the floor? Is that for real? She could hardly believe her ears. To sweep on the very first day of their marriage seemed utterly absurd. Lin Feng chuckled at Qingyao's astonishment. He nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, Mom said it's a custom from our hometown. The bride is expected to sweep the floor on the first day of marriage." His tone conveyed both helplessness and affection, clearly indicating his own bemusement at this tradition. Although Qingyao remained somewhat reluctant, she eventually got out of bed. She understood that having married into the Lin family, she ought to respect their customs and traditions. Once outside, upon seeing Qingyao, Su Wanrong immediately approached her with delight. She took Qingyao's hand and warmly explained, "Yao Yao, our custom dictates that on the first day of marriage, the bride must sweep the floor. This signifies that the bride will assume a share of the family responsibilities and embodies a beautiful sentiment for the new life ahead." Upon hearing Su Wanrong's words, Qingyao's understanding deepened significantly. She nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Qingyao's comprehension, Su Wanrong felt even more pleased. She continued with a smile, "If you're still sleepy afterward, you can return to bed after you finish sweeping." Her tone was filled with love and affection, clearly treating Qingyao as if she were her own daughter. Upon hearing Su Wanrong's words, Qingyao felt a warm sensation envelop her heart. She nodded, somewhat shyly, and replied, "All right, Auntie." However, as soon as the words left her lips, she realized that her form of address was rather inappropriate. Hastily, she corrected herself, saying, "All right, Mother." The moment Su Wanrong heard Qingyao refer to her as Mother, her face broke into a radiant smile. She nodded enthusiastically and took Qingyao to the living room, handing her a new mop. With a cheerful tone, she said, "Yao Yao, go ahead and sweep. Once the floor is clean, all this money will be yours." Qingyao gazed at the bills scattered on the floor, her heart filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated such a delightful reward for sweeping. Even if she were asked to rise early every day to clean, she would willingly comply. Chapter 73. A touch of joy as Lin Feng gazed at the cheerful and laughing Qingyao. A warm sensation coursed through his heart. However, even amidst blissful moments, one must occasionally press the pause button. He had to attend to business matters at the company that afternoon. Qingyao understood that, as the owner of the company, Lin Feng had his own responsibilities and missions. He had to attend to serious matters, and she could not afford to be overly sentimental, hindering him out of momentary reluctance. Thus, she suppressed her feelings of longing and gently kissed Lin Feng on the cheek. After gathering his belongings, Lin Feng prepared to leave. Qingyao personally accompanied him to the door, standing there as she watched him depart. Though her heart was heavy with reluctance, she recognized the importance of not delaying his work. Silently, she prayed for Lin Feng's success and hoped he would return home soon for their reunion. Once Lin Feng left home, he drove straight to the company. Although he felt a pang of longing for his delicate new bride, he understood his responsibilities, especially as they had just embarked on their journey of marriage. Had it not been for the system's unexpected assignment, which was time-sensitive, he would have been disinclined to attend to work matters. After all, leaving his wife on their first day of marriage for work did seem rather unreasonable. As Lin Feng drove, he reined in his wandering thoughts, focusing intently on the road ahead. Before long, he arrived at the towering company building. After parking his car and stepping out of the parking garage, he looked up at the impressive edifice before him and entered. Upon entering the company, Lin Feng noticed the bold characters on the wall that read Zhenzhuan Investment. While these words might appear somewhat frivolous to outsiders, they held profound significance. To some, the name might seem too casual or even laughable, yet for Lin Feng, it represented a reality, a fact of which he was immensely proud. What is the purpose of running a company, if not to generate profit? Lin Feng mused inwardly. He understood that the essence of entrepreneurship lay in earning money, ensuring a better life for himself and his family. Moreover, with his extraordinary abilities, making money was not a daunting task. He could effortlessly amass wealth in mere moments if he so desired. Thus, the notion of Zhuan was hardly surprising. Lin Feng made his way to the office and summoned his capable assistant, Fu Quan. Fu Quan was a seasoned investment consultant, possessing remarkable insight and judgment regarding the market, making him Lin Feng's trusted right-hand man. Lin Feng gathered all the recent proposals the company had received, preparing to delve into them thoroughly. Naturally, he had also brought along a generous supply of wedding sweets, having prepared well in advance for this occasion. These confections were meticulously selected, and their price was quite substantial. Upon seeing the wedding sweets Lin Feng had brought, Fu Quan felt a surge of joy. He recognized that Lin Feng's marriage was a significant and joyous event, and receiving his sweets indicated his favorable standing within the company. Eagerly, he took the sweets and distributed them among their colleagues, inviting everyone to share in the joyous occasion. As the colleagues gathered around Fu Quan, delighted by the arrival of the sweets, a festive atmosphere filled the office. They spoke in a cacophony of well wishes, though none dared to express their sentiments in Lin Feng's presence. "Ah, as expected of our boss, the wedding candies are of such exquisite quality," remarked one colleague, examining a piece of confectionery with great care. "Indeed, when I got married, I could barely afford the cheapest sweets. If I were to procure fine candies, it would surely feel like a loss." Another colleague chimed in. "Come now, he is our boss. Can we possibly compare ourselves to him? There is simply no contest." A colleague jested. Laughter erupted among them, with everyone nodding in agreement. They were well aware of Lin Feng's generous nature. He had never been stingy when it came to employee welfare and benefits. Thus, it was only natural for him to bring wedding candies to share with everyone. However, at that moment, Lin Feng was not in the mood for idle chatter. He sequestered himself in his office, poring over various proposal documents. The system task summoned him to endorse an investment application for a particular proposal. This was an important responsibility he faced on the very first day of his marriage. Sitting at his desk, he meticulously examined each proposal, fully cognizant of their significance to the company, as well as his obligations as the owner. It was imperative for him to scrutinize the content, market prospects, and potential risks and returns of each proposal to make informed decisions. The system task had been specifically assigned, indicating that this particular proposal was extraordinary. Lin Feng mused to himself, determined to locate the proposal and evaluate its feasibility and prospects diligently. Soon, guided by the system, a proposal emerged from among numerous folders. Lin Feng's interest was piqued. He promptly opened the document and began to study it thoroughly. The proposal was remarkably detailed and professional, encompassing market analysis, project background, technical solutions, and financial budgeting. As he read, he nodded appreciatively, compelled to admire the expertise and dedication of the proposal's author. The artificial intelligence sector, viewed across the nation, is experiencing a significant talent shortage. With the relentless advancement of technology, artificial intelligence has gradually permeated every facet of life, emerging as a pivotal direction for future development. Those capable of identifying and seizing business opportunities during this time are undoubtedly remarkable. The author of this proposal was also a visionary individual, recognizing the immense potential of the artificial intelligence industry and hoping that Lin Feng would consider acquiring his company, thereby allowing him to devote his full attention to AI research and development. He believed that under Lin Feng's leadership, Jinghai University would undoubtedly become a leader in the artificial intelligence sector. Fu Quan had also reviewed this proposal, yet he did not regard it with much seriousness. He felt that while the proposal appeared promising, the pursuit and solicitation for Jinghai Investment to acquire it could suggest ulterior motives. Concerned about potential risks or traps within, he chose not to recommend the proposal to Lin Feng. However, after careful consideration, Lin Feng resolutely decided to endorse the proposal. He believed that this plan not only possessed feasibility and potential, but also aligned with the company's strategic development and long-term vision. Only in this manner could Jinghai Investments navigate the tumultuous waves of the artificial intelligence industry and thrive. Naturally, Lin Feng was not a person prone to impulsive decisions. Prior to reaching a conclusion, he undertook thorough research and analysis of the proposal. He evaluated various factors, including market risks, technological challenges, and financial requirements, and intended to send Fu Quan to engage in extensive discussions with the proposal's authors. Once these arrangements were in place, Lin Feng took up his pen and solemnly inscribed his name upon the document. Chapter 74. The whole family takes action as Lin Feng stepped through the company's entrance. He concluded a day filled with bustling activity. Passing by the warmly and elegantly decorated flower shop downstairs, his pace instinctively slowed, ultimately coming to a halt. He gently pushed the door open, and the soft chime of a bell seemed to welcome each visitor into this fragrant realm, where he was instantly enveloped by a refreshing yet rich floral aroma. At that moment, a smiling attendant approached him, her eyes radiating warmth and enthusiasm. "Hello, sir. Welcome to our flower shop. May I inquire what type of flowers you wish to purchase today?" Lin Feng smiled as he glanced around. "I would like to buy flowers for my wife. Do you have any recommendations?" The attendant's eyes sparkled with a hint of approval upon hearing his words. "If it's for your wife, red roses or pink roses would be splendid choices. It depends on your sentiment." After a brief contemplation, Lin Feng's lips curled into a gentle smile. "Then I shall take a bouquet of red roses. I believe she will adore them." His words were imbued with confidence and anticipation. The attendant promptly set to work, selecting the most vibrant and full red roses and carefully wrapping them. In no time, an exquisite and romantic bouquet of red roses was presented before Lin Feng. Accepting the flowers, he embarked on his journey home, carrying this heartfelt gift. As he opened the door to his home, he was greeted by laughter and cheerful voices, the air infused with a warm and joyous atmosphere. In the living room, his wife, Qingyao, was seated at the mahjong table with several elders, her face beaming with happiness. "Honey, you're back." Ye Qingyao iklemet. Spotting Lin Feng at the doorway, she placed her cards down, standing up to reveal the most radiant smile. "Yes, I'm back." Lin Feng replied with a smile and a nod, his gaze filled with tenderness and affection. He gently approached Qingyao, presenting the red roses to her embrace. At that moment, it felt as if time had come to a standstill. "Dear, these are for you." Qingyao paused for a moment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she leaned down to inhale the fragrant bouquet, her face radiating happiness and gratitude. "Thank you, darling. I love them." Witnessing this tender exchange, their parents shared knowing smiles, their expressions filled with contentment and approval. During dinner, the family gathered around the table, which was laden with a sumptuous spread, the aroma of home wafting through the air. However, at that moment, Qingyao's phone suddenly rang, disrupting the tranquility of the room. The screen displayed a number that was unfamiliar, yet vaguely recognizable. "Hello, may I speak with Ms. Qingyao?" A gentle and clear voice emerged through the line, carrying a subtle note of concern and professionalism. Qingyao nodded lightly, her gaze instinctively drawn to the jumping digits on her phone. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over her, as if she had encountered this number before, yet she could not quite place it. Her brow furrowed slightly, thoughts swirling rapidly in her mind as she endeavored to grasp that elusive thread of recognition. "Tomorrow you have your prenatal checkup. Remember not to eat or drink anything in the morning. Just come directly," the voice on the other end reiterated with a tone of undeniable care and concern. At that moment, Qingyao suddenly realized it was the hospital calling. "All right, I will be there on time tomorrow," she assured, nodding once more before hanging up. She gently placed her phone back on the table, and instantaneously, her family's gaze converged on her, filled with curiosity and concern. Su Wanjin was the first to break the silence, inquiring, "Yao Yao, who was on the phone? Are you going out tomorrow?" There was a hint of barely perceptible tension in her voice, as if she was worried about something. Qingyao smiled and nodded, explaining, "It was a call from the hospital, reminding me of my prenatal checkup tomorrow." "Oh, so it's for the checkup? I will accompany you, dear," Su Wanjin said, her earlier anxiety instantly replaced by relief. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and joy, as if envisioning the little life they were about to meet. If possible, she longed to see how her daughter's baby had grown. That feeling was beyond the reach of any words. Hearing this news, Su Wanyong chimed in happily, "Yao Yao, I'd like to join you as well. I want to see the little one too." "Sure, we'll go together," Lin Feng replied with a smile. He could see that everyone was eager to accompany Qingyao for her checkup, so he decided that the entire family would go to the hospital together. The next day, The breakfast table was adorned with a sumptuous spread, the aroma tantalizing and mouth-watering. However, Qingyao, due to her checkup, could not partake in the delightful feast, and could only watch as everyone savored the meal with gusto. A flicker of disappointment and helplessness crossed her eyes. Yao, just hold on a bit. After the checkup, your husband will take you out for something delicious, Lin Feng said softly, noticing her slightly forlorn expression. Qingyao smiled faintly, her eyes glimmering with excitement. That sounds great. You must keep your promise. There was a playful note of anticipation in her voice. Of course, Lin Feng nodded with a smile. After breakfast, he busied himself, carefully preparing a small backpack filled with various snacks, water, and items that Qingyao might need. Su Wanjin observed this thoughtful gesture and nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Feng, you are truly considerate, she praised, her voice laced with contentment. With you by Yao Yao's side, I feel much more at ease. Lin Feng modestly scratched his head, humbly responding, Mom, you flatter me. It's simply what I should do. Once everything was prepared, the family set out in high spirits. Chapter 75, Delicately Small. Akin to a sprout, upon arriving at the hospital, Su Wanjin and Su Wanzhong supported Qingyao on either side. Their eyes brimmed with concern and affection, each step taken with utmost caution, as if any irregularity in the ground might discomfort Qingyao. Su Wanzhong frequently inquired softly whether Qingyao felt fatigued or needed a moment's respite, her meticulousness and thoughtfulness evoking a warm feeling within. Lin Feng, positioned behind the two mothers, felt somewhat superfluous, yet he bore no dissatisfaction. Observing the unwavering care the two bestowed upon Qingyao filled his heart with gratitude. After registering, Qingyao and her companions quietly awaited at the door of the examination room, their family forming a vibrant tableau amidst the corridor. Others arrived singly, or accompanied by a spouse, but their entire family presence was unprecedented. Nearby, a pregnant mother, her belly notably large, sat alone on a bench, appearing weary and solitary. She occasionally cast glances towards Qingyao, her heart stirred by the sight of the harmonious family support surrounding the other expectant mother, eliciting a pang of melancholy within her. Soon, a clear voice resonated from within the examination room. Next, upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately turned to Qingyao, gently stating, My dear, it is your turn. Qingyao nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips, seemingly unperturbed by the forthcoming examination. Su Wanjin and Su Wanzhong, eager to gather more information to better assist Qingyao, accompanied her into the examination room. The doctor received the small pink booklet from Qingyao, scrutinizing it attentively before looking up at the group and saying, In a moment, you will undergo a basic examination, followed by a non-invasive DNA test. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjin felt a tightening in her chest and promptly inquired, Doctor, what is this non-invasive DNA test check for? The doctor patiently elucidated, this test screens for any hereditary conditions in the fetus. Although the cost of this examination is relatively high, it is imperative for the health of the baby. You must not neglect it due to financial concerns. That would be irresponsible both to yourselves and to your child. The doctor advised them earnestly. Hastily, Su Wanjin waved her hand and nodded repeatedly, assuring Doctor, rest assured, regardless of the cost, we will proceed with it. We are wholly committed to ensuring our child's health. The doctor, satisfied, nodded in agreement, saying, That is commendable. Proceed with your tests, and return to me once the results are available. As the three emerged from the examination room, Lin Feng rushed forward, anxiously asking, What did the doctor say? While adjusting her clothing, Qingyao smiled and replied, Not much, just that I need to undergo some tests. Handing the examination slip to Lin Feng, she added, Darling, please take care of the payment. Lin Feng accepted the slip, nodding as he said, All right, you all go for the blood draw, and I will return promptly. Upon concluding his task, he hastily approached the payment window to finalize the payment process. Su Wanrong and Su Wanjin supported Qingyao as they awaited at the entrance to the blood draw room. The two of them offered comforting words to Qingyao while assisting her in adjusting her posture to ensure her comfort during the wait. Observing their bustling figures, Qingyao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and happiness. Soon, Lin Feng arrived, breathless, with the paperwork stamped by the hospital, and handed it to Qingyao, saying, "Darling, it's all taken care of. Let us proceed." Qingyao accepted the document, nodded, and followed Su Wanjin and Su Wanrong into the blood draw room. Once inside, Qingyao's gaze fell upon the slender needle, causing her to furrow her brow. Although she typically bore pain well, the sight of the needle poised to pierce her skin sent a shiver down her spine. She grasped the hands of Lin Feng and Su Wanjin tightly, as if their presence could imbue her with courage and strength. Sensing her trepidation, Lin Feng gently nestled her head against his chest, softly reassuring her, "Do not fear. My love, I am here. The blood draw will be over swiftly." His deep, steady voice provided her with immense comfort. Su Wanjin chimed in softly, "Indeed, Qingyao, you must relax and not be anxious." Reassured by their words, Qingyao gradually calmed her racing heart, inhaling deeply before extending her arm for the nurse to commence the blood draw. The nurse performed her task with remarkable skill, completing the procedure promptly. Afterward, the group returned to the door of the consultation room, where the air was tinged with a faint scent of disinfectant. At that moment, a clear voice from the adjacent examination room shattered the tranquility, calling out, "Qingyao, it is time for your ultrasound." Responding softly, Qingyao's eyes sparkled with a mixture of anxiety and excitement as she briskly made her way toward the examination room. Su Wanrong and Su Wanjin, intrigued and eager, exchanged glances filled with anticipation to glimpse the baby within her womb. They instinctively grasped the arm of a passing nurse, politely yet urgently inquiring, "Excuse me, we are family members of the expectant mother. May we enter to take a look?" The nurse smiled and nodded, her eyes reflecting warmth and understanding. "Of course. Please come with me." She then led Su Wanrong and Su Wanjin into the examination room. However, Lin Feng, under the impression that family members were permitted to enter, followed closely behind them. The nurse swiftly raised her arm to halt him, stating, "Only women are allowed inside. Gentlemen must wait outside." Though her words were succinct, they carried an undeniable authority, compelling Lin Feng to pause. "Oh," he murmured, a hint of disappointment evident, yet he had no choice but to comply. Standing there, his gaze remained fixed on them as he silently prayed for a smooth process. Inside the examination room, the atmosphere was both warm and solemn. The doctor gently instructed Qingyao to lie down, delicately placing a round probe upon her abdomen. As the probe glided across her skin, the screen gradually unveiled the captivating scene of the baby within her womb, a vibrant little life, flourishing with vitality. Su Wanrong and Su Wanjin gazed intently at the screen, their eyes wide with anticipation, fearful of missing any detail. Upon seeing the two tiny beings, no larger than bean sprouts, a surge of indescribable joy and emotion welled up within them. They exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes glistening with tears of happiness. "Are those their little hands? So tiny," Su Wanrong exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement and wonder. "These two little ones are quite well behaved, not disturbing one another," Su Wanjin replied, her gaze filled with warmth and affection. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. All the waiting and effort culminated in the most splendid reward. They felt as though they could sense the tender yet tenacious vitality of the babies, thriving within Qingyao's body. At last, the door to the examination room swung open. Qingyao emerged with a smile, holding a medical report in her hands. Lin Feng hurried forward to receive the report, scrutinizing it with great care. "How is it? The baby is all right, isn't it?" Su Wanjin and Su Wanrong eagerly surrounded her, their faces etched with concern. "Everything is fine. The doctor said the baby is very healthy," Qingyao replied, her eyes sparkling with maternal radiance. Upon hearing this news, everyone exhaled in relief, their faces breaking into expressions of contentment. Lin Feng, overjoyed, "Imbranjit yet Qingyao tenderdi." "Darling, you've worked so hard," he whispered in her ear. "Later, I'll take you out for a sumptuous meal to reward you properly." Chapter 76. Eating hamburgers upon exiting the hospital, Lin Feng gently rested his hand on Qingyao's shoulder, gazing at her with a tenderness filled with affection and concern. "My dear, what would you like to eat? Today, you are the priority. Whatever you desire shall be fulfilled." Hmm, let me think, Qingyao mused, tilting her head as she contemplated. Various delectable dishes danced through her mind, yet each seemed to lack that certain something, leaving her unfulfilled. After a brief silence, a spark of inspiration flickered in her eyes. She excitedly tapped Lin Feng's arm and exclaimed, "Darling, I want to eat hamburgers." Taken aback momentarily, Lin Feng soon broke into a smile. "All right, whatever my wife wishes for, we shall have hamburgers." He then suggested, "How about we also grab some KFC?" Upon hearing the mention of KFC, Yi Qingyao nodded enthusiastically. Fried chicken paired with a fizzy drink would undoubtedly be delightful. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart at her excitement and affectionately nodded in agreement. He then glanced at their parents seated in the back, inquiring with genuine concern. "Dad, Mom, you might not be accustomed to hamburgers. What would you like to eat? I can take you there." "Yao Yao wants hamburgers. We will accompany her." Su Wanjin replied with a cheerful smile. "Yes, whatever Yao Yao wishes to eat, we shall enjoy as well. No need for special accommodations for us." Su Wanyong added in agreement. With both mothers expressing their sentiments, Lin Feng felt compelled to honor their wishes. Soon enough, the vehicle came to a steady stop in front of the fast food restaurant. After disembarking, they entered the bustling establishment, alive with the laughter and chatter of youth. Perhaps due to the nearby university, the ambience was particularly vibrant. They secured a window-side table, and Lin Feng presented the menu to everyone, prompting excitement as they began to select their desired meals. Yi Qingyao, unable to contain her eagerness, promptly ordered a super supreme hamburger and a cola, as if she could already savor the tantalizing aroma. At that moment, a group of short-statured boys entered the restaurant. With backpacks slung over their shoulders and their hair parted down the middle, they donned neat attire that marked them as students from the land of cherry blossoms. Accompanying them was a petite girl in a pleated skirt, her gait slightly pigeon-toed, perhaps influenced by the customs of her homeland. Upon entering, they attempted to place their orders in broken Mandarin, but soon abandoned the effort in favor of conversing in their native language. Oblivious to their surroundings, they chatted animatedly among themselves. As Lin Feng approached the counter to place the orders, he inadvertently overheard their conversation. Though their voices were low, he could hear them distinctly. "The people from Long Country have no manners whatsoever. They should have been dealt with back then," one boy grumbled indignantly. "This place is pathetic. Nowhere near the quality of our hometown." Another boy chimed in, disdain etched across his face. Upon hearing these remarks, a surge of anger welled up within Lin Feng. Although his command of the Sakura language was not particularly proficient, he could sufficiently grasp the meaning exchanged between the two. Unable to contain himself, he greeted them in their native tongue, advising them to cleanse their mouths and refrain from spewing filth. The Sakura students, evidently taken aback by the revelation of their disparaging remarks, momentarily froze before donning a provocative smirk. One of the boys pointed at Lin Feng, clumsily articulating in broken Chinese, "You're looking for trouble, aren't you?" Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng's fury intensified. As a spirited young man, he was not one to tolerate the insolence of such impudent individuals. He boldly stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to the boy's face, the force of which caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. "This is not a place for you to act recklessly," Lin Feng bellowed, his eyes ablaze with anger and determination. Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Qingyao hastily rose from her seat and approached, inquiring, "Darling, what is happening?" "These individuals are insulting the Dragon Nation, and I'm teaching them a lesson," Lin Feng replied with a smirk, his demeanor exuding the ferocity of a beast on the verge of unleashing its wrath. The Sakura students, witnessing the altercation, rose to their feet, preparing for confrontation. Despite their shorter stature, their eyes were filled with fierce defiance and provocation. Seeing Lin Feng's unwavering stance, the university students present in the chicken shop also stood in solidarity. Though unfamiliar with Lin Feng, they could not stand idly by as their compatriot was bullied. Thus, they joined the fray, rallying behind Lin Feng. A clash was imminent as the two groups began to exchange blows. Fists and feet collided, tables and chairs were overturned, and the establishment was soon engulfed in chaos. Yet, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. Armed with exceptional strength and courage, he navigated through the fray, systematically toppling the Sakura students one by one. Qingyao stood to the side, her heart swelling with pride and anxiety as she observed her husband's valiant form. Fearing for his safety, she swiftly picked up a broom and handed it to him, exclaiming, "Darling, take this and teach them a proper lesson." Lin Feng accepted the broom as if it were a divine weapon, wielding it with prowess, sweeping through the crowd and forcing the Sakura students into retreat. At that moment, a girl accompanying the Sakura students dashed to the front counter, pleading with the staff, "Could you please intervene? If this continues, someone might get seriously hurt." The staff member, witnessing the scene, shook his head helplessly and replied, "I cannot intervene. You must resolve this yourselves." With that, he tossed a mop to one of the university students. Seeing this unfold, the girl furrowed her brow in frustration. She had intended to confront the manager, but he had already vanished. Having discreetly locked the doors and turned off the surveillance cameras upon realizing Lin Feng's group was gaining the upper hand. Nevertheless, despite the manager's decision to withdraw, the battle within the establishment raged on with unabated fervor, as Lin Feng and the university students continued their fierce struggle against the Sakura students. Their fists and feet clashed, and the shouts reverberated through the air as if they intended to overturn the entire shop. Seeing no one to assist her, the girl, feeling utterly helpless, dashed out of the store. Fortunately, not far away stood two middle-aged men clad in police uniforms. Upon spotting them, the girl exclaimed with great relief, "Hello, my friends are being bullied. Please come with me to help them." The officers, puzzled by her hesitant command of Chinese, inquired, "Are you an international student? From which country?" "From the land of cherry blossoms," she replied, initially considering the situation to be serious enough to warrant immediate action. The officers, upon learning she was from the land of cherry blossoms and that her companions were at a disadvantage, immediately relaxed their urgency. Chapter 77. Teaching you how to be a person. Among the officers was a robust policeman with a kind demeanor, who spoke earnestly, "Little girl, do not be anxious. This place is safe. We will do our utmost to assist you in resolving this issue." The young woman was evidently still engulfed in extreme tension, her hands clenched tightly. Her eyes reddened, and her voice trembled as she implored, "My friends are being beaten. Please hurry and rescue them." The officer, displaying a sympathetic expression, reassured her, "You are international students, and this has escalated into an international incident, which exceeds my capacity to handle." He gently patted her shoulder to offer comfort, adding, "I understand your concern, but please trust us. We are addressing this matter with the utmost urgency. Due to the international implications, we must consult our superiors to ensure the accuracy and legality of our actions. Rest assured, we will reach the scene as swiftly as possible." Though still anxious, the girl could only nod helplessly, hoping the police would act promptly. She paced restlessly, her gaze frequently darting toward the restaurant entrance, yearning for the arrival of rescue. Meanwhile, another officer had swiftly begun to assess the surrounding situation. He patiently questioned witnesses, meticulously recording every detail, while also calming the diners who appeared unsettled by the unexpected incident. The officer who had spoken with the young woman quickly retrieved his phone and provided a detailed report to his superiors, requesting further instructions. As time passed, the girl's anxiety intensified. She could not comprehend why. In circumstances where police typically arrived within 2 minutes of a call, there was now an unsettling delay. Just as she was on the brink of despair, the sound of sirens shattered the silence of the restaurant. Moments later, a group of uniformed officers surged into the establishment, trained and swiftly separating the conflicting parties and restoring order to the restaurant. Witnessing this scene, the girl felt an immense weight lift from her heart. She gazed gratefully at the timely arriving officers, tears shimmering in her eyes. Observing her distress, the officers hurriedly approached to inquire about the student's well-being. "Are you injured? Is there any discomfort? Please tell us. We will provide the necessary assistance." After exchanging glances and confirming they were unscathed, the students shook their heads in unison. Hearing this response, the officers exhaled in relief, smiles of reassurance gracing their faces. One officer kindly patted a student's shoulder, offering encouragement. "It is good to hear you are fine. In the future, should you encounter similar situations, always report to us immediately. We will ensure your safety." Subsequently, the police escorted both parties involved in the conflict to the station for further investigation and handling. Qingyao watched as Lin Feng was taken away, her heart filled with concern. The others were equally anxious and decided to accompany her to the police station to ascertain the situation. Inside the precinct, the atmosphere was serious and tense. However, due to the officers' prior understanding of the circumstances, the handling of the situation proceeded relatively swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, all the university students involved in the recent conflict were released. They stepped out of the police station, greeted by the coolness of the night breeze, their hearts brimming with relief. Qingyao immediately spotted Lin Feng emerging from the station, and she rushed towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace, her voice quivering with emotion. "Darling, I'm so relieved you're all right." Tears welled in her eyes, but did not spill over. Lin Feng, feeling the warmth and affection radiating from Qingyao, was overcome by a wave of warmth. He gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all over now, my dear. How could I possibly let them bully me? Look, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" His tone was imbued with confidence and determination. Hearing this, Qingyao lifted her head, her tearful eyes scanning Lin Feng's body closely. "You're really not hurt? Let me check again." Her hands gently roamed over him, and upon confirming his safety, a smile of relief finally broke upon her face. At that moment, Qingyao's father, Yi Baoshan, approached, joyfully clapping Lin Feng on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, young man. Your performance was truly exhilarating. If my daughter hadn't stopped me, I would have wanted to throw a few punches myself. They just look like they need a good beating." His tone carried a playful jest, yet it also revealed a sense of admiration and approval for Lin Feng. Lin Feng, upon hearing Yi Baoshan's praise, smiled subtly, a sense of pride swelling within him. He turned to his family, a hint of apology in his voice. "You all haven't eaten yet, have you? I'm sorry for making you worry for so long. Let's go grab a bite." Everyone nodded enthusiastically in agreement. In a hamburger shop, the ambience was warm and bright as they gathered around, relishing the satisfaction and joy that good food brings. Meanwhile, inside the police station, the officers were repeatedly interrogating the international students from Sakura country. Initially, they attempted to defend themselves, but in the face of irrefutable evidence, their explanations appeared feeble. The following day, a sudden ring of the telephone shattered the tranquility. Ye Vingyao, carrying a freshly brewed cup of coffee from the kitchen, paused at the sound, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Feng, who was seated on the sofa. "Darling, who is calling?" she inquired softly, placing the coffee cup down. Lin Feng set aside the newspaper, frowning slightly as he answered the call. After a brief exchange, he hung up, his expression growing serious. "The police want me to come in." Upon hearing this, Qingyao's hand trembled slightly, spilling a few drops of warm liquid onto the table. She quickly set down her cup, her voice laced with concern. "Did they say what it was about?" Lin Feng shook his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "No, they just insisted I come immediately." His heart was also filled with uncertainty. "Shall I accompany you?" Qingyao suggested, her tone resolute and unwavering. Lin Feng considered her words for a moment before nodding. They quickly gathered their things and drove to the police station. 30 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Upon entering, Lin Feng immediately observed the group of university students who had been feasting on chicken the previous day gathered together. They were either seated or standing, each visage marked by a semblance of anxiety and confusion. Whispers of speculation filled the air as they pondered the reason for their summons. Lin Feng and Qingyao, guided by a police officer, found an unoccupied seat. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged police officer entered, accompanied by the same group of confrontational students from Sakura country. The students, evidently stripped of their former arrogance, hung their heads low, their expressions filled with dejection. The officer stood before them, his voice resonant and authoritative. "Apologize for your disrespectful conduct yesterday." Chapter 78. Company New Year Goods. Immediately, those students deeply bowed, performing a full 180 bow and apology, their voices harmoniously echoing, "We are sorry." Their tones were imbued with sincerity and remorse, as if they had truly recognized their transgressions. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng and his companions felt an immense sense of satisfaction, their smiles wide and uncontainable. The grievances and indignities they had endured seemed to evaporate in that moment. Some exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with pride and contentment. Before long, these students were escorted away one by the police. Although Lin Feng and his friends had merely come to receive an apology without any tangible compensation or benefit, Lin Feng felt it was profoundly worthwhile. The feeling of being respected and acknowledged warmed his heart. After their marriage, the elders from both families lingered in the bustling metropolis for a few days. Seizing this rare opportunity of leisure, they explored renowned attractions, reveling in each day's adventures. Eventually, with a touch of reluctance, they returned to their respective homes. As they departed, Su Wanrong grasped Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao's hands, earnestly reminding them, "You two must come home to visit during the new year." Understood, Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Following their parents' departure, the house felt markedly quieter, leaving only Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao within the spacious abode. On that day, Lin Feng suddenly recalled that the company's New Year provisions had yet to be prepared. With the holiday approaching, he could not allow his employees to celebrate the New Year empty-handed. He turned to glance at Yi Qingyao, who appeared bored, and a thought struck him. Smiling, he inquired, "My dear, are you not keen on staying at home? How about accompanying your husband on an errand?" Yi Qingyao's eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement upon hearing this. She had been feeling cooped up at home and was eager for some fresh air. What errand?" she asked, puzzled. With a mysterious smile, Lin Feng replied, "We're going to select some New Year goods for our employees. They have worked hard all year, and we should reward them properly. What do you say, shall we go?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao immediately nodded with a smile. She took Lin Feng's hand, and together they excitedly ventured out. After leaving home, Lin Feng had already learned the factory's location from the procurement department. They drove there, and as they entered the factory gates, several large trucks were unloading goods. The sight of various New Year provisions piled high was dazzling. Lin Feng's heart leaped with joy. He patted the guard beside him and inquired, "Good sir, I wish to procure some items. Is your manager available?" The guard, upon hearing this, immediately responded with a smile. "Yes, just a moment, please." He stepped into the security office and made a phone call. Before long, a young man in a blue suit emerged, beaming with a welcoming smile. "Hello, you must be the ones looking to procure items, right? Welcome." Lin Feng nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, that's us. We would like to see what kinds of New Year's goods you have on offer, as we wish to select some quality items for our employees." Upon hearing this, the manager immediately brightened up. He enthusiastically inquired, "How many people are there in your company? What specific items are you looking to procure? We have a wide array of New Year's goods, and I'm sure you will find something to your satisfaction." Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "We have over 100 employees. As for what to purchase, there's no rush. I would like to see what you offer first before making a decision. After all, these items should be ones that the employees will appreciate." The manager understood Lin Feng's sentiment immediately. He nodded with a smile and, adhering to the notion that even the smallest of things has value, warmly welcomed the two into the factory. "All our goods are displayed here. Feel free to browse and see what would be suitable for your employees. We guarantee competitive prices and superior quality." As he spoke, he guided Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao through the factory. Their first stop was the area showcasing couplets and auspicious character stickers. The space was adorned with an array of couplets and stickers in gold, red, and black hues, each exuding a festive and auspicious aura. Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao were dazzled by the selection, unsure of how to choose. "These couplets and stickers are all produced in our factory," the manager explained, "and the quality is absolutely assured. Moreover, the prices are very reasonable." As he spoke, he picked up a couplet and presented it to Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao, saying, "What do you think of this couplet? The characters are neatly arranged, and it carries auspicious meanings, making it perfect for decorating one's home during the new year." Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao took the couplet and examined it closely, indeed finding it quite appealing. Next, they ventured to the section filled with candies and pastries. The shelves were brimming with an assortment of treats, including chocolates, candies, sunflower seeds, and peanuts, as well as various pastries like cakes and cookies. Each item looked so tempting and delicious that it was hard to resist sampling them. These candies and pastries are sourced from renowned companies, the manager elaborated, and their flavors are truly top-notch. The packaging is exquisite as well. Gifting these to employees as New Year's treats will certainly reflect well on you. As he spoke, he handed a piece of chocolate to Lin Feng and Qingyao for tasting, asking, "How does this chocolate taste? Isn't it rich and delightful?" Lin Feng and Qingyao tasted the chocolate and found its flavor indeed rich and satisfying. They nodded in approval, feeling increasingly optimistic about this selection of New Year's goods. Their next destination was the section displaying gift boxes and thermos cups. Here, an array of gift boxes and thermos cups was showcased, some sleek and modern, others ornate and luxurious, each appearing unique and practical. These gift boxes and thermos cups are our factory's latest offerings, the manager continued, with innovative and distinctive designs. The quality is excellent as well. Gifting these to employees for the new year is both practical and meaningful. As he spoke, he picked up a thermos cup and showed it to Lin Feng and Qingyao, saying, "What do you think of this thermos cup? Its insulation effect is outstanding, and it also boasts a fashionable appearance." Lin Feng and Qingyao took the insulated cups and examined them closely, finding them quite impressive. After wandering around for a while, both Lin Feng and Qingyao had come to a decision in their hearts. "Manager," Lin Feng began, "I have decided to procure some couplets, auspicious character stickers, chocolates, pastries, and nuts. Additionally, I would like to purchase 2 bags of rice and a barrel of oil as our company's New Year supplies, with 150 of each item. Could you provide me with a quotation?" Upon hearing this, the manager immediately responded with delight. "Of course. Please hold on for a moment." With that, he picked up a calculator and began to compute the prices for Lin Feng. Before long, he presented a quotation of 230 for each item. After hearing the quote, Lin Feng felt extremely satisfied. He nodded and said, "All right, let us proceed with the procurement at this price." Chapter 79. What to do about the annual meeting. Before long, the small truck was filled with a variety of festive goods. Lin Feng drove the vehicle, leading Qingyao as they made their way to Jinghai Investment Company. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, Fu Quan had already gathered a group of young employees, eagerly awaiting their arrival. As Lin Feng's car slowly came into view, Fu Quan immediately broke into a smile, waving his hand to signal everyone to be prepared. Once the vehicle came to a halt, he swiftly approached with a beaming expression, exclaiming, "President Lin, you've arrived. Everyone is ready and waiting for your instructions." Lin Feng stepped out of the car, surveying his surroundings with a satisfied nod. "The truck from behind will be here shortly," he remarked, gesturing towards another small truck approaching in the distance. Soon, the second truck came to a steady stop in front of the building, causing a wave of excitement among the employees who gathered around, buzzing with speculation about the treasures contained within. Unable to contain their curiosity, one employee quickly flung open the truck's doors, revealing an abundance of goods. The crowd turned to Lin Feng, asking eagerly, "President Lin, are these festive goods for us?" With a smile and a tone imbued with assurance, Lin Feng replied, "Of course. You've all worked hard this year. This is a small token of appreciation from the company." The employees were filled with even greater enthusiasm upon hearing his words. They began to busily transport the festive goods, some carrying boxes and others lifting bags, fully immersed in the joyful task. Despite the sweat pouring down their faces, their expressions radiated happiness. In less than 20 minutes, the small truck had been completely unloaded. Observing the pile of festive goods at the company entrance, which resembled a small mountain, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of joy. He glanced around, noting the clock on the wall. It was 2 hours until the end of the workday. With most of the company matters settled, he clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. He then proclaimed, "This year, everyone has worked hard. Come and collect your festive goods, and then head home. We'll finish work early today." As soon as his words fell, the employees erupted into cheers. They rushed towards the pile of goods, arms laden with treasures, wishing they could sprout extra hands to carry even more. Among them was an employee whose home was quite distant, making it a challenge to transport so many items. Having never taken a taxi all year, he decided, in light of the bountiful goods, to indulge himself and called for a rideshare. The vehicle arrived shortly, and he squeezed inside, noticing several others already seated. With an awkward smile, he placed his items at his feet, trying not to occupy too much space. The driver, noticing the load, cheerfully inquired, "Hey buddy, is all this festive stuff from your company?" The employee, Xiao Wang, responded with delight, "Yes, it was just distributed today." Upon hearing this, the other passengers cast envious glances his way. One remarked, "Your company offers such great benefits. We only received 2 boxes of milk for the new year." Another person chimed in, remarking, "What you have is rather fortunate. Do you know what our company distributed for the new year? The mooncakes left over from the Mid-Autumn Festival. They are as hard as rocks. I am at a loss as to how to deal with them." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang felt a rush of gratitude for being employed at such a reputable company as Jinghai. He smiled at everyone and said, "Brothers, our company is engaged in investments, and the prospect for development are quite promising. If you're seeking good employment opportunities, you might consider our company." Everyone expressed their interest and inquired about Jinhuan's operations, to which Xiao Wang patiently responded to each question. At that moment, the New Year goods downstairs in the building had nearly been claimed. Lin Feng turned to Fu Quan and advised, "Fu Quan, please distribute the remaining New Year goods to the security and cleaning staff in the building. They work hard throughout the year, and we will inevitably require their assistance in the future." Fu Quan nodded, deeply admiring Lin Feng's generosity and magnanimity. He understood that not all employers are so willing to bestow benefits on their employees and outsiders alike. Following Lin Feng's instructions, he distributed the leftover goods to the building's security and cleaning staff. Upon receiving the gifts, they were genuinely delighted and grateful. In the future, when they encountered employees of Jinhuan, their warmth and enthusiasm increased significantly, as if they had embraced the company as their own. After addressing the distribution of the New Year goods, Fu Quan looked at Lin Feng and queried, "President Lin, what shall we do for this year's gala? Should we proceed with a simple meal and a lottery as usual?" Lin Feng shook his head, believing such a gathering to be rather mundane. It is important to note that this year, the company had earned over 10 billion. Such an achievement deserved a grand celebration, and the gala must be more splendid than before. After contemplating for a moment, he stated, "This year, we shall host an extraordinary gala, inviting some celebrities to grace the occasion, allowing everyone to unwind properly. We should also select a 5-star hotel to provide an atmosphere of elegance and sophistication." Fu Quan, upon hearing this, nearly leaped with excitement. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's willingness to spend money so generously on the employees. He quickly nodded in agreement. "Very well, President Lin, I will ensure the gala is lively and enjoyable for everyone." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and added, "Money is not an issue. Is 100 million sufficient?" Fu Quan was momentarily taken aback before swiftly responding, "Absolutely. That's more than enough. President Lin, you are exceedingly generous." He silently vowed to organize the gala splendidly, not to disappoint Lin Feng's expectations. Qingyao, upon hearing this, joyfully exclaimed, "Darling, I really like Zhang Shun. Let us invite him to our company's annual meeting." "All right. Fu Quan, please contact Zhang Shun for that," Lin Feng said affectionately. Fu Quan, overjoyed, nodded, knowing his daughter was a fan of Zhang Shun. He cautiously probed, "President Lin, may I bring my family to the annual meeting? My daughter would only watch the performance and not partake in a meal. She adores Zhang Shun, but has been unable to secure tickets for his concert." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. "Of course, that is perfectly fine. Even for the meal, it's no problem. At that time, we will tally the results, and employees' family members will also be welcome to participate. This year, let us all enjoy an unforgettable annual meeting. Is that true, General Manager Lin?" "You are truly wonderful," Fu Quan exclaimed with excitement. Were it not for his position, he would have wished to embrace Lin Feng. Which company would host such an extravagant annual meeting? They would surely incur tremendous losses. Suddenly, he felt incredibly fortunate to have such a remarkable boss. Chapter 80. Too much given the following day. The news of Lin Feng's invitation to a celebrity for the annual meeting spread throughout the company like a gentle spring breeze, filling everyone with joy. The atmosphere was electric, as if the annual meeting were to take place the very next day, with stars poised to grace the occasion. Particularly among the youthful staff, who constituted the fervent fanbase. The announcement ignited an exuberant enthusiasm. At that moment, someone turned to Fu Quan, their eyes brimming with curiosity and inquiry. A fashionably dressed female employee boldly asked, "Mr. Fu, do you know which celebrities will attend the annual meeting?" Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her palpable excitement for the imminent star appearances. Fu Quan smiled enigmatically and replied, "Zhang Shun, the boss's favorite. I've reached out to his agency today, but I have yet to receive a response." As his words fell, they created ripples of excitement akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The mention of Zhang Shun left the younger female employees astounded, and they erupted in enthusiastic shrieks. "What? Zhang Shun is actually coming? I can hardly contain my excitement," exclaimed a girl with a ponytail, her hands clasped together, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "His singing is simply enchanting. I adore him," interjected another bespectacled girl, unable to suppress her enthusiasm. The staff continued to inquire about other celebrities, their curiosity thoroughly piqued, as if they could not quell their exuberance without uncovering every detail. Fu Quan grinned mischievously, deliberately withholding information. "If I reveal everything now, where would the surprise be? You shall find out on the day of the annual meeting." His words carried a hint of playfulness, clearly intended to heighten the anticipation surrounding the event. "Mr. Fu is truly mischievous," the employees teased, yet their faces radiated happiness. Clearly charmed rather than irked by his playful withholding of information, it only added to the excitement. However, the most astonishing news was yet to come. Fu Quan announced an even more momentous revelation. Yesterday, Lin Feng stated that everyone is welcome to bring their families to the annual meeting, to share a meal at the hotel and partake in the festivities. "What? We can bring our families?" Lin Feng is truly wonderful. The employees' spirits soared, their excitement spilling over as they discussed their plans. Some expressed intentions to bring their parents to experience the company's warmth, while others wished to introduce their children to their work environment. Having received an abundance of gifts the previous day, this additional announcement left them momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, someone exclaimed, "This company truly values its employees." This sentiment echoed the collective heart of the staff, who felt a profound sense of appreciation and warmth from the company's recognition and care. Deeply moved, they silently vowed to dedicate themselves to their work, determined not to disappoint the company's expectations. Some even contemplated that to not spend a lifetime at such an admirable company would be a disservice. On the other side, within the agency representing Zhang Shun, the agent, Sisterly, was leisurely sipping her coffee while perusing an invitation for collaboration. This invitation was extended by Zhenjuan Company, inviting Zhang Shun to perform at their annual gala. Upon reading it, Sisterly smirked, her eyes brimming with disdain. "A company holding an annual meeting dares to invite our Zhang Shun for a performance? What nonsense," she muttered quietly, as if scoffing at the very proposition. In her view, Zhang Shun was a renowned artist of high stature. How could he possibly attend a mere company gathering? Do they not realize our Zhang Shun is a celebrated singer? What caliber of event is this? Yet they still wish to extend an invitation. She continued to complain, her tone laced with arrogance and dissatisfaction, believing that such trivial occasions were unworthy of Zhang Shun's status. "In the future, we shall refuse such insignificant events outright. They do not align with his standing," she instructed her assistant nearby. The assistant nodded in agreement and promptly communicated the refusal to Fu Quan, dismissing their invitation. However, upon receiving the response, Fu Quan did not relent. He understood the significance of Zhang Shun's participation in this gala and recognized that various factors might lead to a rejection. Nevertheless, he persistently inquired, "Is it possible that our offer lacks sufficient appeal? We can certainly negotiate further." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "May I discuss this with the agent? Regardless of the outcome, I am willing to offer you 10,000 as a token of appreciation for your efforts." His words were infused with sincerity and hope, clearly demonstrating his desire for Zhang Shun to attend the gala. Upon hearing the prospect of monetary compensation, the assistant's eyes sparkled with interest. Although merely a junior assistant, she understood that this sum was significant for her. Without hesitation, she accepted the 10,000 and approached Sister Li, stating, "The vice president of Jinghai wishes to speak with you. They are exceedingly earnest. I have refused them several times, yet they remain undeterred." Sister Li furrowed her brows upon hearing this. Initially, she contemplated a straightforward dismissal, but reconsidered, realizing she had no pressing engagements. Thus, she reluctantly accepted the call, inwardly musing, "This company cannot function without me." Once connected, Sister Li spoke with polite yet frosty detachment. "I apologize, but our Shun has a fully booked schedule and cannot attend your annual meeting. We genuinely appreciate your support and affection for him. Perhaps we can collaborate next time?" Her tone was replete with rejection and indifference, clearly indicating her lack of concern for the proposed collaboration. Yet, Fu Quan did not surrender in the face of her dismissal. He earnestly pleaded, if Zhang Shun could attend, he would only need to perform a few songs. It would not take much of his time. Our employees are ardent admirers of his and eagerly anticipate witnessing him perform live. Noticing Sister Li's silence, Fu Quan pressed on, "How about this? If he agrees to come, we will offer a performance fee of 3 million. What do you think?" His words carried a mixture of tension and hope, evidently yearning for Sister Li's acquiescence. "What? 3 million? Upon hearing this figure, Sister Li was taken aback with astonishment. Although she was aware of Zhang Shun's considerable worth, she was taken aback by the offer of 3 million to invite him to a company's annual meeting. A spark ignited within her, prompting her to reevaluate this collaboration. Zhang Shun's business rate is widely acknowledged to be 2 million per day within the industry. Yet, the current offer of 3 million clearly surpasses their expectations. Sister Li began to feel a sense of excitement. She contemplated that if this collaboration were to succeed, it would not only bring a substantial income to Zhang Shun, but also enhance his visibility and popularity. Noticing that the other party had yet to respond, Fu Quan mistakenly assumed that Sister Li was dissatisfied with the proposed amount. Anxiously, he quickly interjected, "Is the offer too low? How about 5 million? We are genuinely eager to invite Zhang Shun to attend the annual meeting." Chapter 81. Annual Conference Concert. His words were laced with a hint of urgency and earnestness, clearly indicating his fervent desire for this collaboration to succeed. Sister Li was taken aback. 5 million? That was no trifling sum. Observing her hesitation, Fu Quan gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "All right, 8 million. As long as you can arrange for Zhang Shun to sing a few songs, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Sister Li's smile nearly reached her ears. She had never anticipated that the other party would offer 8 million to invite Zhang Shun to a company's annual meeting. A wave of delight surged within her as she thought to herself that this collaboration would indeed be a lucrative venture. However, being a professional agent, she refrained from displaying her joy immediately. She feigned calmness and replied, "Well, this price is indeed quite sincere. I will discuss it with Shin Shun." Fu Quan, sensing the possibility, felt a surge of joy and quickly said, "Great. No problem. Please let me know as soon as possible." Shortly thereafter, Sister Li called Fu Quan. Her voice was filled with joy and excitement. "President Fu, I have discussed it with Shan Shun, and he has agreed to participate in your annual meeting. He has also accepted the 8 million appearance fee." Fu Quan's heart soared at this news. He was so elated that he nearly jumped for joy. He exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Rest assured, we will ensure everything is arranged perfectly. We will guarantee that Zhang Shun enjoys himself and sings to his heart's content at the annual meeting." Thus, through Fu Quan's persistence and effort, Zhang Shun finally consented to attend the company's annual gathering. When this news spread, the entire company erupted in excitement. Employees eagerly discussed their anticipation for the upcoming event. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, the company held its annual meeting, a much-anticipated event for everyone. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the employees would be granted a holiday. Lin Feng, as the company president, naturally had to make an appearance at this grand occasion. He donned a well-tailored black suit, exuding an air of maturity and poise. Meanwhile, Qingyao wore a sleek black evening gown, its simple yet elegant design swaying gracefully, resembling a blooming black rose, perfectly complementing her gentle demeanor. The two appeared hand in hand in the banquet hall of a five-star hotel, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. At this moment, the banquet hall was already abuzz with activity. Employees had arrived early with their families. The round tables were laden with an array of delectable dishes, featuring succulent roasted meats, aromatic seafood, and a delightful assortment of desserts and fruits. Everyone gathered around, indulging in food and drink, sharing stories and memories from the past year. Children darted through the crowd, their laughter echoing, adding to the festive atmosphere. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Qingyao, everyone approached to greet them. "Hello, President Lin." "Hello, Mrs. Lin." Their voices rose and fell in a chorus of warmth and respect. Lin Feng smiled and waved at everyone before gently guiding his wife to an empty chair. His movements were tender, and his eyes radiated affection. After settling down, Lin Feng gently addressed Qingyao, saying, "My dear, please sit here for a while. I shall fetch you something to eat. I have specifically requested the chef to prepare extra of your favorite shrimp balls." Qingyao smiled and nodded, her gaze sweeping across the banquet hall, observing the joy radiating from everyone present, which filled her heart with delight. She softly replied, "You go ahead. I will wait for you here." As Lin Feng turned to leave, Qingyao remained quietly seated, taking in her surroundings. Meanwhile, the backstage area buzzed with excitement, as numerous celebrities had been invited to the annual meeting. Dressed in splendid gowns and dapper suits, they were preparing for their upcoming performances. Sister Lee was taken aback by the sheer number of stars present, pondering to herself how these usually busy individuals had found time to attend. Was it perhaps due to the generous appearance fees offered? Makeup artists diligently attended to the stars, skillfully applying cosmetics and styling hair with swift precision, transforming them into radiant figures in no time. Just before 6 o'clock, the lights in the banquet hall abruptly dimmed, plunging the room into darkness. Shortly thereafter, vibrant lights illuminated the stage, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across it. Fu Quan was the first to appear on stage, clad in a sleek black tailcoat, exuding charm and elegance. He cheerfully addressed the audience. "Everyone, please take your seats. The annual meeting is about to commence." His voice brimmed with passion and energy, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience as they settled in, eager to witness the spectacular program. Fu Quan continued, "Next, let us welcome our general manager, Lin, to the stage." The moment his words fell, a wave of enthusiastic applause resonated once more. Upon hearing his name, Lin Feng adjusted his suit and strode confidently onto the stage. Standing in the center, he surveyed the familiar faces in the audience, and the sight of their joyful expressions filled him with emotion. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, "As the new year approaches, I would like to wish everyone a happy new year, good health, and familial bliss." The audience responded with fervent applause and cheers, echoing Lin Feng's well wishes. He continued, "In the past year, we have all worked diligently and achieved commendable results. However, we must not rest on our laurels. We must persevere in our efforts and strive for greater glory." As he concluded his statement, the audience erupted into another round of enthusiastic applause. Observing the passionate faces before him, Lin Feng felt a swell of sentiment. He remarked with a grin, "I shall refrain from saying more, as I believe you are not here to see me, but rather to enjoy the splendid performances ahead." His words elicited laughter and cheers from the crowd. After delivering his remarks, Lin Feng chuckled and moved to the side of the stage, handing it over to the upcoming performers. The audience appreciated their boss's down-to-earth demeanor, sharing in the laughter. Soon, the segment featuring the stars' performances commenced. The first to grace the stage is Zhang Shun, a popular singer beloved for his distinctive vocal prowess. As he emerges from behind the curtain, the fervent screams from the audience rise to a crescendo, nearly lifting the roof off the venue. Female fans wave their glow sticks fervently, chanting his name in a display of adoration and admiration. Qingyao, captivated by Zhang Shun's presence, beams with excitement in her eyes. She clutches Lin Feng's arm and exclaims, "His singing is simply mesmerizing, incredibly unique. I especially adore his song The Dragon Kingdom in the Lantern Light. Could you please take a photo of the two of us together later?" Chapter 82. The company is thriving? Lin Feng gazed at his wife's exuberant expression, a tender smile gracing his lips as he said, "All right, once he finishes singing, I shall speak with his manager and see if we can arrange for a photograph." Ye Qingyao o lipit in delight, embracing Lin Feng's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Husband, you're simply wonderful." Zhang Shun commenced his performance, his voice resonating like celestial music, filling the entire banquet hall. His rendition of the Dragon Kingdom in the lantern light elevated the atmosphere to a euphoric crescendo. The audience swayed their glow sticks in unison, singing along, enveloped in a sense of heartfelt warmth. Lin Feng and Qingyao were entranced by the enchanting melodies, hand in hand, quietly absorbing the moment. Observing his wife's rapture, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. Simultaneously, Jinghai Investment Company ignited an unprecedented frenzy online. The catalyst being a video from the company's annual meeting, Zhang Shun singing. Employees eagerly uploaded the video to various social media platforms, triggering a viral explosion, with the comment section inundated with an avalanche of messages and likes. In the video, Zhang Shun donned a simple yet stylish casual outfit, standing on a stage adorned to resemble a miniature concert venue. What a dreamlike company. They can invite a star to perform at their annual meeting, while ours merely distributes inexpensive trinkets without a semblance of entertainment, lamented one netizen in the comments, accompanied by a string of tearful emojis, as if mourning the inadequacies of their own company's gathering. His comment quickly resonated with many, who echoed sentiments of disparity between their own annual meetings and that of Jinghai Investment Company. How fortunate are those employed at this company, able to have stars grace their events. I'd gladly pay for the privilege of working here, remarked another, evidently a devoted fan of Zhang Shun, whose admiration for Jinghai Investment Company was palpable in his words. As the video continued to be shared widely, the name of Jinghai Investment Company began to surface frequently across social media, becoming a topic of fervent discussion. Curiosity burgeoned regarding the background of this company capable of attracting such a star as Zhang Shun, prompting inquiries into its exceptional qualities. One inquisitive netizen, through diligent research, uncovered that Jinghai Investment Company had a commendable reputation in the industry. While not a colossal enterprise, it possessed a unique vision and strategy within the investment realm. The company consistently demonstrated an uncanny ability to gauge market trends, seizing every investment opportunity. It appeared that this firm not only boasted financial resources, but also wielded considerable influence, as evidenced by their ability to engage a star of Zhang Shun's caliber. A discerning netizen analyzed in the comment section. As Jinghai Investment Company gained prominence online, its employees began to emerge in the digital realm, sharing photos and videos from the annual meeting, recounting the joy and surprises of the day. Within these photographs and videos, there exist memorable moments captured alongside Zhang Shun, where employees stand beside him, either exuberant or bashful, preserving these unforgettable instances. There are amusing highlights from team games, where participants exert themselves to secure victory, their comical gestures and expressions eliciting laughter. The exhilarating lottery segment is equally captivating. The astonished and jubilant expressions of the fortunate winners seem to radiate joy, infecting all those present. Observing these shared experiences, netizens find themselves envious, prompting discussions about their own company annual meetings, which, in stark contrast to the vibrant gathering hosted by Jinghai Investment Company, appear remarkably mundane and uninspired. Our annual meeting merely consists of a meal and a lottery, and then it concludes. The entire affair is utterly tedious, with everyone participating in a mechanical manner, devoid of any joyous or exhilarating atmosphere, lamented one netizen. His sentiments resonated with many others, who echoed similar frustrations regarding their own uninspired gatherings, lacking innovation and enjoyment. Indeed, witnessing their annual meeting feels akin to attending a grand celebration, while ours resembles a work conference, enveloped in a somber and oppressive ambience that saps all enthusiasm. Another netizen concurred. Beyond their envy of the annual meeting, netizens developed a keen interest in the employee benefits provided by Jinghai Investment Company through the employee shares and comments. They learned about the generous distribution of festive goods during the new year. Look how well they treat their employees. Not only is their annual meeting so splendid, but they also show such genuine concern for their staff. How I wish to become an employee at Jinghai Investment Company. The employees of Jinghai Investment Company, in turn, felt a sense of pride and elation due to the company's newfound popularity. The company also maintains a short video account, which prompted netizens to flood the comment section with enthusiasm in response to the employees' posts. Is the company still hiring? Can I apply after the new year? One comment rapidly rose to prominence, clearly indicating the commenter's eagerness to join the ranks of Jinghai Investment Company, drawn in by the enticing benefits. Such a company is truly admirable. Another comment followed suit, conveying boundless affection and aspiration for Jinghai Investment Company. Netizens expressed their approval through likes, as if they had discovered a shared sentiment. In the comments section, similar messages proliferated, with netizens either praising the company, inquiring about recruitment information, or sharing their own experiences, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Within less than an hour, Jinghai Investment Company's short video account gained an astonishing 50,000 followers, a remarkable surge that left many astounded. This unexpected delight undoubtedly highlighted the immense potential of short video platforms for the company. Lin Feng, as the head of Jinghai Investment Company, felt a mix of joy and astonishment as he observed the account's meteoric rise. Initially, his intention was merely to secure some benefits for his employees, never anticipating that it would lead to such unexpected fame. Meanwhile, the company's annual meeting continued to unfold with great fervor. Zhang Shun, a powerhouse vocalist, captivated the audience as the opening guest of the annual gala with his magnetic voice and heartfelt performance, earning him resounding applause. However, Zhang Shun's performance merely served as an appetizer for the evening. The subsequent acts were truly breathtaking. The recently popular girl group took the stage, adorned in resplendent costumes, and, accompanied by pulsating music, they executed a fiery dance. The grace of their movements and the rhythm of their performance ignited a fervor among the crowd, especially among the youth, who were utterly exhilarated, leading to a crescendo of cheers and an electrifying atmosphere within the venue. Chapter 83. A cherished photo after a fervent and exhilarating performance. Zhang Shun gradually descended from the stage. The lights dimmed, and the resounding applause and cheers of the audience lingered in the air. Yet he found himself enveloped in a serene tranquility that followed the show. At this moment, Lin Feng supported Qingyao as they navigated through the crowd, their hearts brimming with anticipation to capture a photograph with Zhang Shun as a memento. The backstage environment starkly contrasted with the vibrant front stage, bustling with noise and dimly lit in a somewhat chaotic manner. Various performance equipment and props were haphazardly strewn about, while staff members busily maneuvered through the space, some organizing costumes, others tidying instruments, and a few engaged in moving equipment. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of urgency and busyness, as if everyone were preparing for the next performance. Having just concluded an exhilarating act, Zhang Shun sat before the makeup mirror, attended to by an assistant who was diligently removing his stage makeup. Lin Feng and Qingyao stood nearby, appearing somewhat uneasy. Neither of them was accustomed to such settings, and the commotion of the backstage left them feeling slightly out of place. After a brief moment of silence, Qingyao mustered her courage and gently inquired, "Teacher Zhang, may we take a photo with you?" Her voice, though soft, still managed to pierce through the clamor of the backstage. However, the words reached the ears of Zhang Shun's manager, a middle-aged woman who promptly pulled them aside. With a pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, she scrutinized Lin Feng and Qingyao. Noticing their ordinary attire, she waved her hand dismissively and said, "Zhang Shun is leaving. There's no time for photos. Please move aside." Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a blunt refusal from the manager. It was merely a matter of taking a photo, a fleeting minute of time. He attempted to plead, his voice tinged with desperation. He genuinely wished for Qingyao to have a photograph with Zhang Shun, to prevent any lingering regrets. Yet, the manager remained unmoved, uttering a scoff as she retorted, "He is a rising star now. His time is precious, and he cannot waste it on you too." Her tone dripped with disdain and arrogance, as if she were looking down upon two oblivious commoners. Taken aback by the manager's contempt, Lin Feng felt a surge of indignation within him. Just then, a booming voice resonated through the backstage. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" This voice, akin to a clap of thunder, instantly captured everyone's attention. Fu Quan approached with a broad smile, dressed in a sleek black suit that exuded competence and vigor, radiating warmth. Upon hearing the address, the manager's demeanor shifted dramatically. She quickly rose, her face plastered with a forced smile as she approached, exclaiming, "Oh, Mr. Fu, what a surprise. You didn't give a heads up." The rapidity of her change in attitude left onlookers astonished. Fu Quan cast a glance at her, disregarding her flattery, and walked directly to Lin Feng, extending his hand. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" he inquired. Lin Feng, smiling, grasped Fu Quan's hand and replied, "My wife wishes to take a photo with Zhang Shun, but they are refusing us." He gestured towards Qingyao beside him, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Fu Quan addressed the agent in a low, commanding tone. "Mr. Lin is the president of Jinghai Company, and this lady is our boss. Is it too much to ask for you to come over for a performance and take a photo with us?" His voice carried an undeniable authority. The agent's face turned ashen, and she hurriedly apologized. "Mr. Fu, I didn't know Mr. Lin was the boss. I thought they were just ordinary employees." Her tone was filled with trepidation and anxiety, clearly taken aback by her inadvertent offense to the major stakeholders. "What's wrong with ordinary employees? Are you implying they are undeserving of a photo?" Fu Quan's voice rose slightly, revealing his irritation. The agent trembled in fear, bowing her head in silence. Acutely aware that she had landed herself in serious trouble, one that could jeopardize her career if not handled properly. At that moment, Zhang Shun finished removing his makeup and approached, puzzled by the scene before him. "What's going on?" he inquired, concern lacing his voice. Fu Quan smiled faintly and recounted the situation succinctly. Though his tone remained calm, an unmistakable strength underpinned his words. After listening, Zhang Shun frowned and directed his gaze at the agent, saying, "Sisterly, how could you act this way? Regardless of who approaches me for a photo, I will comply. It is my promise to my fans and a standard I uphold for myself." The agent's complexion grew even paler upon hearing this. She realized she had gravely erred, offending both Lin Feng and Fu Quan, while also inciting Zhang Shun's displeasure. She quickly attempted to explain, "Shun, I just assumed they were ordinary fans. I had no idea." "Enough," Zhang Shun interjected firmly. "I will request a new agent from the company upon our return. It would be best if you were not by my side any longer." The agent was struck with regret, fully aware that she had squandered a precious opportunity. Being an agent for a top-tier star comes with high status and substantial income. Everyone is beholden to you. Now, all of this was slipping away due to her momentary lapse in judgment. Desperately, she pleaded, Shun, I was wrong. Please don't replace me. I promise to be more careful in the future and won't make such mistakes again." Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, reflecting her panic. However, Zhang Shun paid her no heed. He turned back to Lin Feng, Qingyao, and Fu Quan, smiling as he said, "I apologize for the inconvenience you've faced. Let us take that photo now to commemorate this moment." His tone was imbued with sincerity and warmth, as if the earlier unpleasantness had never transpired. Qingyao was pleasantly surprised, realizing that not only was Zhang Shun an exceptional singer, but he also possessed admirable character. Clearly, her admiration for his music was well placed. During the photo session, Zhang Shun struck a particularly charming pose, and after the picture was taken, he signed his name on it. Qingyao gazed at the signature, her heart swelling with joy. After taking the group photo, Zhang Shun and his companions departed due to other commitments. Observing their retreating figures, Qingyao sighed. Zhang Shun is truly remarkable, but his manager is quite lacking. The memory of the manager's arrogant and rude demeanor left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Lin Feng, having overheard her remarks, smiled reassuringly. "Let it go. Do not dwell on it. Such individuals are but a minority. Most people are genuinely kind. Let us return to the venue." Nodding in agreement, the two exited the backstage area, finding a place to sit and continuing to enjoy the evening's festivities. Chapter 84. wealth, and poverty, returning home for the new year as the company commenced its annual leave. Qingyao and Lin Feng drove back to their hometown in Su province from the bustling metropolis. Upon learning that their son and daughter-in-law were returning, Su Wanjin and Lin Xiaotian were overjoyed, their smiles widening with each passing moment. Su Wanjin, filled with excitement, rose early, bustling about as she contemplated the various dishes her daughter-in-law might desire, eager to present a feast before her. In the kitchen, she flitted about with unparalleled joy and anticipation. By midday, Lin Feng and Qingyao stepped through the door. The moment they entered, they were enveloped by the tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes. Gaze upon the table laden with an array of colorful and fragrant delicacies left them momentarily dazed, uncertain of which to sample first. Su Wanjin beamed at the couple, her eyes brimming with affection. "Xiao Feng, be sure to serve more to Yao Yao," she urged. "Auntie, I can help myself to these dishes. There's no need for Xiao Feng to serve me," Qingyao replied with a smile. Su Wanjin nodded in agreement. "Very well, but Yao Yao, do make sure to eat plenty." After indulging in a hearty feast, the family gathered around the sofa, savoring the rare moments of leisure. The television played a light-hearted program, infusing the warm atmosphere with a touch of comfort. However, the pleasant scene was abruptly interrupted as the screen went black and the television powered down. Lin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion, muttering to himself, "Could it be that the television is broken?" He pressed the remote a few times, but to no avail. Soon, he discovered that other outlets were also powerless, plunging the home into darkness, and the internet had vanished as well. Lin Xiaotian, equally perplexed, murmured in curiosity, Could it be a power outage?" Su Wanjin retrieved her phone, opening the community chat group to see if other residents were reporting similar issues. But the group was eerily silent, with no one mentioning the outage. What on earth is happening? Su Wanjin pondered, casting a worried glance at Lin Xiaotian. "We can't have no power at home, especially during the new year. We can't just sit in the dark." Without delay, Su Wanjin urged Lin Xiaotian to check with the property management about the power loss and inquire if it could be resolved promptly. Lin Xiaotian nodded, donned his coat, and hurried out the door. Upon arriving at the property office, Lin Xiaotian found it far less bustling than he had anticipated. Instead, a few individuals were leisurely seated, playing cards. They barely acknowledged his presence, casting a fleeting glance before returning to their game, seemingly indifferent to his arrival. Irritation bubbled within Lin Xiaotian, yet he restrained his anger and maintained a polite demeanor. "Hello, my home has lost power. Could you please check on this?" he inquired. He had expected the property staff to immediately set aside their cards and enthusiastically assist him, but to his disappointment, that was not the case. The card players barely lifted their heads, one of them huffing impatiently. "Lost power? What does that have to do with us?" Lin Xiaotian's heart sank at the dismissive response. He had not anticipated such indifference from the property management. "You are merely the property management. Why should this concern you?" Lin Xiaotian raised his voice, irritated by the earlier remarks made by a passerby. However, the group remained indifferent, engrossed in their card game. At that moment, a staff member clad in a property management uniform finally spoke up. Casting a cold glance at Lin Xiaotian, he asked, "Which unit are you from?" Lin Xiaotian promptly replied, "Unit 301, Building 8. Upon hearing this, the staff member's lips curled into a sardonic smile, and he scoffed, "Ah, it's you. Don't you realize why your electricity has been cut off?" Lin Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback and questioned, "How could we know? We Haven-T defaulted on our electricity bill." Suddenly, the staff member slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "You think you can refuse to pay the management fees and still have electricity?" His tone was filled with arrogance and a sense of entitlement, as if he were the sovereign ruler of the premises, demanding compliance from the residents. Fuming with rage, Lin Xiaotian glared at the staff member and retorted, "How dare you demand payment for management fees when you neglect your duties? The hallways are littered with trash, and stray dogs roam the community, posing a threat to residents. We pay for a service, yet you fail to deliver. How can you expect us to comply with your demands?" His voice resonated with indignation and dissatisfaction. He could no longer tolerate such unreasonable behavior from the management. He had consistently paid the management fees on time, Yet this disregard left him feeling utterly disheartened. The staff member, however, remained unfazed by Lin Chaotian's fury. He shot a disdainful glance at him and coolly remarked, "If you don't wish to pay the management fees, then don't. No one is forcing you, but don't expect to live here without paying. No payment means no electricity." In disbelief, Lin Chaotian struggled to absorb the staff member's unreasonable stance. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself and continued, "What is the purpose of your property management? We pay these fees for services rendered, yet you do nothing. How can you shamelessly demand payment when you provide no service?" The staff member, with an air of derision, looked at Lin Chaotian and replied, "Say what you will. The bottom line is, if you don't pay the management fees, don't expect to use electricity. We are not a charity. We cannot provide our services for free." Infuriated, Lin Chaotian felt as though he might faint from the sheer frustration of such blatant harassment. He shouted, "Is this how you treat the residents? I will take legal action against you." Unperturbed by Lin Chaotian's threat, the staff member chuckled derisively, saying, "Go ahead. File your complaint. See who will listen to you. Here, we make the rules, and you cannot challenge us." As Lin Chaotian gazed at the staff member's arrogant demeanor, he was overcome with a sense of helplessness and fury. He could hardly believe he was confronting such a brazenly unreasonable property management team. Taking another deep breath to steady himself, he finally stated, "Well, you have certainly made your stance clear." After speaking, he turned and exited the property management office, returning home where he sat on the sofa in a state of vexation. Su Wanrong, observing his demeanor, inquired with curiosity, "Old Lin, what did the property management say? Why is there a power outage in our home?" Chapter 85. Counting coins, Lin Chaotian let out a long sigh, his tone steeped in resignation as he slowly remarked, "The property management has cut off our electricity due to our unpaid fees." Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong was instantly engulfed by rage, her anger boiling over. Clenching her fists, she felt an overwhelming urge to storm out and deliver a thorough thrashing to those property agents. "These scoundrels are utterly outrageous." She seethed, her teeth gritted. "When we need their assistance, they're nowhere to be found, yet they're relentless in demanding payment. How can such a lawless property management exist?" Lin Chaotian shook his head in helplessness, his heart brimming with grievances. He understood that lamenting was futile. The pressing matter was to resolve the issue at hand. However, the indignation surrounding the necessity of paying these fees left a bitter taste in his mouth. At that moment, Lin Feng emerged from his room, his eyes sparkling with determination upon overhearing his parents' conversation. He had long held a disdain for the property management, who consistently exhibited poor service and were evasive when problems arose. Now they had gone so far as to sever the electricity over a mere fee. This was intolerable. He thought to himself that such individuals deserved a proper lesson. Otherwise, his frustration would remain unresolved. As an idea struck him, he turned to his parents with a smile. "Dad, Mom, let's not be upset," he said cheerfully. "If they want us to pay the property fee, then let us pay. However, how we choose to pay is entirely up to us." Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian perked up at his words. They were well aware that Lin Feng was clever and might devise a brilliant plan to teach those property agents a lesson. Lin Feng continued, "We could go to the bank, exchange some coins, and use those to pay the property fee, making them count every single coin until their hands ache. Let us see if they dare to act so brazenly again." Su Wanrong applauded at once, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea! Let them experience the tediousness of counting coins and see if they dare to treat us this way in the future." Lin Chaotian nodded in agreement, expressing his support. Thus, after a brief discussion, they resolved to act immediately. They donned their jackets, grabbed their wallets, and hurriedly set out. Fortunately, it was the last working day for the bank, or else their plan would have been thwarted. Upon arriving at the bank, they took a number and settled onto the sofa to wait. The bank was relatively empty that day, and they were soon called to the counter. Lin Feng approached, and the bank staff greeted him with a smile, inquiring, "Hello, what service would you like today?" Clearing his throat, Lin Feng feigned an air of mystery as he replied, "I would like to exchange some coins." The staff, taken aback, was accustomed to handling deposits, withdrawals, and transfers, and seldom encountered requests for coin exchanges. Nevertheless, she politely asked, "How much would you like to exchange?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng responded, 1,500 yuan, please. The staff nodded, albeit with a hint of curiosity, and proceeded to fulfill his request. She began retrieving stacks of coins from the counter, some 1 yuan, others 50 cents, and a few 10 cents. In times past, there may not have been an abundance of coins, yet during the festive season, the banks brim with them. Lin Feng observed the diligent staff with a sense of quiet satisfaction, envisioning the expressions of the property management personnel upon witnessing such a plethora of coins, surely a sight to behold. After a while, the staff finally finished counting the coins and placed them into a hefty bag. Lin Feng accepted the bag with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your assistance." The staff smiled and shook their head, replying, "It's our duty. Wishing you a joyous new year." Carrying the weighty bag, Lin Feng returned to his companions, joyfully announcing to Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian, "I have exchanged the coins. Let us proceed to pay the property fee." Upon seeing the heavy bag, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian burst into laughter, knowing that this time they would ensure the property management experienced the true essence of counting money. Upon exiting the bank and arriving at the parking lot, Lin Feng placed the bag in the car, while Su Wanrong and the others eagerly tore off the paper from the coins. Reveling in the sight of the coins mingling together, their spirits lifted. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the property management office. The men on duty, upon seeing Lin Xiaotian again, greeted him with irritation, saying, without paying the property fee, "Don't expect to use the electricity. If you wish to linger here, you might as well hurry home for the money." Lin Xiaotian scoffed, ignoring their remarks. He placed his bag decisively on the table and announced loudly, "I have brought the property fee. Please count it." The men were momentarily taken aback, astonished that Lin Xiaotian had returned so swiftly with the payment, their eyes sparkling with smugness. Had they known this would happen, they could have settled the payment earlier, thus avoiding the current predicament. One man, brimming with arrogance, urged, "Now, quickly present the money. We have no time to waste." Lin Xiaotian paid no heed to him and opened his bag. When the men beheld the bag filled with 50-cent, 1 yuan, and 10-cent coins, they were utterly dumbfounded. Their eyes widened, and their mouths gaped open, as if they could accommodate an egg. What is this?" One man stuttered. Lin Xiaotian replied with a cold smirk, "This is the property fee. You requested payment, did you not? Now that we are here to pay, please proceed to count the money." The men were left speechless, unable to fathom that Lin Xiaotian would opt for such an unconventional method of payment. Just how long would it take to count such a multitude of coins? "Why, you are deliberately making things difficult for us," one man exclaimed in frustration. Lin Xiaotian shrugged nonchalantly. "Difficult? How so? We are merely fulfilling your request for payment. You insisted on collecting the fee, and now that we have complied, you refuse to accept it? What does that imply?" Rendered mute by Lin Xiaotian's retort, the men realized they had been outmaneuvered. Yet what could they do? After all, Lin Xiaotian had indeed presented the property fee, albeit in a rather unique manner. At that moment, a slightly older man stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he glared at the others. "Well, you certainly are something," he remarked. He then called upon those at the card table, beginning to organize the money from his bag. The group stared at the heap of coins, feeling a sense of dread. Counting such a vast amount would surely take an eternity. However, they had no choice. If they failed to count it accurately, they would lose track of what was missing, leaving them unable to explain the discrepancies. Reluctantly, they commenced the tedious task of counting the coins. Lin Xiaotian watched from the sidelines, and as he observed the discomfort etched on their faces, his heart swelled with satisfaction. Internally, he scoffed, "Serves you right. You brought this upon yourselves, and now you're facing the consequences." As the old saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. With a smile, Lin Xiaotian reminded them, "Make sure you count it all carefully." Chapter 86. Where did these rascals go? Upon hearing Lin Xiaotian's words, the men felt as though they had been abruptly interrupted by a wedge, disrupting their prior thoughts. How far had they counted? They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. Lin Xiaotian's interference made them forget their count entirely. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaotian had little to occupy himself with, leisurely seated nearby, casually scrolling through his phone, perusing the news and engaging in small talk. Yet, his gaze would inevitably drift towards the pile of coins and the men engrossed in counting them. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth as he occasionally glanced up to assess their progress. The coins piled high, the men bent over, counting one by one. After a considerable time, their backs ached from the strain. Secretly, they resented Lin Xiaotian but dared not express their frustration, enduring this arduous task in silence. Finally, as dusk approached, they completed counting all the coins, exhaling in relief, as if awakening from a dreadful nightmare. After bending for so long, their exhausted backs refused to straighten, each man groaning in discomfort. Witnessing their plight, Lin Xiaotian felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Internally, he reveled in his cleverness, confidently declaring, "I've paid the property fees. The electricity can be restored now. I'll contact the electrician. You may head home and wait," said one of the property managers. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaotian walked away with a smile, inwardly muttering, this person needed to be put in his place. Without showing him a thing or two, he truly believed himself to be significant. He strode away with a light step, envisioning a home illuminated with light. Observing the retreating figure of the man, an employee, still unable to straighten his back, approached his side, seething with anger. "Brother Sun, are we really restoring the electricity for this old man after he toyed with us?" His voice brimmed with resentment and fury. Brother Sun, upon hearing this, snorted disdainfully, narrowing his eyes with a sense of triumph. "How naive. We won't mention that the electrician has left and won't return anytime soon." His tone dripped with cunning and malice, as if envisioning Lin Xiaotian anxiously awaiting the arrival of electricity at home. With a plethora of excuses at their disposal, they found themselves in a position of power. Another employee chimed in, their faces alight with smug smiles, as if they could already see Lin Xiaotian ensnared in their web of trickery. "Impressive, Brother Sun. No wonder you're the leader," one man flattered, his eyes gleaming with admiration and reverence. They all understood that Brother Sun's strategy was truly exceptional. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Wanrong hurried over, her face brimming with anticipation. "Old Lin, have you resolved the electricity issue?" "Yes. The electrician will arrive shortly," Lin Xiaotian replied proudly, seated on the sofa, feeling immensely vindicated. Hearing this, Su Wanrong nodded joyfully. "In that case, I'll go prepare dinner. It will be perfect to make dumplings once the power is restored." With that, she turned and entered the kitchen, bustling about to prepare the evening meal. "All right, go ahead," he responded. Lin Xiaotian waved his hand, signaling Su Wanrong to attend to her own matters. He settled comfortably on the sofa, relishing the rare tranquility and ease enveloping the room. As time slipped by, the dumplings were neatly wrapped, yet the electrician had yet to arrive. A sense of urgency began to grip Su Wanrong. She frequently glanced out the window, noting how early dusk had fallen, rendering the interior dim and hard to discern. Inwardly, she lamented the tardiness of the electrician, pondering if he was unaware that a home must not be without power during the festive season. "Old Lin, why hasn't the electrician arrived yet?" Su Wanrong exclaimed, her voice tinged with anxiety and concern. She could scarcely fathom how the family would manage the New Year's Eve dinner without electricity, and the thought of an inky black house was unsettling. Lin Xiaotian, too, felt a stir of unease. He hadn't anticipated the electrician's delay. Doubts began to fester in his mind, suspecting that the property management might be playing tricks, deliberately stalling. "Go and check quickly. These imbeciles couldn't possibly be scheming again, could they?" Su Wanrong expressed her worries, her gaze laden with apprehension. Upon hearing her, Lin Xiaotian hastily donned his coat and made his way to the property management office. He muttered under his breath, "If these rascals dare to toy with me, they shall see my wrath." However, upon reaching the property management office, he was taken aback to find the door locked, the interior void of any presence. Stunned, a wave of unnameable fury surged within him. He pounded on the door, calling out, "Is anyone there? When is the electrician coming?" Yet, his voice seemed to dissipate into the emptiness of the lobby, receiving no reply. Faced with this disheartening scenario, Lin Xiaoyan's anger ignited further. Where have these fools gone? My electricity is still unaddressed, and they dare to leave? He kicked the door in frustration, as if to expel all his pent-up grievances upon it. Emerging from the property management area, he was reluctant to relent and proceeded to the security booth at the entrance. He hoped the security guard might provide some leads on the whereabouts of the property staff, or at least share some useful information. The security guard, a gentleman in his 60s, sat within the booth engrossed in a replay of the spring festival gala from years past, a contented smile gracing his face. He seemed oblivious to Lin Xiaotian's entrance, lost in his own world. Upon noticing Lin Xiaotian, he looked up with curiosity and inquired, "What brings you here?" Suppressing his rising ire, Lin Xiaotian forced a smile and asked, "Good sir, do you have the contact information for the property management? I just visited," and the office door was locked. The elderly man furrowed his brow and replied, "The property staff have all gone home. Is there something urgent?" His voice was imbued with genuine concern. "My electricity hasn't arrived yet. They promised to send an electrician, but he hasn't shown up. It's important to have power at home during the new year," Lin Xiaotian explained, his tone laced with helplessness and urgency. The guard nodded sympathetically and said, "Let me look up the phone number for you. Please wait a moment." He began to sift through his little notebook in search of the property management's contact details. "All right," Lin Xiaotian nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief within. However, as the seconds ticked by, through the unwavering efforts of the elder, he managed to obtain the contact information for the property management. With a joyful expression, he handed the phone number to Lin Xiaotian, saying, "Quickly, give his number a call." Lin Xiaotian received the phone number with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, my friend. You are truly wonderful." Chapter 87. "Hello. I need to report," emerging from the slightly worn iron door of the security room. Lin Xiaotian clutched his mobile phone tightly. Following the number given to him by the guard, he dialed each digit meticulously. The sound of the ringing phone resonated starkly in the stillness of the air, and soon, the call connected. A man's voice, tinged with impatience and a rugged quality, came through. "Who is this?" Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xiaotian quickly quelled his unease, striving to maintain a calm tone. "Are you from the property management?" he inquired. "Yes, I am," replied the man on the line, known as Brother Sun, in a casual manner. For some inexplicable reason, this voice struck him as oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before, yet he could not place it. He furrowed his brow, desperately rummaging through his memories to identify the source of the voice. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Lin Xiaotian felt a surge of joy. He spoke with excitement. "You see, I neglected to pay the property fee due to work commitments, and, consequently, our internet was cut off. Today we made the payment, but the technician has yet to come and restore the service. Now that night has fallen, our home is engulfed in darkness. Could you please urge the technician to come?" His tone was laced with urgency and expectation. After listening to the account, Brother Sun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had sensed the voice was somewhat recognizable. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. Stifling his laughter, he feigned a troubled demeanor and replied, "We've already contacted the technician, but he is currently out on an errand and will return quite late. Therefore, this matter cannot be expedited. Once he returns, I will ensure he attends to your home promptly." Lin Xiaotian's frustration mounted upon hearing this response. He struggled to suppress his anger, striving to keep his voice steady. "If you want to be back, what are we to do? It's the new year, and with no electricity at home, how are we to cook? How can we watch television? We can't do anything. You're the property management. This is your responsibility. You must find a solution for us." His voice was imbued with dissatisfaction and grievance. Brother Sun, hearing this, felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. He nonchalantly responded, all right. I'll see what I can do. I'll look for another technician to see if anyone is available. You should return home and wait for news." "Very well," Lin Xiaotian conceded, realizing there was no other option. After hanging up, a smug smile crept upon his face. He chuckled to himself, "Just you wait. I'll make you wait until the flowers wither." Subsequently, he tucked away his phone, having no intention of contacting another technician, and returned to playing cards with his friends, as if this matter held no significance to him whatsoever. Lin Xiaotian sighed in resignation. He understood that further entanglement with the property management would yield no fruitful outcome. Being outside was futile, so he resolved to return home. The neighborhood appeared particularly desolate under the night sky, with only the occasional bark of a dog piercing the tranquility. As he pushed open his front door, a wave of darkness engulfed him. The interior of his home was pitch black. Had it not been for the street lights' glow penetrating the room, he would have seen nothing at all. Su Wanrong sat on the sofa, her phone in hand, scrolling through her social media feed under the dim light. Upon hearing the door, she quickly lifted her head and saw Lin Chaotian returning. She hastily approached him and inquired, "Old Lin, has the electrician arrived? How much longer until we have power in our home?" Her tone brimmed with anxiety and anticipation. Lin Chaotian shook his head, a look of helplessness crossing his face. "Not yet. The property management staff have all left for the day. I managed to get a phone number for the property office from the security guard, but they informed me that the electrician is out of town and has yet to return. So, we have no idea when the power will be restored." As he spoke, he walked over to the sofa and plopped down. Upon hearing this news, Su Wanrong was immediately filled with frustration. With her hands on her hips, she exclaimed, "These incompetent fools. They can't even handle one reliable task. We've paid our property fees, and they should promptly restore our utilities. What are we supposed to do? It's the new year, and there's no power at home. We can't get anything done. I feel like they're deliberately targeting us." Her voice resonated with anger and dissatisfaction. Lin Chaotian nodded in agreement with his wife. He too felt that the property management had crossed a line this time. Their usual expectations of the property services were modest. They simply wished for timely resolutions to issues. However, the current situation was utterly unacceptable. At that moment, Lin Feng emerged from his room. After overhearing his parents' conversation, he interjected, "Dad, Mom, I also believe they're doing this on purpose. We made them count coins for an entire afternoon. They must harbor some resentment. They certainly won't prioritize our electrical issue. We must rely on ourselves." He walked over to his parents and sat down beside them. Lin Chaotian contemplated his son's words and nodded thoughtfully. He recognized the truth in Lin Feng's assertion. Their previous disagreements with the property management over fees had likely led to this retaliatory delay in restoring their utilities. Yet, he understood that lamenting was futile. The priority was to resolve the issue at hand. "So, Xiaofeng, how do we rely on ourselves?" he asked. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "Dad, I remember we have a spare flashlight and some candles at home. Let's find those for emergency use. Then I'll see if I can come up with other solutions." With that, he stood up to search for the flashlight and candles. Su Wanrong felt a bit reassured by her son's words. She nodded and said, "All right then, Xiaofeng. Hurry and look for them. Old Lin, you shouldn't just sit there. Help us search too. Although we don't often use these items, they will certainly come in handy in critical moments." Upon hearing his wife's request, Lin Chaotian also rose to assist in the search for the flashlight and candles. The three of them rummaged through the darkness and eventually found the flashlight and several candles. Lin Feng lit the candles and placed them on the coffee table in the living room. The flickering candlelight danced in the darkness, adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise desolate home. However, Lin Chaotian knew that this was merely a temporary solution. They needed to devise a more enduring remedy. He gazed at his son and inquired, "Xiaofeng, have you discovered any alternative solutions?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment, noting that they had consistently paid the electricity bills, thus eliminating any issue of arrears. The property management had cut off the electricity due to disputes over management fees, yet they lacked the authority to enforce such a measure, rendering their actions unlawful. To compel them to relent, it would be necessary to escalate the matter to higher authorities. After a brief contemplation, Lin Feng retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Yao Yao Ling. Once the call connected, Lin Feng resolutely stated, "Hello, I wish to report an incident." Chapter 88. I am not a liar in less than 15 minutes. The figures of the police appeared swiftly at the foot of the apartment complex. Dressed in tidy uniforms, they bore solemn expressions and walked with steady strides. Lin Feng spotted them immediately and hurried forward, meeting the gaze of the officers as he spoke. "I was the one who reported the incident." Indeed, nodded a senior officer among them, his eyes revealing a sense of calm and wisdom. "Officer, the property management has unlawfully cut off our electricity, and it has yet to be restored." Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of urgency and helplessness. "This act of cutting off power without cause is illegal, You must stand up for us. Su Wanrong also stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly, clearly outraged by the actions of the property management. Upon hearing this, the officer nodded, his expression turning serious. Understood. Please remain calm. We will address this matter promptly. Do you have the contact information for the property management? Yes, Lin Xiaotian eagerly nodded. He had previously instructed the security staff to obtain the property management's telephone number, which was now most useful. He extracted a slip of paper from his pocket, prominently displaying the number of the property manager. Before the gathered crowd, the officer dialed the number. After a brief moment of waiting, a man's voice soon came through the line. Who is this? The man's tone was somewhat impatient. We are the police. Someone has reported that you have unlawfully cut off electricity. You need to come here immediately. The officer's voice was calm, yet resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. What? Upon hearing this, Sun Gu, the property manager Sun Deong, was taken aback. He could hardly believe his ears, suspecting it to be a mere intimidation tactic. After all, having worked in property management for many years, he had encountered numerous situations and was not easily intimidated by a few officers. I cut off the power. So what? If you have the guts, come and arrest me. Sun Gu boasted, his tone brimming with provocation and disdain. He assumed the officers were not genuine, merely the product of some bored individual playing a prank. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. The officer furrowed his brow slightly, surprised by the audacity of the response. However, he did not relent and promptly redialed. Once more, Sun Ji's voice echoed through the line, this time even more irritable. Hello? Who's this? Stop calling me if there's nothing important. It's annoying. Remaining composed, the officer replied, We are the police. Your previous actions have already constituted a violation of the law. We require you to come to the scene immediately to cooperate with the investigation. Ha! A bunch of frauds. You are nothing but liars. Sun Gu laughed heartily, convinced he had deciphered their ruse. Let me tell you, don't think you can intimidate me just by making a phone call. If you have the ability, come and arrest me. Let's see if I am afraid of you. After finishing his words, he once again forcefully hung up the phone. The police officer, listening to the beeping sound from the other end, felt a surge of inexplicable anger. In his many years of service, he had never encountered such an audacious individual. However, he maintained his composure and promptly returned the call to the command center, requesting the exact address of Sun Deong. The command center quickly provided the residential information, prompting the officers to spring into action. At that moment, Sun Deong was blissfully engaged at the card table, completely oblivious to the trouble he had stirred. As he shuffled the cards, he chatted leisurely with his companions, appearing utterly at ease. Brother Sun, who called? One of his subordinates inquired curiously, having noticed Sun's altered demeanor after the call. Just a scammer. Let us keep playing. Sun scoffed dismissively, redirecting his focus back to the game. Unbeknownst to him, the police had swiftly arrived at his building based on the address provided by the command center. Several police cars stood silently below, their flashing lights illuminating the surroundings, proclaiming the authority of the law. The officers disembarked quickly, their expressions grave and their strides resolute. Hearing the commotion from the police cars, Sun Deong remained unfazed. He chuckled. Is someone's house on fire? Ha! The police are here. He mistakenly believed it was merely an ordinary incident unrelated to him. However, he soon realized his folly as the officers ascended the stairs and arrived at his door. They knocked firmly and called out, Sun Deong, we are the police. Open the door. Upon hearing the police, a wave of foreboding washed over him. He hesitated momentarily, then rushed to the window to peer down, spotting several police vehicles and multiple officers approaching. Panic seized him as he contemplated his next move. He understood that he had indeed landed himself in serious trouble. The consequences of being apprehended by the police were dire. What should we do, Brother Sun? His subordinates were equally alarmed, looking to him for guidance. Gritting his teeth, Sun Deong made a swift decision. He dashed to a corner of the room where a hidden compartment concealed his stash of cash and important items. He quickly retrieved a bundle of money and stuffed it into his pocket. You all hold them off. I'll go hide for a while, he declared before striding towards the door, intending to evade capture until the situation calmed down. Yet, just as he reached the entrance, the officers burst through the door. They swiftly subdued Sun Deong, pinning him to the ground and handcuffing him. Sun Daong, you are suspected of illegal electricity tapping and obstructing official duties. You are hereby arrested, the officers stated solemnly. Sun Daong struggled to resist, but he was no match for the police. Soon, he was escorted downstairs by the police and placed into a patrol car. As for Sun Daong, he was taken back to the police station, where he underwent a rigorous interrogation. Before long, a skilled electrician restored the electricity to Lin Feng's home. Chapter 89. The chimes of a new year resound the following day. News of Sun Daong's arrest swiftly spread throughout the entire community. The residents, upon hearing this revelation, could not contain their delight. The long-simmering grievances within their hearts were finally released. They gathered together, engaging in fervent discussions, some recounting Sun Daong's past misdeeds, while others expressed their relief that justice had at last been served. The once arrogant property management staff, who had held themselves in high regard, were now subdued. Acutely aware that Sun Daong's downfall heralded a new chapter in the management of their community, where they could no longer act with impunity. In the aftermath of this incident, they became notably more restrained. Even their demeanor towards the residents transformed into one of warmth and cordiality. Whenever a resident passed by the property office, the staff would eagerly emerge, greeting them with cheerful smiles, as if, overnight, they had all morphed into affable neighbors. Particularly, the Lin family, led by Lin Xiaotian, received exceptional attention. Whenever they walked by, the property personnel greeted them with exaggerated enthusiasm. Lin Xiaotian nodded in acknowledgement, internally reflecting on the cyclical nature of fortune. Witnessing this scene, Su Wanrong felt an immense sense of satisfaction and softly remarked to Lin Xiaotian, "This is how they should be treated. Let them understand that the residents are not to be trifled with." Before long, the eve of the new year arrived, with every household adorned in festive decorations, enveloping the entire community in an atmosphere of joy. Su Wanrong busied herself in the kitchen, skillfully crafting dumplings, each one plump and enticing, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Moments latte. She emerged with a steaming platter of dumplings, cheerfully announcing, "Come, let's enjoy some dumplings." Qingyao inhaled the delightful scent and exclaimed, "Mmm. How fragrant! Mom, your culinary skills have truly improved." "Well then, indulge yourself," Su Wanrong replied, her heart brimming with joy. At that moment, the television broadcasted the opening program of the Spring Festival Gala, filled with laughter and merriment, enhancing the festive atmosphere of the New Year's Eve. After finishing the dumplings, the family gathered around the tea table in the living room to play cards. Su Wanrong shuffled the cards with deft precision, while Qingyao eagerly rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. A master card player, she relished every moment spent at the table. "All right, let the game begin," Lin Xiaotian declared. As the game progressed, Qingyao experienced an astonishing streak of luck, winning hand after hand, her eyes narrowing into delightful slits as she laughed. Every time she drew a card, it seemed like fortune favored her. Whether it was a bomb or straight, it left the others envious. With each victory, she gleefully waved her winnings, her demeanor reminiscent of an endearing child. "Oh dear, Yao Yao, have you struck some kind of luck today?" Su Wanrong teased, laughing heartily. Qingyao grinned mischievously and replied, "Of course." Lin Xiaotian, unable to contain his mirth, remarked, "It seems this year's fortune has concentrated on Yao Yao." Thus, the family reveled in laughter and joy, passing hour after hour in blissful celebration. The money at the card table changed hands several times, yet ultimately, it was Qingyao who triumphed with an overwhelming advantage, winning the most. Overjoyed, she nearly leapt from her seat, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Ha ha! My luck this year is simply splendid." After the game, the family gathered once more to watch the Spring Festival Gala. The show was a dazzling array of performances, featuring songs, dances, skits, and comedic routines that captivated the family's attention. As they enjoyed the programs, they engaged in lively conversation, relishing this rare moment of togetherness. Su Wanrong reflected, "Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, it's New Year's Eve again. Just last year, we were still troubled by Sun Daong's issues." Lin Xiaotian nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed." As time passed, The night grew deeper, and the sounds of firecrackers outside gradually diminished. Qingyao stifled a yawn, rubbed her eyes, and said, "I'm so sleepy. I can barely keep my eyes open." Observing her fatigue, Su Wanrong tenderly suggested, "Yao Yao, why don't you go get some rest?" Lin Feng chimed in, "Dear, you should rest. You mustn't stay up late during your pregnancy." Qingyao nodded, feeling utterly exhausted yet filled with happiness and contentment. She stood up, smiled at her family, and said, "Good night, everyone. Happy New Year." With that, she wobbled towards her bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, quickly drifting into a sweet slumber. In the living room, Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian continued to watch the gala and chat. Unbeknownst to them, time quietly slipped away until it reached midnight. Lin Feng glanced at his watch, entered the bedroom, and gently said, "Dear, it's time. The New Year's bell has rung." Qingyao, still drowsy, murmured, "What is happening? Has the new year arrived?" He planted a soft kiss on her forehead and lovingly replied, "Yes, Happy New Year. I will be by your side to celebrate every new year together." Hearing this, Qingyao felt warmth in her heart, tightly embracing Lin Feng as she said, "Husband, thank you. With you by my side, I truly feel so happy." Lin Feng returned her embrace, whispering, "Silly girl, it's what I ought to do. We are family. We must always be together. Now, go back to sleep," he murmured, gently placing her head on the pillow. They needed to rise early the next day to pay New Year's greetings, so she should rest well. Qingyao nodded, closed her eyes, and soon fell back into a sweet dream. In the morning, the crackling sounds of firecrackers jolted Qingyao and Lin Feng from their cozy slumber. They exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. Inside the house, the warm aromas of food intertwined, stirring their appetites. At that moment, Su Wanrong had been busy in the kitchen for quite some time, dressed in a simple floral apron, her hands dusted with flour, yet her face radiated satisfaction and joy. Upon seeing her son Lin Feng and daughter-in-law Qingyao awake, she promptly set aside her tasks, smiling as she said, "Since you're both up, let us hurry and have breakfast." Lin Feng stretched languidly and jested, "Mom, your breakfast is remarkably timely. We were just roused from our slumber by the cannon fire, and our stomachs are now grumbling." Su Wanrong chuckled, her eyes narrowing into slits. "Then let us hasten to eat. We must return to our hometown to pay our New Year respects soon, so we ought to set off early." "All right." Lin Feng and Qingyao nodded in agreement and took their seats at the dining table. Su Wanrong carefully placed the freshly steamed dumplings, steaming and fragrant, on the table, their enticing aroma making one salivate. Qingyao gazed at the dumplings, her brow slightly furrowed in confusion. She gently inquired, "Mom, we had dumplings for dinner last night. Are we having them again this morning?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong smiled and nodded, explaining, "Yao Yao, this is our local custom. On the morning of a New Year's Day, we eat dumplings, symbolizing family reunion and a smooth year ahead." After her mother-in-law's explanation, Qingyao's confusion dissipated like mist. She smiled and nodded, saying, "So that's how it is." Chapter 90. Kindness misinterpreted as malice after breakfast. Lin Feng drove a few companions towards his ancestral home in the countryside. The journey lasted approximately 40 minutes, leading them to a quaint village. The entrance road was not particularly wide, but was sufficient for a small vehicle to pass through slowly. On the roadside, several free-range chickens foraged leisurely, occasionally glancing up at the passing cars. At the entrance, a group of women clad in brightly colored cotton jackets had already gathered, leaning against the wall, munching on sunflower seeds and engaging in light-hearted conversation, exuding an air of relaxation and contentment. As Lin Feng's car approached, the women cast curious glances their way. Navigating carefully through a series of turns, Lin Feng finally brought the vehicle to a halt in front of a welcoming home. The front door stood wide open, and upon hearing the commotion, a man emerged from the house to greet them. He was a middle-aged man, his face radiant with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Zhao Tian, you have returned. We were just speaking of you." Lin Zhao Tian alighted from the vehicle, chuckling, "Haha, I hope you weren't saying anything bad about me." His eyes sparkled with warmth, revealing how long it had been since he last visited his rural hometown. The man waved his hand with a smile, saying, "How could we?" You are the pride of our family. We would never speak ill of you. His tone was imbued with sincerity, enveloping Lin Tian in a comforting embrace of affirmation. After this exchange, the man's gaze shifted to Lin Feng, who he appraised from head to toe before cheerfully declaring, "This must be Feng. My, how you have grown. I remember the last time I saw you. You were just a child, and now you have become so handsome and charming." Lin Feng smiled modestly, waving his hand and responding, "Oh, you flatter me." His humble demeanor naturally endeared him to those around him. Seeing this, Lin Tian joyfully introduced Feng. "This is your uncle, your father's elder brother. You should make an effort to bond with him." "Hello, uncle." Lin Feng greeted heartily, his voice resonant and warm. The man nodded happily in response and warmly invited everyone inside, saying, "Come in, it's chilly outside. Your aunt has prepared a feast, eagerly awaiting your return." His tone radiated enthusiasm and anticipation, evoking a sense of homey warmth. Su Wanrong, linking arms with Qingyao, followed closely behind, their faces illuminated with blissful smiles. Inside the house, numerous relatives and friends had already gathered, cracking sunflower seeds, chatting amiably, amidst a haze of smoke filled with laughter and joy. Lin Tian and Lin Feng found themselves at the center of attention, fielding questions about their lives and work in the city. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong and Qingyao felt slightly overwhelmed by the lively atmosphere, so the mother-in-law duo quietly retreated to the doorway to relish a moment of tranquility. At that moment, a woman, clad in a thick fur coat resembling a bear, clacked her high heels as she emerged from the adjacent house. Her outfit appeared somewhat bulky, and beside her was a child of around 7 or 8, excitedly waving a string of firecrackers. The woman turned her head and instructed, "Son, play here for a while. Mother needs to make a phone call, so don't wander too far, understood?" "Yes, I got it," the little boy replied, nodding his head before tearing apart the firecrackers in his hands, one by one. After igniting them with a lighter, he tossed each onto the ground, where they erupted with a series of loud pops. His face radiated with the innocent joy of childhood, clearly captivated by this playful endeavor. At first, the boy played sensibly, merely throwing the firecrackers to witness their explosions. However, it wasn't long before he grew restless with such simplicity. He glanced around, then boldly discarded the firecrackers into a nearby trash bin. A dull thud resonated as the firecrackers went off, akin to a silent detonation, and a plume of green smoke billowed from bin. The boy, intrigued by this spectacle, leapt up in excitement and dropped another firecracker into the bin. This time, the sound was even louder and the smoke more dense, ensnaring him in the allure of this novel method of play as he eagerly continued to toss firecrackers into the trash. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong and Qingyao stood at the doorway engaged in conversation when they were suddenly startled by the sounds emanating from the trash bin. Following the noise, they beheld the boy launching firecrackers into it. Su Wanrong's heart raced with alarm, fully aware of the perilous nature of such actions. The bin contained flammable materials, and should the firecrackers ignite the refuse within, the consequences could be dire. She quickly intervened, saying, "Little one, you must not throw firecrackers into the trash bin. It is exceedingly dangerous. What if you ignite the garbage? Why don't you play elsewhere?" Her tone was gentle yet firm. However, the boy disregarded Su Wanrong's admonition, casting her a disdainful glance before retorting, "You old hag, mind your own business. I can throw these wherever I please, and it's none of your concern." He then cheekily stuck out his tongue and made a face. Stunned by his response, Su Wanrong found herself momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated her well-intentioned warning would elicit such a reaction. Though anger simmered within her, she also felt a tinge of helplessness, acknowledging the boy's youthful ignorance. Her only wish was for him to recognize the dangers of his actions and cease them. Yet, the boy, rather than heeding her counsel, seemed to intensify his reckless behavior, as if deliberately provoking her. With each explosion, he jubilantly leapt and clapped in delight. Seeing this, Su Wanrong's frustration deepened. She resolved to speak to the boy's mother when she arrived. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a fur coat approached, evidently returning from her phone call, ready to take her child home. Su Wanrong hurriedly pulled her aside, saying, "Excuse me, I need to discuss something with you. The woman halted, her expression conveying unfamiliarity, and regarded Su Wanrong with a hint of impatience and curiosity, inquiring, "What is it?" Su Wanrong took a deep breath and said, "Your son just threw firecrackers into the trash can. This is an extremely dangerous act. Do you not realize? The trash can is filled with flammable materials, and if ignited, the consequences could be unimaginable. You should really keep an eye on your son." Her words were laden with concern and apprehension, hoping to draw the woman's attention to the gravity of the situation. However, the woman dismissed the matter entirely. Instead, she looked at Su Wanrong with a hint of reproach and retorted, "So what? Is it your trash can? Why are you meddling in my affairs?" Her tone was rife with dissatisfaction and resistance, clearly unappreciative of Su Wanrong's advice. Taken aback by the woman's reaction, Su Wanrong was astonished by her dismissive attitude. With a hint of helplessness, she clarified, "No, that's not what I meant. I'm simply saying the trash can contain flammable materials, which is very dangerous. Your son is playing in a manner that could easily lead to an accident." Yet, the woman did not heed Su Wanrong's warning. Impatiently, she replied, "Since it's not your trash can, why are you interfering? My son can throw things wherever he pleases. It's none of your business." With that, she firmly grasped the little boy's hand and turned to leave. Seeing this, Su Wanrong felt a surge of frustration. Her good intentions were being treated with disdain. Unable to contain herself, she raised her voice, "Sister, how can you speak like that? I am only concerned for your son's safety. What if something truly happens? It will be too late for regrets." Her tone was filled with urgency and helplessness, hoping to resonate with the woman's heart. However, the woman remained unmoved by Su Wanrong's plea. She cast a cold glance at Su Wanrong and said, "Thank you for your concern. I know how to manage my son, so you needn't worry." With that, she pulled the little boy along, leaving without looking back. Su Wanrong stood rooted in place, watching the retreating figures of the woman and the boy, her heart overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions. Chapter 91. A fire erupts upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Qingyao gently patted Su Wanrong's shoulder, her voice soft yet resolute as she offered comfort. "Mother, do not be overly distressed. They have chosen not to heed our warnings, and there is little we can do. We have fulfilled our responsibilities by advising them. Some matters lie beyond our control. We have acted with utmost benevolence and integrity, and that is what matters." Her tone was soothing yet firm, endeavoring to soothe the unease and anxiety that plagued Su Wanrong's heart. With a sigh, Su Wanrong's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. She recognized the truth in Qingyao's words. Certain situations were simply not within their influence. Subsequently, Qingyao guided her mother-in-law back inside their abode. They settled on the sofa, where Qingyao poured a cup of warm tea for Su Wanrong. The two engaged in quiet conversation, striving to cast aside the earlier unpleasantness. Outside, a little boy continued to merrily toss firecrackers into the trash bin. With each throw, he leapt in excitement, as if he were partaking in the most exhilarating activity imaginable. The woman standing nearby observed her son's antics, not only refraining from discouragement, but also beaming with pride, a smile illuminating her face. "My son is so clever, always finding new ways to play. He will surely achieve great success in the future," she declared with pride, as though she could already envision her son's illustrious destiny. "Go on, play as you wish. If they tell you to stop, just ignore them. Enjoy yourself," she advised her son before retreating indoors. She appeared unconcerned about any potential consequences, solely focused on her child's enjoyment. The little boy, emboldened by her words, continued to play with the firecrackers with reckless abandon. He tossed one after another, the smoke from the trash bin growing denser, yet he remained blissfully unaware. "How delightful!" he exclaimed, laughing heartily, utterly absorbed in his own world. Little did he know that danger was silently approaching. The smoke from the trash bin billowed upward like a chimney, and before long, small flames began to flicker within. The discarded bottles and tattered clothing he carelessly tossed and served as accelerants for the fire spread. Those tiny flames quickly transformed into a roaring blaze, consuming everything in their path. The little boy, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, only grew more exhilarated, throwing more firecrackers into the inferno. He perceived this as an extraordinary game. heedless of the impending consequences. The fire crackled to life, and since the trash bin was positioned against a neighboring home's foundation, the overhead wires and cables dangled precariously, at risk of being engulfed by the flames. Yet, the boy remained blissfully ignorant of the imminent danger, never once considering rushing back to inform his mother of the fire. The flames swiftly ignited the wires, plunging several nearby homes into darkness, and even severing internet connections. Chaos ensued as the entire village descended into turmoil, with residents spilling out of their homes to ascertain the cause of the commotion. Lin Feng's uncle also witnessed the scene and hurriedly emerged from a house, inquiring whether others were experiencing a power outage as well. Upon stepping outside, he was immediately struck by the acrid scent of something burning. Following the source of the odor, he discovered that a nearby trash bin was engulfed in flames, with the fire spreading dangerously to the surrounding wires and trees. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he grasped the gravity of the situation. What on earth is happening? Lin Feng's uncle stammered, his voice laden with fear and unease. He gazed at the roaring inferno and then at the seemingly carefree little boy playing before him. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him. He admonished sharply, "Hey, what are you doing over there? Come here at once." Startled by his uncle's rebuke, the boy stood frozen in place, bewildered. He glanced at his uncle's furious expression and then at the blazing fire, a twinge of fear creeping into his heart. "Did you cause this fire? Why are you such a troublemaker?" Lin Feng's uncle continued to scold, his tone imbued with reproach and exasperation. After a few more words of chastisement, he urgently called for those inside the house to fetch water to douse the flames. He was acutely aware that the fire was escalating, and if not extinguished promptly, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing their uncle's cries, the people inside rushed out with buckets and basins, ready to combat the fire. Some splashed water. Others used sand to smother the flames, while a few wielded brooms to beat back the blaze. Despite the ferocity of the fire, they exerted every effort to contain it. The little boy, feeling wronged and frightened after his uncle's remarks, dashed back home, clutching his mother's hand as he emerged, hoping she would support him. The woman stepped out, firmly grasping her son's hand, her demeanor fierce as she glared at her brother-in-law, her face etched with discontent and anger. "Did you just scold my son?" she challenged, her voice tinged with defiance and discontent. "What right do you have to chastise him? My son hasn't done anything wrong," she continued, seemingly oblivious to the peril of playing with fire, convinced that her son was merely having fun. Chapter 92. Compensation. Lin Feng's uncle, upon hearing the woman's words, nearly fainted from anger. He found it utterly incomprehensible to grasp the woman's thought process and upbringing. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. "Did you not witness your son playing with fire? The flames have already escalated to such a degree. If we do not extinguish them promptly, the consequences will be unimaginable." Lin Feng's uncle explained patiently, hoping to make the woman aware of the gravity of the situation through dialogue. However, the woman remained unyielding. She scoffed dismissively, retorting, "So what? My son did not start the fire. He was merely playing. Besides, it was not my son who ignited it. So, on what grounds do you blame him?" After hearing her words, Lin Feng's uncle shook his head in resignation. He understood that reasoning with this woman was futile. He could only turn away and immerse himself in the efforts to combat the flames. The fire raged fiercely, its blazing inferno resembling a rampaging beast, mercilessly devouring everything in its vicinity. The fire had swiftly spread, engulfing the neighboring houses, despite the villagers' relentless attempts to douse the flames. The ferocity of the blaze painted the sky crimson, rendering their efforts seemingly insignificant and ineffective. Thick smoke billowed, flames soared, and the air was permeated with a pungent, acrid odor that made breathing arduous. Faced with this sudden calamity, everyone was consumed with anxiety, yet felt utterly powerless. Fortunately, in this critical moment, Lin Feng had decisively contacted the fire department, urgently reporting the situation. The firefighting team responded swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, fire trucks arrived, screeching to a halt near the scene of the blaze. The firefighters, clad in heavy protective gear and equipped with specialized extinguishing equipment, worked in unison with clearly defined roles. After a half hour of intense battle, The rampant flames were finally subdued. However, despite the fire being controlled, the neighboring house had suffered severe damage. The roof had collapsed, the walls were charred, and most of the furniture and belongings within had been reduced to ashes. The house was half consumed, appearing desolate and uninhabitable. This disaster inflicted a profound blow on the affected family. The residence belonged to an elderly couple who had lived there for decades, a place laden with countless memories and emotions. Now, confronted with this unforeseen catastrophe at their advanced age, enduring such a heavy toll was unimaginable for them. The elderly woman gazed at the ruins of the home she had inhabited for a lifetime, her heart aching to the point of tears. She sat on the ground, covering her face with her hands, lamenting, "Why am I so unfortunate? At this age, my house is burned down. Where will I live now?" Her voice resonated with despair and helplessness. "Oh, my heavens! What sins have I committed in my lifetime? I wish I were no longer alive." The elderly man beside her wept inconsolably, his tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string, his voice choked with grief, rendering him nearly speechless. The surrounding villagers approached to comfort the two elders, yet their hearts were equally burdened with sorrow. At this moment, the elder's emotions began to stabilize somewhat as he fixed his gaze upon Uncle Lin Feng. Slowly, he rose to his feet, stumbling as he walked over to inquire. "Little Lin, did you truly see that it was the grandson of the family playing with fire?" His tone was laced with anticipation and uncertainty. Uncle Lin Feng, upon hearing this, revealed a look of discomfort on his face. He candidly responded, "I did not witness it firsthand, but upon smelling the burnt odor, I hurried outside to investigate, only to find that a family's grandson joyfully laughing in front of the trash bin, remnants of firecrackers in his hands." Upon hearing this, the boy's mother erupted in fury. "You didn't even see it yourself. How dare you accuse my son of starting the fire? You are slandering us." Her words were filled with rage and discontent. "Let me tell you, one must speak with evidence. One cannot fabricate facts out of thin air. Otherwise, I shall sue you for defamation." The boy's mother grew increasingly agitated, her voice rising in intensity. Unable to endure any longer, Su Wanrong stepped forward, asserting, "Before entering the house, I saw your son throwing firecrackers into the trash bin. Since it was the trash bin that caught fire, it must undoubtedly be linked to your son." Her tone was resolute and compelling, leaving no room for doubt. "If you cannot see it with your own eyes, then you cannot place the blame on us. We do not acknowledge this debt." The boy's mother retorted sharply, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. After all, their house had been burned, and if reparations were to be made, it would amount to a considerable sum. Moreover, the internet cables and electrical wires had also been damaged, incurring further expenses for repair. Just as the dispute escalated, Uncle Lin Feng suddenly lifted his head, glancing towards a corner not far away. "I nearly forgot," he exclaimed with joy. He referred to the surveillance cameras that the villagers had collectively installed at the entrance to prevent theft. Little did they know that this very camera would prove invaluable at this moment. The camera was perfectly positioned to capture the trash bin, providing a clear record of the incident. "Let us check the surveillance footage. It will reveal the truth behind this fire," he declared, pulling out his phone and launching the application that controlled the camera. He adjusted the video timestamp to before the fire ignited and began to scrutinize the footage. In the video, only a small boy could be seen near the trash bin, holding several firecrackers and occasionally tossing them into the bin. With each firecracker thrown, sparks and smoke erupted from within. Before long, the flames intensified, ultimately leading to the catastrophic fire. Upon witnessing the surveillance footage, the boy's mother was rendered speechless. Her face turned ashen, and she had no further words of defense. Enraged, she clenched her teeth and slapped her son on the back, exclaiming, "How could you be so mischievous, causing such a disaster? I'll teach you a lesson." The young boy wept uncontrollably after being struck by his mother, exclaiming between sobs, "Please, mother, do not hit me. I was wrong. I will never dare again." Yet his pleas fell on deaf ears. His mother remained consumed by rage, continuing to unleash her fury upon him. Surrounding villagers, witnessing this distressing scene, rushed to intervene, but the boy's mother appeared to have lost her senses, ignoring their attempts to reason with her. Observing this, Su Wanrong quickly stepped forward and addressed the woman, saying, Your son has caused a grave disaster, and it is your failure to guide him that has led to this. Hitting him now serves no purpose. You must consider how to make amends." Upon hearing Su Wanrong's words, the boy's mother momentarily regained her composure. She ceased her assault on her son and turned her gaze towards the charred remains of their home and the crowd surrounding them, her expression filled with confusion and helplessness. At that moment, the elder couple approached slowly. They watched the footage of the boy and his mother with a sense of indignation. The elder spoke. "Your child has caused a significant calamity. You must take responsibility for compensation." The boy's mother bowed her head, unable to meet the elder's gaze. "We acknowledge our mistake. We will compensate you, but we do not possess sufficient funds at this moment." Upon hearing this, the elder and his wife became even more incensed. "Even without money, compensation is necessary. You cannot leave us homeless." The surrounding villagers echoed their sentiments in agreement. Faced with the overwhelming pressure, the boy's mother reluctantly acquiesced to the demand for compensation. "We will endeavor to raise the funds to compensate for your losses. Please grant us a little time." Although the elder couple remained dissatisfied and furious, they reluctantly accepted the boy's mother's promise of compensation. They stated they would promptly contact the relevant authorities to assess the damages and negotiate the terms of compensation. Chapter 93. My dear, do you recognize the people in this photograph? Presently, the woman sits on the ground, her arms wrapped around her knees, her head deeply buried within the crook of her arms, intermittently emitting mournful wails filled with profound regret. Her voice resonates with boundless remorse and anguish, as if the entire world has crumbled around her. After the flames were extinguished, the scene lay in disarray, shrouded in swirling black smoke, with the acrid scent of charred remnants permeating the air. Electricians and network repair personnel swiftly arrived on the scene to provide assistance. Dressed in professional attire and safety helmets, they wielded an array of tools, methodically carrying out their tasks. The electricians busily inspected the wiring, replacing the scorched wires and switches, while the network technicians diligently worked to restore the communication infrastructure that had been ravaged by the inferno, ensuring that the village's connectivity would resume promptly. Through the collective efforts of all involved, the rescue operation achieved success in less than an hour. Power and network services gradually returned, prompting villagers to emerge from their homes, sighing in relief as they beheld the rekindled lights and restored connectivity. Due to the fire that consumed the elderly couple's home, they were left with no choice but to reside with the woman, who now bore the responsibility of attending to their needs. One could only say that heeding others' counsel can lead to a full stomach. Now, she could only silently endure the consequences of her actions, committing this lesson to memory for a lifetime. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was midday. A special guest arrived, infusing a semblance of vitality into the otherwise somber atmosphere. Lin Xiaotian and his brother assisted a venerable elder from the vehicle, their faces beaming with smiles, as if welcoming a distinguished guest. The elder, somewhat hunched, bore the weight of years etched upon him. Clad in humble attire and a military green cap, he walked with a slight unsteadiness, requiring support. Yet, his eyes sparkled with a brightness that conveyed a sense of calm and composure forged through life's trials. Upon entering the house, Lin Xiaotian called out to Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao, enthusiastically introducing, "Xiao Feng Yao Yao, this is your great-grandfather, the eldest elder of our family." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao eagerly greeted, "Great-grandfather, hello." The elder's face lit up with a gentle smile as he nodded in delight. After a moment, he trembled slightly as he retrieved 2 red envelopes from his pocket, presenting them to the children. Although his fingers quivered, his movements were resolute. He admonished them, saying, "You must study diligently and strive for excellence, growing into capable individuals who will bring honor to our family." Feeling a touch of bashfulness, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao attempted to decline the envelopes. "Great-grandfather, we cannot accept this." However, he firmly insisted on placing them in their pockets, chuckling, "My dear children, accept this. Though my means are modest, it is a token of my affection." Reluctantly, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao nodded in agreement and accepted their great-grandfather's gifts. As the eldest elder of this lineage, he was the first to be honored during the New Year celebrations. At noon, Lin Xiaotian and another person specially invited him over to celebrate this unique family gathering. Soon, the table was filled with an array of exquisite dishes, each more appetizing than the last. There was braised pork, steamed fish, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and chicken soup. Every dish was meticulously prepared, emanating an enticing aroma. As the food piled up, everyone began to take their seats. They gathered around a grand round table, encircling their great-grandfather, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Xiaotian gazed at the bountiful feast, and his family gathered together, his heart brimming with happiness and contentment. Their great-grandfather, with a joyful smile, raised his glass. Though his hands trembled slightly, his gaze was resolute. He addressed everyone, saying, "Today at this family gathering, I am immensely delighted to witness you younger generations grow up healthy and united in love. It fills me with great satisfaction. I hope our family continues to thrive and prosper." Laughter and applause erupted from the younger generation upon hearing their great-grandfather's words. They understood that although his words were simple and unadorned, they were imbued with profound hopes and blessings. The great-grandfather, witnessing the vibrant enthusiasm of the younger ones, felt even more elated. He continued, "I have 3 things to discuss at this gathering. The first, which you all already know." This statement elicited an immediate cheer from the crowd. The second, I have already mentioned. This prompted even more laughter. The third, I shall discuss next time. After finishing, the younger generation applauded, acknowledging the charm of his speech. Qingyao, overhearing, playfully remarked to Lin Feng, "Darling, it seems the humor in your family is innate." Lin Feng grinned. It was his first time hearing his great-grandfather speak, and it was indeed quite amusing. After the meal, Lin Xiaotian escorted the great-grandfather and his family back home. The great-grandfather resided in the southern room, while his son occupied the northern room. Despite the winter chill, the house remained warm and cozy. Upon entering, Qingyao was captivated by the photographs adorning the walls, clearly aged over the years. Some had even faded, making the faces difficult to discern. With a smile, Qingyao turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "Darling, do you recognize the people in these photographs?" Chapter 94. Qingyao fell ill. Lin Feng stood before a row of antiquated picture frames, his gaze sweeping over the yellowed photographs, shaking his head, unfamiliar with the faces that resided within. However, as his eyes settled upon one particular image, he found himself momentarily frozen. The young man in the photograph, clad in simple attire with a radiant smile, stood against the backdrop of a towering mountain, the blue sky and white clouds framing the scene, imbued with vitality and exuberance. Lin Feng felt an uncanny familiarity with this individual, as though he had encountered him before. Upon deeper reflection, the smile and the gaze bore a striking resemblance to that of his grandfather during his youth. Compelled by a surge of curiosity, he turned to his father, Lin Xiaotian, who was seated nearby, and inquired, "Father, is this a photograph of grandfather in his youth?" His voice carried a hint of urgency and anticipation, as if he yearned for affirmation from his father. Lin Xiaotian leaned in closer, scrutinizing the photograph intently. After a brief moment, he nodded, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "It should be, though I have not seen many photographs of your grandfather when he was young. I do not recall this one." His tone was tinged with a sense of wistfulness, a longing for days gone by. At that moment, the great-grandfather, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. With a broad grin illuminating his face, he remarked, "That was taken when your grandfather and I went hiking. We were a group of spirited young souls back then. Time truly does fly, doesn't it? In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed." His eyes sparkled with fondness for the past, as if he were transported back to an era brimming with passion and dreams. "You were just a teenager at that time, and now look how grown you all are," he mused, his gaze flitting between Lin Feng and Lin Xiaotian, filled with pride and contentment. Lin Xiaotian, upon hearing this, felt an inexplicable wave of emotion wash over him. Memories of his own childhood flooded back, recalling how his father was perpetually occupied, tirelessly laboring for the family, seldom finding time to spend with him. Now, nearly a decade had passed since his father's departure, and the pangs of longing and guilt resurfaced, compelling him to reflect on how, had his father not succumbed to coronary disease, he might have witnessed the birth of his great-grandson and relished the joys of family life. After bidding farewell to the great-grandfather, Lin Feng and the others returned home from the village. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng remained silent, his mind lingering on the tales recounted by his great-grandfather. Upon arriving home, Qingyao, perhaps fatigued from the journey, immediately laid down on the bed to rest. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath as if to expel all weariness from her being. Observing her exhausted state, Lin Feng's heart swelled with tenderness. That evening, Su Wanrong busied herself in the kitchen, and before long, a sumptuous feast was prepared. She removed her apron and walked to the living room. Calling out to Lin Feng's room, "Xiao Feng, Yao Yao, it's time to eat." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng promptly emerged from the living room and turned to Su Wanrong, saying, "Mother, I will go call Yao Yao." With that, he retraced the steps back to the room. As he pushed open the door, Lin Feng was greeted by the sight of Qingyao reclining on the bed. Without hesitation, he hurried to her side and softly called out, "Yao Yao, it's time to eat." Qingyao, with her eyes still closed, murmured, "Darling, I don't want to eat. You all go ahead. I'll just lie down for a while." Her voice was faint and lacking in strength, suggesting she was feeling unwell. "How can you not eat? You must have something," he urged, extending his hand to assist her in sitting up. However, upon touching her, he was alarmed to discover her temperature was extraordinarily high. His brow furrowed. Concern etched across his face as he anxiously inquired, "My love, why are you so hot? Could it be a fever?" Qingyao shook her head, making an effort to open her eyes to glance at Lin Feng, and replied, "I don't know. I just feel a bit unwell." Her tone was imbued with a sense of helplessness and fatigue. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's anxiety intensified. He promptly exited the room and approached Su Wanrong, who was busy at the dining table, asking, "Mom, where's our thermometer?" His voice carried a note of urgency, revealing his deep concern for Qingyao's condition. Immediately setting down her chopsticks, Su Wanrong's face was filled with worry as she asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" "It's not me. It's Yao Yao," Lin Feng quickly clarified. After shaking the thermometer to ensure the mercury returned to its normal position, he turned and re-entered the room. Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian, upon hearing this, followed closely behind, equally troubled. Once back in the room, Lin Feng carefully placed the thermometer under Qingyao's arm, holding her hand tightly. He gently reassured her, "Yao Yao, don't be afraid. We'll know your temperature shortly. If you have a fever, we'll go to the hospital." Qingyao, hearing this, managed to muster a faint smile and said, "It's all right, darling. I might just be a bit tired. A little rest will help." Standing by the bedside, Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian inquired with deep concern, "Yao Yao, where do you feel unwell? Are you experiencing dizziness, nausea, or any other symptoms?" Their tone was laced with urgency and worry, clearly indicating their care for her well-being. Qingyao shook her head and, with an apologetic tone, replied, "I can't quite explain it. I just want to lie down." The elderly couple exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with compassion. They comforted her, saying, "It's all right, Yao Yao. Just rest. We'll have Xiao Feng bring your meal in shortly. If you crave anything, just let us know, and we will prepare it for you." A warm wave of gratitude washed over Qingyao as she realized she had a loving home and family who cared for her. She forced a small smile and responded, "It's fine. No need to trouble yourselves. I'm not hungry at the moment. I'll eat later." Though her voice was soft, her eyes sparkled with appreciation. Before long, the time came for Lin Feng to check the thermometer again, and to his shock, it registered a temperature of 39 degrees. Alarm surged within him. Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian, upon seeing the reading, also displayed expressions of concern. "What should we do? That has quite a high fever," Su Wanrong exclaimed anxiously. She understood that a fever was no trivial matter, especially one so severe. Upon witnessing her condition, Lin Chaotian remarked, "Yao Yao's fever is quite serious. We must hurry to the hospital. Xiao Feng, quickly fetch the car keys. We must depart at once." His tone was imbued with determination and resolve, clearly indicating his deep concern for Qingyao's health. At these words, Lin Feng promptly nodded in agreement, turning to exit the room. He retrieved the car keys and a jacket before returning to assist Qingyao to her feet. He gently said, "Yao Yao, we need to go to the hospital. Your fever is too high, and we must see a doctor without delay." Upon hearing this, Qingyao nodded in acquiescence, responding, "All right, dear." Thus, the family hurriedly made their way out the door. Lin Feng drove with great urgency towards the hospital, while Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian occupied the back seat, tightly clasping Qingyao's hand, as if to transfer their strength to her. Their hearts were heavy with worry. Upon arrival at the hospital, Lin Feng hastily exited the vehicle to register. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian supported Qingyao as she settled into a chair in the waiting area. They frequently glanced at her complexion, anxious that she might experience any discomfort. Yet, Qingyao endeavored to maintain a smile, not wishing to burden her family with excessive concern. Chapter 95. A fever of 39 degrees soon. Lin Feng hurriedly brought Qingyao into the emergency room. As it was nighttime, only emergency services were available, and they were quickly attended to. Lin Feng carefully supported Qingyao, whose complexion was pale, evidently suffering from a significant fever. Upon entering the doctor's office, the sharp scent of disinfectant assaulted their senses, deepening the gravity of the situation. Lin Feng assisted his wife to a bench, where her body trembled slightly, seemingly chilled by the fever. Noticing this, Lin Feng promptly said, "Doctor, my wife has a fever. We measured her temperature at home, and it was 39 degrees. The doctor, a composed, middle-aged woman, exuded professionalism and calmness. She lifted her gaze, scanning Qingyao before gently inquiring, "Aside from the fever, does she have any other symptoms?" Lin Feng quickly added, "No, but my wife is 4 months pregnant. Could you prescribe something to reduce her fever?" After hearing this, the doctor picked up a thermometer from her desk and gently pressed it against Qingyao's forehead. Although the reading was slightly below 39 degrees, her temperature was indeed elevated. The doctor furrowed her brow, then wrote out an examination order, addressing Lin Feng. "First, take the pregnant woman for some tests to ascertain the cause of the fever. We must not take any risks with a pregnant woman. We need to identify the underlying issue to treat it appropriately." Receiving the examination order, Lin Feng nodded appreciatively, and he, along with Su Wanrong, supported Qingyao towards the blood draw room. Inside, the lighting was soft, yet Qingyao gripped Lin Feng's hand tightly due to her anxiety. Lin Feng gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right, dear. It will be over quickly." The nurse skillfully drew Qingyao's blood and instructed them to wait for the results. Fortunately, the results would be available quickly that evening, requiring only a half-hour wait. For Lin Feng, however, that half-hour felt like an eternity. During the wait, they sat on a public bench. Qingyao grew increasingly cold, and suddenly she shivered. Looking up at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression, her voice trembling, "Husband, I'm so cold." Lin Feng's heart ached for her. He swiftly removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. He held her tightly, attempting to share his warmth. "Here, wear my jacket. It should help a bit," he whispered gently. He then advised, "Dear, this is the phase where your temperature is rising. Only when you start to sweat with a fever truly subside." Ye Qingyao nodded, tears glimmering in her eyes, yet she bravely held back her tears. "It's all right. I'm here. You have nothing to fear," Lin Feng reassured her once more. Leaning against his shoulder, Qingyao savored his warmth and strength. As moments ticked by, finally, the results from the examination room were announced. A nurse called out from the hallway, "Is Qingyao here?" Her voice was clear and resonant. Lin Feng immediately stood up, responding loudly, "Here." He and Su Wanrong then assisted Qingyao towards the nurse. The nurse handed the examination results to Lin Feng, who scrutinized them closely. Although the technical data was beyond his comprehension, he felt a flicker of reassurance. Soon, a group of them assisted Qingyao into the doctor's office. The doctor took the results, examined them carefully, and, after a moment, remarked, "It is a viral infection, nothing serious. Do not worry too much. I will prescribe some antipyretics. They should help alleviate her condition." Upon hearing the physician's words, both Lin Feng and Su Wanrong exhaled in relief. However, Su Wanrong, still anxious, inquired, "Doctor, Will this medication affect pregnant women? She is currently expecting, and we are genuinely concerned about the potential harm to the baby. The doctor smiled reassuringly and replied, "Rest assured, the medication I prescribed is very safe for pregnant women." Hearing this, Qingyao felt a sense of comfort wash over her. Despite her discomfort, she managed to muster a faint smile, as she could not bear the thought of harming her baby. She gently caressed her abdomen, silently communicating to her unborn child, "My dear, mommy will protect you. You must grow up healthy and strong." At that moment, the doctor reiterated this medication should be taken at least every 4 hours, not exceeding 4 doses within a 24-hour period. Additionally, pregnant women are prone to recurring fevers, so monitor her temperature closely. If she experiences any discomfort, do not hesitate to come back to the hospital. Lin Feng nodded earnestly, committing the doctor's advice to memory. "Understood, doctor. Thank you," he expressed gratefully. After exiting the doctor's office, they proceeded to the hall to collect the medication. Lin Feng meticulously checked the prescription, ensuring everything was correct before they departed. The journey home unfolded under the shroud of night, and after half an hour, they finally arrived. Lin Feng carefully assisted Qingyao out of the car and guided her through the front door. The home enveloped them in warmth and comfort, a familiar scent greeting them. Qingyao nestled into bed, feeling a persistent chill, and wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. Observing this, Lin Feng promptly fetched a cup of warm water from the kitchen. He approached the bedside, gently encouraging Qingyao, "Darling, take your medicine. It will make you feel better." She nodded, accepting the medication and water from Lin Feng's hand. Swallowing it in one go, with the medicine finally taken, Lin Feng felt a slight sense of relief. He tucked her in more snugly and sat by the bed, softly holding her hand. "Rest now, my love. I am here with you," he said tenderly. Qingyao nodded, closed her eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. Later, Lin Feng quietly slipped out of the room. Upon seeing this, Su Wanrong hurriedly inquired, "Xiao Feng, how is Yao Yao? Has her fever subsided? We haven't measured her temperature since we got home, but she has just fallen asleep," Lin Feng replied. Hearing this, Su Wanrong nodded but still expressed her concern, saying, "Make sure to check Yao Yao's forehead frequently tonight. We mustn't let her fever escalate. After 4 hours, ensure she takes her antipyretic medication. We cannot let her suffer." Chapter 96. A fever and a slight loss of weight. "All right, I understand, mother. Please, go to sleep now," Lin Feng said with a smile to his mother, Su Wanrong. Upon returning to his room, Lin Feng frequently placed his hand on Qingyao's forehead. Throughout the night, he scarcely closed his eyes, fearing that her condition might worsen. He sighed softly, silently praying for Qingyao's swift recovery. Fortunately, it seemed that heaven had heard his prayers. Before midnight, her fever broke, and she did not experience another spike in temperature. Lin Feng's anxious heart finally found solace as he grasped Qingyao's hand tightly, as if to transfer all his strength to her. The next morning, Qingyao slowly opened her eyes. She felt sticky all over, her sweat-soaked nightgown making her uncomfortable. Attempting to move, she discovered she had no strength left, as if all vitality had been drained from her. Hearing his wife stir, Lin Feng immediately opened his eyes. He glanced at Qingyao, and upon seeing her awake, he urgently inquired, "Dearest, are you still feeling unwell?" His voice was laced with concern, anxious that she might still be suffering. "I'm feeling much better, really," Qingyao replied with a smile, shaking her head despite her hoarse voice. The sparkle in her eyes had returned. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained uneasy. He picked up the thermometer beside him, gave it a gentle shake, and carefully placed it under Qingyao's arm. He understood that merely relying on feelings to determine if she had a fever was unreliable. It was essential to measure it. Watching Lin Feng's serious demeanor, Qingyao couldn't help but chuckle. She shook her head in resignation, yet her heart brimmed with joy, knowing how deeply Lin Feng cared for her well-being. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng removed the thermometer and scrutinized the displayed number, letting out a sigh of relief. Qingyao, noticing his reaction, smiled and asked, "So, I'm not running a fever anymore, right?" "Indeed," Lin Feng replied, nodding with delight. She knew that her illness had caused him considerable worry. Gently caressing her face, Lin Feng murmured, "You've lost a bit of weight from this fever. My dear, What would you like to eat? I'll ask Mother to prepare it for you. His eyes sparkled with affection and concern, aware that Qingyao must be famished after barely eating the previous night. Upon hearing her husband's words, Qingyao felt it was a bit exaggerated. Yet, she truly was hungry, having had no appetite the night before, especially considering she was carrying their little one. A glimmer of inspiration crossed her eyes as she tilted her head and thought, Husband, I would love some braised hairtail fish and sweet and sour pork. Qingyao exclaimed with a smile, her voice brimming with anticipation and desire. All right, I'll make sure you get everything you wish for, Lin Feng replied tenderly, his gaze filled with adoration. He then slipped on his slippers and exited the bedroom, intending to speak with his mother, Su Wanrong, about her cravings. At that moment, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian were engrossed in a television show in the living room. Upon hearing the main bedroom door creak open, they immediately approached with concern, asking Xiaofeng, "What did Yao Yao say? Is she still running a fever?" Their eyes were filled with deep worry, fearing any relapse in Qingyao's condition. "I just took her temperature, and she is no longer feverish," Lin Feng replied with a smile. He was aware that his parents had been anxious about Qingyao's illness, and this piece of good news would surely bring them joy. That's wonderful. That's wonderful," Su Wanrong exclaimed, her face lighting up with a relieved smile. She then inquired, "Since Yao Yao didn't eat anything last night, what does she feel like having now? I can prepare something for her." Her tone was imbued with tenderness, anxious that Qingyao might be hungry. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, his mother posed a question, reflecting their uncanny synchronicity. He quickly added, "She craves sweet and sour pork and braised ribbon fish." "All right," Su Wanrong nodded, a smile gracing her face. However, her expression soon shifted as she furrowed her brow, stating, "These two dishes take a while to prepare. Yao Yao might not be able to wait." She understood that Qingyao was likely quite hungry and could not afford to wait that long. "Why don't we whip up something quick for her to fill her stomach first, and then she can have those for lunch?" Su Wanrong suggested. "Sound good," Lin Feng agreed, recognizing the wisdom in her words. He could not allow Qingyao to suffer hunger for an extended period. He needed to prepare something to satiate her appetite. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled that there was leftover rice in the house, and his eyes brightened. "Then I'll fry some rice for Yao Yao," he declared. Sununtai Vanrong nodded, clearly pleased with the suggestion. She then donned a warm coat, preparing to step out for groceries. Turning to Lin Feng, she said, "Your father and I will go buy some meat and ribbon fish. You take good care of Yao Yao." "Rest assured," Lin Feng replied confidently. After his parents left, he entered the kitchen to start frying the rice. It is worth noting that day-old rice is the soul of fried rice. He skillfully chopped some scallions and garlic, knowing that omitting these would diminish the flavor. Lin Feng heated the pan and poured in an appropriate amount of oil. Once the oil was hot, he first tossed in the chopped scallions and garlic, releasing a rich aroma that enveloped the kitchen. Next, he added the leftover rice to the pan, swiftly stir-frying it with a spatula. In no time, the fried rice was ready. Lin Feng transferred the fried rice into a bowl and brought it to the bedroom, presenting it to Qingyao. As he gazed into her expectant eyes, a wave of inexplicable accomplishment surged within him. "Darling, do try my fried rice and tell me how it is," Lin Feng said with a smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation and pride. Qingyao took the bowl, inhaling the enticing fragrance, and could not help but swallow hard. After tasting a mouthful of the fried rice, she felt her taste buds awaken. "Husband, this fried rice is absolutely delicious. It's the best fried rice I've ever had," she exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise and satisfaction. Hearing Qingyao's praise, Lin Feng's heart soared with happiness. Seeing his wife enjoying her meal, Lin Feng said, "My dear, fearing that you might be hungry, my mother asked me to prepare some fried rice for you. This afternoon, I will make braised ribbon fish and sweet and sour pork for you, if that pleases you." "Of course, that would be wonderful. Thank you, and please extend my gratitude to your mother," Qingyao replied, her heart filled with emotion. In Lin Feng's home, she felt as though she were in her own, cherished by everyone. Meeting Lin Feng and marrying him brought her immense satisfaction. Chapter 97. Returning to mother's home, perhaps Lin Feng's fried rice was simply exquisite, with each grain enveloped in a perfect blend of egg and scallion aromas. Soft yet pleasantly chewy. Qingyao devoured the entire bowl without leaving a single grain behind. "Burp, I'm so full," she said contentedly, wiping her mouth. A faint smile lingering at the corners of her lips. With a heart full of satisfaction, she handed the empty bowl to Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with reliance and happiness. "Here, dear." "All right," Lin Feng replied indulgently, nodding as he accepted the bowl, his gaze softening with tenderness. He turned towards the kitchen, skillfully washing the bowl before meticulously drying it and placing it in the cupboard. For him, any task that could be done swiftly would never be postponed. Upon returning to the room, Qingyao felt sticky and uncomfortable. She looked at Lin Feng with a playful pout and said, "Honey, I feel so sticky. I want to take a shower." "All right, I'll boil some water for you," Lin Feng responded, gently brushing his wife's nose, his eyes filled with affection. He then turned to the bathroom, turning on the water heater. For him, as long as his wife felt comfortable, he was more than willing to do anything. This was his duty as a husband. Once back in a room, Lin Feng noticed Qingyao with her mouth pouted, her expression filled with guilt and a slight frown as if troubled by something. Observing this, he inquired with concern, "Darling, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Qingyao shook her head and softly replied, "I accidentally got the sheets and quilt wet. It must be from sweating too much last night." Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately felt relieved. He chuckled, pulling her head into his embrace, softly comforting her. "It's nothing. We can just wash them. It's normal to sweat a bit when you're not feeling well. Don't feel guilty. I'll take care of it." With that, he gently lifted Qingyao and placed her on the window seat for her to rest. He then busied himself with changing the sheets and quilt, moving with practiced efficiency. Watching her husband work, Qingyao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and happiness, admiring his handsome profile. Before long, the sound of the door opening echoed from outside, revealing Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian returning home. They carried bags brimming with vegetables and meat, including Qingyao's favorite hairtail fish, their faces alight with smiles. As they entered, they spotted Qingyao seated on the sofa, her expression already much improved since the morning. They rushed over, concern etched on their faces. "Yao Yao, how are you feeling? Is it better? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?"